Chapter 301 The Biggest Threat. Chen Xinyan could only choose to endure the anger in his heart and temporarily forgive Ling Feng. Now he didn't want to see Ling Feng, so he waved his hand and told him to go back. A week's grounding would be considered punishment. But when he thought of Zhang Yi, his head started to hurt again. I was careless. Chen Xinyan sighed. He originally thought that he was just a little person who was lucky enough to awaken his superpower. As long as he randomly sends some elites there, he can easily capture this little guy. But reality slapped him hard. The guy he looked down on actually made him suffer an extremely heavy price. Such a huge loss has severely reduced the strength of Xishan base. We must quickly replenish our troops. Otherwise this will be a huge hidden danger in the event of conflict with other forces in the future. Chen Xinyan thought of this and called Garo over. He asked Dao Lingfeng how about the group of people they brought back from Xujia town. Garo said that she had just been tested, but the results had not come out yet. However, their physical condition is very good. There is a high chance of mutants being produced. Chen Xinyan snorted softly and said that if strangers were born so easily, I wouldn't be so dependent on Ling Feng. Don't wait any longer. We urgently need troops now to conduct experiments on them quickly. If the catalysis is unsuccessful, Ling Feng's cells will be implanted. A look of horror flashed across Garo's eyes when she heard this. If you rush it like this, the success rate will be even lower. I'm afraid they won't even survive 1/30th. Chen Xinyan said it doesn't matter. What I need now is fighting power, rather than labor. There are still many survivors in this city, and we can replenish this population at any time. You must have strong force to have the right to speak in this city. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. What I want is the entire Tianhai city. Definitely not just limited to Xishan. Garo bit Yinhong's lips, nodded and said yes. I will make arrangements right away. After Garo left, Chen Xinyan sat at his desk again and began to think about how to deal with Zhang Yi. That's right. Processing. In his view, Zhang Yi was like a rusty nail, firmly nailed within his sphere of influence. The several major forces known to Tianhai City occupy several locations in the city. Zhang Yi's location is within the Xishan base's sphere of influence. The existence of such a difficult figure is tantamount to an unstable factor that may threaten the rule of Xishan base at any time, especially Chen Xinyan's personal authority. He must pull out this nail. But even Ling Feng, who personally led the team, couldn't deal with him. So what should we do? Is it possible that I really have to ask Xu for help and ask him to support me with a missile? A look of struggle flashed in Chen Xinyan's eyes. For people at their level, debts of gratitude are the most difficult to repay. The commander-in-chief of Jiangnan region owed him a favor and promised to do him a favor. The Jiangnan region, as one of China's 6 military regions, has the power to launch missiles. This was originally one of Chen Xinyan's trump cards, reserved to deter other forces. But he was unwilling to use it unless absolutely necessary. Could it be that now it is going to be used on Zhang Yi? Chen Xinyan was very conflicted. But without missiles, he couldn't remove this nail from the site of Xishan base. Once one day, he has a fight with other forces. This nail may kill him. After Chen Xinyan thought for a long time, he made a decision. He wanted to negotiate with Zhang Yi one last time and let Zhang Yi return to Xishan base. If Zhang Yi firmly refuses to agree to him, then use this opportunity to completely wipe that sanctuary off the map. Chen Xinyan immediately called the information minister Gung Yilan over and asked him to contact Zhang Yi. Soon, Zhang Yi, who was in the shelter, received a call request from Chen Xinyan. But this time, Zhang Yi was no longer nervous after receiving the call request. He successfully repelled Ling Feng's month-long attack and understood that Xishan base did not have the strength to break through his shelter. As the winner of this negotiation, he can talk to Chen Xinyan in a condescending manner. Zhang Yi asked Yang Xinxin to prepare network security defenses, and then connected the video call. The impact was projected in mid-air from the projector, and Zhang Yi saw Chen Xinyan's face with a gloomy expression. Zhang Yi smiled. Chen Xinyan, long time no see. When Chen Xinyan was called by his first name, his eyes became colder and colder, with a smile on his face. Zhang Yi, it's been a long time indeed. It really surprises me that you can persist until now. Zhang Yi sighed and said with a consoling expression. Lao Chen, don't bother. Now that so many elites have died in your Xishan base, it's probably not going to be easy for them either. Why are you going against me? So what if you win? To tell you the truth, if my shelter is breached by you, I will destroy all the supplies and leave nothing to you. You won't be the final winner in this battle. So let it go. I want to live in peace with you. Zhang Yi's tone was condescending, with an expression of charity. But he has this qualification. because in this war, he won a complete victory. Qin Xinyan sneered. Zhang Yi, don't be too self-righteous. Do you really think I can't deal with you? I just appreciate my talent and want to give you a chance to work for me. He stretched out a finger, pointed at Zhang Yi and said, this is the last chance. You surrender to me. I can guarantee that you will enjoy a superior life at Shishan Base and even make you the second leader. But you must show me your loyalty and hand over all supplies in your hands. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. Qin Xinyan still hasn't woken up from his sweet dream. I really don't know where he got the nerve to make such a request after being defeated. No matter what, Zhang Yi doesn't like to put his life in the hands of others. After this battle, Zhang Yi understood that the strength of Shishan Base was meager. If he really encounters a powerful leader, Zhang Yi wouldn't mind joining him. But what qualifications does Qin Xinyan have? He smiled and said, Lao Chen, did you take the wrong medicine? This time you lose and I win. You have nothing to do with me. And you still want me to be your little brother? Are you out of your mind? Let's do this. I will accept you as my little brother. You will stay at Shishan Base honestly from now on. If anything happens, report my name and I will protect you. Zhang Yi deliberately ridiculed Qin Xinyan like this. Sure enough, Qin Xinyan slammed the table angrily. Arrogantly, you are asking for death. Oh, is it so? But you don't seem to have the ability to send me to death. Zhang Yi replied tit for tat, staring straight at Qin Xinyan without giving an inch. Uh-huh. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Qin Xinyan stared at Zhang Yi and gritted his teeth to tell you. I can mobilize missiles to bomb your shelter. No matter how strong your shelter is. Can it withstand missile bombing? Zhang Yi's heart moved slightly. But he soon laughed. Don't bluff me. Tianhai City has never had a missile base. And no one has the authority to mobilize missiles. You are not the leader of the Grand Military Region. Qin Xinyan laughed. It's true that I'm not the leader of a large military region. But that doesn't mean I can't get that thing. You are just an ordinary person. How do you know the complicated relationships at our level? Do not doubt that if I am willing, it will only take a moment to level your shelter. Zhang Yi drooped his eyelids and sneered. If you can really do it, why didn't you just use it before? Do you have to wait until now? Qin Xinyan said. I said, I cherish your talent and hope to give you a chance. Zhang Yi, please don't make a mistake. After all, my patience is almost exhausted by you. Either submit to me or die. You choose a path. Zhang Yi cursed at his heart. Are you afraid of me? Do you really think you are Naruto? You are proficient in mouth escape. Right? But he still said cautiously, if you can really mobilize the missiles, then you can try and show me. Prove your own strength. If you really have this ability, I will hang out with you. And that won't be a shame. Do you know how important Qin Xinyan's gloomy face is now? How is it possible? Experiment to show you. Zhang Yi, please stop playing tricks on me. I said. I have no patience. Qin Xinyan's eyes were red. Murderous intent evident. Zhang Yi suddenly felt that the old man in front of him didn't seem to be lying. But who knows? After all, what this kind of person is best at is pretending and lying. He hesitated for a moment. And then said, give me a few days to think about it. Zhang Yi's tone softened, which made Qin Xinyan feel a little proud. He thought he had finally intimidated Zhang Yi, and the dignity in his heart had been regained. Don't be cunning. There's no point in delaying. Zhang Yi said, you have been waiting for so long. Are there still 2 or 3 days left? I only give you 1 day. After 1 day, if you don't surrender, I will level your shelter. After saying that, Qin Xinyan directly cut off the video call. Qin Xinyan sat on the sofa and exhaled a long breath. He closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, and began to pray. I hope that guy knows better and surrenders to me. I really don't want to waste this rare opportunity on him. On the other side of the shelter, Zhang Yi stood up from the sofa unhurriedly. Only 1 day. Right? I can't afford to offend him. So why can't I afford to hide from him? Although the shelter is perfect, Zhang Yi also loves it. But in order to survive, Zhang Yi could abandon this place. Chapter 302 Strategic Shift. Zhang Yi summoned everyone in the family and explained the matter to them. Hearing that they might face a missile attack, everyone felt nervous. Ordinary missiles may not be more powerful than 500 kilograms of TNT explosives. But since the opponent knows the strength of the shelter, he will definitely use missiles that are more powerful and can penetrate the outer layer of the shelter. In this case, the threat posed would be incalculable. Of course, there is a more powerful missile, but that weapon is basically impossible to release locally. Does he really have that kind of thing in his hand? Yang Xinxin asked directly. If he really had it, He should have used it long ago. Right? It is impossible to wait until all the troops are lost before taking them out. Zhang Yi spread his hands and explained that although he didn't have it in his hand, the Jiangnan military region was stationed in Jinling, the nearest city in Tianhai City. They must have control over the missiles. Qin Xinyan's status in Tianhai City is not low, so it is not impossible that he has the means to get that thing. The most important thing is, no matter what he said is true or false, I can't risk our lives. Zhang Yi spread his hands. So everyone quickly packed up, and we ran away. Zhou Qir's eyes lit up. Are we going back to Yuelu community? If we leave now, the only place we can go to is Yuelu community. They can live in Zhang Yi's former safe house. Although there are a little more people. The 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms can still be squeezed in. Zhang Yi smiled and nodded. Yes, that's right there. Let's move there first. Everyone nodded and agreed with Zhang Yi's statement. Now for the sake of safety, there is no need to be careless at all. But looking at this perfect shelter, everyone still felt a little reluctant to part with it. After all, this 5-story shelter is like a palace. Who wouldn't want to live in such a nice place? Fatty Su sighed. What a pity. I haven't moved in for a few days yet. Zhang Yi smiled and patted his shoulder. But don't sigh hastily. We still don't know whether he has missiles in his hands. Yang Xinqin pushed the wheelchair to Zhang Yi and gave him a mysterious look. It would be great if the chess piece we arranged could work. In this case, we will be able to master all the information about Xishan base. Zhang Yi blinked. And after thinking for a while, he smiled and said that if it can succeed, that would be great. Everyone went back to pack their things. There are so many good things in the shelter. None of the things that the prince left here were top-notch luxuries. What Zhang Yi uses for others are also good things from the warehouse. You can find everything from furniture, wine, and even handheld game consoles at home. All of which are licensed by big brands. So now that we know that this place may be attacked by missiles, everyone is a little reluctant to leave, and can't wait to take everything away together. Zhang Yi promptly stopped their desire to take everything. Although he is a different dimension that can quickly collect objects, women have too many miscellaneous things. In order to prevent Qin Xinyan from suddenly changing his mind and launching an air raid here in advance, Zhang Yi asked them to quickly pack some necessities, and then leave with him. So everyone could only pick out most of the necessary daily necessities, and stuff them into Zhang Yi's alien space. There's no need to be reluctant to leave. If we need anything, we can always go to the shopping mall outside to get it. Even the most expensive jewelry is not worth a dime these days. What's there to regret? Zhang Yi said to the women with a smile, feeling quite amused by their behavior. Although it is true to say that those are all good things. Zhou Qir held her chin up with a look of regret on her face. They all carry many beautiful memories for us. What wonderful memories? Zhang Yi asked. Zhou Qir's face turned slightly red, and she leaned into his ear and talked about the sofa, dining table, toilet, and bathtub at home. There are precious fragments of memories. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. Yes, I understand what you mean. But it doesn't matter. We can always make this kind of memory in the future. Only then did Zhou Qir's face show a happy smile. A group of people packed up their important things, and then Zhang Yi took them out of the shelter. Except for Zhang Yi, Hua Hua, and Fatty Su. The other women haven't been outside for a long time. I originally wanted to breathe in the fresh air outside, but my mouth almost froze. Oh. So cold. So cold. Yang Mi covered her mouth and said sadly. It's so cold outside, and the air is not good. I really don't want to come out. Zhang Yi smiled and said that is natural. You don't think the air outside is fresh, do you? Almost all the plants outside have frozen to death, and the air has become thinner and thinner. The key is that there is no fresh-smelling air. Is that so? Yang Mi blinked her big eyes, full of curiosity. If that were the case, wouldn't the entire blue star be starved of oxygen? Yang Xinqin sneered at the right time. Even if all the plants died, there would be other ways to produce oxygen. Otherwise, where would the oxygen supply for the initial life come from in the blue star before plants were born? In terms of knowledge, Yang Mi did not have the courage to argue with Yang Xinqin. Zhang Yi said that this was also thanks to Demimi. If she hadn't carefully cultivated so many flowers and plants in the shelter, we wouldn't be able to enjoy the fresh air. The large garden of the shelter was beautifully maintained by Yang Mi, Zhang Yi, and the others would often go there to look at the flowers and plants. And every time, they could get mental relaxation from the red flowers and green grass. When Yang Mi heard Zhang Yi speak for her, she felt a little moved and her eyes softened a lot. But when she thought about the plants that were left in the shelter and could not be taken away, she looked sad. After all, She had been able to support those flowers and plants one by one. If they really died, she would be extremely sad. Seeing this, Zhang Yi comforted him by saying, "Don't be too sad. I still have many seeds here that I can sow in your fertile soil later." Yang Mi's eyes flashed with excitement, and she quickly said that I will definitely cultivate your seeds. Several people around listened to these words, and they didn't know why, but they always felt a little weird. But before they could think about it, Zhang Yi took out 2 snowmobiles and called everyone on board. He was responsible for driving one car, and the other car was given to the mechanical girl Lu Karen. Her driving skills are quite good, even better than Zhang Yi's. Moreover, Zhang Yi had previously given the 2 snowmobiles to her for modification. Steel plates and bulletproof glass were added to the surface, making them bulletproof to a certain extent. "Come on. Let's go!" Zhang Yi started the car and led the way towards Yuelu community, which he had not seen for a long time. Chapter 303 Trojan Horse Strategy. Shishan Base. After Liang Yu returned to the base, he found some time to go to the 4th Life warehouse. She has been away for a month and doesn't know how the students are doing now. However, this time she arrived. She was shocked to find that her students were already nearly half the number when she arrived. How could this happen and why? Liang Yu was shocked and angry, and her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Many of the faces she knew were gone. And if she was right, those students were basically dead. Her resentment towards the Shishan base became more and more profound. As for those students, they looked completely numb at this time. They no longer had the same fear as before. Some people looked at her expressionlessly, while others showed weird smiles. "Teacher Liang, you are back." Wu Qingyu walked up to Liang Yu, with a look of struggle flashing in his eyes. The other students just looked at her quietly and greeted her softly, no longer crying like they used to. Liang Yu took a deep breath. "Wu Qingyu, come here with me." She pulled Wu Qingyu aside and asked seriously, "What happened to you in the month I left?" Wu Qingyu tightened his clothes. Since arriving at Shishan base, he always had to wrap himself up in thick clothes, except for one face. The rest of the skin should not be exposed as much as possible. If possible, he even hoped to hide himself completely. "Teacher Liang, why have you been away for so long? Many of our classmates were taken away again. Never come back." Liang Yu was shocked inside, but she grabbed his shoulders in confusion. "There are so many people in the 4th Life warehouse. Why did they arrest you?" Wu Qingyu raised his head, with an expression of giving up hope in life in his empty eyes. Because when conducting human experiments, young and vigorous individuals have the highest success rate. The anger and despair in Liang Yu's heart were beyond words. This was something she hadn't expected. But the question is, even if she knew it for a long time, what could she do? With her own strength, she simply cannot compete with the entire Shishan base. Even if she has reached a cooperation agreement with Zhang Yi, she still needs to wait for a suitable opportunity before she can try to bring out the students. Liang Yu clenched her fists so tightly that her nails pierced her palms. Only in this way could she eliminate the pain in her heart. Wu Qingyu suddenly said, "Teacher Liang, have you forgotten us? Did you abandon us after becoming the captain of the Special Forces team and the living conditions were too good?" There was doubt in Wu Qingyu's eyes. At this time, he almost didn't have the courage to live. Compared with other students, he has to endure more pain every day. So now, he and other classmates began to wonder if Liang Yu had given up on them. Liang Yu looked at Wu Qingyu's empty eyes and felt a chill running down his spine. His students were now like a group of walking zombies who had lost hope. "Will not. The teacher has been trying to find a way to get you out." Liang Yu raised her eyebrows and said very seriously that it won't be long. "I will definitely take all of you out of here. It won't be long." She emphasized again very forcefully. At this time, she felt that her students were like a pile of dry firewood being thrown into the furnace by the Shishan base to be burned. If we continue to delay, maybe none of them will survive. This is something Liang Yu cannot tolerate under any circumstances. Liang Yu left them some food that he had saved, comforted them, and left the 4th Life warehouse. At present, almost all students no longer have hope of escaping from Shishan base. But even so, she still had to try. After Liang Yu left the 4th Life warehouse, she found a dark and secluded corner. After confirming that no one was around, he took out a mobile phone from the compartment of his boots. This is the one she usually uses to communicate with Zhang Yi. When she went out with Ling Feng and others, she found an opportunity to take it back. This mobile phone was stolen when she was in Shijia town. It was not connected to the network of Shishan base and could not be detected. But the disadvantage is that Liang Yu now has no way to use it to communicate with the outside world. However, Zhang Yi had already considered this issue for her. The mobile phone card given to her was actually an extremely powerful signal receiving device. And after being encrypted by multiple servers, it will not be discovered by the network of Shishan base. Zhang Yi sent her a message, teaching her how to use the mobile phone card, and waited until she returned to Shishan base to contact him again. She saw it when she got her phone back. Liang Yu inserted the special mobile phone card into her phone and sent a message to Zhang Yi. I have returned to the Shishan base. Now I need to take the students away as soon as possible. And I need your help. Although Zhang Yi never promised that he would personally come to rescue Liang Yu and her students, he said that the intensity of help would be determined based on the importance of the information provided by Liang Yu. Now, he is Liang Yu's greatest hope, and Liang Yu can only ask for his help. After a while, news about Zhang Yi came over. Find a way to insert the chip I gave you into any computer in the base network center. Once we successfully control the network at Shishan base, we can help you escape. Liang Yu was slightly shocked. It was not easy to do this. Inside the Shishan base, there are surveillance cameras everywhere. It is really difficult to enter the heavily guarded Ministry of Information and insert a chip into a computer. However, she also understood that as long as the information network of Shishan base could be hacked, the entire base could be paralyzed for a period of time. This would give her a chance to escape with the students. Although it was dangerous, this was definitely her only chance. A determined look flashed in Liang Yu's eyes. Okay, I will finish this. When the time comes, I hope you remember what you promised me. Zhang Yi promised that he would at least provide some food and temporary shelter to Liang Yu and others. As for other assistance, it depends on Liang Yu's contribution. Zhang Yi answered without hesitation that of course there is no problem. Liang Yu closed the phone, took out the mobile phone card, and put them into the middle of his boots and the lining pocket. The information department is also in the Second Life warehouse, more than 500 meters away from where she lives. She was familiar with the structure of the Second Life warehouse. The next thing she needed to consider was how to find a suitable time to sneak into it. I didn't expect that after so many years, I would have to go back to my old job and, okay. Liang Yu took a deep breath, and her eyes quickly became firm. When she first worked as a bodyguard in that place, she had received professional training. Chapter 304 The Long-Lost Reunion. On the other side, Zhang Yi, Fatty Su and others were on their way to Yuelu community. After contacting Liang Yu, Zhang Yi had a look of expectation on his face. If Liang Yu can really succeed, then we will have a great initiative in the future confrontation with the Shishan base. Yang Xinxin was sitting in the back seat of the car. She said with a smile, the most important thing is that we can steal all their information and know their trump cards. I also want to see if they have the ability to mobilize missiles. After all, in the current situation, whether there is such a strategically armed organization, the gap in strength is huge. The threats to us are no different. Right, brother? Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Yes, that's what he meant. Unknown forces are the most worrying. But if we know the opponent's cards, at least we know how to deal with them. Lu Karen couldn't bear the thought of Liang Yu. Liang Yu took very good care of these students back then. She was a competent teacher. Well? Lu Karen let out a long sigh. Zhang Yi asked curiously what's wrong. Karen? What are you worried about again? Lu Karen said. I am worried about teacher Liang. She is in such a dangerous place, and has to perform such a dangerous mission. Will anything happen? If someone discovers her, she will definitely be killed. Lu Karen's little face was filled with nervousness. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and said embarrassedly, I don't really care about her life or death. The relationship between me and her is just an exchange of interests. And there is no relationship at all. If Liang Yu succeeds, Zhang Yi will naturally be very happy. But if she fails, Zhang Yi will not suffer much loss. From the beginning, Liang Yu took the initiative to ask Zhang Yi for cooperation. Even if she died, Zhang Yi could not be blamed. People have their own destiny. Teacher Liang is so kind, and God will bless her. Zhang Yi comforted him with a smile. When Lu Karen heard this, he nodded firmly with his eyes firmly in mind. Teacher Liang is such a good person, and nothing will happen to him. Zhang Yi was almost laughing to death. However, he didn't say anything. It was a good thing for him to let Lu Karen retain the innocence in his heart. Occasionally, he also needs this innocent little girl to miss his innocent time in the past. Soon after, Zhang Yi and his party arrived at Yuelu community. I haven't been back for more than a month, and the snow on the ground has become much thicker. But due to the decrease in snowfall, there is no sign of it expanding. The whole city seemed to be covered in ice and snow, and fell into a dead silence. Only the howling wind was still so sharp and scary. Zhang Yi notified Uncle Yu before arriving. So when the car drove to the 25th floor, he saw Uncle Yu and Zhou Jaime waiting in thick clothes. When Zhang Yi got out of the car, he glanced at the surrounding unit buildings. There was dead silence, and he saw no moving figures. Probably, everyone else in the community is dead. Everyone got out of the car, and Uncle Yu and Zhou Jaime walked over with smiles on their faces. Uncle Yu and Fatty Zhang Yishu both hugged each other warmly. Ha ha ha. We haven't seen each other for a while. It's great that you are all okay. Uncle Yu patted Zhang Yi and Fatty Su on the back hard, his eyes full of excitement. He had noticed the explosion at Yonk Manor and originally planned to go over to support Zhang Yi. But Zhang Yi refused. During this period, he also kept in touch with Zhang Yi. If anything happened and his help was needed, he would go there as soon as possible. In his heart, he is alive until now because of Zhang Yi's help. So his life belongs to Zhang Yi. Not only was he happy, Zhou Jaime was also so happy to see Yangmi, Zhou Kier and other women. After she moved into the safe house, although she had no worries about food and clothing and her life was guaranteed, she was almost exhausted after a long time. It is difficult for women to endure loneliness like men. Uncle Yu occasionally goes out to look for supplies, but there was no one around Zhou Jaime to talk to. So it was inevitable that she would feel lonely. It's better now. There are 4 girls by her side to accompany her. How can she be unhappy? A group of people were lively, as if celebrating the new year, and then entered the safe house. Returning to the long-lost safe house, Zhang Yi and Zhou Kier both had a look of reminiscence on their faces. They couldn't help but recall the time when the end of the world had just arrived. They had seen too many bizarre things in the abyss of human nature. So much so that when I saw the white walls of the safe house, I felt particularly cold. Zhou Jaime smiled and said, I knew you were coming. So I had already vacated all the rooms. Although there are a lot of people, fortunately the house is big enough, so there is no problem in being crowded. That's fine. It's so lively when there are so many people. We can get together 2 sets of mahjong tiles. Everyone was talking and laughing. The women didn't look like they had come out to seek refuge. Instead, they looked like they were out for a trip. Each one was happier than the other. After entering the house, Zhang Yi took off his cold-proof clothes, and then went to the side to chat with Uncle Yu. Zhang Yi took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to Uncle Yu. After the 2 people lit it, they chatted about each other's current situation while puffing away smoke. Although neither of them are regular smokers, they can take advantage of the effects of nicotine to relieve stress if they smoke one occasionally. How has the situation been in the community recently? Everyone is dead, right? Did they come over and rob you regardless of life or death? Zhang Yi was the first to speak. He leaned on the windowsill and asked with a smile. Uncle Yu smiled. Nothing can be hidden from your eyes. After you left for a while, they thought they were safe and ran to me. At first, they were talking to me as a favor, begging me to pity them. But you also know that 1 month after the end of the world, we are no longer saints. So we simply rejected them. Those people later became anxious and wanted to do something hard. So I sent them all away. Uncle Yu said it calmly. Together, he and Zhang Yi solved all the thorns in the entire community. They have become accustomed to killing people, so they don't feel any guilt. Everyone wants to live, and there is nothing wrong with you. But if I kill you, please don't have any complaints. However, a group of people are still alive, Uncle Yu said suddenly. Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then instinctively said it was impossible. In such an environment, without external material delivery, people in other unit buildings simply cannot survive. They are not like Uncle Yu, who has superpowers and also has a snowmobile gifted by Zhang Yi. Uncle Yu took a puff of cigarette and smiled and said it was true. And you are very familiar with those people. It's the 18-year-old Li Jian and his gang. Li Jian? Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows, with a look of surprise in his eyes. Li Jian's building did give him some shock at first. That group of people chose to survive together in a civilized condition in the end of the world. There was no fighting for supplies, no killing among each other, and no eating of the same kind against one's original intention. As a result, the people in that building survived to the end and became the unit building with the highest survival rate in the community. But Zhang Yi always felt that they could not live too long. Although they were given some food seeds at the beginning, they never thought that they could actually grow food. Do you know what's going on with them? Zhang Yi asked curiously. I'm not sure. Uncle Yu laughed and said, didn't you tell me before that I didn't need to have too much contact with them to avoid being stabbed in the back by them? They are afraid of you and dare not come over. And I am not willing to take risks. so I have never had any contact with them. But in that unit building, you can always see the shadows of living people. So I know they are still alive. Zhang Yi became increasingly curious. He put out the cigarette, but in the ashtray, and turned back to see this old friend. Uncle Yu looked at Zhang Yi. His dark pupils filled with worry. What's the situation over there now? Are you in any danger? From what Uncle Yu knew about Zhang Yi, he was a man who would never come out of his house unless absolutely necessary. And once he does this, there must be an irresistible external force. When Zhang Yi came, he didn't have time to explain clearly to Uncle Yu. Only then did he explain everything to Uncle Yu clearly. What? Missile. Uncle Yu was stunned when he heard this word. Before the end of the world, that kind of weapons and equipment was only available in very high-level military regions. If you wanted to use it, you would probably have to personally order it from Shengjing. Now in order to deal with Zhang Yi's shelter, is it necessary to use weapons of this level? Zhang Yi rubbed his nose and said, I still don't know if he is deceiving me or if he is real. But for safety reasons, I decided to come here and hide for a while. There is a high probability that it is fake. We will go back when it is safe. But Uncle Yu doesn't think so. I think since you are here, it would be better to stay a little longer. This kind of thing cannot be done carelessly. Let's do this. This safe house will be returned to you. And Umi and I will move in next door. Uncle Yu has a very good sense of proportion. Zhang Yi lent them this safe house to live in. Uncle Yu would not really regard himself as his master. Zhang Yi glanced at Uncle Yu happily and said with a smile, Why are you saying this? You can live in this house with peace of mind. Do you think I can still lack a house now? The Zhang Yi of today is not the Zhang Yi of the past. He is stronger than before, and has many powerful helpers around him. Changing your home and transforming it into your dream safe house is a piece of cake. Since he doesn't lack the key heating energy and food, he won't be picky about where he lives. Uncle Yu smiled, and you just have to make up your mind on this matter. In short, as long as you are happy, the longer you live here, the happier we will be. Chapter 305 The Miracle in Building 18. Zhang Yi discussed with Uncle Yu that they would stay in Yuelu community for a while, and then wait and see what happens. Let's see if the missiles mentioned by Chen Xinyan are real or fake. According to Zhang Yi's understanding of the Xishan base, they currently do not have accurate satellite positioning capabilities. Therefore, the so-called missile strike capability may not be true. Even if they had this ability, it would be impossible to locate Zhang Yi in real time and know that they had arrived at Yuelu community. Zhang Yi was not worried about his own safety. But this feeling of being under an unknown threat made him feel very uncomfortable. The grudge between Xishan base and me cannot be resolved. Unless I stay away from this place, Chen Xinyan will find a way to kill me and take away everything in my hands whenever he has the chance. Zhang Yi sighed. Everything is out of your control. Obviously I just want to live a stable life. And I don't want to offend anyone. But why does trouble always come? Uncle Yu looked at Zhang Yi, who looked depressed, and smiled slightly. It's not because you have too many good things in your hands. He spread his hands and said, Look at me. I don't have any trouble in this area now. Of course, my quality of life is much worse than yours. This world is like this. If you live well, you will be remembered by others. But if you live poorly, you will be looked down upon. Even if you haven't done anything, you can't help others being jealous. Zhang Yi smiled helplessly, turned around, and leaned against the window. If only I had enough strength to kill that damn Xishan base. The two people laughed, but no one took this sentence seriously. After all, for such a huge base, both the number of armed forces and the sophistication of weapons are very terrifying. Even if Zhang Yi is a stranger, the only way to go rashly is to die. The two people were chatting here. The women at home had already made the bed together and took out the daily necessities and put them away. At this time, Uncle Yu mentioned something casually. By the way, a while ago, a group of very weird people appeared around here. I don't know if this news is useful to you. Zhang Yi blinked. Strange person? Uh-huh. At this time, no one is surprised. Even living things can mutate. What else can be called abnormal? It's just that those who can survive to this day must have two brushes. Who are those people? Uncle Yu said that they were a group of people similar to ascetics. And there were quite a few of them. At least several hundred. Zhang Yi frowned so much. The greater the number of people, the greater the threat. But Uncle Yu said, Well, at first, I was worried that they came here to steal things. But those people didn't seem to have any malicious intent. After I got in touch with them, I found out that these people were believers in a religion called Snow Worship Sect. Zhang Yishi worships the snow cult? It sounds like the ancients were afraid of natural disasters, and thus worshipped various disasters as gods. The god of thunder, the god of rain, the god of water, and the god of plague. Now there is even a snow god. It's just seeking psychological comfort and relying on some kind of supernatural existence. It's not surprising that there are always flocks of sheep at any time. The development of religion is easiest in times of chaos, because at this time people generally need faith to support themselves in enduring suffering. Uncle Yu's voice became deeper. But those people were indeed a little unusual. Their leader was called Dafa. He found me, and immediately saw through the fact that I was a stranger. Uncle Yu glanced at Zhang Yi. And he also said that he could help me develop my powers, and make me stronger. Zhang Yi's expression became a little serious. This is an era of change, and no one will be surprised by the emergence of any weird abilities. However, the ability to enhance people's abilities is indeed very exciting. But he knows that there is no free lunch in this world, and others will not help you for no reason. This person is most likely a liar. As for finding out that you are a stranger, it's not surprising. Maybe I saw you using your abilities occasionally outside. Even if he is true, why would he help you for no reason? Uncle Yu nodded. That's what I thought at the time. After all, you said that we can't trust the kindness of strangers. So I rejected him. Zhang Yi smiled slightly. That's right. However, it seems that he went to find other people in the community. I don't know what the outcome will be. Uncle Yu said. The community was very large. The group of people walked into the community. Uncle Yu didn't know where they went or in what direction they disappeared. Zhang Yi thought for a moment and asked. You mean those believers who claim to be the snow-worshipped sect went to Li Jian and the others? After all, the only living people in the community now are 18 residents and Uncle Yu. I think so. Zhang Yi looked out the window. Through the frost-covered glass, he could vaguely see the dead and dark tall buildings in the city. He thought for a long time and then said I should go out. Are you going to be 18? Uncle Yu asked if you want me to accompany you. Zhang Yi smiled and said no. They are just a group of ordinary people. There is nothing to worry about. Although he said that, Zhang Yi still put on the entire combat uniform naturally and put Hua Hua on his shoulders. In real close combat, Hua Hua's combat effectiveness is stronger than Uncle Yu. After all, felines are far more explosive and faster than humans. Brother Zhang Yi, where are you going? Seeing Zhang Yi getting ready, Yang Xinxin asked curiously. I'm going to meet some old friends. Zhang Yi said lightly. He opened the door and walked out without much explanation. Neither Yang Xinxin nor Li Jian knew each other, so there was nothing special to say. He went there this time just to see how Li Jian and others survived until now. As for the snow worship cult, he wasn't interested. But there was no harm in gathering some information. After leaving 25, Zhang Yi and Hua Hua walked towards 18. The community was completely silent, with no sign of anyone alive. But on both sides of the road, Zhang Yi saw something like tombs piled up with snow. I don't know if it is used to bury garbage or people, but there is a high probability that people will still be buried. Because who would be so bored as to be so ethical as to bury garbage in this era? Ice and snow will naturally bury all the dirt left by humans. Before Zhang Yi reached 18, Shui had already reached the 6th floor. But they still opened the windows on the 6th floor, as usual as a necessary passage for travel. Zhang Yi took out his pistol, pulled the bolt, and fired 2 shots into the sky. Boom! Boom! The 2 gunshots reminded the residents inside 18 of their fear of being dominated by Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi. He is back. In a house. Li Jian saw the shooter through the window and recognized him immediately. Although he is wearing a helmet and a white combat uniform, this familiar way of calling people is absolutely unmistakable. It's bad now. Li Jian's heart felt cold, and he felt that his life was about to end. Next to him, Li Jian's wife and son came over. The worst we can do is fight him. It took a lot of effort for us to see the hope of living. Why does he appear again? If he finds out about that, everyone in our building will die. Facing his nervous and excited wife and children, Li Jian sighed softly. Let me go over and talk to him. Don't be impulsive. Even if we have the whole building together, we will not be his opponent. Back then, they watched helplessly as Zhang Yi slaughtered half of the community by himself. If people have guns in their hands, what can they use to resist? Li Jian said to his wife and children that if I have any shortcomings, don't think about taking revenge on me. Stay here and protect our last hope. Tears fell from the eyes of his wife and children. Although they did not want to watch Li Jian die, they also understood that they had no other choice at the moment. Li Jian took out his cell phone from his pocket, left a final message to his neighbors, then walked out of the house and walked downstairs. Not long after, Zhang Yi saw Li Jian climbing out of the window on the 6th floor. But this time, Zhang Yi was also shocked when he saw Li Jian. He was so thin that he was almost only skin and bones. If he hadn't looked closer, Zhang Yi would have even thought it was a mummy. The reason why he was recognized as Li Jian was because of the expensive pair of Bolena glasses he was wearing. That pair of glasses cost at least more than 5,000 yuan. Li Jian, long time no see. I didn't expect you to be alive. Zhang Yi greeted lightly. Hua sat cross-legged on Zhang Yi's shoulders, staring at the person in front of him with his black jewel-like pupils. He looked very well behaved, but it could tear the person in front of him to pieces in an instant. Zhang Yi. You are Zhang Yi, right? Li Jian asked. Zhang Yi nodded. Yes, it's me. He raised his head and saw the crowd of people behind the window. He couldn't help but be surprised and said that I have been away for more than a month. But there are still so many people alive in your unit building. I have to say, this is a miracle. How did you do it? Zhang Yi looked at Li Jian and asked. Li Jian swallowed hard and replied that the main thing he relies on is the grain seeds you left behind. What? Did you really grow that food? Zhang Yi couldn't believe his ears. I won't talk about the cold weather. What kind of food can be harvested in a month and provided for you to eat? Suddenly, a bold idea emerged in Zhang Yi's mind. He took a deep look at Li Jian. It seems that there are mutants in your unit building too. All incredible things have only one explanation, and that is the emergence of mutants. When he said this, Zhang Yi was already ready to take action. If he notices any abnormal movement, he will kill the person in front of him without hesitation. Chapter 306, Superpower. Dedication? Li Jian did not deny it. He just slowly knelt down in front of Zhang Yi. Sorry. We failed to protect the child you left behind. I know you are very angry. But under these conditions, we have done our best. If you want to kill, then kill me. But please don't hurt other people. They are innocent. After Li Jian said this, he calmly prepared to die. He didn't intend to die, but as the building manager of 18, he knew that if he didn't die, it would be difficult to calm Zhang Yi's anger. But at this moment, an old man's voice suddenly came from inside the building. Li Jian, you can't die. If you die, all of us will have no hope of living. Zhang Yi raised his head and looked at the room on the 6th floor. A group of people appeared there, and the person standing at the front looked familiar. He seemed to be the old man who had taken away the grain with Li Jian. The old man's name was Hua, and he was a highly respected professor of agriculture. He led a group of neighbors over, with determined looks on their faces. Zhang Yi, it is our fault that we did not feed the children you sent. But Li Jian is our hope. Please let him go, and let me die for him. Hua looked at Zhang Yi without fear and said firmly, if you want revenge, take my life. Anyway, I've had enough of a life. An old lady with gray hair said, let me come and kill me. I'm a bachelor, and I'm not afraid of death. Neighbors rushed forward to die in Li Jian's place. Li Jian was so excited that tears filled his eyes. You guys. The scene of this group of people rushing to die made Zhang Yi a little moved, but also a little speechless. He sneered and asked, who said I want you to die? Li Jian looked at Zhang Yi in astonishment, lowered his head, and said guiltily that we didn't feed the child you sent over. You can't possibly forgive us. Can you? Zhang Yi took a deep breath and looked at Li Jian and the others as if they were mentally retarded. It turned out that Xia Limei's child was dead. Sure enough, there are not so many miracles in this world. An infant is too fragile to get sick even in peacetime, let alone in the extremely cold temperatures of the Ice Age. The reason why Li Jian and others were afraid was because they thought the child was very important to Zhang Yi. Little did they know that Zhang Yi left the child to them because he felt that the child was a burden. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid that he had inner demons, he would have given the child away with his own hands. Now that she is dead, Zhang Yi doesn't care. So Zhang Yi said, I know you can't do anything about this kind of thing. Li Jian, get up. Zhang Yi asked Li Jian to stand up and stop kneeling. Hearing Zhang Yi's words, Li Jian was stunned for a moment, and then felt ecstatic. Don't you have to die? Li Jian was deeply moved and felt that Zhang Yi was really a good and humane person. 18's neighbors also breathed a sigh of relief. I want to know how you survived till now. What exactly does it rely on? Tell me about it in detail. I'm curious. Zhang Yi directly stated the purpose of his coming. Li Jian naturally did not dare to hide anything. He extended his hand to invite Zhang Yi to enter the unit building. All this will become clear if you come over and see it with your own eyes. I will explain it to you slowly. Zhang Yi looked at the dark corridor, reached out and touched Hua's head, smiled and nodded. Okay, let's go and have a look. With this super bodyguard here, he really isn't afraid of any danger. Li Jian led the way, and Zhang Yi walked upstairs with him. On the way, Li Jian told him what happened during this period. Since receiving the seeds you donated, we have tried various methods to try to make them take root, sprout and grow. However, the results after attempts were not very good, and a large number of seeds were dying. Even if there are survivors, their vitality is very weak. At one point, we were so desperate that we even considered organizing a suicide squad to go out in search of food. But at this time, a group of believers who called themselves snow worshippers came. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed. Worshipping the snow cult? Are you saying that you are alive now because of their help? Li Jian did not dare to hide anything from Zhang Yi. He said their people came and found me. It is said that it can help us survive and give me extraordinary abilities. At that time, there was no other way for us to go. So I agreed to their conditions. Everyone is going to die anyway, so we will accept any conditions now. Zhang Yi was also curious about what conditions the other party put forward to get back what they paid. Li Jian said, but they said that as long as we believe in the snow god, nothing else is needed. A sneer appeared at the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. He never believed that there was a free lunch in the world. A certain penguin used himself as an example to teach countless young people across the country that free things are the most expensive. So what abilities do you have now? Zhang Yi stared at Li Jian and asked. Li Jian answered honestly that he planted a white seed between my eyebrows. Right here. Li Jian reached out and tapped the spot between his eyebrows. I felt like I had been thrown into an ice cellar. And then, there was a burst of fire like heat. Then, my body developed a strange power. Look! Li Jian lifted up the clothes on his right arm in front of Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi saw a very strange scene. He believed that any trypophobia patient would feel numb when seeing this scene. The skin of Li Jian's skinny arms was covered with bumps one after another. And there were dense, network roots that penetrated deeply into the flesh. The entire arm no longer looks like a human arm, but rather like a petri dish. Everywhere you can see are small raised bumps. What is this? Zhang Yi swallowed, feeling a little resistant to this strange feeling, but still asked. Li Jian said that these are the seeds of food. He looked at Zhang Yi and showed a weak smile. My ability is to use my own body to cultivate plants. The grain cultivated by my body not only has more vitality, but also grows faster. Zhang Yi remained silent. He just took a deep look at the scrawny Li Jian, and finally understood why he became like this. Just using your flesh and blood to cultivate food will not be able to meet the nutrients needed for planting. Right? Zhang Yi said lightly. Ah! This problem can be easily solved. And we have Professor Gu here. He is an expert in the field of agriculture. Li Jian led Zhang Yi to the door of a room. When he reached out to turn the door handle, he looked at Zhang Yi apologetically. The following picture may make you a little uncomfortable. Please forgive me. Zhang Yi smiled disapprovingly and said, What do you think I haven't seen before? Ah, that's right. After speaking, Li Jian reached out and opened the door. A touch of green caught Zhang Yi's eyes. He felt the warm and moist air, the crisp green color in his eyes. And everything in this room was indeed full of weirdness. This is a planting room, filled with all kinds of cultivated food. They are lush and grow very vigorously. But the place where they take root is not soil, but corpses. Plants take root on the corpse, absorb nutrients, and grow vigorously. Li Jian said to Zhang Yi that due to lack of nutrients, we can only attack the dead residents of the community. Zhang Yi curled his lips and said with a smile, Isn't this good? At least you know how to recycle waste. In this way, there is no need to feel moral guilt due to cannibalism, and no resources are wasted. He suddenly thought of something and asked Li Jian Dao, Did you build those tombs outside to store corpses? Li Jian nodded sheepishly. And that was indeed the case. Zhang Yi looked around in the room and saw that the grains were growing very well. Those corpses had long been drained of nutrients and turned into white bones. There is still a lot of soil on the corpse, and the remaining nutrients and microorganisms will be absorbed by the soil. Really nothing is wasted. How many breeding rooms like this do you have in your unit building? Zhang Yi reached out and pinched the leaves of a wheat plant, and asked casually. There are 3 rooms in total. Well, that's good. It's good to be self-reliant. Zhang Yi glanced at Li Jian. But if you continue like this, you will die. In the 3 breeding rooms, each seed absorbs Li Jian's flesh and blood and grows. For him, what is overdrawn is his vitality, which is equivalent to exchanging his life for the hope of food growth. Li Jian scratched his head and laughed. Anyway, At this time, even if you do nothing, you will still die. It's better to try your best to do something. Then, let my wife and children live. When Li Jian mentioned his wife and son, his eyes were full of warmth. That's something called love. Zhang Yi couldn't help but have a hint of admiration for Li Jian. Maybe one day he will do the same if he has children. But that day, at least, we'll have to wait until the end of the world. Li Jian, let me see your ability. Zhang Yi put away his sympathy and stared at Li Jian seriously. So far, he has seen many artificial aliens. Let's call them modified humans for now. The ability to transform people is much worse than that of naturally awakened aliens. Li Jian's ability is very practical, but he does not show a strong enough aspect. Zhang Yi wanted to confirm how far the so-called snow worship sect's great decree could stimulate people's potential. Li Jian was silent for a moment when he heard this, and then agreed with a firm look. Although this kind of thing was very harmful to his body, he could not refuse Zhang Yi, or he was not qualified to negotiate terms. I understand. Now let me show you my abilities. Chapter 307 Physical Breeding. Under Zhang Yi's gaze, Li Jian revealed his arm covered with seeds. He suddenly clenched his fists and began to exert force. Zhang Yi noticed a white light appearing between his eyebrows. The next moment, the underside of Li Jian's arm began to stir, as if there were hundreds of insects struggling crazily there, trying to get out of the skin. Puff! The skin suddenly cracked open, and a wheat seedling grew out stained with blood. It was extremely green, but the blood color on the body looked particularly strange. Then came the second root, the third root, and the fourth root. As the seeds were stimulated, Li Jian's face became increasingly pale. That's enough. I already know what's going on. Zhang Yi stopped him, and did not let him continue to show his ability. This ability is fatal. To put it simply, it is dedication, watering the plants with their own flesh and blood. If Zhang Yi were to rate this ability, it would definitely be a very low-level ability, because the price required is too high, and the effect can only be considered average. Li Jian gasped for air, and then called Professor Guan and asked him to help take out the grain seedlings and transplant them into the petri dishes. Snow Worship Cult. Zhang Yi murmured this name, feeling a certain degree of curiosity and vigilance about it in his heart. Obviously, Li Jian's ability acquisition is different from that of normal aliens, and is inspired by acquired abilities. The little white light between his eyebrows will definitely have some side effects. Although Zhang Yi still doesn't know what the side effects are. He doesn't believe that there are people in the world who just give without expecting anything in return. If what Li Jian showed today was not this kind of superpower in planting, but in combat, he would have sent Li Jian to his death. So let's just say it. I'm leaving. Zhang Yi lost interest in this place, and turned around and left the breeding room. Li Jian collapsed weakly on the ground, only to realize that his back was already soaked. For Zhang Yi, this was just a visit out of curiosity. But for Li Jian, and for the entire 18 people, they were all wandering on the edge of H.L. As long as Zhang Yi has the slightest thought, they will all die here. Zhang Yi returned to the safe house, ready to wait for what would happen next to judge how to act. If the shelter was really hit by a missile, he would have to determine the next place to live as soon as possible. It won't be in Yuelu community, because living here is not absolutely safe. It might be another safe area in Tianhai City, or it might be moved to a more remote place in the suburbs. I don't know if Lian Yu can succeed. If she successfully puts the chip into the network center computer of Shishan base, I can turn my passive into active. Zhang Yi thought secretly in his heart. But there is nothing he can do about this matter now. He can only wait for Lian Yu's subsequent actions. Shishan base. After Lian Yu returned from the fourth life warehouse, she had firmly decided to take the students to escape as soon as possible. Otherwise, I am afraid that few of this group of people will be able to survive in the future. With the failure of the campaign against Zhang Yi, Shishan base lost a large number of outstanding warriors, including half of the reformers. The Shishan base will definitely speed up the progress of human experiments to make up for the loss of combat effectiveness. Time was not on her side. Liang Yu walked to the second life warehouse. She lives in this area, and the information department of the Shishan base is also here, as well as some other important departments. When she came to the second life warehouse, she suddenly found that the aisles here were crowded with people. Those were the abducted villagers from Shijia town. They were all wearing gray clothes and electronic handcuffs, and they lined up in a long line against the wall. There were soldiers with guns patrolling around. They stared at the villagers sharply, and used their momentum to suppress the villagers so that they would not have the courage to resist. Seeing Liang Yu, soldiers immediately saluted. Team Liang. Liang Yu's combat uniform has the captain's gold star logo on it, which is a symbol of class in Shishan base. Liang Yu nodded, walked over and asked casually what they were doing. Hearing this, the soldier glanced at the lost villagers next to him, then walked up to Liang Yu and whispered that according to the orders of the higher-ups, a large number of mutation experiments would be carried out on them. Liang Yu's pupils shrank sharply. Mutation experiment? Do all these people want to go in? She couldn't help but think of the strange corpse she had seen stuffed into the food processing workshop. The human mutation experiment at Shishan base is not a secret, but is carried out openly. At least it's not a secret to the people in the advanced life warehouse. It's just that the test subjects in the fourth life warehouse were not informed. Why were experiments conducted on so many people? The success rate of the experiment is not that high. Right? Liang Yu asked in a deep voice. The soldier's expression was a bit astonished. He couldn't help but look at Liang Yu a few more times. Don't you know this matter clearly? As a captain-level natural stranger, Liang Yu had privileges at Shishan base. The soldiers thought Liang Yu knew the details. Liang Yu said that I had just arrived at the base not long ago, and I didn't understand it yet. The soldier suddenly realized. Yes, that is indeed the case. In fact, you should understand the reason. The Special Operations team members who went on this mission suffered almost all casualties, causing huge losses to the base's combat effectiveness. The above are probably trying to make up for the loss of combat power in this area. Liang Yu quietly clenched his fists, his joints creaking, his eyes filled with resentment towards Qin Xinyan, the leader of the base. She originally thought that these villagers were being robbed as laborers, but she didn't expect that Qin Xinyan was more cruel than she imagined. These villagers are not even considered laborers, but come here to be experimental subjects. Just look at her missing students, and you will know how low the success rate of this kind of experiment is. Liang Yu looked at the long line of people, as if he were seeing a group of lambs waiting to be harvested by the death scythe. Most of these people will die, and their bodies will be processed into protein meal replacements. Liang Yu's throat twitched twice. Her stomach was churning, and she almost vomited on the spot. She turned around and walked inside. But suddenly a problem was discovered. The Second Life warehouse concentrates all the core departments of the Shishan base. Test department, information department, engineering department, food safety department, warehousing center, etc. However, the underground space of Shishan base is limited, so these departments are connected to each other and are not too far from Liang Yu's dormitory. Moreover, it seems that Qin Xinyan believes that the source of the unrest in the base can only come from the fourth life warehouse. After all, the people in the advanced life warehouse have vested interests and have no reason to rebel. Therefore, the Shishan base's main defense is also the people in the fourth life warehouse. Therefore, although the second life warehouse has concentrated all key departments, it is not too tightly guarded. On weekdays, it's okay. There are guards patrolling. However, this time the mission failed, resulting in a sharp reduction in the number of patrolling guards. And because more than 400 Shujia town villagers needed to be sent for experiments, a large number of soldiers had to be mobilized to maintain stability. So many people gathered in the corridor of the second life warehouse, causing a certain degree of chaos. For her, this is the best time to enter the Ministry of Information. Liang Yu observed the surroundings as he walked. There was no room for failure in this operation. She had to be careful. Just as she passed the information department entrance, she slowed down slightly and observed the surrounding situation. At this time, a soldier responsible for guarding the villagers stared at her. Liang Yu walked around the information department, and when he passed a corner, he suddenly heard a voice coming from behind him. Teacher Liang, please wait a moment. Liang Yu's back suddenly tensed up, but she was still strong and calm and turned around. Then she saw a soldier in combat uniform walking toward her with a gun. Is there a problem? Liang Yu asked calmly, who knew that after the soldier was silent for a moment, he actually took off his helmet in front of her, revealing a slightly childish face. Teacher Liang. It's me. Seeing the person in front of him, Liang Yu couldn't help but shout Yi. The soldier in front of her was one of her students, who was taken away. Yi Xiaoyan looked around, cautiously came over and said to Liang Yu, Teacher Liang, it turns out that you have become the captain of the special team. I envy you so much. What's going on, and why did you become a member of the special forces team? Liang Yu stared at him and asked. A wry smile appeared on Yi Xiaotian's face. Do you really not know? I was the only successful experiment among the students who were taken away. He unbuttoned his clothes and exposed his chest. There was a very scary dark red scar there, just like the weird scar left by grafted plants. Liang Yu felt a little excited. She couldn't help but hug the student's shoulders tightly. Great. You are still alive. What about everyone else? Are they all dead? Liang Yu looked at him nervously and asked. Yi Xiaotian nodded with dark eyes. Yes. They are all dead. Although he had already guessed that this would be the result. Liang Yu still felt a little sad. There were other soldiers passing by. But when they saw that it was Liang Yu talking to Yi Xiaotian, they walked over without saying anything. After all, Liang Yu's identity is the captain of the special team, and he has jurisdiction over them. It is not strange to talk to Yi Xiaotian. Liang Yu looked at the students in front of him, and suddenly had an idea. If she acted alone, the risk factor would be very high. But if someone can cooperate with her, especially a member of the Special Forces team, then the chances of successfully infiltrating the Ministry of Information will be much greater. Liang Yu looked around and said to Yi Xiaotian, Come with me. I have something to say to you. Yi Xiaotian did not hesitate at all. After the end of the world, he had experienced too many HLS. There is only one person he can trust in this world now, that is Liang Yu. Without Liang Yu, he and those students would have been dead long ago at Tianqing College. Now that he has transformed into this person, who is neither human nor ghost, he also longs to get warmth and salvation from Liang Yu. Chapter 308 An interesting game. Liang Yu called Yi Xiaotian to a corner where he could avoid surveillance. Through the adult's words, she first tested Yi Xiaotian to see what his attitude was towards the Shishan base. After hearing this, Yi Xiaotian's eyes were filled with resentment, and he gritted his teeth and said, Teacher Liang, they don't treat us as human beings at all. Use us as guinea pigs for experiments. You can't even imagine what we went through in that laboratory. When Yi Xiaotian thought about what happened that day, his whole body began to tremble. He told Liang Yu the painful story of what happened. It turns out that Shishan base has long discovered that people may awaken supernatural powers in desperate situations. Therefore, the first step in transforming these people is to torture them in various ways, and make them constantly experience the feeling of near death, including 2 minutes of suffocation, electric shock, and spinning. Dozens of other methods. If none of these methods work, it basically proves that the person has no supernatural talent. But even so, they will not let go of these test subjects. The final method is to implant mutant cells into our bodies, Yi Xiaotian said, subconsciously touching his chest. Through this method, if we can withstand the rejection reaction and are not swallowed by the cells of the mutant, we can survive and gain power similar to those of the mutant. But the price is to cause lifelong irreparable damage to the body, and even shorten the lifespan. Yi Xiaotian gritted his teeth. His eyes filled with tears, and his hatred for the Shishan base was beyond words. Liang Yu hugged him distressfully, then looked into his eyes, and asked seriously, If you were given a chance to leave here, would you want it? Yi Xiaotian was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes showed hope, and he nodded decisively. Think. I have never dreamed of it. It would be best if we could destroy this damn place. Liang Yu felt relieved. Well, if that's the case, I need your help. Now due to the shortage of manpower, Yi Xiaotian was transferred and responsible for patrolling the Second Life warehouse. For a period of time every day, he would patrol near the Ministry of Information. With his cooperation, it would be much easier for Liang Yu to enter the information department. As long as she could step through that door, it would be easy for her, a former special agent, to insert a small chip into the computer. On the other side, Zhang Yi and the others stayed in the safe house for a day and received another call from Chen Xinyan. Chen Xinyan asked Zhang Yi, 1 day has passed. What is your answer? Zhang Yi smiled contemptuously, and my answer remained unchanged. You want me to surrender? It's impossible. Chen Xinyan's face was very ugly. Well, you asked for it. Then wait to be destroyed together with your shelter. After finishing speaking, Chen Xinyan was too lazy to talk nonsense this time, and ended the call directly. The expression on Zhang Yi's face was very calm. But he also understood in his heart that Chen Xinyan did not intend to talk to him anymore, which meant that the so-called missile was probably real. Just leave it at that. Zhang Yi lay down on the sofa, feeling very single in his heart. If you give up the shelter, you give up. Anyway, as long as people live, it's fine. There are people and materials in his hands. Where in the world can he go? There is no need to cling to his shelter. Zhang Yi is excellent at this point, and can see clearly. Anyway, as long as you can live, you can actually make do with many aspects of life. However, just when he was about to give up the shelter, he received news from Liang Yu. I've done what you asked me to do. Next, I hope you can keep your promise and help us escape from this place. Zhang Yi glanced at his phone and sat up from the sofa. Success? Originally, he just gave Liang Yu a Trojan chip with the attitude of giving it a try. In fact, he didn't have much hope that she could succeed. But I didn't expect that she really did it. She was worthy of being a bodyguard of the special department. Zhang Yi went directly to Lu Karen and Yang Xinxin's room without saying a word, stretched out his hand and pushed the door open. Xinxin. Good news. Our plan is done. The two girls were a little surprised to see Zhang Yi suddenly barging in. But after hearing what Zhang Yi said, they immediately understood why he was so excited. Yang Xinxin's eyes were full of excitement. As one of the world's top genius hackers, being able to hack into a shelter with a high security level is a very fulfilling thing for her. Okay. I'll get to work right away. She controlled the wheelchair to the workbench beside the bed. Zhang Yi had removed the computer in the control center and brought it here. Yang Xinxin's hands were operating quickly like playing a piano. Zhang Yi couldn't understand the various characters on the computer screen. He stood behind Yang Xinxin, waiting for her operation. Not long after, Yang Xinxin's hand stopped in front of the keyboard. She raised her snow-white neck and proudly said to Zhang Yi, Brother, I have completely mastered the network of Xishan base. Zhang Yi was a little surprised so quickly. In less than 10 minutes from beginning to end, Yang Xinxin turned the network system of Xishan base into her possession? Zhang Yi felt a little unreal. Because happiness came so suddenly. Yang Xinxin snorted lightly. If it weren't for the fact that they used an independent network and were connected to the public network, I would have broken through their security protection system long ago. All I need is a key to open that door. From a technical perspective alone, how can their technicians compare with me? You know, she is a hacker who has the ability to plant a flag on the official website of Grey Palace. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, that's what he said. Those who can work in the information department of an agency may not necessarily be the ones with the best skills. Most of the real computer experts are concentrated in private companies. After all, the short-term benefits in the agency are completely incomparable to those in private companies. The most important thing is that if you don't have a strong background, no matter how good your skills are, your room for improvement in the unit will be very limited. Therefore, software projects within the unit are usually outsourced. And those technicians who are fed by the emperor are naturally no match for world-class genius hackers like Yang Xinxin. Zhang Yi held her wheelchair with one hand and looked at the computer screen. Will our intrusion be discovered? Moreover, can we see all the information in their network? Zhang Yi's head subconsciously moved closer to Yang Xinxin, which made Yang Xinxin's face turn red. She lowered her head and said, Now I have the highest control authority over the Xishan base network. It's like looking down at them from God's perspective. All their operations will be observed by us, but they cannot detect our existence. The smile on Zhang Yi's face became deeper and deeper. Very good. Now we can know all their background. He pointed at the screen and pulled out all the information about missile launches. I wanted to see if they were bluffing. Zhang Yi is most concerned about this matter now. Yang Xinxin's 10 green and dexterous fingers were flying on the keyboard, and she quickly retrieved all the information Zhang Yi wanted to get. According to the investigation of the Xishan base, they do not have the authority to mobilize missiles, Yang Xinxin said. Zhang Yi felt a little relieved. But soon, he asked if it was possible for them to ask for foreign aid? For example, applying for transfer from other major military regions? Yang Xinxin immediately began to search the external communication records of Xishan base. After many searches, she found some key calls. The call record comes from Chen Xinyan, the leader of the Xishan base. The person on the call was Jin Ling, hundreds of kilometers away from Tianhai City. Lao Zhu, I want to ask you for a favor. Help me attack a unit in Tianhai City with missiles. Lao Chen, you have to think about it. The favor I owe you can only be used once. I know I can make a judgment on this matter. I will ask the department below to send you the coordinates later. As for the time, let's set it at 12 o'clock tomorrow night. Ha ha ha. No problem. After Zhang Yi listened to this conversation, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Jinling, where the Jiangnan region, one of the 6 military regions of China, is stationed. They hold extremely powerful armed forces in their hands, which are not comparable to those in Tianhai City. Zhang Yi hurriedly said to Yang Xinxin, Hurry up and see if they have sent the coordinates of the shelter. Yang Xinxin didn't speak. She had a serious look on her face and moved her hands very quickly. Soon, a smile appeared on her face. Brother, what good luck. They haven't had time to send the coordinates yet. After the end of the world, because most of the base stations were destroyed, it is actually impossible for ordinary people and units to grasp the precise coordinate system. However, important national units are not included in this example. For example, several major military regions have directly used the nebula system to implement positioning using military satellites. Of course, Shishan Base does not have such authority. This is a kind of high-level check and balance on the local level. Therefore, if Shishan Base wants to obtain the precise target of Zhang Yi's shelter, it still needs to go through many verifications. In addition, the Shishan Base is still essentially run like an agency unit, with complicated processes and low efficiency. So much so that the process is still stuck with Chen Xinyan's secretary Guro. Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Yang Xinxin looked at him, and suddenly showed a smile like a little devil. Brother, do we want to play an interesting game? Fun game? Zhang Yi blinked. When he saw Yang Xinxin smiling like this, he knew someone was going to be in trouble. Although her legs are paralyzed, her brain flexibility is more than 10 times that of ordinary people. In the shelter, everyone except Zhang Yi was played around by her. Yang Xinxin narrowed her eyes and said with a gentle smile, simply, let's change the coordinates of the missile attack to Shishan Base. How fun it is to let them blow themselves up. Chapter 309 Information about Shishan Base. After hearing Yang Xinxin's suggestion, Zhang Yi's heartbeat accelerated a few beats. Can it be done? If we modify the coordinates ourselves, will they find out? Zhang Yi felt that the people in the Ministry of Information were not so stupid that they could not even recognize the coordinates of his home. Yang Xinxin replied that what matters is not the coordinates they sent, but the coordinates received by the other party. I can block the messages they send, and then use their computers to send the coordinates of the West Mountain Base. Zhang Yi straightened his body and exhaled a long breath. That was simply great. Is there anything more satisfying than this feeling of repaying the other person with his own way? However, the Shishan Base is not so easily destroyed. Right? Zhang Yi touched his chin and said to himself. Thinking of this, he called Lu Karen over. Although Lu Karen is an expert in the field of mechanical engineering, he must also have rich knowledge in physics. Ku Yen, please help me analyze whether the structure of the Shishan Base can withstand the attack of a large-yield missile. When Lu Karen heard this, he immediately came over. Yang Xinxin called up the structural diagram of the entire base. After reading it, Lu Karen couldn't help but frown. Brother, let me tell you the truth. The structure of this shelter is very strong, and it is buried more than 100 meters underground. Not to mention missiles. Even H-strikes can be resisted as long as they are not in the center of the H-blast. Oh! If it is an earth-penetrating bomb specially designed to deal with underground fortifications, it may have a big impact, but it would be impractical to destroy it with one shot. Lu Karen spread his hands. After all, this kind of fortification was prepared for war. It's not that easy to destroy. Zhang Yi frowned and began to think about something very important. But for a while, Zhang Yi himself couldn't make up his mind. He said to Yang Xinxin, Xinxin, just follow what you said and change their coordinates. No matter what, there is definitely no problem in letting the missile that was originally intended to be fired at the shelter be fired at the Shishan Base. Also, please help me sort out the information on the Shishan Base. I will take a closer look later. Yang Xinxin nodded. Okay, brother. Zhang Yi put his hands in his pockets and walked out of their room with a serious face. Lu Karen blinked and asked Yang Xinxin curiously what was the elder brother thinking. Aren't the problems solved now? Yang Xinxin frowned slightly, and after thinking for a while, she slowly shook her head. I couldn't guess either. Well, are you so smart that you can't guess it? Lu Karen blinked. Yang Xinxin searched for information on Shishan Base. At this time, the Shishan Base network was like an information database with an open door, and she could retrieve information at will. I think my brother may want to take this opportunity to launch an attack on Shishan Base. But with his cautious character, how could he take risks? Lu Karen couldn't help but nodded when he thought of Zhang Yi's always steady character. That's right. Rather than taking the initiative to attack, the eldest brother prefers to protect himself first. These two little girls are very smart. But a person's high IQ does not mean that he can guess everything. Because to analyze human nature, you also need to have enough emotional intelligence. Zhang Yi opened the door and walked out of the safe house. What he was thinking about at this time was whether he should take this opportunity to completely destroy the Shishan Base. This is a very crazy plan that does not seem to be in line with Zhang Yi's usual style of doing things. However, this is something that Zhang Yi thought carefully and believed that it was indeed possible and necessary to do. Zhang Yi doesn't want to conflict with anyone unless he has to. He just wanted to live in the shelter with a few beautiful and lovely women. But the hatred between him and the Shishan Base has reached an irresolvable level. Even this time, he luckily avoided the missile attack from Xishan base. But who can guarantee that there won't be a next time? Chen Xinyan was once a senior official in Tianai City and had extensive connections throughout China. This time he can mobilize missiles from the Jiangnan region to attack the shelter. But what about next time? What will it be next time? You can only commit a thief in 1,000 days. But there is no way to prevent a thief in 1,000 days. Zhang Yi could either choose to give up his shelter and leave this place of right and wrong, or he could only choose to destroy the Xishan base to gain long-term stability. However, both options carry great risks. The first way is to find a shelter of the level of Yonk Manor. Looking at the whole country, it is difficult to find a second one. After all, in the past few decades, there has not been a trend of large-scale construction of high-end shelters in China. Zhang Yi has never heard of the second shelter like Yonk Manor 101, which has a perfect defense system and a comfortable living space. If there were any, they would have been occupied by other superpowers long ago. Therefore, Zhang Yi was unwilling to give up his sanctuary. But the second way requires directly facing the Xishan base. An offense is not what Zhang Yi is good at. Zhang Yi came to the room on the 20th floor. This was the place where he first practiced his powers, and the remaining charcoal from burning could still be seen on the ground. Zhang Yi pulled a chair from the side and sat in front of the window, while looking at the snowflakes flying outside the window. He thought about whether to do it or not. There is only one chance. That's when the missile strikes. Even if the Xishan base cannot be directly destroyed, it will still cause huge panic. And he also has weapons in his hands that can destroy the Xishan base, the 500 kilograms of TNT explosives he once collected, plus the hundreds of kilograms Lu Karen made for him, which is close to 1,000 kilograms. If you can take advantage of the chaos and throw these explosives into the base, the effect will definitely be wonderful. The bombing cannot destroy the Xishan base, but it can kill the people inside the Xishan base. Isn't it the same? Zhang Yi held his chin in one hand and muttered to himself while looking at the flying snowflakes outside the window. Ideals are always beautiful, but reality is often very cold. But Zhang Yi was not sure whether he could succeed or not. He is not an adventurous person, but being attacked and humiliated over and over again, all he could do was run away in despair. This was not his behavioral style. Zhang Yi, don't cause trouble. But I'm not afraid of trouble either. After Zhang Yi thought about it outside for a long time, he finally made up his mind he wanted to go back to study. It's just that he won't have too long to think about it. When the missile attack comes, there will be brief chaos in the Xishan base. That is the best time to attack. But once you miss it and people react, it will be difficult to attack later. Zhang Yi returned to the safe house. In the living room, 3 women, Zhou Qier, Yang Mi and Zhou Haimei, were eating melon seeds and chatting. Zhou Haimei's face is rosy now, and she looks several years younger than before. Obviously, he has been nourished by Uncle Yu a lot during these days. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Zhou Qier and Yang Mi looked at Zhang Yi with some resentment in their eyes. Recently, Zhang Yi has been busy dealing with the attack on Xishan base and has less time to rest with them. Zhang Yi coughed, ignored their gazes, and walked into Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen's room. Xinxin. Zhang Yi walked behind Yang Xinxin, held her wheelchair and said, I want to take a look at the current military configuration of Xishan base. I need to know about their troop strength and weapons and equipment. There is another very important point, which is the information about the aliens' abilities. Yang Xinxin looked surprised when she heard this. Brother, do you want to attack Xishan base? Zhang Yi glanced at her and said calmly that if there was a high enough chance of success, why not give it a try? We have to change the positions of both parties. We can't always be prey, but we have to be hunters. Zhang Yi smiled and said, Of course. I have to see what their strength is first. If there is a big gap in strength between us and them, just think of this idea as a joke. Yang Xinxin suddenly covered her mouth and smiled. This is the Zhang Yi brother I am familiar with. But to be honest, you did give me a little shock. The information has been sorted out and can be viewed at any time. Do you want to call it out now? Zhang Yi nodded. Yes. I want it now. Yang Xinxin gave up her seat, and Zhang Yi pulled the chair next to him and sat down. Soon, Yang Xinxin called up the current troop configuration and weapons and equipment configuration chart of Xishan base. At the current stage, Xishan base has 512 ordinary soldiers. These soldiers are all serving normal military service, with military service ranging from 3 to 10 years. They have relatively good combat literacy, are proficient in the use of a variety of weapons, and have certain close combat skills. The main function of this group of soldiers is to deal with ordinary people, and they are basically incapable of harming powerful combat-type aliens. The Core Combat Force, the AC Special Team, commonly known as Old A, has 64 members. The list here has removed more than 50 people killed by Zhang Yi. The members of the Special Operations Team are the real elites. They are either special forces or elites of certain special forces, possessing excellent skills in a certain field. In addition, the pinnacle of real combat power is the alien captain and some of the transformed humans who have successfully mutated. Here, Zhang Yi checked the difference between the two. There are a lot of aliens in Shishan base. According to the data, excluding Lian Yu, there are still 6 people left, and some of the aliens are innately awakened. There are also some abilities that help them awaken through acquired stimulation. As for those warriors who have not successfully awakened their powers, another way is used to gain extraordinary power: the implantation of mutant cells. According to the data, they transplanted cells belonging to Ling Feng, the captain of the Special Forces team. A small number of successfully transplanted warriors survived, which also led to a high degree of similarity in the abilities they possessed. And because of the mutation caused by the implantation of mutated cells, their growth rate is almost zero, and they will cause lifelong irreparable damage to the body. This is like transplanting an organ. Although rejection can be alleviated through drugs, the negative effects cannot be completely eradicated. The lifespan of a transformed person will be significantly shorter than that of ordinary people and aliens. There are currently 13 cyborgs in the Shishan base. Their combat effectiveness is lower than that of combat-type aliens, but far exceeds that of ordinary elite warriors. Although this group of people will be a little troublesome, it will not become a real trouble. After Zhang Yi browsed their information, he quickly looked at the part he was most concerned about: the information of captain-level aliens in Shishan base. Ling Feng's strengthening system. Capability code. Superman. Can comprehensively improve various body functions, and possess combat qualities 10 times that of normal humans. Speed. Strength. No special abilities. Comprehensive ability. Rated S. Zhang Yi couldn't help but take a deep breath after reading Ling Feng's data chart. As expected of the captain of the Shishan base Special Forces team, he is indeed strong enough. Although the two did not fight directly, Zhang Yi could feel the terror of that person when he saw him through a flashing window. After all, this is a guy who can leave fist marks on the walls of the shelter with his bare hands. Even the defective products implanted with his cells can dodge sniper bullets. What's more, it's my true self? If I want to attack the Shishan base, this person is the person I need to pay most attention to. Zhang Yi murmured to himself. Fortunately, this person's data chart does not show any means of remote attack. As long as you keep a sufficient distance from him, there won't be much of a problem. Even though he has an extremely powerful body, his speed will be weakened in the ice and snow. This is considered a weakness. Then, Zhang Yi continued to check the abilities of other strangers. Fang Zun released the system. Capability code. Fireman. Can release high-temperature flames from the body. Speed. Strength. Ability. Comprehensive ability. Rated B. Seeing this person's introduction, Zhang Yi couldn't help but want to laugh. It's a bit tragic that Ice Age actually awakened the power of fire. I'm afraid that his abilities can only be brought into play in special circumstances. Then look down. Zheng Xuerong Control Department. Capability code. Frozen. Can create solid ice blocks for use in battle. Speed. Strength. Ability. Comprehensive ability. Rated A. Suming Geowork type. Capability code. Poisonous beast. Can transform into a giant monster. Its strength is greatly enhanced, and its body fluids are extremely corrosive. Speed. Strength. Ability. Comprehensive ability. Rated A. Sherdaeon Work type. Capability code. Frost Giant Ape. Can transform into a giant frost-turned ape. The physical strength is greatly enhanced, and it has cold resistance. Speed. Strength. No special abilities. Comprehensive ability. Rated A. Yirongwa Spiritual Department. Capability code. Witch. The code name is deceptive and conceals its true capabilities. Deep hypnosis. You can hypnotize others through brain waves, complete death simulations, and even make them brain dead. Ability effects are best achieved through eye contact. Speed. Strength. Ability. Comprehensive ability. Rated A. Here, Zhang Yi first came into contact with the upper-level organization's classification of alien abilities. According to the intelligence from Shishan base, high-level professional organizations have classified aliens into 6 types according to their ability types. 1. Strengthening system. All abilities that enhance body functions in human form fall into this category. 2 Orc type. Aliens mutate to obtain special abilities from other creatures, including animals and insects. And those that produce morphological mutations fall into this category. 3 Control system. Any ability that gains telekinesis and can control objects falls into this category. 4 Release system, which is similar to the control system, but can release magical attacks by itself. 5 Mental system. Those who interfere with other people's brains through brain waves fall into this category. 6 Trait system. All aliens that cannot be classified by the above 5 types belong to this category. It can be seen that the upper-level classification of aliens is relatively general nowadays, and can only be classified according to basic manifestations of supernatural powers. Maybe in the future, more and more alien data will be obtained, and more detailed divisions will be made. Zhang Yi thought about it for a while, and found out that his superpower is space, which should not belong to any of the previous 5 types. So it can only be classified into the general trait system. Chapter 310 decided to counterattack. After reading the information about the aliens in Shishan base, Zhang Yi couldn't help but fold his arms and fell into deep thought. He was fully prepared, and the fighting strength on his side was Fatty Su, Uncle Yu and Huahua. The opponents are 6 strangers, and judging from the intelligence map, they all have quite strong combat capabilities. Even Fang Zun, the most useless-looking guy, was intimidating in the dense space of Shishan base. However, it's not completely impossible. If Liang Yu can be won over, then he can indeed give it a try. After all, he had seen the strength of the martial arts master. In any case, to implement this plan, 2 conditions must be met. The first is to ensure that the missile that Qin Xinyan asked for help can accurately hit the Shishan base, causing the Shishan base to fall into chaos or even be temporarily paralyzed. Second, we must win over Liang Yu so that we will not be at a numerical disadvantage. In addition to these 2 necessary conditions, I also need to make a complete action plan to ensure that even if the mission fails, I will not die. This is the top priority. Zhang Yi read the information several times, and kept each person's abilities and characteristics firmly in mind. This way, if you encounter it one day in the future, you will know how to deal with it. In addition to the configuration of troops, the weapons and equipment at Shishan base are also very powerful. However, this is not of great significance to consider. If Zhang Yi takes advantage of the chaos and invades the Shishan base, the special forces will not be able to use large weapons in the limited underground space. Then Zhang Yi's dimensional gate can restrain the weapons of ordinary soldiers to death. So, the most important thing is how to sneak in, place the explosives while ensuring safety, and escape unscathed? Zhang Yi sat on the chair, frowning, and there was a battle between heaven and man in his mind. Lu Karen on the side saw Zhang Yi's frown and suggested with a smile, "Brother, if you can't make up your mind, why don't you discuss it with everyone?" Yang Xinxin sneered disapprovingly and wanted to discuss it with us. What can we discuss with them? People with super high IQ and people with low EQ can sometimes be equated. Lu Karen smiled and said, "As the saying goes, 3 cobblers can even rival Zhuge Liang. What if they also have great ideas that you can find inspiration for?" Zhang Yi thought for a moment and smiled on his face. "That's right. I actually have this plan. Whether to attack Shishan base or not." He actually already had the answer in his heart. However, he needs to do it more steadily to increase his success rate. In order to implement the plan, he must get the consent of Fatty Su and Uncle Yu, although Zhang Yi thought they would definitely support him. It would be better to ask him in person. "Come on. Let's go out and have a meeting." Zhang Yi walked out of the room and called everyone in the safe house into the living room. In front of everyone, he stated his plan. "Next, we will have a rare opportunity to take down the Shishan base in one fell swoop. I think everyone understands that Shishan base is on the same level as us, and only one side can exist on this land. I, Zhang Yi, am not a competitive person, but I will not let others bully me either. This time, I must fight them, but I can't do it alone, so I need your strength. I don't know what you think." Hearing Zhang Yi say that he wanted to start a war with Shishan base, everyone in the room had different expressions on their faces. Some were excited, some were deep in thought, and some were worried. Zhang Yi had a panoramic view of everyone's expressions. But other people's opinions are not important to Zhang Yi. He just wants to hear what Fatty Su and Uncle Yu think. After all, these 2 talents are the most critical combat power. "Uncle Yu, you are the oldest here. Please tell me your opinion first." Uncle Yu nodded when he heard this. He sat on the sofa, crossed his hands, and said cautiously that Shishan base had suffered heavy losses in Yunk Manor. and it was impossible to reconcile with them now. Rather than sit back and wait for death, it is better to take the initiative. This time we have found a good opportunity to use each other's spear to attack the other's shield and create chaos for them. I think we should seize this opportunity. Uncle Yu raised his head and looked at Zhang Yi firmly. Zhang Yi, I owe you a lot. As long as you want to attack the Shishan base, I will definitely accompany you to the end. Uncle Yu and Zhang Yi looked at each other and smiled. Zhang Yi trusted Uncle Yu very much and knew that he would definitely be on his side. After all, he is a moral person and will repay kindness. Zhang Yi looked at Fatty Su. Fatty, what about you? Compared to Uncle Yu, Fatty Su was a little hesitant. His character has always been as timid as a mouse. And he is hesitant in doing things. When I heard that there was going to be a war with the Shishan base, I couldn't help but feel anxious. Us. Can you beat them? There are many strangers on the other side, as well as troops. There are also more weapons than we have. Zhang Yi said calmly that you don't need to worry about this. We are no less than each other on the level of strangers. As for ordinary soldiers, I will take care of it. You should know my methods. Right? Zhang Yi looked down at the fat man on the sofa and really wanted to punch him. Zhang Yi thought he was stable enough, but he didn't expect there to be anyone more stubborn than him. And don't forget, how many people in Shujia town died at their hands. Don't you want to avenge your fellow villagers? Fatty Su scratched his head. Actually, not too bad. Anyway, I don't know those people in the village very well. The muscles on Zhang Yi's face twitched, and he wanted to pull hard on his fat face. Before Zhang Yi could say anything else, he raised his head and said to Zhang Yi, Boss, since you want to fight, I'll fight with you. Zhang Yi looked at him in surprise. You thought about it so quickly? Fatty Su sighed. I'll have food and drink with you, so you don't have to worry about anything. If something happens to you, it would be meaningless for me to live alone in this end of the world. As a person, the most important thing is to choose the right platform. So I decided to take a gamble. Fatty Su raised his fist. His eye is so clear for the first time. Although he is a little timid, at least he is not stupid. He also knows that you have to work hard to follow Zhang Yi. Otherwise, why would anyone take you in? Zhang Yi smiled and nodded. Well, in that case, we've decided. Did it with Shishan base? Uncle Yu and Fatty Su nodded and it was done. The other women made no comment from beginning to end. Girls of the same age as Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen naturally supported Zhang Yi to take revenge at the Shishan base in an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. As for Zhou Haimei, Zhou Qir and Yang Mi, they were a little worried. But they had no choice but to support Zhang Yi and the other three. Fatty Su nervously said to Zhang Yi, Boss, you must plan this operation well. Don't worry. I don't want to die so early. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. And then we started the combat meeting. I have to introduce to you the opponent I will face and my plan. Uncle Yu said that I can help in this regard. After all, when I was in the army, I also received professional military training. Well, that's settled, Zhang Yi said, looking at Yang Xinxin and saying, Xinxin, first introduce the basic situation of Shishan base to Uncle Yu and Fatty Su. Just give them a sense of what I just looked at. They have to know the internal structure of the Shishan base, and the opponent's strength and abilities. Yang Xinxin nodded. Then you two please come with me. Yang Xinxin took the two of them over to learn all kinds of information about Shishan base. Zhang Yi came to the side, and took out his mobile phone to contact Liang Yu. If you want to launch an attack on Shishan base, you must have the right time, right place, and the right people. Tianshi is the time when missiles attack the Shishan base and cause chaos. The geographical location was favorable because he had a comprehensive understanding of the structure of the Shishan base. Relying on this, they can use explosives to destroy various important facilities in the Shishan base and kill everyone inside. As for Renhe, he asked Liang Yu to cooperate with him and create chaos inside and outside. Of course, this martial arts master himself is also a powerful fighter. As for whether Liang Yu is willing to cooperate, there is no suspense. Now she needs Zhang Yi's help, and she has no reason to refuse. Zhang Yi took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Liang Yu. Thank you for helping us solve a problem. I will keep my promise and help you leave. Please hide in a safe place before 12 o'clock tomorrow night. Then there will naturally be a chance for you to escape. We will respond outside. Please escape as soon as possible. After the message was sent, Zhang Yi waited for a long time before receiving Liang Yu's response. She needed to consider security issues at the Shishan base, and did not dare to use that special mobile phone card to contact Zhang Yi. Will you bring someone to pick us up? Very good. I will definitely go there on time. But if you have any plans, you can tell me so that I can cooperate with you. Zhang Yi could feel Liang Yu's excitement. Zhang Yi said that the network at Xishan Base has been controlled by us. So you don't need to worry about communication security. In short, there will be changes at the Xishan Base at 12 o'clock tomorrow night. You will understand the specific situation by then. As for what we need from you at that time, we will inform you. Zhang Yi did not tell Liang Yu the detailed combat plan. Liang Yu is an indecisive person. If she learns that Zhang Yi plans to blow up the Xishan Base, she may not agree. After all, doing that means that thousands of people in Xishan Base will die. Therefore, for safety reasons, Zhang Yi did not intend to tell the whole story. Liang Yu had no choice but to say, "Okay, we will find a safe place to hide before 12 o'clock, and then wait for you to come and join us." Well, that's settled then. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he put away his cell phone and walked into Yang Xinxin's house to discuss the future battle plan with Fatty Su and Uncle Yu. Chapter 3:11 Bait. There are still 31 hours before the missile attack at 12 o'clock tomorrow night. Yang Xinxin has modified the coordinates set by Xishan Base and replaced the coordinates of the shelter with the location coordinates of Xishan Base. So if nothing unexpected happens, the missile will definitely land at the Xishan Base. In order to deal with the strong shelters, the Jiangnan region must use large-yield ground-penetrating bombs. According to Lucaren's calculations, it was impossible for this kind of missile to destroy the Xishan Base buried hundreds of meters underground. But it would still have no problem causing strong vibrations and an earthquake of magnitude 8. Zhang Yi said to Yang Xinxin, "When the time comes, Xinxin, you will control the network of the Xishan Base and cut off their power supply. The main energy source of Xishan Base is electricity. Once the power supply is cut off, the entire Xishan Base will be temporarily paralyzed, which will inevitably cause huge panic." At this time, Yang Xinxin reminded Zhang Yidao that although I can control the power outage through the internet, however, there are still manual operation solutions available within the Xishan Base to restore the operation of the power system. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. It doesn't matter. Just causing chaos for a short period of time is enough. When the time comes, Liang Yu will lead her students to escape from the fourth life warehouse. When Zhang Yi said this, a cunning arc flashed in his eyes. With Liang Yu taking the lead, the entire fourth life warehouse will be led. Those who have been oppressed for a long time will definitely try to seize control of the Xishan Base. And the thousands of people inside will cause even greater chaos. When the time comes, our opportunity will come. It is very difficult to destroy the huge Xishan Base with Zhang Yi and the others alone. But the problem is that the internal contradictions in Xishan Base are huge. All they need is Zhang Yi to provide a fuse, and they will detonate on their own. There is another important point in this. That is, the residents of the fourth life warehouse are not all ordinary people. In fact, at the beginning of the apocalypse, the people who took refuge in Xishan Base were all prominent figures in Tianhai City. These people are ambitious and ruthless enough, and they cannot be willing to keep riding bicycles to generate electricity. Therefore, Zhang Yi concluded that these people would definitely take the opportunity to rebel. Lu Karen crossed his arms and said worriedly, "But in that case, wouldn't Teacher Liang and the others be in great danger? Usually those who initiated the unrest in the first place had to face directly the soldiers who suppressed it." Zhang Yi said disapprovingly that if you want to gain freedom, you must make sacrifices. They should also understand this in their own hearts. And with Liang Yu protecting them, they shouldn't die too much. In fact, Zhang Yi didn't care about the lives of those students at all. As long as Liang Yu can help him cause turmoil in the Xishan Base, he doesn't care whether others die or not. Then we'll take advantage of the chaos and go in. And then, what to do next? Fatty Su scratched his head, a little confused about the purpose of this trip. Although we say we want to destroy the Xishan Base, how can we do it to completely destroy it? Kill their leader Qin Xinyan? This doesn't seem to have much effect, because if you kill one Qin Xinyan, there will definitely be a second person to take over. Is it possible that we want to kill everyone in Xishan Base? Fatty Su laughed after saying that. He felt that he had made an interesting joke, but the smile on Zhang Yi's face was more serious. Fatty Su's laughter stopped suddenly, and he looked at Zhang Yi in astonishment. "Boss, you don't really want to kill them all, do you?" Not only Fatty Su, but also others looked at Zhang Yi in surprise, feeling that this plan was too crazy and difficult to implement. Zhang Yi did not hide anything, and went straight to show off his cards and said that he would at least kill most of their leadership and reduce the number of Xishan Base personnel by more than 80%. Of course, it's best to kill them all. This is not impossible. I have a lot of explosives in my hands. Some of which were captured by me when they used to destroy the shelter. And some of which are from my own hoard. Do you understand the consequences of detonating such a large amount of explosives in a dense underground space? Others did not understand this knowledge either. So they all looked at Lu Karen and Yang Xinxin. After Lu Karen thought for a moment, he explained that the elder brother had about 1,000 kilograms of explosives in his hand. If such a large amount of explosives detonates, it will definitely cause huge damage to the building, destroy part of the Xishan base, and kill some of the nearby population. But the greatest damage goes far beyond that. First, it will destroy various life support systems in the entire Xishan base, such as the power supply system, water circulation system, air circulation system, and even blow up the escape routes. If any of these systems is destroyed, it will make it difficult to survive in the underground space of Xishan base. In addition, the explosion requires a large amount of oxygen, and it is likely that the vast majority of people who are not within the scope of the explosion will die of suffocation due to lack of oxygen. Lu Karen's explanation made everyone understand how terrible Zhang Yi's plan was. It can be said that it is one link after another. Even if there is a mistake in some link and an effective kill is not achieved, there are other ways of death waiting for the people at the Xishan base. Fatty Su asked again at the right time, "Boss, your plan is great, but how do we sneak into the Xishan base? If you just break in like this openly, you will easily get lost, and you will be easily recognized," Zhang Yi said. "Of course, I have considered this. First of all, we must keep the structural diagram of the Xishan base in mind. There is a 3D structural diagram on the computer. Let me look at it carefully. This is a matter of life and death, and should not be taken carelessly. As for how to enter and place explosives, just disguise it," Zhang Yi said, reaching out and taking out 2 sets of white combat uniforms from the different space. He had used different dimensions to devour several Special Forces members before. These 2 sets of combat uniforms were ripped off by him from the Special Operations team members. "We put on these clothes, and the internal chaos will make it easy to sneak in." Zhang Yi reached out and pointed at the computer screen. "The explosives are placed in the second life warehouse, and all important life support systems in the entire Xishan base are here. I don't have to choose a place. Just choose a more private place. After all, 1,000 kilograms of explosives have the same effect wherever they are placed. As for the aliens, who would meet each other below and a head-on collision, they didn't need to worry. Zhang Yi's dimensional gate is more powerful in the narrower the place. It will form a defense that is absolutely impossible to break through. Unless the opponent possesses the terrifying power to break through its critical point, this power has not yet been discovered in humans." Zhang Yi's plan was very detailed. Even a coward like Fatty Su breathed a sigh of relief after hearing it, and thought it was very feasible. Next, Zhang Yi reiterated the combat plan to everyone and assigned weapons to them respectively. Although the power of ordinary firearms is already very weak for aliens, it is always possible to use them if they are carried with them. It's also good to clear out the miscellaneous soldiers, especially Fatty Su. After he entered the base, it was difficult for him to use his powers, so he had to rely on guns to fight. Everyone was in the same room, inspecting firearms and equipment, and discussing how to cooperate when the time came, and how to deal with emergencies. Fatty Su was obviously a little nervous, and sweat started to form on his forehead. Uncle Yu seemed much calmer and calmer. After all, he had a military career for many years, and he had experienced many life and death fights with Zhang Yi and Yuelu community, so he was not so nervous. But from his eyes, you can still see a trace of excitement, and it's obvious that his heart is not so peaceful. And what about Zhang Yi? Almost like Uncle Yu, it is the first time to face an opponent of this level. It would be a lie to say that I am not nervous. But he had already decided to do it, so he wouldn't hesitate at all. However, Zhang Yi also thought of an escape route. Once he discovers that anything is wrong, he will immediately lead people to escape. As a beast, Hua moves much faster than ordinary aliens. At that time, it can transform into a chariot and take Zhang Yi to escape underground. If he were outside, his snowmobile could easily drive him several blocks away. After all, the snow transportation at the Xishan base only has 1 snowmobile and dozens of negligible sleds. Remember, getting things done is the second most important thing. The first important thing is to save your life. Zhang Yi reminded Uncle Yu and Fatty Su seriously. Uncle Yu smiled and nodded, while Fatty Su nodded like a fool. Xishan base. After Liang Yu and Zhang Yi finished chatting, they immediately took out the phone SIM card and turned off the phone. In order to avoid being discovered contacting the outside world, Liang Yu always turned on her phone at intervals to check whether Zhang Yi had contacted her. Knowing that Zhang Yi would come to meet him tomorrow night, Liang Yu couldn't help but feel a little excited. Finally, she can escape from this devil's cave with her students. That night, Liang Yu came to the Fourth Life warehouse and found the students. She did not tell the students about her escape tomorrow. After experiencing so many things, she has learned to be smart. And such an important action must not be leaked. Otherwise, everyone's life may be in danger. She just told everyone not to sleep until 12 o'clock tomorrow night. She had something very important to tell everyone then. After hearing this, everyone naturally had no objections and nodded in agreement. In the past few days, more and more people have disappeared around me. Especially in recent times. The frequency of such disappearances has become higher than before. And no one is not afraid. And Liang Yu has become their only backbone. So they will naturally obey Liang Yu's instructions. After Liang Yu notified the students in the Fourth Life warehouse, he returned to the Second Life warehouse to find Yi Xiaoyan and Meng Zixuan, who was Qin Xinyan's mistress. As long as her students are alive, she hopes to take them with her. No one can give up. At 12 o'clock tomorrow night, come to the Fourth Life warehouse. I have something very important to say to you. Liang Yu said to the three of them. Yi Xiaoyan nodded in agreement without hesitation. Okay, Teacher Liang. As for Silence Ling and Meng Zixuan, after listening to Liang Yu's words, they began to think in their hearts. Teacher Liang, are you planning to escape? Silent Ling leaned against the wall and glanced at Liang Yu coldly. At Shishan base, escaping privately is equivalent to betraying the organization, which is a capital crime. Meng Zixuan sat in front of the dressing table, applying lipstick carefully. Teacher Liang shouldn't be that stupid. Now she is the captain of the special team, with a distinguished status and no worries about food and clothing. There's no need to do that. Liang Yu couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken when she looked at their current state. However, in just a few months, the youthful and immature aura in them had disappeared, and instead, they became like two prostitutes. She was obviously not yet 20 years old, but her clothes and makeup were extremely mature, and she tried her best to show off her feminine charm. Liang Yu took a deep breath and told the two of them that Shishan base is not a paradise as you think. There are a lot of dirty things going on here. You just don't know. Take my advice. This is not the place for you. Who would have thought that after hearing Liang Yu's words? Silence Ling and Meng Zixuan looked at each other and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Did you hear it? Teacher Liang actually said that we don't understand anything. This is really ridiculous. Hey, Teacher Liang, do you really treat us like 3-year-olds? The two girls laughed until their stomachs ached. Liang Yu looked at them in astonishment. You guys. Silence Ling suddenly raised her head, looked at Liang Yu coldly, and said goodbye to Teacher Liang. We know better than you what is going on here. As she said this, she walked step by step to Liang Yu, stared into her eyes and said, But, so what? This is HL. Isn't it outside? At least we can live well here and enjoy a superior life. As for the life and death of other people, we are not in the mood to care. Meng Zixuan put on lipstick and admired it in the mirror. Then she turned to Liang Yu and said to Teacher Liang, Stop holding on to the innocent fantasy before. We are grateful to you for keeping us alive. But this world is very cruel. If you keep being a good person, you will be in bad luck one day. Liang Yu looked at his students and felt extremely strange. Obviously a few months ago, they were still the kind of delicate little princesses who behaved innocently and kindly in front of her. But how to describe them now? Although Liang Yu did not want to use such words, the word, whore, did come out of her heart. Liang Yu lost hope in them. She sighed and said, Actually, I just want everyone to have a good reunion together. After saying that, she turned and left the room where the two of them were. Meng Zixuan and Shen Moling were a little stunned when they heard this. And they looked at each other. Do you believe what Teacher Liang said? I don't believe it. What about you? I don't believe it either. A ferocious look suddenly flashed across Silent Ling's eyes. It seems like she is really planning to defect from the organization. I want to report this matter to the leader. Chapter 3:12 Position. Silent Ling and Meng Zixuan were extremely excited because they vaguely realized that they had captured very important information. If Liang Yu really plans to defect from the organization, they can take the opportunity to claim credit from Qin Xinyan. After all, since Qin Xinyan favored them last time, it has been half a month since he touched them again. There is no shortage of beautiful girls in Shishan base. Most of the people here are either rich or noble, and the girls are all little princesses from rich families, spoiled and pampered. With the upper and lower limits of their appearance set here, they are both pretty. but not overwhelmingly beautiful. And given Xinxian's age, the demand is not that strong. Especially after the conflict with Zhang Yi. His needs in that area have been reduced a lot. This made Silence Ling and Meng Zixuan very uneasy, fearing that one day, they would be thrown back to the Fourth Life Warehouse. After enjoying the luxurious life in the Second Life Warehouse. They cannot accept this kind of thing. So after Liang Yu left the room, the two of them rushed out of the room, planning to report it. But when the two opened the door and went out, they saw Liang Yu standing outside the door, looking at them with a disappointed look on his face. You guys let me down so much. Liang Yu raised his hand and struck twice on their necks like lightning. Silence Ling and Meng Zixuan's eyes darkened and they fainted. Liang Yu had completely given up on them. In order to ensure the safety of other students, she tied up the two girls tightly and stuffed them into the closet. When she was about to leave, she saw a bottle of sleeping pills on the table. So another person fed them 2 pills. Everyone also lived in the Second Life Warehouse. And Liang Yu knew that Meng Zixuan, Mo Ling, and others had little interaction with each other on weekdays. After all, the other people living here are all elites. And they obviously don't bother to communicate with the two mistresses. So no one would come looking for them. As long as they can sleep until tomorrow night, they and other students will be safe. Liang Yu made sure that the cupboard would not suffocate anyone. Then took away their keys, walked out, and locked the door from the outside. Just when Liang Yu breathed a sigh of relief and was about to go back and take a rest, a familiar voice sounded in his ears. Miss Liang. It's so late. What are you doing here? Liang Yu's body stiffened slightly, and she felt a little nervous inside, because the voice came from Xinxian's personal secretary Garo. Liang Yu kept herself calm and turned to look at her with a smile. Garo wore a black uniform suit and a pair of burgundy wide-rimmed glasses, and always had a professional smile on her face. I'm about to go back. Secretary Gu. Where are you going? The smile on Garo's lips became even thicker. She stepped on her high heels and walked step by step to Liang Yu, narrowing her eyes slightly and staring at her. This gave Liang Yu a bad feeling. Miss Liang, you often go to the Fourth Life Warehouse these 2 days, right? Garo's words made Liang Yu's nerves become tense. Could it be that? Was your plan discovered? Or is there a traitor among the students who leaked the news? His thoughts were spinning 1,000 times. But Liang Yu remained calm on the surface. I went to see the students. Speaking of this, Liang Yu recalled his plan without any omissions. Although she informed the students to gather at 12 o'clock tomorrow night, she did not clearly explain what they were going to do. So even if the news leaks, she can use other reasons to excuse it. Therefore, Liang Yu showed his most reasonable behavior in this situation. She suddenly frowned and asked Secretary Garouche coldly. I'm planning to ask you something. Why have so many of my students disappeared inexplicably after we have been here for more than a month? Garou didn't expect that she would be questioned by Liang Yu. She frowned slightly, and then said, I should have told you that there are many divisions of labor within the Xishan base. Everything must be obeyed and obeyed. The power generation workshop is not the only working department. They were transferred to other places according to the needs of the organization. After hearing Garou's explanation, Liang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Apparently, she just heard that she went to the Fourth Life Warehouse. The plan has not been revealed yet. Liang Yu immediately sneered. Is this really like this? Even if something like this happens, half of my students will not disappear. She stared into Garou's eyes and asked Secretary Dao Gu domineeringly. Are you using my students for human experiments? There was a hint of surprise in Garou's eyes. But then she smiled disapprovingly. It seems that you also know about that matter. But that's okay. Since you are inside the base, and you are the captain of the special team, you have to know sooner or later. It also saves me the time to explain to you. Garou admitted it openly. Yes, some of your students were sent for human experimentation. The purpose is to help them unlock their potential and become different people. She spread her hands. But you also know that the existence of aliens is extremely rare. So the success rate of the experiment is not that high. In fact, the success rate of human experiments at Xishan base is pitifully low. And there have been few successful cases so far. Even the current alien captains have used other special methods. Garou unabashedly confessed to Liang Yu about the experiment. Because Liang Yu is a stranger that Xishan base values very much. With her identity and status, she will know about this matter sooner or later. It can even be said that in the first to third life chambers, human experimentation itself is not a secret. After all, this kind of experiment requires a large number of experimental subjects. And in a limited space, this kind of thing itself is difficult to completely cover up. Liang Yu showed the anger he deserved. You actually used my students to do experiments. Garou smiled and reached out to pat her shoulder. Miss Liang, calm down. I think you are not a child anymore. So you are not so naive as to think that the base will support so many people for no reason. Right? All gifts from fate have actually been marked with a clear price tag. If the base hadn't accepted you, you and those students would have died long ago. Therefore, it is your obligation to dedicate yourself to the base. After listening to Garou's words, Liang Yu didn't know how to refute for a moment. Indeed, if they had not come to Shishan base, they might have died long ago. Even if he has been hiding in Tianqing Academy, sooner or later the supplies will run out. However, this does not mean that Liang Yu can accept Garou's words. They can use other ways to exchange for living space, instead of using their own lives. Liang Yu said coldly. Garou smiled and shook her head, sighed and looked at Liang Yu, as if she was teaching a stupid naughty boy. You are still too idealistic. Miss Liang, you must understand that you are now an upper-level figure in Shishan base. Isn't the reason why you can enjoy such good living conditions precisely because of the dedication of those people down there? As you are enjoying the benefits that the students have sacrificed for. Don't talk nonsense here. People sometimes have to live a little selfishly. Do you think your life is not good now? Garou smiled and stared into Liang Yu's eyes, trying to persuade her to accept the survival rules of the Shishan base. Liang Yu was silent for a moment, then lowered his head and sighed. I see. The smile on Garou's face became even thicker. That's right. Sooner or later you will understand this in the last days. So, good night. After saying that, she left Liang Yu lightly. Chapter 313, The Decisive Battle in Shishan. After Garou left, Liang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not exposed. Otherwise, everything will be in vain. Liang Yu disagreed with Garou's theory. She felt that mankind could not enter the era of social Darwinism just because of the end of the world. Once that happens, the entire human race will collapse and perish. Not to mention far. At least she couldn't abandon her students. It seems that I have been suspected by her. But she has no evidence, and will not take any action against me. It doesn't matter. Wait until tomorrow. I will leave this ghost place. Liang Yu's eyes flashed with determination. And then he tried his best to pretend as if nothing had happened and returned to his room. This is bound to be an extraordinary day. Although it was very peaceful on the surface. There were no disturbances anywhere. But Zhang Yi and others understood that something important enough to determine their future was about to happen. So that night, Zhang Yi and others took melatonin in order to sleep well. And then set the alarm clock to wake up on time tomorrow. A night of silence. The next day came quickly. Zhang Yi and his party slept until about 10 o'clock in the morning. Because they stayed up late last night to discuss tactics. Everyone went to bed relatively late. After getting up, Zhou Haimei, Yang Mi, and Zhou Qir had prepared a sumptuous lunch. Zhang Yi and others were eating and confirming the battle plan, making sure that there would be no problems in every aspect of the mission process. Zhang Yi placed a plate of fish next to his own plate, and Hua Hua jumped on the table to eat with him. Everyone is already used to Zhang Yi's doting on Hua Hua. Zhang Yi said that according to the agreed time, the missile attack time is 12 o'clock tonight. We need to go ahead and prepare nearby. As long as a missile attack occurs, Liang Yu and the others will take advantage of the chaos and run out. Zhang Yi tapped the table hard with his fingers. We must wait until Liang Yu and the others run out before we go over. Once Liang Yu and the others don't show up, it means there's something wrong with them. And if we can't get the guidance of a guide, don't hesitate to give up the plan immediately. Although we are already familiar with the internal structure of the Shishan base, there is a possibility of getting lost after going down. And someone must guide us. Uncle Yu and Fatty Su couldn't help but nod their heads, agreeing very much with Zhang Yi's idea. Then according to the predetermined plan, mix into the chaotic crowd and install explosives. Then run out. If anything uncertain happens in the middle, we should run directly without any hesitation. Remember, safety first. There is no need to take any uncertain risks. What Zhang Yi values most is his own life. Fatty Su nodded, expressing his agreement with this point. Uncle Yu said seriously. In other words, if the plan is to succeed, it must first ensure that Liang Yu and her students are rescued. Right? Zhang Yi curled his lips. How to say? The life and death of Liang Yu's students are not important at all. But without Liang Yu, subsequent plans would be difficult to implement. Just take it as such. But the important thing is Liang Yu, not her students. Several people went back and forth to study the battle plan. Every possibility was carefully analyzed. The purpose is to ensure that they are in an absolutely safe state. Finally, there is a very crucial point. Zhang Yi looked at Uncle Yu, Fatty Su, and Hua Hua seriously. Hua Hua felt Zhang Yi's gaze. So she picked up her head from the fish and looked at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi said that since we are fighting in the chaos of the opponent's base, their large weapons and equipment cannot be used. But I can deal with ordinary soldiers and thermal weapons. But the most difficult problem is how to deal with their 6 aliens. Zhang Yi looked at them expectantly, and I was ready to deal with them in the same way as Tianji's horse racing. Of course, the prerequisite is that we can't escape their pursuit. If we can run, we should choose to escape as soon as possible. The waiting process is undoubtedly very painful. This day seems to be much longer than before. Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu were repeatedly checking their weapons and equipment. Yang Xinxin has been staying in front of the computer, monitoring the network operations of the entire Xishan base. Avoid unexpected situations. It was slowly getting dark. Zhang Yi glanced at his watch. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Driving at night is slower, and you have to consider not exposing yourself. So it takes about 3 hours to drive from here to the Xishan base. 50 kilometers away. It's time. Let's go! Zhang Yi suddenly stood up from the sofa. Uncle Yu and Fatty Su's eyes flashed with determination, and they gritted their teeth and stood up. Several women came over. Yang Mi and others hugged Zhang Yi and said gently to Zhang Yi, "We are here waiting for you to come back safely." Zhang Yi smiled and kissed them one by one. "Don't worry. My greatest advantage, Zhang Yi, is that I care about my life. So I'll be fine." Zhou Haimei also gave Uncle Yu a few words of advice and helped him tighten his clothes. Zhou Haimei looked at Uncle Yu with eyes full of reluctance. For these women, they have already developed deep feelings with the men in their families. This feeling may come from dependence, or it may be something else. But they all know that without the men, whether they can survive in the apocalypse is a problem. Fatty Su was alone, so he had to take out his mobile phone and open an app. A two-dimensional girl jumped out, smiled and encouraged him, and said Anata, "Goddamn daddy." Fatty Su immediately smiled. "AI Li, I will definitely complete the mission and come back safely." Before leaving, Zhou Kier was still a little worried. She took Zhang Yi's hand and said, "Otherwise, let me go with you. There is a doctor nearby, and I can help treat you if you are injured." Zhang Yi shook his head. "If we really encounter trouble, the other party must be a stranger. You won't be able to help much by then. We all carry emergency medicine and can take care of it ourselves." Zhang Yi didn't make his words too obvious. However, Zhou Kier also understood that as an ordinary person, he might become a burden. She looked at Zhang Yi eagerly. "Well, don't forget to use the medicine I gave you." Zhang Yi nodded. "Don't worry. You won't forget it." The 3 people left the safe house and went downstairs in the dark. Zhang Yi took out the snowmobile and got into the cab. The 3 men were all wearing white combat uniforms. If you hadn't looked carefully, you would have thought they were members of the Special Operations team at the Xishan base. Braving the snowy night, the snowmobile rumbled into action and headed towards the Xishan base. Chapter 3:14 Eve. Zhang Yi and the others headed towards the Xishan base. The headset is connected to a radio and satellite phone, which can communicate with Yang Xinxin in real time. Although Yang Xinxin is sitting at home, she is also on another battlefield. In this operation, her role is very crucial. "Brother, Xishan base has just confirmed the time and coordinates of the missile launch with Yang'an region. The time is exactly 12 o'clock tonight. As for the coordinates, I have already modified them secretly, so there is no need to worry." Zhang Yi nodded and received it. "Continue to monitor their network and report any issues." Receive. The night was very dark, and Zhang Yi did not dare to drive too fast. Although there were flat plains everywhere under the heavy snow, he was afraid that someone would notice the sound of the snowmobile's engine. With Yang Xinxin's guidance, they arrived near the Xishan base without any hindrance. Zhang Yi clearly learned the coordinates of the Xishan base, and his car stopped 3 kilometers away. The 3 people checked the time, and it was already 11:25 p.m. The heater was on inside the car, allowing the 3 of them to maintain their body temperature so that they could carry out the next actions in the best condition. Zhang Yi took out a silver box from another space and opened it, revealing 10 potions. He took out 2 potions and handed them to Uncle Yu and Fatty Su behind him. This is a specially formulated stimulant that can excite your body and nerves, exert far greater strength than usual, and reduce pain. After finishing speaking, Zhang Yi picked up a potion and plunged it into his wrist first. Uncle Yu didn't hesitate when he saw this and injected himself. Fatty Su asked while injecting himself, "Do stimulants have side effects?" Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. "Even if there are side effects, They will happen later, and will not happen in a short time. Save your life first. After the mission is completed, you can rest as much as you want when you go back, and make up for yourself as much as you want. Fatty Sue nodded and said the same thing. Life is more important than a few side effects. After injecting the stimulant, the three of them felt a special warmth in their bodies after a while. Although it was night, there was no trace of fatigue in their expressions, and their eyes became extraordinarily bright. Inside the Shishan base, Liang Yu arrived at the fourth life warehouse at the agreed time. At night, there are still people working overtime to generate electricity in the underground life warehouse. However, Liang Yu took advantage of his privilege and called all the students over. Even the person in charge of the power plant did not dare to have any objections. Liang Yu gathered the students together. Everyone, put on the thick clothes you came with. We are about to leave the Shishan base. It is 50 or 60 degrees below zero outside. Wearing such thin clothes will definitely freeze to death. When the students heard this, some of them immediately realized that they were leaving here. Teacher Liang, are we going to escape? A boy lowered his voice and asked excitedly. Shoo! Wu Qingyu glared at him sternly, said nothing, and followed Teacher Liang's instructions. The boy quickly covered his mouth. Everyone reached a certain tacit understanding, and they all vaguely looked forward to it. In the darkness, everyone's eyes were shining with hope. When they came here before, they were all wearing winter clothes issued by Tianqing Academy. But after entering, the clothes were put away because the temperature underground was not that cold. Everyone didn't care about the temperature and quickly put on their clothes. Liang Yu remembered what Zhang Yi said and knew something was going to happen in the shelter. So she took the students to the corner and asked them to hide here. Zhang Yi, although I don't know what you are going to do, please don't let me down. Liang Yu prayed silently in her heart, believing that Zhang Yi was her only way out. Even if she wasn't so sure, she could only follow Zhang Yi's instructions. Naturally, Chen Xinyan couldn't feel the external disturbances. That night, he did not sleep as usual, but stayed in front of the computer, waiting to receive the news that Zhang Yi's shelter had been bombed. Although the loss was a bit heavy, and he'd lost a precious opportunity to seek help, he felt that it was completely worth it if he could eliminate his own serious trouble. After all, Zhang Yi's existence will not only threaten the Shishan base's rule over the surrounding areas, but also seriously damage Chen Xinyan's majesty. From a certain perspective, in Chen Xinyan's mind, Zhang Yi believed that other major forces in Tianhai City still needed to be eradicated. He will always remind Chen Xinyan that you once had an extremely painful failure. You, a high-ranking official in Tianhai City, were severely educated by a little person. At this time, Chen Xinyan was sitting at his desk, looking at the computer screen. He was waiting for news from Jiangnan region that the target had been destroyed. Chen Xinyan gradually felt happy when he thought that the person who had brought him humiliation would die soon. But he couldn't enjoy such an important moment alone. After thinking for a while, Chen Xinyan picked up the phone at hand and called his captain Ling Feng. He wanted Ling Feng to see that the people you couldn't solve were solved by me. Therefore, don't think that you are very powerful. I, Chen Xinyan, can't live without you. After receiving the call, Ling Feng quickly came to Chen Xinyan's office. He saw Chen Xinyan wearing light yellow pajamas and sitting in front of the computer with a smile on his face. Ling Feng was a little curious, wondering what good thing happened to make Chen Xinyan so happy. Leader, Ling Feng saluted. Chen Xinyan looked at him with a smile and waved to Ling Feng. You are here. Come on. Come on. Let me show you something good. Ling Feng walked up to Chen Xinyan. Chen Xinyan crossed his hands confidently and leaned on the sofa seat. You don't need to ask about Zhang Yi's matter. I've already figured out a way to deal with him. Ling Feng couldn't help being surprised when he heard this. Do you already have a solution for him? Although Chen Xinyan also had a military background, the reason why he was able to achieve a high position was not because of his own military exploits, but simply because of his family connections. When it comes to the basic qualities of soldiers, Chen Xinyan may not even be as good as a superior soldier. Ling Feng really couldn't figure out what Chen Xinyan did. Chen Xinyan had a confident smile on his face. You have to understand that even if the end of the world comes, the army still holds great power. Strangers are not invincible. Chen Xinyan looked at Ling Feng, warning him not to have second thoughts because he thought he was powerful. Ling Feng nodded. Don't worry. I will absolutely obey the leader's arrangements. Chen Xinyan nodded and turned the computer over to show Ling Feng. I have contacted the Jiangnan region. The person in charge of their region, Zhu Zheng, owed me a favor. This time, I asked him to help me attack Zhang Yi's shelter with ground-penetrating missiles. Chapter 315 Arrival. Turmoil. Hearing that Qin Xinian actually mobilized ground-penetrating missiles to deal with Zhang Yi, Ling Feng had a look of surprise on his face. Very good. In this case, Zhang Yi will definitely die. Although Zhang Yi's superpower can absorb energy and physical attacks, it has been verified before that he cannot absorb even the energy generated by the explosion of 500 kilograms of TNT explosives at once. The ground-penetrating missiles currently equipped by China carry more than 1 ton of explosives. And there are even larger terrorist models. Xishan Base has submitted the data of Zhang Yi shelter to Jiangnan region. In order to blow up the shelter at once, Jiangnan region must use heavy-duty ground-penetrating bombs with stronger ground-penetrating capabilities and greater yield. Qin Xinian leaned on the chair and said with a faint smile, I told you! Young people should not be arrogant and domineering because they think they have some special abilities. This world is not as simple as they imagined. He called Ling Feng behind him. Come on! Ling Feng! Let's take a look today at how his sanctuary was destroyed. Ling Feng stood behind Qin Xinian, and the two of them stared at the computer. Above is the 3D composition of the shelter. As long as the missile destroys the shelter, the data will be synchronized in real time. Ling Feng was happy in his heart, and he did not forget to compliment him. It was a waste to use such a powerful weapon just to deal with Zhang Yi. Qin Xinian sighed softly. It's a pity that the control of this weapon is in the hands of several major military regions. In the past, it was easy to say that Zhu Zheng and I were not that far apart in level. But now, he has become a local emperor. Ling Feng had an idea. If we can get Commander Zhu's help, wouldn't it be just around the corner to wipe out the entire Tianhai city? Qin Xinian raised his head and glanced at Ling Feng, chuckled and shook his head. You are still too young. I don't understand politics at all. Although he and Zhu Zheng had some friendship, it was not that deep. After this favor was used up, he would have to pay more if he wanted Zhu Zheng to help him. Moreover, for the Jiangnan region at this time, the entire Jiangnan region was their territory. No matter who becomes the boss of the place, they will not be a threat to them. So why does Zhu Zheng need to support Qin Xinian? Moreover, Qin Xinian would rather make a chicken head than an ox tail. Even in a corner of Tianhai city, he is still a small local emperor. There is no need to rush to be someone's little brother. Time passed by minute. Zhang Yi, Liang Yu and Qin Xinian. The three of them are all waiting for the missile launch from the launch silo in Jinling to land on the Earth. Yang Xinxin's eyes never left the screen for a moment, for fear of missing any key information. The time is coming to 12 midnight. A thin layer of sweat oozed from the palms of Zhang Yi and others. They quietly wiped their palms clean and then put on their tactical gloves. In Jinling, the headquarters of Jiangnan region, a middle-aged man in military uniform pressed the launch button at the combat headquarters. From the missile silo, a heavy-duty earth-penetrating bomb flew into the sky and sped toward the southeast, the tail dragging the firelight cut through the night sky, which was particularly obvious in Tianhai City. At this moment, in different places in Tianhai City, many people secretly raised their heads and looked at this scene with solemn expressions. Everyone here, Zhang Yi and others, were ready at this moment. Zhang Yi and the others held guns in their hands, and the demon cat Huahua's black hair exploded. Liang Yu tightened her grip on the handle of her Tang Dao. Qin Xinian's eyes were filled with excitement, staring at the screen. At this time, the radar of the information department of Xishan Base detected an unknown object flying towards here at a high speed. What is this? It's a missile. Flying here from Jinling. What do they want to do? Report it quickly. By the time they detect it, it's too late. The detection range of Xishan Base's air defense radar is only 200 kilometers, and the speed of the missile does not leave them time to react. Zhang Yi, who was inside the snowmobile, saw a bright light coming from the horizon, and then falling like a meteor. The landing point was in the direction of the western mountain. Fatty Zhang Yishu and Uncle Yu had their hearts in their throats. Their bodies leaned forward involuntarily, and then they grabbed whatever they could. Boom! A dull sound came from deep in the earth. The sound was not as earth-shattering as imagined. After all, this kind of ground-penetrating bomb can fly hundreds of meters underground before exploding. However, several people inside the car could clearly feel the violent vibrations of the car, like a small boat in a storm, shaking constantly, giving people the illusion that the car was about to overturn. MD, it's done! Zhang Yi roared excitedly. There was such a vibration on the ground several kilometers away, let alone the underground shelter at the Xishan Base. Zhang Yi said to Yang Xinxin, Xinxin, follow the plan. In the safe house, Yang Xinxin said calmly. Understood. Her finger, which had been hanging on the enter key for a long time, hit it hard. At this time, the interior of Shishan Base was in chaos, as if it had experienced a major earthquake. No one was prepared for the sudden missile attack. The entire base was shaken violently, and people in their sleep were also awakened. People who didn't know the situation thought there was an earthquake and screamed in terror. Yang Xinxin, on the other hand, used network intrusion to control the system of Shishan Base and cut off the power supply. The entire Shishan Base was plunged into darkness. Power was lost, and all systems were unable to operate. Shouts of terror filled the entire base. Qin Xinyan didn't know what happened and fell off the chair. Ling Feng quickly helped him up. What's going on? What happened? Why is this happening? Qin Xinyan looked confused and yelled angrily. At this time, a call from the Ministry of Information came to the leader. We were attacked by a missile. What? Missile attack? Where did the missile come from? Qin Xinyan was about to curse. But suddenly, he thought of something. Could it be that? It was that bastard Zhu Zheng who tricked me. Qin Xinyan didn't know that his base's network had been invaded, and thought he had been tricked by Zhu Zheng. But the top priority is not to curse, but to restore order to the Shishan base as soon as possible. He immediately searched for the responsible persons one by one and assigned tasks to them. Ling Feng, hurry up and gather the special forces to protect our safety. Also be careful not to let those in the 4th Life Warehouse cause trouble. Send troops over to guard and defend to the death. If anyone takes advantage of the chaos and causes trouble, kill them on the spot. Also, let the engineers fix the electrical equipment. Although he was in chaos, Qin Xinyan quickly figured out the situation. Their base is built very solidly and cannot be broken through with just a few missiles. As long as the brief chaos is over, this won't take long. Chapter 316 Escape. The missile successfully hit the Shishan base, causing violent shaking. The soldiers guarding outside the base were all extremely panicked and quickly took out their communication devices to contact the command center. But the power supply below was cut off by Yang Xinxin. There was chaos everywhere, and no one of them could contact them. At this moment, a snowmobile came from a distance. After approaching the entrance of the base, 3 figures rushed out. Kill! Zhang Yi's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He raised the gun in his hand and shot. Only half a minute later, all the soldiers guarding the entrance were killed. Even if he is an elite warrior, he is still too weak when facing strangers. In front of the 3 people is the gate at the entrance of Shishan base. Now, it's up to Liang Yu, Zhang Yi said with serious eyes. The 4th Life Warehouse. After the missile struck, the entire Life Warehouse shook violently. The students hiding in the corner yelled in fright, then huddled together with their heads in their hands. Only then did Liang Yu understand what changes Zhang Yi was talking about. Fortunately, the underground shelter was built extremely solidly. Although the vibration was severe, there was no sign of collapse. Although Liang Yu and the students were well prepared and were not injured in the chaos, others in the 4th Life Warehouse were not so lucky. Some people had already gone to bed and were thrown to the ground. The bed collapsed on them, and they were seriously injured on the spot. There were also people who were riding their bicycles overtime at night and were thrown to the ground. They were so frightened that they screamed and had no place to hide. There were cries everywhere. There are desperate shouts everywhere. Click! At this moment, the lights in the entire shelter went out in an instant. Liang Yu grabbed a female student without hesitation and left. Come out with me and get out of this place. Hurry up. She didn't have time to explain to the students. Now she had to race against time. Once the Shishan base repairs the power system and maintains order, they will have no chance to escape. Liang Yu took out his mobile phone for lighting and pulled a student to run ahead. The students behind him held hands and followed closely. There were chaotic figures everywhere in the darkness, and there was only that beam of light in their eyes. Liang Yu came to the gate and used all his strength to open the thick dark green iron door. It was chaos inside, and it was no better outside. There are many soldiers stationed in the 3rd Life Warehouse, but not every soldier is well trained. The sudden changes made them dare not act rashly, and the tasks issued by the superiors had not yet reached their ears. Liang Yu rushed out with his students. Seeing this, many people behind him also squeezed in with all their strength. They all thought that there was an earthquake or attack here, and the only way to survive was to escape. The chaos happened so suddenly that these soldiers were dumbfounded for a moment. They held guns and yelled at everyone to go back. Bring them all back to me. Don't come out. Otherwise we'll shoot. Go back. Everyone go back. Don't come out again. A dozen soldiers armed with rifles shouted loudly. but their throats were torn, and their voices could not cover the panicked shouts of the entire base. Moreover, the third life warehouse itself was in chaos. They shouted loudly, but they did not dare to shoot at will. After all, it's dark everywhere, and once the gun is fired, it's easy to go off and hurt your own people. What's even more frightening is that if the thousands of people in the fourth life warehouse are really angered and these people swarm them, they will be torn into pieces. Liang Yu saw the chaotic scene outside and secretly thought that the opportunity had come. She had already memorized the way out of the Shishan base. So she took her students and ran out. These students had been prepared for a long time. They held hands one by one and followed Liang Yu's direction firmly. It's not like everyone else is running around like headless flies. Soon they ran out of the fourth life warehouse and ran outside along the underground passage. Not long after, they suddenly heard a burst of rapid gunshots and miserable shouts. Everyone was terrified. They knew it was the soldiers who had fired. If you shoot at this time, you don't know how many people will die. But they don't care much. Now that they can successfully escape from the Shishan base, they are the greatest luck. Liang Yu shouted in a low voice. Go! Don't look back! Keep going forward! She held up her mobile phone to lead the way, and held the handle of the knife tightly with her other hand, much like the Statue of Liberty in the famous French painting. Liberty leading the people. More than a dozen students followed her, not daring to move away even an inch. However, there is still some distance from here to the exit passage, and several tunnels need to be passed through. They must speed up. Liang Yu knew clearly that for the Shishan base with its powerful armed forces, a turmoil of this scale could easily be suppressed. She held the hilt of the knife tightly, always ready for battle. When they rounded a corner, two soldiers with guns suddenly appeared in front of them. The light was chaotic, but they had placed yellow fluorescent stick lighting on the wall. When the two soldiers saw Liang Yu walking here with a group of students, they immediately raised their guns. You are not allowed to pass here without an order. Go back. Liang Yu said nothing, and the blue power in his right hand appeared like smoke. Clang. The sharp blade was unsheathed, and the two soldiers only saw the blue light flash twice, and a chill came down their necks. The gun in their hands was broken into two pieces, and their throats were broken together with the gun. Blood splattered like the wind, and the two fell to the ground in despair, covering their necks. Go quickly. Liang Yu urged the students to move forward quickly. The appearance of these two soldiers signaled that the top management of Shishan base began to maintain order. If you don't leave, more soldiers will appear. If he encounters those people from the Special Forces team, Liang Yu is not sure that he can escape safely with the students. A group of people ran forward panting. There is still a staircase of more than 100 meters to climb from the base to the ground. Even those with relatively strong physical strength would be exhausted if they climbed up. But they had no other choice. There is an elevator dedicated to Special Forces and high-level officials, but its authority is in Qin Xinyan's hands. Liang Yu led the students towards the Passage of Hope. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of him. The students had happy expressions on their faces. It's the exit. We're at the exit. Liang Yu's footsteps suddenly stopped, and he stretched out his hand to block the student behind him. Stop! The light diagonally above flickered for a few times, and finally stopped on Liang Yu's face. Liang Yu stretched out her hand to cover it slightly, and then she heard the familiar sound of high heels. Miss Liang, it seems that all the words I told you were in vain, Garo said coldly. At this time, everyone saw clearly that what was in front of them was not an exit, but more than 30 heavily armed Special Forces members with frosty faces. A wise leader knew that someone must be planning to take advantage of the chaos to escape. But do you think no one wanted to escape before? You are not the first group, nor will you be the last. But your results will be the same. Garo adjusted her glasses, with a teasing smile on her lips. Turn into rations. When they heard the word rations, the students' faces turned pale. Use people to make food rations? Could it be that it was also in the food they used to eat? Some people have started to vomit. But nausea is not a big problem now. What is important is how to get out alive. But with such a formation blocking the way, how could they escape? They were clearly about to reach the exit, but their hopes were crushed abruptly. This feeling was really painful. Garo crossed her arms and looked down at everyone with a cold and arrogant expression. 30 heavily armed soldiers behind him aimed their guns and ammunition at these students. The route of survival was also completely blocked. Liang Yu's heart felt cold, almost falling into despair. Although with her strength, a single breakthrough is not a problem. But it is obviously unrealistic to take these dozen students to escape together. Once a conflict breaks out, the dense firepower network will tear her students apart. Garo looked at Liang Yu coldly. Why would you risk your life for these useless experiments? In Shishan base, betrayal is not allowed. Liang Yu suddenly reached out to her. Wait a minute. Maybe we can still talk. Guro said coldly that there was nothing left to talk about. Even if you are a stranger with unlimited potential. A traitor is a traitor, and will be killed without mercy. She slowly raised her right hand, about to make a downward cut. But at this moment, a soldier suddenly fell forward. Guro's pupil shrank, and when she looked over, she found that a small hole had been punched through his helmet. This type of bulletproof helmet can withstand ordinary pistol and rifle fire, but it cannot block sniper rifle fire. Just behind them, the gate of Shishan base was opened. Zhang Yi and others appeared there, holding sniper rifles, and started killing them one by one. Guro was so frightened that her face turned pale. She screamed and hid aside, and then ordered the soldiers to fight back quickly. For a time, a hail of gunfire intertwined into a dense fire net, covering the long and narrow passage. Liang Yu also quickly asked the students to lie down and hide against the wall. She herself pulled out her Tangdao and rushed forward to fight the soldiers in close combat. Liang Yu knew that it was Zhang Yi and others who came to support him. With the support, Liang Yu's confidence greatly increased, and the three forces started a fierce battle in the long and narrow passage. However, because the soldiers at Shishan base were attacked from both sides and faced top-notch aliens, their strength could not be used at all. Whether it was melee combat or long-range combat, they were completely crushed. Once Zhang Yi's dimensional door opened, they could only be beaten unilaterally. In close combat, they couldn't stop Liang Yu's sharp Tangdao. Blood rained down, and after dozens of seconds of fighting, the long and narrow passage was filled with broken limbs, and thick blood flowed down the stairs like a stream. Liang Yu raised her head and met Zhang Yi's eyes. The look in her eyes when she looked at Zhang Yi became full of gratitude for the first time. Thank you for your support, Liang Yu said from the bottom of his heart. You're welcome. You deserve it. Zhang Yi said the same. If it weren't for Liang Yu's internal support at Shishan base, Zhang Yi would have no chance to sneak attack on Shishan base now. So he should help with this. Take them out quickly. Too late and things will change, Zhang Yi said to Liang Yu. Liang Yu nodded and quickly called the shocked students over. As she walked forward, she saw Guro curled up in the corner. This female secretary, who was previously aloof now wanted to surround herself with a ball and hide her whereabouts as much as possible. However, the basic principles of physics do not support her doing this. Liang Yu stared at her. Guro, you are the one who led my students to HL one by one, right? Guro's face was full of fear. This beautiful and proud woman actually peed on the spot out of fear of death. No, I'm just a secretary. These are orders from the leader. Yi Xiaotian came over and looked at Guro with extremely hostile eyes. The human body modification experiment he went through back then made him feel like he was crawling out of the 18th level of HL. He was so painful that he wanted to die countless times. So when faced with Guro's begging for mercy, he took out a dagger without saying a word, plunged it directly into Guro's throat, and then slashed it horizontally. A large amount of blood spurted out. Guro clutched her throat and fell to the ground in pain. After a few struggles, she stopped moving. Chapter 317 Infiltration. Liang Yu walked up to Zhang Yi and said sincerely thank you for coming to meet us as promised. Although the three of them were wearing special force uniforms, Liang Yu didn't show much curiosity. When Zhang Yi raided Shujia town before, she knew that Zhang Yi had the same combat uniform as the special forces team. Liang Yu took a deep look at Hua Hua on Zhang Yi's shoulder, and she felt the familiar aura immediately. Hua Hua also looked at Liang Yu, with a kind of humanistic playfulness in her amber pupils. Liang Yu took a few deep breaths through her nose, and did not continue to dwell on the matter. Although I don't know the ins and outs of the matter, now is not the time to think about it. Zhang Yi nodded and said that the guards at the entrance have been cleared by us. Now your students can leave first, he said, taking out 2 backpacks from the alien space and throwing them on the ground. There are high-energy foods and fuel for heating. You ask them to take these things and flee to a community 5 kilometers southeast to hide. You lead the way. We have other things to do next. Liang Yu and the students couldn't help but look surprised when they heard this. Those students looked even more frightened. You? Won't you leave with us? If they encounter pursuers, they have no power to resist, Zhang Yi said. Don't worry. They don't have time to chase you now. He couldn't change the subject. If we just run away like this, I believe they will chase us after they have calmed down the turmoil here. Zhang Yi stared into Liang Yu's eyes. Teacher Liang, you should know this better than anyone else. It is completely unrealistic to just want to escape from Shishan base, especially now that you've killed so many of them. Liang Yu bit her lip, knowing in her heart that Zhang Yi was right. Ever since she decided to break with Xishan base, there was no turning back. What are you going to do? It was very simple for Zhang Yi to smile slightly. So he just took this opportunity to get it over with. Blow up the Xishan base. This way you and I won't have anything to worry about in the future. Destroy the entire Xishan base? Liang Yu felt a little unbearable, because there are still thousands of people alive in this base. If the Xishan base is destroyed, wouldn't they all die? But what Zhang Yi said makes sense. Unless the Xishan base is eliminated, she and the students will face revenge sooner or later. They are not Zhang Yi, who have strong capabilities to fight against the Xishan base. After thinking for a moment, Liang Yu made up his mind. Okay, I'll help you. She didn't have much time to hesitate. Destroying the Xishan base with Zhang Yi is the only path she can choose at the moment. Liang Yu called Yi Xiaoyan over and asked him to take the responsibility of leading the students to escape. Yi Xiaoyan took a deep look at Zhang Yi and the others, and said to Liang Yu, Teacher Liang, you must come back safely. Although he is a reformed person, at this time, it is difficult for him to muster the courage to fight with a large force of the special forces. Of course, even if he wants to stay, Zhang Yi may not want to. After all, a modified person is still too weak to a real alien. Yi Xiaoyan picked up a backpack and handed the other backpack to Wu Qingyu. A group of people led other students and quickly climbed up along the passage. It wasn't until he watched them walk out of the door that symbolized life that Liang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Yi glanced at her, put down the mask on his helmet, and said, let's go. We don't have much time left. This chaos cannot last long. Yang Xinqin took control of the internal network of Xishan base and shut down many systems. But someone will restore it manually soon. The riots in the Fourth Life warehouse will also die out under the suppression of gunfire. They must complete their mission as quickly as possible. Take us to this location. Zhang Yi turned on his phone and pointed out the location of the Second Life warehouse on the map to Liang Yu. Liang Yu nodded and come with me. That's where she lives. And it's very familiar. Liang Yu held a tang sword and led the way. As for Zhang Yi and the other three people behind him, the effects of the stimulants had already begun to take effect. In the next few hours, they will not feel tired. Their pain will be reduced, and they will be able to exert stronger physical fitness and fighting power. The four people came underground. At this time, the Xishan base was full of gunshots and shouts. The people in the Fourth Life warehouse have broken into the Third and Second Life warehouses. They did not choose to escape from the Xishan base because it was freezing outside and escaping would mean death. So there are many smart people here who plan to seize control of the Xishan base by force. Fighting was taking place everywhere in the passage, and the walls and ground were covered in blood. But when Zhang Yi and four others appeared, everyone around them subconsciously stayed away from them, because they were wearing uniforms that symbolized the special teams. Liang Yu was still wearing a captain-level uniform. There was something wrong with the power supply system itself, so we could only use fluorescent sticks and temporary lights, so nothing could be seen clearly. At a quick glance, no one had time to seriously identify whether they were companions. People here didn't know about Liang Yu's defection, so the soldiers took the initiative to get out of the way when they saw her. As for the civilians in the Fourth Life warehouse, they fled as if they had seen a ghost. Everyone knows that the Special Operations Team is the strongest armed force in Xishan base. Zhang Yi took out his pistol and shot several civilians in the head twice along the way, so that the people around him would not dare to approach, so that they could pass through the passage as quickly as possible. Since it is necessary to put on a show, it is more realistic for him to disguise himself as a member of the Special Forces and kill a few civilians. Fatty Sue and Uncle Yu also followed the same example. For these people, they have no scruples at all when they attack, because few of the people here are real civilians. Most of them were once high-ranking dignitaries in Tianhai City. The four people walked quickly through the passage and soon arrived at the Second Life warehouse. After arriving here, the environment became a little quieter. After all, the level of security here is very strict, and basically all the members of the Special Forces are here. Even if there was some confusion, it was dealt with quickly. But when they saw Liang Yu and four others wearing the same uniforms, they thought they were companions and ignored them. Do it, Zhang Yi said to Uncle Yu and Fatty Sue. The two nodded, quickly took out the time bombs from the backpacks behind them, and then attached them to various secret corners of the Second Life warehouse. Seeing this, Liang Yu said anxiously that the buildings here are very strong and ordinary explosives are useless. Zhang Yi said lightly, I know. These explosives are not ordinary explosives. As he spoke, He walked towards the previously planned location. This corner is located at the corner of the second life warehouse. It is very hidden, and it is difficult for people to pass by here. Liang Yu was anxious, and had to follow him closely. After Zhang Yi came here, he took out 2 large bundles of explosives from the different space and placed them in that corner. Liang Yu thought it looked familiar at first glance. After thinking about it carefully, she realized that it was the explosive used by Ling Feng to attack the shelter before. You still have this thing? Zhang Yi smiled slightly. Of course. Zhang Yi. Never waste a grain of rice. Now let them taste their own dynamite. Chapter 318. The murderous intent is boiling. After placing the explosives, Zhang Yi immediately turned around. Left here immediately. As he walked, he also took out a lot of small explosives and stuck a piece on the door of the rooms he passed along the way. Liang Yu followed closely, and she looked towards the end of the second floor of the life warehouse, where Chen Xinyan lived. Why not kill Chen Xinyan? Catch the thief first and capture the king first. After Chen Xinyan died, the Xishan base stopped operating. Liang Yu hated him deeply when he thought that Chen Xinyan's order had caused the Xishan base to become what it was today. Especially Chen Xinyan played with her students, which made her even more disgusting as a woman. Zhang Yi said without looking back that if one Chen Xinyan was killed, more Chen Xinyan would take his place. Have you ever thought that the fault is not that person, but the system of Xishan base? Liang Yu opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say any words to refute, because she also felt that what Zhang Yi said was right. Zhang Yi said coldly that the best thing is to destroy this kind of place that harbors filth and evil. Otherwise, it will always give birth to evil. Zhang Yi walked back, followed closely by Uncle Yu and Fatty Su. The 4 people hurriedly walked towards the third life warehouse. This strange behavior finally attracted the attention of some Special Forces members. Stop! Where are you going? A soldier points a gun at several people. As a Special Forces soldier, his keen insight allowed him to discover something was wrong with these people, especially a man with a civet cat following him at his feet. I have never heard of anyone raising cats at the Xishan base. There were some in the past, but they all became proteins. To be honest, if it hadn't been for the lack of lighting due to the power outage, they should have discovered the abnormality of these people long ago. However, Zhang Yi himself has no intention of hiding his whereabouts forever. 4 times the speed, he increased his speed to the extreme and fired a shot with his backhand at extremely fast speed. Boom! The Special Operations team member's helmet was punctured and he died on the spot. It doesn't matter. Zhang Yi's arrangement is over anyway. Even if they have powerful bomb disposal experts, they don't have time to defuse all the bombs in such a short period of time. Yes, the other bombs were smoke bombs, designed to attract attention. They are not from the base. The fallen warrior alerted the others. In an instant, these well-trained soldiers all raised their guns and pointed them at Zhang Yi and the others. Dimensional gate. Zhang Yi stretched his right hand forward and directly opened the dimensional door. In the narrow passage, all angles are directly blocked. There was a loud sound of gunfire, and bullets kept coming like raindrops. But not a single bullet could cross the dimensional gate, and they all entered the different space. Liang Yu couldn't help but take a deep look at Zhang Yi. When she first observed Zhang Yi's abilities from the perspective of a special operations team, she found it particularly difficult to deal with. But now as a teammate, this abnormally strong defense gave her a complete sense of security. Finally, someone in the crowd recognized Zhang Yi's ability. He has space powers. He is Zhang Yi. The person who shouted was Shen Hong, who had followed Ling Feng to attack Zhang Yi's shelter. When he thought about the characteristics of this ability, he shouted in horror, "No shooting. Everyone should disperse." But it was too late. Zhang Yi smiled slightly and fought back. The bullets absorbed by the different space were suddenly shot back. Puff puff. It was the sound of bullets piercing armor and flesh. The 7 or 8 soldiers in front were pierced into a sieve in an instant. There was no room for the soldiers behind to hide. After all, the passage was only so wide. They can only rely on the bodies of their comrades to block bullets. After the stormy barrage time passed, Zhang Yi quickly retreated in a backward posture. But at the moment of retreat, he waved his right hand, and dozens of grenades flew out from the different space, all with the firing pin removed. When the soldiers saw those grenades, their expressions changed greatly. Get out of the way! The grenade rolled down, hit the ground and walls in the long and narrow passage, and quickly produced a series of explosions. There were screams and roars, and the limbs of countless soldiers were blown away. The walls were stained red with large swaths of blood. Zhang Yi shouted to withdraw. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. If he is surrounded by others, his dimensional gate ability will be greatly reduced. After all, this ability is limited to one side, and cannot fully defend from multiple angles. At this moment, the lights above his head suddenly flickered. The power system is almost restored. Zhang Yi frowned. If all the systems in Shishan base return to normal, they will not be able to take advantage of the chaos. Quick! Quick! Get out of here! The group of people quickly retreated. However, special forces have surrounded them. The news of Zhang Yi's arrival at Shishan base reached the ears of Ling Feng and Chen Xinyan. Immediately, Chen Xinyan issued a death order. And Zhang Yi must be kept alive. He must be seen alive, and his body must be seen dead. Damn Zhang Yi. You brought it to your door this time. I want to see. Without the protection of that layer of turtle SH.L. What else can you use to fight with me? In Chen Xinyan's room, the backup power supply has been activated. He quickly put on protective clothing. And several guards beside him held weapons to carefully protect his safety. Over at the Second Life warehouse, Ling Feng led the team, and angrily wanted to seek revenge on Zhang Yi. I'll see how you could escape this time. Ling Feng's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Old and new grudges. This time, he wanted to settle things with Zhang Yi all at once. But at this time, there was huge chaos in the Second Life warehouse. Because people here discovered that yellow bombs were posted everywhere. This kind of bomb cannot destroy the wall, but it can kill people and consume the oxygen inside, causing people to suffocate to death. Hurry and arrange for EOD experts to clear it up. Ling Feng just left these words and strode towards the outside. For him right now, nothing is more important than killing Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi and his party fought and retreated at the same time. After receiving Ling Feng's order, the special forces and ordinary soldiers concentrated their efforts and dealt with them first. No matter which direction a few people left, they could see a large number of soldiers. Zhang Yi opened the dimensional gate, absorbed their gunfire attacks, and then fought back, killing many soldiers. However, those people were reminded that they no longer just shot, but were trying to find ways to delay Zhang Yi and others. Buy time for the arrival of Ling Feng and other captain-level figures. Ignore them and get through. Don't continue to struggle here. Zhang Yi also didn't want to meet those troublesome strangers. Uncle Yu said, "Let me do it." He activated his superpower, and his body quickly grew in size. He even burst through his tough protective clothing and turned into a muscular giant more than 2 meters tall. This kind of body shape almost blocks the passage. He took the lead and rushed towards the soldiers blocking the road. Even if the bullets in their hands hit their bodies, they would make a ping-ping-pong-ping sound. But it would be difficult to cause any substantial damage. Ho! Uncle Yu was like a humanoid tank. With one collision, he knocked away the dozen soldiers who were harassing them in front. Chapter 319 Ice and Fire. All actions are within Zhang Yi's plan. The chaos created in a short period of time allowed him to successfully place the explosives in the Second Life warehouse. The characters in this place are the core of Shishan base. As long as they are all dead, the Shishan base will be gone. Even if these soldiers are left, they are equivalent to a mindless and loose team. So the worst result is acceptable to Zhang Yi. However, Zhang Yi still felt a little shocked when he saw the soldiers pouring in from all directions on the passage ground. Luckily he injected himself with stimulants. Therefore, he did not feel fear, but instead felt a little excited, and the blood in his veins was boiling with joy. Zhang Yi opened the dimensional door, took out his rifle and fired, all using special armor-piercing bullets, which he specially prepared to deal with the armor of the special forces. In just 5 minutes, at least 30 people died under his gunfire. However, a large number of soldiers are still rushing here. They received the same order to hold Zhang Yi and others to death. These people were delaying with their lives, which indeed delayed the departure of Zhang Yi and others. Uncle Yu transformed into a titan and cleared the roadblocks. His solid skin was like granite, and it was difficult for bullets to leave even a trace on it. Zhang Yi did not forget to remind Uncle Yu to be careful. Use your body to carry bullets. Although you are thick-skinned and thick-skinned, Zhang Yi is worried just looking at you. Uncle Yu smiled and said, "Don't worry. It's no problem." Not only is his physical body powerful, but he also has the ability to heal himself. As long as his injuries are not fatal, he can recover quickly. At this moment, 5 Special Forces members wearing white armor suddenly appeared in front of him. Several of them are old acquaintances of Zhang Yi, such as Shen Hong and Yu Lang. These 5 people are all transformed people who have been transplanted with Ling Feng cells. When Shen Hong and Yu Lang saw Zhang Yi and the others, their eyes turned red. So many of them went to perform the mission, but now only 2 of them survived. and the rest all died in Zhang Yi's hands. With such a blood feud, how could they not hate Zhang Yi? Zhang Yi! Shen Hong roared. Don't even think about leaving once you're here. You must die here today. The 5 people knew Zhang Yi's ability, so they gave up using firearms. Military thorns, claws, knives, sticks, and various weapons came to greet them. Uncle Yu snorted coldly. If you want to touch Zhang Yi, you must first pass my test. He is Zhang Yi's shield, and will not let anyone hurt Zhang Yi even a hair. When the 5 reformers faced off against Uncle Yu, they originally thought it would be a thrilling battle, but he didn't expect that as soon as he touched them. Uncle Yu swung out his huge arm and knocked these 5 people away. Boom! 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 The 5 people were thrown against the wall. The violent impact caused severe damage to his internal organs, and he spit out a large mouthful of blood. He's just a half-baked reformer. Do he really think he can compare with a natural alien? Zhang Yi said lightly. Uncle Yu is more powerful than before, because the body's mutation will continue. This ability will become stronger and stronger. On the contrary, if they transform people, they themselves will be defective products, and the mutated cells will cannibalize their own normal cells. It will only get weaker. Not on the same level at all. That's it? A look of disappointment flashed in Uncle Yu's eyes. I really want to meet a real stranger, and have a fight with real swords and guns. Uncle Yu's fist felt itchy. Although he has gained great power, he has not had the chance to fight seriously until now. This made him a veteran, someone unable to hold back. I can't use the best. I wish I wouldn't have to fight with anyone in my life. Zhang Yi complained. Just kidding. Who wants to fight with others all day long if they can live comfortably? The group of people passed by the 5 crippled strangers and quickly retreated. It's not that easy to run away. A sneer came, and a tall and thin man appeared from the corner in front. The gold star on the combat uniform marks his captain-level status, and Zhang Yi instantly recognized him. Fang Zun, the alien codenamed Hoarded. Dimensional gate. Zhang Yi immediately opened the dimensional door. Fang Zun sneered, then spread his hands towards Zhang Yi and others. And suddenly, boom! With a sound, a huge fire dragon swept along the passage. The dimensional gate swallowed the fire dragon, but Fang Zun's attack continued. No one knew how long his attack could last. He is stalling for time. Zhang Yi frowned and immediately understood Fang Zun's purpose. Once Zhang Yi opens the dimensional gate, he cannot move the position of the dimensional gate. In other words, unless Fang Zun stops, Zhang Yi will have no way to leave. And the fire control skill that Zhang Yi regarded as a useless skill in the Ice Age was extremely destructive in a place like this. At the very least, the hot temperature has been transmitted along the wall. Even the walls made of reinforced concrete have begun to appear red. The temperature of the flame released by Fang Zun is probably thousands of degrees Celsius. But if Zhang Yi doesn't stop, other members of the special team from behind will immediately chase him. We are about to reach the passage. They would never accept it if they were stopped here. Zhang Yi shouted. Fatty, it's up to you. After he finished speaking, his dimensional door suddenly spewed out a large amount of ice and snow. The raging snow waves instantly overwhelmed Fang Zun's fire dragon. Fang Zun quickly backed away, but still blocked the passage. He sneered and said, Do you want to use this little trick against me? Too naive. He reached out and took out a large metal bottle from behind, then unscrewed the cap and poured out a stream of black oil. This is a fuel he specially prepared, and it burns 10 times more powerfully than gasoline. Black oil flowed down the soles of his feet. Fang Zun lightly snapped his fingers, and a wisp of flame emerged from his fingertips, then turned into a flexible snake and fell to the ground. Call. Yin waved sword from the ground to the sky, reaching a height of 5 or 6 meters. But Fang Zun stood in the middle of the flames, feeling relaxed and content. Not a ray of flames burned the corners of his clothes. He waved his fingers gently, and then controlled this more powerful fire dragon to attack Zhang Yi and others. I want to see how long you can last. The captain and the others will be here soon. You are dead. Fang Zun laughed. He deliberately used this method to disturb the mentality of Zhang Yi and others, so that Zhang Yi could reveal his flaws. But unfortunately, all 3 of them had been injected with stimulants, and they felt more excitement than fear at this time. Just when Fang Zun's fire dragon attacked, Fatty Su also rushed forward. Light blue light appeared in his hands, and the ice and snow brought by Zhang Yi were controlled by him, whining, and turned into a huge snowstorm attack. Fatty Su's abilities can only be used in ice and snow environments. So in order for him to be effective, Zhang Yi specially used different dimensions to collect a large amount of ice and snow. The collision between the ice and snow storm and the fire dragon caused a large amount of steam to appear in the entire passage. Fong Zun was stunned for a moment. There were not many records about Fatty Sue in their information. After all, none of them had ever seen Fatty Sue take action. But the time and gap gained by Fatty Sue opened up a way for Zhang Yi and others to escape. Walk! While Fatty Sue was resisting Fong Zun, Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu rushed forward. But at this moment, a terrifying strong wind struck from behind. Don't you want to find someone to fight with? I'm here to play with you. A familiar voice came to my ears. Zhang Yi's pupils shrank suddenly, and he recognized who the voice belonged to. Although Fong Zun only delayed for more than 10 seconds, it was enough for others to arrive. Careful, he reminded everyone. But the next moment, a blurry figure rushed from the other side of the passage, driving a terrifying strong wind, and rushed directly towards Uncle Yu, who was blocking the crowd. Uncle Yu couldn't see the person's movements clearly, but he subconsciously punched forward hard. The man did not dodge, but also extended his fist. The next moment, Zhang Yi and others saw Uncle Yu's strong body suddenly retreating 7 or 8 steps, and then fell to the ground with a crash. His right arm had been twisted into a weird arc, and his right fist was beaten to pieces, with the finger bones exposed. Uncle Yu, who was known for his physical strength, was beaten to such a tragic state by someone. Zhang Yi secretly took a breath of air and looked at the man. The only person in the entire Shishan base who can knock down Uncle Yu with one blow is that terrifying monster Ling Feng. Ling Feng stood 10 meters away from Zhang Yi and did not get closer. It wasn't because he was moral that he didn't take advantage of the opportunity to attack, but because the moment Uncle Yu was repelled, Zhang Yi opened the dimensional door and blocked his way. If Ling Feng comes over, he will enter the dimensional gate. In that case, no matter how powerful he is, he will be at the mercy of Zhang Yi. But this man actually noticed this with his strong intuition. Fatty Sue was so frightened that he was sweating profusely when he saw this scene. Uncle Yu, are you okay? Uncle Yu's forehead was covered in sweat, but because of the stimulant injection, he didn't feel much pain. Fortunately, that is, it felt like being hit by a locomotive. Without saying anything, Zhang Yi took out another tube of stimulants and threw it to Uncle Yu. This thing can be injected up to 3 times at a time, which will cause very serious side effects and make you debilitated for 2 weeks. But I don't have the time to worry about those issues now. Zhang Yi must let Uncle Yu regain his combat effectiveness and deal with the current powerful enemy. In the front, Fatty Sue relied on the snowstorm to resist Fong Zun. Due to the restraint of his attributes, it was impossible for the two to decide the winner in a short time. For Zhang Yi, this is enough. At least, he could free his hands and concentrate on dealing with Ling Feng and the others who were chasing after him. Huahua's hair exploded all over her body, and she let out a roar. Liang Yu also reached out and pressed the handle of the knife, as if facing a formidable enemy. Don't worry. He can't make it, Zhang Yi said lightly. He said that with the dimensional gate, fighting in such a narrow space, he would be invincible. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have risked his life and come to the Shishan base. Ling Feng stood in front of the dimensional gate, and he could feel this strange space. But after the previous battle, he also knew that this kind of alien space did not have the ability to actively attack. So as long as he doesn't take the initiative to go in, Zhang Yi can't do anything to him. He crossed his arms and said to Zhang Yi with a sneer, "Do you think you can still run away this time?" Behind Ling Feng, captain-level strangers appeared one after another. They looked at Zhang Yi with obvious hatred. Chapter 320 Chase and Escape. Uncle Yu had already received his second injection of stimulant, and with his special self-healing physique, he began to recover quickly. The miscellaneous soldiers behind him had been cleared away. Fong Zun was blocked by Fatty Sue. There was Zhang Yi's dimensional gate in front of him blocking the way, and Ling Feng couldn't get through either. But Zhang Yi understood what Ling Feng meant. With Ling Feng's skills, as long as he wanted to chase him, there was absolutely no possibility of Zhang Yi escaping. Have you finally come this far? I originally wanted to end this war easily, but it seems that it is not that simple, Zhang Yi said softly. But it didn't matter. A head-on confrontation with Ling Feng and other strangers also existed among the many possibilities he expected. Zhang Yi. At this moment, a woman slowly walked out from behind Ling Feng and called Zhang Yi's name softly. Zhang Yi glanced at her subconsciously. The eyes of the two people met in midair. Zhang Yi only felt that her pupils were as deep and dark as an abyss, pulling people down into them. Her name is Yi Ronghua. She is a powerful illusionist whose ability is hypnosis. Especially after seeing her eyes, the impact of this ability becomes even more powerful. Ah! Suddenly, Yi Ronghua covered her eyes and let out a scream. Zhang Yi stood there intact, but she looked like she was seriously injured, and she knelt on the ground and was convulsing. Not only her, but Ling Feng and others also fell into a psychedelic state. Sorry. Even my brain waves can bounce back from my different dimension. Zhang Yi sneered. Although the radio waves cannot be seen with the eyes, they are still transmitted in a physical form, and it is impossible to cross Zhang Yi's dimensional gate. If you want to use this trick against him, you are simply seeking death. Zhang Yi had already thoroughly studied the abilities of these people, and it was impossible not to be prepared for Yi Ronghua's mental attacks. Not only did Yi Ronghua not affect Zhang Yi, she and her teammates were attacked by illusions. While they were in a daze, Zhang Yi did not choose to attack because close combat was not his strong point. Escape now is the best choice. Hua hua! Zhang Yi shouted. The civet cat at my feet meowed once, and then suddenly its body began to swell. Ling Feng was the first to regain consciousness. With his strong willpower, he was able to quickly break the influence of the illusion. Although he had heard about Hua hua, he couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw a mutated cat with his own eyes. They had almost no information about Hua hua. Due to space limitations, Hua hua only became about 2 meters high and 4 to 5 meters long. Walk! Zhang Yi jumped on Hua hua's back first, and then several others started to sit on it. Lian Yu held Zhang Yi's hand, turned over, and landed lightly in front of Zhang Yi. Fatty, retreat! Zhang Yi first took Uncle Yi with him, and then asked Fatty Su to stop confronting him. Fatty Su stopped his hand numbly. At this time, the passage was filled with white steam, and his vision was blurred. Fang Zun was afraid of accidentally hurting one of his own, so he did not dare to release the flames. This created an opportunity for several people to escape. Hua hua turned around and ran out of the passage. Zhang Yi closed his dimensional door, but before putting it away, Zhang Yi threw a lot of grenades and explosives from the dimensional gate. Hua hua disappeared around the corner, and Zhang Yi immediately pressed the detonation switch in his hand. The explosives on the ground, and the explosives used as smoke bombs that the Second Life warehouse had not had time to dismantle detonated at the same time. The explosion in the underground space. The flames were erratic, and the deafening explosions continued to echo. Fatty Su worriedly asked Boss Zhang Yi, "Wouldn't that big guy be demolished?" Zhang Yi said in a deep voice, "No. We left a lot of small bombs as smoke grenades, and with the lack of light, it was impossible for them to find the explosives in the corner so quickly. I'll blow it up when we get out." Hua hua ran desperately outside the Shishan base. However, at the site of the explosion, a thick layer of ice protected Ling Feng and others, isolating the impact of the explosion. Boom! Ling Feng shattered the dozens of centimeters thick ice in front of him with one punch, his eyes showing murderous intent. Chase! After that, he rushed forward, as violent as a tornado. Shi Daong roared angrily, transformed into a giant ice ape, then picked up Zheng Xuerong and rushed forward. Behind him, the body of the ferocious beast Su Mingjie twisted, and his clothes were torn by the bulging muscles. He turned into an ugly monster, with his arms hanging to the ground, his face twisted, and green liquid flowing from the corners of his mouth. You couldn't even tell it was a humanoid creature without looking carefully. He roared angrily, grabbed Yi Ronghua with one hand and Fang Zun with the other, and chased them out. Zhang Yi and others ran out in Hua hua, and the roar of the pursuit behind them was particularly harsh. Fatty Su started to get a little scared. "Boss, drop the bomb quickly and stop them." Zhang Yi said no. Zhang Yi, am not that despicable person. If they want to chase, let them chase. When the three people next to him heard this, they couldn't help but take a deep look at Zhang Yi. This sentence coming from Zhang Yi's mouth is really unconvincing. Zhang Yi has always done whatever it takes to achieve his goals. However, everyone knew that Zhang Yi must have deeper considerations for doing this, so they didn't say anything else. The multiple ways of using different spaces are one of Zhang Yi's biggest trump cards. He has greater uses, and will not use them lightly, because after he used it once, the other party would be on guard. Now is not the time. Fatty Su raised the submachine gun in his hand, and fired downwards while roaring. Although this thermal weapon cannot cause harm to Ling Feng, it can also slightly slow down his pursuit. Tens of seconds later, Hua hua jumped out of the hole, and arrived on the surface outside the Shishan base. Not long after, Ling Feng also rushed out from the underground. He did not rush to attack, but stared at Zhang Yi and others from a distance of more than 10 meters away from Zhang Yi. Within this distance, Ling Feng no longer worried that Zhang Yi would escape. Zhang Yi's dimensional gate is invincible in one direction, But with Ling Feng's speed, he can completely avoid that side and attack from various other angles. Even if Zhang Yi wanted to escape in a car, Ling Feng would destroy the car with a gun. As long as there are no perverted fortifications like shelters. Ling Feng's personal strength is overwhelmingly powerful. Fatty Su swallowed. Boss, what should we do? Zhang Yi stepped off Hua Hua. Although it was not too strenuous for it to carry 4 people on its back, it would also slow down its own speed greatly. It is impossible to escape from here to the shelter in one breath, and trying to drive away in front of a group of elite soldiers would be a bit of an insult to their profession. Zhang Yi felt that with their eyes closed, they could blow out the tires of their own cars with their guns. After a while, other aliens followed. They stood behind Ling Feng, looking at Zhang Yi with cold eyes, as if they wanted to eat Zhang Yi alive. At Shishan base, all the captain-level aliens are here. That kind of pressure is very terrifying. And the air is filled with the aura of killing. Now, let me see where you can escape. There is no shelter for you to hide here. A cold smile appeared on the corner of Ling Feng's mouth, with murderous intent and a hint of excitement for revenge. Zhang Yi sighed lightly. When will it be time to retaliate? Chapter 321. I'll challenge you to a duel. While Zhang Yi was talking, he took out a detonator with his right hand and pressed it hard several times. When Ling Feng saw this, he immediately felt an uneasy feeling rising from his heart. It seems like something bad is going to happen. What is that? Zhang Yi did not answer Ling Feng's words, but continued to press. A few seconds later, a dull explosion suddenly came from behind Ling Feng. The ground shook violently, and the snow on the ground cracked one after another. It was very difficult for everyone to stand still without falling from the edge of the deep ravine. Ling Feng and others had their backs to the entrance of the passage. As soon as they stood firm, they suddenly felt a warm current coming from behind. Even though it was more than 60 degrees below zero outside, their backs were still heating up rapidly. But this warm feeling quickly turned into a burning pain. Boom! A fire dragon spewed out from the entrance of the passage. All the attention of Ling Feng and others was on Zhang Yi and the others, and they did not expect such a thing to happen behind them. For a moment, everyone was blown away by the scalding waves of air. Luckily for Ling Feng and Shi Daong and Su Mingjie, their powers were to strengthen their bodies, so they could bear the impact without much harm. But Zheng Xuerong, Yi Ronghua and others felt a little uncomfortable. Their energy and blood surged. And even Yi Ronghua, who was the weakest, spit out a large mouthful of blood. Zhang Yi and Uncle Su Fatty, you looked at each other and showed relieved smiles. That bomb successfully detonated, with an equivalent of 1,000 kilograms. The entire Second Life warehouse will be blown up. Even if all the fortifications cannot be destroyed, this kind of explosion is enough to destroy all the systematic equipment there. Moreover, the high temperature caused by the explosion and the ability to evacuate oxygen will cause everyone inside to die quickly. Shishan base can be completely removed from Tianhai City from today on. Liang Yu took a deep breath. The Shishan base was destroyed, and she felt as relaxed as if a huge boulder had been dropped. It's hard to feel happy when I think that thousands of people will die in this explosion. Among those people, there were also students who had been hidden in the cupboard by her own hands. But again, she had no choice. There are so many things in the world that can be done according to her wishes, and it is extremely difficult to achieve the best results. Immediately, she looked at Ling Feng and the others in front of her, her eyes becoming sharp. The Shishan base has been destroyed and her students have escaped. Now only by getting rid of this most troublesome group of enemies can she survive. After losing his ties, Liang Yu's murderous intent became pure. At this moment, Ling Feng and the others felt the terrifying vibrations under their feet, and finally realized what had happened. Ling Feng stared at Zhang Yi, pointed at him and asked Zhang Yi, "What on earth did you do?" Zhang Yi raised the corner of his mouth slightly. "Do you still remember that when you attacked my shelter, you left a bundle of explosives? I added some more and gave it all back to you. It turns out that the quality of your explosives is really good." Zhang Yi admired sincerely. If it weren't for Ling Feng's gift, it would have been a bit troublesome for Zhang Yi to search for chemical materials and make such high-yield explosives by himself. Ling Feng looked back at the burnt passage, and his heart felt cold. Was their base just destroyed? And the explosives they used were sent out by themselves. He had the urge to go back and save people, but his reason forced him to control his legs. At this time, there had just been an explosion below. Poisonous gas was everywhere, and the oxygen was almost exhausted. Going down now is courting death. Ling Feng turned his head, his eyes almost bleeding. "I'll kill you first, and then it won't be too late to go back and save others." "Wait!" Zhang Yi suddenly stretched out his hand to stop Ling Feng and others who wanted to come over and fight. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely tense, and everyone was ready to fight. In fact, after Liang Yu joined, Zhang Yi's fighting strength was no weaker than that of his opponent. Especially when Yi Ronghua suffered a backlash from the illusion, and the fiery man Fang Zun's ability was not easy to display in the ice and snow environment. And the people Zhang Yi brought are all experts in the combat system. Ling Feng, if we really fight, it's not certain who will live and who will die. Do you have to let everyone die here? And you don't need to be so bitter and resentful. It was your people who invaded my territory first. Stop talking about revenge, Ling Feng said coldly. It's already this time. Is it interesting for you to still say such things? Only one party is alive here today. Either you kill me, or I have to kill you. Zhang Yi laughed instead. So, your purpose is just to kill me, right? Ling Feng didn't know what Zhang Yi meant by suddenly saying this, but he didn't want to give Zhang Yi a chance to delay. Yes, you must die here today. Stop talking nonsense. He was about to rush over and take action. Since you just want my life, then I don't think we need to use our brother's life as a bet. Zhang Yi shouted loudly to Ling Feng. Let's resolve our grievances one-on-one. Do you dare? As soon as these words came out, everyone at the scene became extremely surprised. Liang Yu looked at Zhang Yi in disbelief and whispered, Are you crazy? Do you know how strong he is? Zhang Yi ignored Liang Yu, just stared at Ling Feng and said, If a dozen of us fight, even if you win, you will suffer heavy casualties. Just let the two of us fight one-on-one. Fang Zheng, the only person you want to kill is me. If I win, let us go, and we will not be allowed to pursue past grievances from now on. If I lose, you can do whatever you want. Zhang Yi spread his hands. Although I know you will definitely not let me live. Fatty Su and Uncle Yu looked at Zhang Yi. They didn't say anything. They just recalled in their minds what Zhang Yi had said to them. These people are all professional soldiers. And now they have superpowers and strong combat capabilities. If we work together, we will definitely not be able to match them. So as a last resort, if I really encounter an encounter, I will offer to go one-on-one with their boss. The other party had no idea about my strength. They thought I was just a coward who could use space. So Ling Feng will definitely accept my proposal. In a one-on-one duel, I still have a chance of winning. At that time, both Fatty Su and Uncle Yu thought Zhang Yi was crazy. Because according to the data, Ling Feng is almost a perfect warrior. He can be a steel fighter with wings and an aircraft carrier with an oxygen bottle on his back. But Zhang Yi just explained that I had my own reasons for doing this. And it would be, okay, if you hold others back when the time comes. With Fatty Su's super ice controlling skills, there is no problem in doing this. Zhang Yi stared at Ling Feng. Ling Feng, do you dare to challenge me? Chapter 322 One-on-One. After hearing Zhang Yi's words, Ling Feng and others felt that this kid must be crazy. They had seen Zhang Yi's information. He was just a former warehouse manager, and there was nothing special about him. And Ling Feng, the ace of the special forces, is now even a top alien. It is not an exaggeration to say that if he fights all the other aliens in the special team by himself, he will not be at a disadvantage until his physical strength is exhausted. Zheng Xuerong said to Ling Feng, Captain Ling, this guy must have a conspiracy. Don't agree to him. We fought directly with him. They also knew that Zhang Yi must have prepared some conspiracy when he proposed to have a one-on-one meeting with Ling Feng. After all, they had suffered too many losses at the hands of Zhang Yi. But Ling Feng also had his own ideas. He didn't know how strong Zhang Yi and his group were, but he knew that Liang Yu, a martial arts master, had terrifying fighting prowess. Even among the special forces, he was probably the only one who could win steadily. That middle-aged man who can grow to giant size should have weaker combat power than Sherdayong. But the gap won't be particularly big. The seemingly harmless fat man can manipulate ice and snow. I just saw his performance underground. But the underground is not his home court. The ice and snow outside is. He didn't know exactly what Fatty Su's strength was. Not to mention the weird mutated tabby cat next to him. He can't figure out the opponent's strength. Ling Feng lags far behind Zhang Yi and others in terms of intelligence. If there really was a melee, he was confident that he could win. But he was afraid that even if he won, it would be a miserable victory. If even these brothers around him died in battle, he would not be able to forgive himself. One-on-one. Okay, I'll be with you one-on-one. After thinking about it, Ling Feng accepted Zhang Yi's suggestion. Zheng Xuerong and others reminded Team Dowling to be careful of fraud. Ling Feng sneered and said that in the face of absolute strength, All conspiracies and tricks are meaningless. If he hadn't prepared in advance, wouldn't this be a one-sided massacre? Ling Feng didn't understand other people's abilities, but he thought he understood at least 80% of Zhang Yi's abilities. It's nothing more than absorbing physical attacks and rebounding them. Then, as long as he attacks quickly in the direction where he doesn't open the dimensional door, he will definitely win. After careful consideration, Ling Feng accepted Zhang Yi's request. The two agreed to duel one-on-one in a valley not far away. No one else is allowed to intervene, and the duel is not over until one of the two sides is killed. Zhang Yi and Ling Feng slowly walked into the valley from two different directions. Outside the valley, people from both sides were still confronting each other. They stared at each other coldly. No one had any intention of entering the valley, but they would not let the other party's people take the opportunity to enter and interfere with the battle. However, the faces of Zheng Xuerong and others were obviously more confident. They know Ling Feng's strength better than anyone else. They believed with utmost certainty that Ling Feng had absolutely no chance of losing in a one-on-one battle. But Fatty Su's faces were a little nervous. What Zhang Yi said at the beginning was that he would not choose to have a one-on-one plan with the other party unless it was absolutely necessary. As for whether Zhang Yi was sure of defeating Ling Feng, they had no idea at all. After all, even they don't fully understand Zhang Yi's abilities. Zheng Xuerong looked at the strong and calm Fatty Su and the others, and a mocking smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. She suddenly said that she was right. The leaders of both of us were already dueling anyway. I might as well tell you a little secret. Do you know that some aliens have the ability to swallow the power of others? Fatty Su and the others looked astonished. They had never heard of such a thing. After all, they have experienced very few battles with superpowers. Instead, Hua, who was squatting on Uncle Yu's shoulders, stared at Zheng Xuerong with her eyes open. Zheng Shui gathered her hair that was flying in the wind. It seems you don't know. Then I will tell you some information for free. There are very few powerful aliens who have this ability and can devour the abilities of those weaker than themselves to make themselves stronger. During the expedition, our captain personally killed 3 aliens from hostile forces with his own hands and robbed them of their power. So his powers are stronger than anyone else. Zheng Xuerong smiled cruelly and said the guy named Zhang Yi is dead. He simply doesn't know the heights of the world. The faces of Uncle Yu and others couldn't help but become nervous. Even Liang Yu was secretly worried. But as things developed now, they had no other choice. No, the boss will never lose. Fatty Su gritted his teeth and suddenly retorted. Zheng Xuerong and others looked at Fatty Su. Why do you say that? Fatty Su mustered up his courage and said very seriously, because our boss is very afraid of death. He would never risk his own life. Zheng Xuerong and several others. TSK. What reason is this? You just watch here. Our Captain Ling will definitely come out with his head later. Zheng Xuerong sneered. Everyone stopped talking, and were all seriously waiting for the end of the battle. Although they haven't started fighting yet, everyone is ready to fight at any time. Because Zhang Yi and Ling Feng said it nicely. It was just a one-on-one battle. But Ling Feng and Zhang Yi are the most important combatants in each other's team. If the two of them decide the outcome, one person returning to the battlefield will greatly tilt the balance of strength between the two sides. When the time comes, will they really let the others go as promised? This is an unknown. But for Zhang Yi, this matter is inevitable. As long as he kills Ling Feng and retains his strength, he will definitely break the agreement without hesitation and attack Zheng Xuerong, Shi Daong and others. But now is not the time to think about those things. He has to solve the immediate crisis first. In the valley, the two people stepped on the solid snow, and the surface ice and snow reached their knees. This kind of snow can have a big impact on movement, but because the impact is on both sides, it seems less important. There is a distance of more than 10 meters between the two people. After all, everyone knows that Zhang Yi is not good at close combat. Zhang Yi looked at Ling Feng showing his murderous intent in the distance, and suddenly sighed. Is it okay not to fight? You know, I'm not a martial artist. My abilities are more support-oriented. Ling Feng said coldly. No. You must die here today. Zhang Yi said helplessly. I don't want to come to this point. It's all you who forced me. In fact, I once had a dream in the past, which was in the end of the world. Ling Feng's scalp went numb when he heard it, and he interrupted him loudly. Can you please stop being so verbose? There is no point in delaying time, and it will not change your outcome. Seeing that the plot was discovered, Zhang Yi clenched his fists angrily. I hope you keep your promise and spare my friends if I die. They are all innocent. Ling Feng took a deep breath, nodded and said, I can promise you that I won't hurt them. Zhang Yi said that there is still my cat. If you don't want to eat it, just release it. Maybe my friends will raise it too. Veins popped up on Ling Feng's face. Are you a girl? That's so long-winded. Okay. Let's fight. He didn't want to listen to Zhang Yi's rants anymore. So he crushed the ground beneath his feet with his right foot. Snowflakes were flying. And people were already rushing towards Zhang Yi like an arrow from a string. 4 times the speed. Zhang Yi did not hesitate to increase his speed to the maximum. Chapter 323 I'm not good at martial arts. Ling Feng didn't want to delay. He wanted to deal with Zhang Yi in the shortest possible time to avoid any accidents. Even if Zhang Yi turned on the quadruple speed, he still couldn't compare with the enhanced Ling Feng in terms of physical strength. However, before entering the valley, he injected himself with the remaining 2 stimulant shots at once. At this time, his condition is even better than at his peak. Zhang Yi quickly retreated, and at the same time stretched his right hand forward, and the dimensional door instantly opened in front of him. The huge dimensional gate blocked Ling Feng's way. But after several battles, Ling Feng already understood this kind of extra-dimensional door, and could feel its existence with his strong intuition. Seeing Zhang Yi use this trick again, a sneer appeared on his lips. As long as his speed is faster than Zhang Yi's speed of switching the direction of the door, he can pierce Zhang Yi's heart with the military thorn in his hand. But suddenly, a huge object appeared in front of him out of thin air, and hit him on the head. It was a huge heavy truck. Ling Feng was startled and quickly ducked to the side. Does his power also include the ability to throw objects? Ling Feng had seen the ability of the Dimension Gate to rebound attacks. But this was the first time he had seen it throw objects. But Ling Feng didn't care, because this kind of attack was just a small fight and had no impact on him at all. However, this is just the beginning. A truck showed up, and more stuff was thrown out. Pickup truck, Bentley, Rolls-Royce, excavator, large lathe. These were all collected by Zhang Yi during his free time. He planned to use them when he encountered a suitable opportunity. But now they have become weapons used to hit people. Ling Feng was very fast. But Zhang Yi's dimensional gate threw too many things, leaving him no time to dodge. Clang! Ling Feng pulled out a sword from behind, faced a car in front of him, roared angrily, and slashed it with one blow. The 1-ton car was split in half by him. Boom! It fell to the snow on both sides with a sound. What a knife! Let's continue. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with excitement. The scope of his dimensional gate is now very large. So all kinds of debris are being poured out like garbage from a garbage truck. In order to prepare for today's battle, he went to several supermarkets and shopping malls and bought a lot of products. Ling Feng's melee combat ability is extremely powerful, but he does not have any special ability to release. Nor does he have the ability to clear the field in a large area. So these clutter bothered him. Ridiculous. Do you think these things can cause harm to me? Ling Feng said with a sneer, and smoothly split the large amount of debris pouring in front of him. Zhang Yi kept retreating and said with a smile, If that's the case, then what are you hiding from? Ling Feng said he didn't care, but he was worried about Zhang Yi's conspiracy. So he tried his best to avoid these debris and chose a roundabout way to approach Zhang Yi. However, because Zhang Yi was also full of firepower, he was interfered by various unknown things, which made it impossible for him to close the distance with Zhang Yi. I can't believe it when you haven't thrown away all your stuff. Ling Feng's eyes were cold. Because of the existence of the dimensional gate, he could not use firearms. He had to bypass the dimensional gate and fight Zhang Yi at close range. As long as he gets closer than 3 meters to Zhang Yi, he can end Zhang Yi's life in an instant. Zhang Yi stopped talking, but controlled the different space and continued to throw a large amount of debris to block the road. Car toys with colorful ladies' lingerie. The first few items were okay. Ling Feng could chop them off with his chopping hand. But those colorful underwear and panties gave him a headache. The wind in the valley was very strong. After Zhang Yi threw these things out, they flew everywhere with the wind, affecting Ling Feng's vision, using softness to overcome strength. Although he could smash a truck weighing several tons with one punch, there was nothing he could do with this fluffy lace. Clown behavior. Ling Feng cursed secretly in his heart. In his opinion, this kind of behavior is not very harmful, but extremely insulting. It is completely Zhang Yi's tactic to delay time. I don't believe you can't throw away all your stuff. Ling Feng didn't know Zhang Yi's detailed ability data. He also didn't know how many items Zhang Yi's different space could hold. Regarding the volume of the different space, Zhang Yi has not carefully investigated it, because based on the currently known volume of the alien space, there is almost no need to consider the size. You can put as many things as you want into it. Ling Feng gritted his teeth and reached out to pull aside the 2 pieces of black lace lingerie that were flying toward him. But once the thing got into his hands, it fell on his arm and couldn't fall off. Ling Feng was extremely irritable, and before he could clean up, more and more clothes fell on him, making his movements very inconvenient. Tear. Ling Feng used force and tore these clothes into pieces. Although these things can cause certain obstacles, they are not enough to trap Ling Feng, who is extremely powerful. Boom. Another large pile of broken wooden machinery and iron buckets were thrown towards Ling Feng. When Ling Feng saw those iron buckets, he vaguely sensed that something was wrong. If there was gasoline or something inside, it would not only affect his vision, but also give Zhang Yi a chance to light a fire. So he hurriedly dodged to avoid it. And just as he expected, the iron buckets thrown out by Zhang Yi were all filled with gasoline. And it's a gasoline can with the lid open. Dozens of barrels of gasoline fell from midair. Ling Feng tried his best to avoid them, but some gasoline still splashed onto him. Not only his body, but the snow around him was also soaked in gasoline. Insidious boy. Ling Feng gritted his teeth and cursed. Zhang Yi took out his pistol and fired one shot at the ground at Ling Feng's feet. A tracer bullet that shone gorgeously in the midnight hit the gasoline on the ground. Call. The raging flames immediately shot up, covering a large area where Ling Feng was. But Zhang Yi did not stop attacking because he knew that Ling Feng would not be burned to death by this level of fire. And that kind of special combat uniform is resistant to high temperatures, but in such a fire, the line of sight will definitely be obstructed. Especially the infrared night vision capability. Basically don't even think about using it. In the flames, Ling Feng glanced at the burning flames on his body and was very calm, not even bothering to extinguish it with his hands. This flame cannot hurt him. The only trouble was that the fire was so intense that he couldn't capture Zhang Yi's position. How long can you use this delaying tactic? Ling Feng felt that Zhang Yi's approach was too stupid. Tactics that cannot cause substantial harm are meaningless. Maybe you're a genius on defense, but when it comes to offense, you're really just a clown. Ling Feng dismissed Zhang Yi's crooked attack. But when he wanted to get out of the ring of fire, Zhang Yi's new round of attack began again. What appeared above him, this time were dozens of iron barrels. But instead of gasoline, they contained some milky white unknown liquid. Chapter 324 Intelligence is King. Ling Feng saw a dozen more iron barrels being thrown at him, and he became annoyed and angry began to rise in his heart. He quickly dodged around to avoid being sprayed with gasoline again. But after those iron barrels fell to the ground, they exploded. What splashed out was not gasoline, but a large piece of milky white liquid. Boom, 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 boom. Iron barrels kept falling around Ling Feng, and then exploded. Milky white liquid splashed everywhere. Even though Ling Feng was agile, it was difficult for him to avoid the white liquid that was everywhere. Soon, his body was stained with a lot of this stuff. Even on the visor of his tactical helmet, his vision was greatly obstructed. What is this? Ling Feng felt something bad in his heart. Just when he was about to leave the ring of fire quickly, he suddenly found that his clothes were stuck together. He stretched out his hand to wipe off the white liquid on his helmet, but it became more and more messy. In the end, even the gloves almost stuck to it. This is powerful latex paint. Ling Feng finally realized what this thing was. Zhang Yi's little tricks are endless. Ling Feng Kong has an extremely powerful ability, but he can't use it at all. Mean! Ling Feng roared angrily, and with his strong strength, he even tore off the latex paint. But Zhang Yi's attack didn't stop at all. He prepared more than 100 barrels of this latex paint. To be honest, this thing is one of the trump cards against Ling Feng. Before this operation, Zhang Yi made it clear that I am not a martial artist, and close combat is not my strong point. So I must not have a head-on conflict with Ling Feng. Since you can't beat him, then disgust him to death, so that he can't use his abilities to have a chance to win. In this battle, the only thing he had that was better than Ling Feng was intelligence. Ling Feng didn't know enough about Zhang Yi's abilities, but Zhang Yi had already learned all of Ling Feng's abilities through the hacker network. Powerful latex paint, specially designed to disgust those who think they are strong in close combat. Ling Feng's mask was stained by latex paint, causing him to temporarily become blind. Zhang Yi kept throwing buckets of powerful latex paint at him, but this time it was more direct, and it just splashed on him. Although Ling Feng relied on his hearing to dodge, it was not as good as being able to see clearly and dodge. He was so angry that he even tore his combat uniform into pieces with a roar. At the same time, he also took off the helmet on his head and threw it directly into the sea of fire. Even though he has little skills, he still dares to do the same thing. Go to H.L. Ling Feng's anger was completely ignited by Zhang Yi. Anyone who encounters an opponent with so many tricks will be pissed off. Even when the battle started, he still looked weak. When they really fight, they are extremely despicable and shameless. But at this time, it became more difficult for Ling Feng to get close to Zhang Yi. Is there any snow under his feet at this time? Due to the burning of dozens of barrels of gasoline, the snow had long since melted into a muddy icy water. His legs were stepping on dozens of centimeters of snow, and there were also large pieces of ice, which further hampered his movement. But Ling Feng didn't care about this. He felt that Zhang Yi's methods were nothing more than this. As long as he held on until Zhang Yi finished throwing away his things, and then leaned close to him, he could beat Zhang Yi's head to pieces with one punch. Before Ling Feng passed through the ring of fire, he vaguely saw Zhang Yi's faint smile in the distance. Zhang Yi gently raised his right hand, and the dimensional gate opened in the air. This time, hundreds of iron barrels rolled out from the different space. The iron bucket had no lid, so when the cold wind blew the contents inside, they flew everywhere throughout the valley. A smell of the sea spread, and even the strong smell of gasoline couldn't completely cover it up. Inside the iron barrel was a large amount of fine powder, which was neither gunpowder nor poison. But after Ling Feng smelled this smell, his eyes showed strong fear. He quickly covered his mouth and nose to prevent himself from breathing. Zhang Yi looked at Ling Feng and said lightly that everyone has weaknesses, and no one is invincible. It's like the so-called invincible Captain Ling Feng, who is invulnerable but also allergic to seafood. Shishan Base has detailed records of everyone's information. Ling Feng's weakness is that he is allergic to seafood. Anaphylaxis can be fatal, and if there is no way to get to a doctor in time, you will die. However, even if he is not allergic to seafood, Zhang Yi still has other despicable and shameless methods to deal with Ling Feng. Add poisonous aphrodisiacs. Sprinkle lime powder and excrement. As long as you are human, you will have weaknesses and you will be killed. Under the premise of obtaining enough intelligence and having time to prepare, even a small weakness of the opponent will be fatal. Zhang Yi did not feel ashamed at all, but felt proud of it. The best way is to kill your opponent. Zhang Yi spread his hands, and there were seafood powder flying everywhere in the valley. This is a powder I grind from more than 30 kinds of seafood. I guarantee that there is one that can give you the best effect on your allergic reaction. Zhang Yi went to many supermarkets to collect these seafood. Ling Feng held his breath to prevent himself from inhaling the seafood gas. But it is impossible for a person not to breathe forever. He was very shocked and couldn't understand how Zhang Yi knew that he was allergic to seafood. But he was unwilling to lose to Zhang Yi, the shameless person in his eyes. Taking a strong breath, Ling Feng rushed out of the icy water and wanted to fight Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was very cautious and kept a sufficient distance from Ling Feng. Seeing him chasing after him, Zhang Yi ran away without saying a word. Anyway, as long as it drags on, Ling Feng will collapse sooner or later. So Zhang Yi doesn't need to worry at all. Ling Feng's speed was very fast. Even faster than Zhang Yi at this time. But that time inside the Yuan Gate, all kinds of underwear and children's plush toys were thrown out as if they were free, seriously obstructing his vision. After the two men chased each other for more than a minute, Ling Feng's face turned as red as liver, and his face swelled like a loaf of bread put into the oven. He clutched his neck and finally collapsed to the ground helplessly. Zhang Yi stood 30 meters away from him. After seeing this scene, he silently stepped back another 30 meters. Then, he lit a bonfire in front of him, took out a few chocolate bars from another space and ate them in big gulps. Silence fell in the valley. 10 minutes later, the seemingly dead Ling Feng on the ground suddenly jumped up. Zhang Yi! He yelled at Zhang Yi angrily. His face was so miserable that it looked like a pig's head. It turns out that he was just pretending to be dead. Although he is indeed allergic to seafood, as a super soldier, he always has anti-allergy medicines on him. Just now, he wanted to fake his death, then trick Zhang Yi into coming there, and then kill Zhang Yi in a surprise attack. But he didn't expect that Zhang Yi would be so stubborn. He actually ran to the side to make a fire and started eating, slowly regaining his strength. Zhang Yi can wait. But he can't wait. This medication can only relieve the symptoms of allergies, but cannot completely cure them. What's more, seafood noodles are flying everywhere in the valley. As a last resort, Ling Feng had no choice but to jump up and continue to chase Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi swallowed the last piece of chocolate in his mouth without saying anything, and then continued running away. Chapter 325 Divine Power. Ling Feng chased Zhang Yi crazily, but after the allergy, his physical fitness also deteriorated rapidly. Even if he fights hard, he can't maintain his best condition at all. Zhang Yi was very single, so I ran away. Anyway, I was not the one in the drug circle. I will win in the end. So why should I stand up and fight you? The most important thing is to wait until the end to eat the chicken. Ahem. Cough cough cough. Ling Feng's consciousness gradually began to blur. Allergic reactions are everyone's most fatal weakness. It can be said to be their inherent shortcomings. Like Achilles' heel. Even the most invincible person cannot overcome it. Ling Feng himself couldn't even imagine that he had invincible melee skills in vain. But in the end, he lost to Zhang Yi's despicable methods. Boom! Ling Feng's strong body fell to the ground and never got up again. Zhang Yi still chose a safe distance, lit a fire to warm himself, and then ate to replenish his strength. Half an hour passed slowly. Zhang Yi had rested enough and eaten enough, and his physical condition was still at its best. Zhang Yi looked at Ling Feng, who was motionless on the ground in the distance, and asked to himself, is he really dead? Or is he pretending to be dead? He took out the golden sand eagle, loaded it with armor-piercing bullets, and aimed a shot at Ling Feng's head. Puff! A blood hole appeared on Ling Feng's head, which was transparent from front to back. But no blood flowed out. His blood froze at such freezing temperatures. Really dead? Zhang Yi was ecstatic in his heart. But he tried his best to contain this ecstatic emotion. Did he really kill the arrogant Shishan-based Special Forces captain? Although the facts in front of him are very similar to this. Such a huge achievement still makes Zhang Yi feel a little unrealistic. So he took out a huge truck from another dimension and hit Ling Feng hard. Puff! Ling Feng's frozen body was cut off at the waist. Zhang Yi then relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. It looked like he was really dead. Even if he had to act, he wouldn't have to act like this. He walked towards Ling Feng's body. His right hand flashed with light, and the sound of a dragon appeared in his hand. After Zhang Yi got close, he immediately chopped off Ling Feng's head. Phew! Confirmed. He is really dead. Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief, and was completely relieved. He looked at Ling Feng's head, and a strong impulse surged into his heart. Zhang Yi squatted down, and put his right hand on his head. Soon, that long-lost feeling appeared again. A powerful force passed into his body along the palm of his hand. And that wonderful feeling made him extremely happy. Even more pleasurable than communicating with Zhou Qi and Yang Mi. If the power that Xie Huan absorbed before was like a stream, then Ling Feng's power is like a big river. It's so cool. It's so cool. Soon, Zhang Yi absorbed all Ling Feng's power. He still doesn't know that Ling Feng himself has swallowed the power of 3 strangers. So now these powers belong to Zhang Yi alone. Zhang Yi felt that his eyes suddenly became a little blurry. It seemed like something was about to grow, but it couldn't be seen clearly. He opened his mask and rubbed his eyes vigorously. He couldn't see the white light in his pupils getting brighter and brighter, but the blurry feeling was getting stronger and clearer, a very clear blurry feeling. Zhang Yi blinked hard, his mind even becoming a little dizzy due to the sudden and powerful force. He looked ahead and saw a smashed car there. Zhang Yi instinctively released the inexplicable feeling. The next moment, the space in front of him twisted like a spiral. Boom! The car made a loud noise, and was suddenly twisted and broken in the middle. This is new abilities? Only then did Zhang Yi realize that he had developed new abilities, because he absorbed Ling Feng's power. Isn't this divine power? Distort space and break objects. Zhang Yi instantly thought of a name for this ability. His heart was ecstatic that with this new ability, he finally made up for the shortcomings in his attack. After all, when dealing with combat-type aliens, most firearms have actually lost their effectiveness. But abilities are different. Even a car made of steel can be broken, let alone a human body. However, the consumption of divine power is a bit high. After only using it once, it feels like half of the body has been emptied out. Perhaps, can be used 3 times in a row. The attack range should be about 300 meters. It is not suitable for long-distance sneak attacks, but it can be used for sneak attacks within 300 meters. And the effect is better than heavy snipers. Divine power consumes a lot of money, but the relative power it brings is extremely impressive. After all, one strike can cut off a car, a power that even a rocket launcher cannot achieve. Moreover, it is not easy for others to guard against it, which can be called a trick of the sinister. Zhang Yi looked outside the valley with a cruel smile on his lips. Now, who is in the dark? He was not in a hurry to go out now, but continued to eat to replenish the lost strength in his body. According to currently known information, supernatural powers can be converted from energy in the body, so they can be replenished by eating. He will strike in all his glory. Beyond the valley, everyone waited for more than an hour, and gradually everyone's mentality changed very subtly. It's freezing cold. And it's not a good feeling to stand guard here in such a cold midnight. Although he was wearing a combat uniform with an active heating function, he had been inactive and his feet were freezing. However, no one was willing to leave, or they could not leave, before the battle inside has a winner. Anyone leaving will cause the balance of the scene to be broken. Very beginning, Zheng Xuerong and others were full of confidence in Ling Feng and believed that this would be a battle without any suspense. After all, judging from the comparison of abilities displayed by Zhang Yi and Ling Feng, Zhang Yi has almost no chance of defeating Ling Feng. A warehouse manager who has not received systematic training faces off against a top alien who is both the king of special forces and possesses superpowers. Isn't the outcome of the battle clear at a glance? However, they did not know that there was a huge gap between the two. That is, the gap in intelligence had long been formed. No one knew that the information about Shishan base had been leaked. In the case of unequal intelligence, Zhang Yi had sufficient time to prepare items to deal with Ling Feng. But the battle between Ling Feng and Zhang Yi happened in a hurry. As time passed, Zheng Xuerong and others began to feel uneasy in their hearts. Why isn't it over yet? Team Ling should kill that Zhang Yi quickly. Shouldn't it? Zheng Xuerong murmured. Shi Daong comforted him by saying that maybe the captain planned to torture him to death slowly. So don't worry. We must believe in the captain's strength. Zheng Xuerong frowned. But the captain was not the kind of person who would be careless. A well-trained warrior will only think about finishing his opponent quickly, and will not have any thoughts of playing games. But compared to the members of Team Bit, Fatty Sue and Uncle Yu gradually showed smiles on their faces. The longer the time passes, the more in line with Zhang Yi's combat style. Because Zhang Yi has always been extremely cautious. The longer time goes on, the greater the chance that Zhang Yi will win. Chapter 326 Total Destruction. Zhang Yi recovered all his physical strength. He felt it was almost time. So he picked up Ling Feng's head and walked towards the edge of the valley. Zhang Yi did not walk directly from the entrance, but slowly climbed up the cliff from one side. At this time, people from both sides were standing outside the cliff, anxiously waiting for the outcome of the battle inside. Zhang Yi informed Fatty Sue and Uncle Yu through the intercom. Don't be surprised and don't show any abnormality. Wait for my signal and then attack. When Uncle Yu and Fatty Sue heard Zhang Yi's voice, their eyes suddenly flashed with joy. It's Zhang Yi's voice. He's still alive. This also shows that Zhang Yi won. Ling Feng is dead. However, the two of them immediately suppressed their excitement and secretly prepared for an attack. Zhang Yi carefully lay down on the cliff and glanced at Shi Daong and others. After thinking for a while, he fixed his sights on Zheng Xuerong. Like Fatty Sue, she is also an ice and snow ability user. She has strong field control abilities, but her physical strength is not strong. In Zhang Yi's right eye, the divine power slowly activated. The space around Zheng Xuerong's neck began to twist. Zheng Xuerong suddenly noticed the discomfort in his body, screamed and wanted to run away. But the next moment, a large amount of blood burst out from her neck. The flesh and blood on half of the neck was torn to pieces by an unknown force. The aorta was severed, and blood spurted out like spring water. Zhang Yi suddenly stood up from the cliff and raised Ling Feng's head high in his hand. Ling Feng has been killed by me. Fatty Sue controlled a large amount of ice and snow with both hands and began to attack the people on the opposite side. The snow waves all over the sky swept over like a tsunami, blocking the sight of Shi Daong and others. Uncle Yu shouted to Hua Hua and Liang Yu to kill them all. Although Hua Hua and Liang Yu were stunned for a moment, they quickly reacted. The three people quickly rushed towards the opposite side. At this time, the aliens from the Special Forces team were shocked by the scene in front of them, and fell into a daze because of the overwhelming shock. Their strongest captain, Ling Feng, was actually killed by Zhang Yi. Although they don't want to admit it, that lifeless head doesn't lie. Coupled with the fact that Zheng Xuerong was instantly killed by Zhang Yi, the special team was completely in chaos. Before they could react, Liang Yu was already holding Tang Dao and rushed over at the first glance. The combat power of the Special Forces team has dropped sharply. Ling Feng and Zheng Xuerong died in the battle. Yi Ronghua was seriously injured, and Fang Zun's ability was difficult to use due to environmental restrictions. In fact, only Shi Daong and Su Mingjie can fight. But firstly, Ling Feng's death made them lose morale and have no fighting spirit. Secondly, Liang Yu and Uncle Yu were also very powerful in combat, and Zhang Yi used his special powers to rob the formation from a distance. This resulted in this battle becoming a one-sided massacre. Kill them all, leaving no one behind, Zhang Yi said through gritted teeth. This group of hateful guys attacked his sanctuary again and again. disrupting his peaceful life. He really hated these bastards from Shishan Base. At this time, Zhang Yi still had residual excitement from stimulants in his body. After Liang Yu and others subdued the others, Zhang Yi rushed down the hillside, then carried Long Ming and hacked them to death one by one. Immediately afterwards, in front of Liang Yu and others, he began to absorb the supernatural powers of the corpse. But this time, that feeling was obviously much weaker, and it even improved him less. Why doesn't it have any effect? Zhang Yi frowned. But if you think about it carefully, you can probably understand the reason. The power levels of these people are much worse than Ling Feng. There is a huge gap compared to Zhang Yi today. Just like playing a game. You won't gain much experience by defeating mobs that are too low in level. Zhang Yi said to Uncle Yu, Fatty Su and Hua Hua, come over and give it a try. As for Liang Yu, Zhang Yi still has reservations about her, and doesn't want her to continue to become stronger. In fact, Liang Yu and others had already learned from Zheng Xuerong that there were strangers who could absorb the same kind of power. But she didn't want to argue with Zhang Yi. After all, she owed Zhang Yi a favor this time. Uncle Yu and Fatty Su went over and gave it a try. But soon they both shook their heads. No, boss. I don't feel anything while doing it. Fatty Su looked frustrated. Uncle Yu also said that I did too. Their people have mentioned before that not everyone has this ability. Maybe we are not as talented as you. Zhang Yi crossed his arms, and had a question mark in his head. There are still many things he doesn't understand at all about aliens and supernatural powers. It seems that there will be more research in the future. But there may be relevant records in the information library of Shishan Base. After all, they have done a lot of research in this area. Meow. At this moment, Hua Hua bit off Fang Zun's head and swallowed it into his stomach with a slurp. Zhang Yi asked Hua Hua, can you swallow their power? Hua Hua glanced at Zhang Yi with her huge eyes and narrowed her eyes slightly, which was a sign of approval. In this case, leave them to you for late-night snacks. Zhang Yi said generously. So Hua Hua devoured all those strangers without ceremony. It changed back to its kitten form, jumped onto Zhang Yi's shoulder, and licked its paws. I'll go. It tastes so good. Zhang Yi turned its head to the side to prevent its mouth from facing him. However, Zhang Yi's eyes looking at Hua Hua were obviously full of expectation. Hua Hua has devoured so many strangers this time, and will definitely become stronger. From now on, he will be his #1 younger brother. Things here are finally over. The Shishan Base has been blown up. Even if the people below are still alive, they will definitely not survive for long. Liang Yu said, can we leave? I'm going to pick up my students. By the way, where will we be accommodated then? Zhang Yi said lightly to Shujia Town. It's impossible to put it in his young manner anyway. Let them go to Shujia Town for these troublesome things, and live by ice-breaking fishing in the Lujiang River from now on. Liang Yu nodded. She was about to go back, but Zhang Yi said calmly, don't worry. Don't be impatient when doing things. We must remember to do the finishing work well. Liang Yu looked at Zhang Yi curiously, wanting to see what he would do next. Zhang Yi came to the entrance of Shishan Base, opened a different space, and threw in a bunch of truck machinery and equipment that had been smashed by Ling Feng. Then, he set up explosives here. A group of people came dozens of meters away from the entrance. Zhang Yi pressed the switch in his hand and detonated the explosives. At this point, the entrance to the passage here has been blocked by those scraps of metal. Even if there are still people alive, it is impossible to crawl out of these heavy scrap metals. Chapter 327, The Ashes Are Raised for You. When Liang Yu saw Zhang Yi's behavior, she couldn't help but sigh that you really don't want to leave any chicken behind. In this case, it is obviously difficult to find anyone alive down there. I just think of it as buying insurance, Zhang Yi said lightly. But this isn't the end yet. Let's go. I'll take you to another place. Zhang Yi took out the snowmobile and invited Liang Yu to sit as his co-pilot. Liang Yu was curious and didn't know what Zhang Yi was going to do. But since there was a car to sit in anyway, she didn't care. Just went along and watched the fun. A group of people were riding snowmobiles. Zhang Yi turned on his mobile phone, and there was a 3D pattern of the structure of the Shishan Base sent by Yang Xinxin. Not long after, they came to an area in the mountains. In the distance, the headlights saw 3 figures running into the distance on the snow. Liang Yu looked at Zhang Yi in astonishment. Have you even thought of such a thing? Zhang Yi smiled lightly. According to the 3D structure diagram of the Shishan Base, I discovered an escape passage connecting the first life warehouse. It's not hard to guess who used this. He drove the snowmobile, increased the accelerator, and drove towards the other side. Liang Yu looked at those people. His eyes gradually filled with strong murderous intent. Qin Xinyan. The culprit, who caused the conflict between Xishan Base and Zhang Yi. It was he who kept pressing forward step by step, leaving no room for Zhang Yi. It was he who established the harsh Xishan system and killed countless ordinary people, including Liang Yu's students. Zhang Yi can't let anyone go. He must die here. Since Qin Xinyan can contact Jiangnan region, it means that he has a very wide network of contacts. If this person survives, he will definitely fight to the death with Zhang Yi based on his hatred of Zhang Yi for destroying his Xishan base. Therefore, Zhang Yi had to eliminate the root cause and completely solve this serious problem. The three people on the snow are indeed Qin Xinyan and his guards. After the Xishan base was exploded, the first life warehouse was not at the center of the explosion and was not destroyed due to its strong defense. However, many underground life support systems have been destroyed, and the members of the Special Forces team he relies on most can no longer be contacted. Qin Xinyan, who knew something was wrong, immediately ran out of the escape tunnel. In order to survive, he even ignored his wife and children. It's a pity that they left in a hurry and had no decent transportation, so they could only leave on foot. As a result, they were overtaken by Zhang Yi and his men. When he saw the two snowmobiles heading towards them, Qin Xinyan's face turned pale, and his mood fell to the bottom. The two loyal guards around him quickly raised their guns and grenades, wanting to fight to the death. Two cars, one behind the other, blocked their way. Zhang Yi stepped out of the car and looked at Qin Xinyan with a sneer. His playful eyes were like seeing prey caught in a trap. Isn't this the leader of Xishan Base? You are a big shot. Why did you run away quietly? Qin Xinyan was so frightened that his legs became weak. This was the first time in his life that he felt the taste of death so clearly. Even after the end of the world, he can still live happily at the Xishan Base with the power in his hands. But overnight, everything he owned was destroyed. Zhang Yi became a nightmare-like existence in his eyes. Zhang Yi, don't be impulsive. I think we can still have a good talk. Qin Xinyan spoke quickly to persuade Zhang Yi to let him go. You can't kill me. I, Qin Xinyan, am also a person with status. And if you kill me, it will break the balance of various regions in Tianhai City. By then, I don't know how many monsters outside will come here. You will face greater danger. Zhang Yi's heart moved slightly. He didn't know these things, but on the surface, he remained calm and said lightly, Hee hee. That's what you said. Right. Don't look at yourself now. You have nothing, and you are not qualified to negotiate terms with me. While Zhang Yi was speaking, the crowd had already surrounded the three of them, especially Liang Yu, who held the Tang Dao firmly in his right hand and looked at Qin Xinyan with a fierce look in his eyes. There was a blood debt between her and Qin Xinyan. Dozens of her students became Qin Xinyan's test subjects, and some were even made into protein liquid. From the bottom of her heart, she hated this hateful man. Zhang Yi's divine power has locked onto the three people present. Surrounded by so many strangers, they had no ability to resist. Qin Xinyan quickly explained that these are troubled times, and in troubled times one should use heavy rules. If I don't do that, everyone will die. Zhang Yi, you are a great talent. You should not bury your talent. Is it good for the two of us to cooperate? As long as you are willing to cooperate with me, and with your strength and my connections and brains, we will definitely make Xishan Base bigger and stronger. By then, it will be easy for us to become the kings of the entire Tianhai City. I don't need a glance from the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. Qin Xinyan opened his mouth wide, still trying to convince Zhang Yi with his sharp tongue. But the next moment, his head twisted and then exploded like a watermelon. The two guards were so frightened that they shouted leader. Then he pulled the grenade's ring and rushed towards Zhang Yi, wanting to die with Zhang Yi. Boom! 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 After several gunshots, both men's knees were shot through, and they fell to the ground weakly. But they still threw the grenades at Zhang Yi desperately. Zhang Yi, however, unhurriedly opened the dimensional door with both hands and took over the grenade. Then he clasped his hands together, and the power of the explosion disappeared completely. The two guards were dumbfounded. They could not understand this method. Zhang Yi walked up to them step by step, and then gently pressed his right hand on the chest of a guard. The surging power was released by the dimensional gate and surged forward. His body instantly became bright, then burned, and was burned into a skeleton in just a few seconds. Zhang Yi looked at his right hand with satisfaction. My control over the power of space is getting stronger and stronger now. Liang Yu looked at Zhang Yi's power from behind, and had a strange feeling in his heart. Compared to the first time the two met, Zhang Yi's current strength has become more and more terrifying. She really couldn't imagine how far this man would grow if he continued to evolve at his current rate. Zhang Yi killed Chen Xinyan and 3 others, and then burned their bodies completely with fire. He waited until the 3 people turned into ashes, then spread the ashes cleanly, and then left with satisfaction. The friends behind him were speechless, and just watched Zhang Yi operate for a long time. Is this necessary? Liang Yu couldn't help but ask. You are too cautious. Now that the entire Shishan base has been destroyed by you, what are you still worried about? Zhang Yi said seriously that Chen Xinyan was a big shot in Tianhai City before. I don't know what complicated social background he has. What if after he dies, someone comes to avenge him? Liang Yu rolled her eyes. This is the moment. Do you think it is possible? Zhang Yi said. I will put an end to any possible danger. Having said this, he said to Liang Yu with a smile, if you had carefully considered the consequences before going to the Shishan base, maybe it would not have ended like this. Liang Yu's heart was shocked, thinking of his students who died tragically. I couldn't help but feel sad in my heart. She looked at Zhang Yi with complicated eyes, and began to understand his approach. Chapter 328 Gathering Teammates. Zhang Yi called everyone back. Both he and Uncle Yu and Fatty Su were injected with stimulants, which could make them energetic and improve their combat effectiveness in a short period of time. But after 12 hours, he will fall into a weak state. So he had to go back to a safe place and rest for a while. As for the Shishan base, he will come again later. After all, there are many weapons and ammunition stored in the base, as well as many things prepared to deal with extraordinary environments. Zhang Yi is a frugal person who does not waste anything. Several people got on the bus, and Liang Yu reminded him to go pick up my students first. Her students followed Zhang Yi's instructions, and went to hide in the nearest community. With the food and fuel Zhang Yi gave them, they were able to survive the cold night for a while. But if they arrive too late, they will definitely die as soon as the fuel runs out. Zhang Yi didn't say anything and drove directly in that direction. Although he didn't have much favorable impressions of those students, Zhang Yi still admired Liang Yu. Her fighting ability was even more targeted by Zhang Yi. Sooner or later I have to make her mine. Zhang Yi thought secretly in his heart. As for what kind of person he is, if you want to ask for more, then. Zhang Yi rubbed his fingers at her. You have to offer enough benefits in exchange. Liang Yu looked stunned. And I thought we were friends already. Just because we are friends, that's why we have to clearly mark the price. This way our feelings won't be hurt. Zhang Yi said with a smile. Liang Yu was speechless. Okay then. We can just go there ourselves, she said somewhat angrily. Originally, she wanted to take the opportunity to discuss with Zhang Yi whether she could get her beloved sword Long Ming back. But seeing Zhang Yi like this, she knew there was no chance. It would be extremely difficult to take advantage of such a fussy man. Well, see you later in Xujia town. Zhang Yi waved to Liang Yu, then returned to the car, and the group of people walked away. Liang Yu turned around and came to the room where the students were sheltered from the wind, only to see them watching the snowmobile go away with worries on their faces. Are you okay? Liang Yu asked with concern. The students gathered around the fire, looking pretty good, and the temperature in the room was relatively warm. It's a bit easy to get carbon monoxide poisoning, but everyone doesn't care about that now. The students looked at Liang Yu, and suddenly someone asked Teacher Liang, why are they leaving? Didn't you agree to arrange a place for us to stay? Only then did Liang Yu realize that there was disappointment in their eyes. Although they left the Devil's Cave at the Shishan base, after they came out, they could not find a place with sufficient food to live, and their lives were still difficult to guarantee. Liang Yu quickly comforted them and said, don't worry. Zhang Yi and I have already discussed it. I will take you to Xujia town, where there is a good living environment. Moreover, there are still villagers living in Xujia town, and it is close to the Lujiang River. We will be able to catch fish from the river in the future. Students, you looked at me and I looked at you, and fell into silence for a while. Obviously, this kind of life is far from their ideal, which makes them very disappointed. Among the crowd, Wu Qingyu suddenly stood up. He frowned and asked in confusion, Teacher Liang, as far as I know, after Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen were taken away, they both lived in Zhang Yi's villa. That shelter was built by Wang Siming at a cost of $1 billion, and I also visited it. That place is very spacious and can accommodate all of us. Why don't you discuss with Zhang Yi and let us live in it too? The living conditions in that place are much better. The students' eyes lit up and they said, yes, 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 yes. Since Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen can live in it, why can't we? Teacher Liang, just go and discuss it with Zhang Yi. It's so cold outside. If we go out to catch fish, our hands will get frostbite. Their eyes burned with greed. It could be seen that in the past few hours, they had already discussed their words and imagined their life after living in the shelter. But Liang Yu looked at their hopeful eyes and could only helplessly shatter their illusions. Don't even think about this matter. Zhang Yi's ability to come over and help us leave Shishan base is already the result of my hard work. Now we have settled everything, and no one loses money. Why do people let us live in a shelter? Liang Yu thought of Zhang Yi's indifferent face and said that he was not a person who was kind enough to help others selflessly. Give up this idea as soon as possible. At the very least, we are free now, which is better than living precariously at the Shishan base. The students suddenly became anxious when they heard that their illusions were shattered. Liang Yu frowned and emphasized his tone. Okay. Stop saying it. Tonight everyone takes turns to keep vigil and have a good rest. We will set off to Shujia town early tomorrow morning. The temperature was too low at night, and the visibility was not good. So they had to wait until dawn before taking action. The students looked frustrated and had too much unwillingness in their hearts. But at this time, they no longer dared to go against Liang Yu's words. After staying at the Shishan base for more than a month, they deeply understood that the situation was different from the past. And the powerful teacher Liang was their biggest reliance on survival. On the other side, Zhang Yi took everyone to Yuelu community and first took Zhou Qir, Yang Xinxin and others back to the shelter. After learning the news about Zhang Yi's success, the women in the safe house were extremely excited. After the Shishan sanctuary is eliminated, their future lives will be safe. In the apocalypse, who doesn't want to live a stable and happy life? The cheers of women rang out from the headphones. And Zhang Yi and others also looked at each other and smiled. Zhang Yi said to Uncle Yu, Uncle Yu, why don't you and Aunt Zhou move here? Yunk Manor is full of luxurious villas. You can choose whatever you want when the time comes. The living environment here is better than that in Yuelu community. And in the future, everyone will be close to each other, so they can take care of each other. After hearing this, Uncle Yu thought for a moment and readily agreed. Well, I think this is fine. After all, after this war, I also felt the power of unity. He smiled and said, to be honest, just the two of us living there. Sometimes I feel a little scared. Fatty Su interrupted and said, Uncle Yu, what are you afraid of? Based on your strength. Unless you encounter an organization like Shishan Base, 30 or 50 ordinary people are no match for you. Uncle Yu sighed. What I am worried about is encountering similar organizations. Zhang Yi lowered his eyes slightly and said lightly that Uncle Yu's worry was justified. It is impossible for Tianhai City to have only one Shishan base. This can be heard from Qin Xinyan's words before his death. Although the Ice Age came, most people died. But this also means that those who survive will not be easy to deal with. You know, Tianhai City is a huge city with 20 million people. Can you imagine how many strangers there would be here? And how many armed forces there would be? But when it comes to this, Zhang Yi said with a smile in order to lighten the atmosphere, but we don't need to worry too much. The Shishan base is so powerful. Wasn't it still destroyed by us? From now on, when we all live together, with our current strength, no one will be afraid. The three of them look at me and I look at you. And they all feel that each other's presence is the source of their confidence. Apart from them, Hua, Yang Xinxin, Lu Karen, and Zhou Qir, who is not a powerful combat or support talent. Even Liang Yu, a powerful martial arts master, can be their helper. Such a powerful force must be weighed by any person or force. Uncle Yu nodded heavily and went back. Let's move. With Zhang Yi here, moving is just a small matter. The group drove back to the safe house on snowmobiles. As soon as they arrived at the house, the women rushed towards him excitedly. Zhou Haimei asked Uncle Yu concernedly if he was injured. Zhou Qir and Yang Mi carefully checked Zhang Yi's body. Lu Karen looked on with a smile, a little embarrassed to come over. But Zhang Yi noticed it anyway, walked over and gave her a bear hug. Thank you. This victory is indispensable for your help. Lu Karen's pretty face turned slightly red. I just helped a little bit. But it was you, the eldest brother, who contributed the most. Don't belittle yourself. You are very important to me. Zhang Yi pinched her cheek with a smile. This intimate gesture made Lu Karen's face turn redder, and he lowered his head and did not dare to look at him. At this time, two jealous looks came from the side. Zhang Yi looked down and saw Yang Xinxin sitting in a wheelchair, looking at him with dissatisfaction. Zhang Yi hurriedly leaned over and hugged her, smiling and saying, I must say, the biggest contributor this time is our Xinxin. Without your powerful hacking capabilities, the foundation of our operation would not exist. Although these words were meant to make her happy, everyone admitted that this was indeed the truth. Without Yang Xinxin, they would have no chance to challenge Xishan base. Rather than saying that Zhang Yi destroyed the Xishan base, it is better to say that the missile launch from the Jiangnan region gave them a chance. And all of this is inseparable from Yang Xinxin's operation. Calculating it this way, a genius who is at the top in a certain field can sometimes be more useful than a stranger. Chapter 329, The Sequelae of Stimulants. Zhang Yi told everyone about moving back. And Yang Mi, Zhou Qier and others were naturally very happy. The space in the safe house is too small. With so many people living together, it is definitely not as spacious as a shelter. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. The 5-story building of the shelter has complete living facilities. It is no exaggeration to say that it is almost the same as a palace. Uncle Yu asked Zhou Jaime's opinion. Zhou Jaime naturally agreed happily. She also specifically asked Zhang Yi if the villa I had before was still there. When I first bought it, I spent 180 million. After all, she bought the villa with her own money. Although in the end of the world, the real estate is worthless, she is still reluctant to part with it. Zhang Yi smiled and shook his head. He had been blown up long ago. However, there are still many villas that are intact. And it will be the same if they change to another one when the time comes. Zhou Jaime sighed, feeling a great pity in her heart. That's my life savings. Even big stars have to pay a lot for a house, so they feel a lot of emotion in their hearts. But she still had no problem with going back. It's so boring here. After going to Yonk Manor, wouldn't it be nice to be able to go to Zhang Yi's house and meet Zhou Qier and Yang Mi to play mahjong? So everyone packed up their things together. Zhang Yi did not let everyone finish moving everything. It's okay for everyone to take away the necessities in life. The house will remain as it is, and some daily necessities will be left behind. If something happens there one day, we can use this place as a temporary base for refuge. When everyone heard this, they felt it was very reasonable. Anyway, there was no shortage of supplies in Zhang Yi's different space. So everyone stuffed important things into Zhang Yi's different space and set off lightly. Zhang Yi was the last to leave, and he locked the heavy alloy door. No one can enter this place except him, and he will not leave it to others. The guys went downstairs. Zhang Yi took out the snowmobile and asked everyone to get on. At this moment, Zhang Yi suddenly noticed a spying gaze not far away. He turned his head and saw the figure wrapped in a black down jacket in the distance. It turned out to be Li Jian. Zhang Yi frowned slightly and walked towards Li Jian. Li Jian didn't run away, but waited for Zhang Yi to come over. You're up so late at night. What are you doing out here? Li Jian quickly said that tonight. There was a big explosion from the west. We were all woken up, so we didn't sleep. The explosion Li Jian mentioned was of course the missile. Zhang Yi took a look at Li Jian and thought of his weird powers. He couldn't help but ask how your body is lately. Do you feel anything abnormal? Li Jian's strange powers were given by some people who claimed to be followers of the snow worship cult. Zhang Yi has never dealt with those people, but he had a vague feeling that sooner or later he would run into those people. Therefore, it is only good for him to know more information about the other party. Li Jian shook his head. No, I don't dare to use this ability easily now. Professor Gu reminded me that if I use it too much, I might become fertilizer. Zhang Yi nodded and said nothing more to him. Li Jian's ability is of no use to him currently, so he doesn't plan to kill Li Jian or include Li Jian in his team. After all, there is a large group of 18 residents behind Li Jian, and those people cannot live without him. These people have no enmity with Zhang Yi, and they do not pose a threat. For such people, Zhang Yi still doesn't mind letting them live a good life. Just let Li Jian live well here, just in case he is needed someday. That night, everyone returned to the shelter, although it has only been a day and a half. Returning here gives people a feeling of being in another world. This place was almost hit by a missile and turned into ruins. But now, their enemies have been destroyed, and nothing can disturb their stable life. Since it was midnight, everyone was a little tired, so Zhang Yi left everyone to rest in the room. Wait until they have regained their strength before redistributing the houses. There are more than a dozen villas that have not been destroyed around, and Fatty Sue and Uncle you can choose from them. However, Zhang Yi's words were very clear from beginning to end, and the shelter would not share them with others. It's not because he doesn't trust Uncle Yu and Fatty Sue. Zhang Yi had great trust in Uncle Yu, but he still had reservations about Fatty Sue. As for Zhou Jaime, Zhang Yi and her were only superficially polite. For the sake of Uncle Yu, he has no trust in these two people. They are gathered together more because of interests. It's better not to let them live here. On the other hand, it is inconvenient for everyone to live together. For example, Zhang Yi has his own needs in life. If there are outsiders at home, your hands and feet cannot be used freely, which will affect your performance. Uncle Yu also had this concern, so he was naturally happy to go out and live alone. As for Fatty Su, since he was taken advantage of by Su Lily, he has shown some signs of fear of women. At home, he basically only dared to talk to Zhang Yi. He's also happy to move out and live with his figurine pillows. After struggling for a few days and worrying for a month, I was finally able to get a good night's sleep. Zhang Yi hugged Hua Hua and returned to his comfortable room. He locked the door from the inside because he would be in a weak state for a while. Stimulants overdraw your physical strength. No matter how good you feel at the beginning, your body will be sore and fatigued later. What's more, he took 3 injections in one breath. Over the next few days, life returned to calm. Zhang Yi, like Fatty Su, had entered a weak state. That feeling can only be described as weakness in the limbs and lack of energy in the head. Zhang Yi just wanted to lie in bed and do nothing. Fortunately, there are more women at home. Zhou Care, Yang Mi and Lu Karen took turns taking care of him, and it felt quite good. Fatty Su was more pitiful. He was lying on the bed alone, reading comics to recover. Every day Yang Mi would bring prepared meals to his bed, but there was no feeding service. Zhang Yi can enjoy such high-level treatment. As for Liang Yu, she took her students all the way to Xuzhou town. There are only a few elderly women and children left in Xuzhou town, and many houses are vacant. Liang Yu and a dozen students occupied 2 empty houses. The villagers in Xuzhou town did not dare to contact them, especially after seeing the special combat uniform of Shishan base on Liang Yu. He would hide subconsciously. The shadow left to them by the Shishan base special forces team may not disappear until they die. The housing problem for Liang Yu and others has been solved, but the problem of food is still difficult to solve. The students are not fishermen. If they are asked to dig fish on the ice, they do not have that ability. Liang Yu was soft-hearted and couldn't bear to rob those old, weak women and children. So she had to come to the shelter to find Zhang Yi, hoping that Zhang Yi could give them some food as agreed before. Chapter 330 Teacher Liang. Sit down. Zhang Yi. We are safe now. Should you consider having a baby? Zhou Kier's warm voice came from the room. She was lying on the huge bed, wearing black silk pajamas, and her graceful body was looming. Due to her years of exercise, her figure is slender and well-proportioned, with a perfect 9-head body, and her figure is as convex as it should be and as curvy as it should be. In the past, just by looking at her body shape, one would have known that this woman was very fertile. Zhang Yi lay on her soft thighs, squinting his eyes slightly and enjoying the massage from her fingers. Why do you think so? Once you have a child, you have to spend time on him every day. Carpe diem, and don't think too far ahead. At this time, Zhang Yi had no plans to have children at all. First, he doesn't want his children to affect his current comfortable and leisurely life. Second, the world today is not stable, and there may be a new crisis one day. Having children brings an extra burden. Zhou Kier pursed her lips. But I want to have the fruit of love with you. With more and more beautiful women around Zhang Yi, Zhou Kier will inevitably feel a sense of crisis in her heart. In this world, many women have a common problem. That is, they look at other women around their boyfriends as potential mistresses. There are more and more outstanding women around Zhang Yi, so her worries are not entirely unfounded. Zhou Kier hoped to stabilize her position, so she decided to have a child. That's too much trouble. There's an easier way. Zhang Yi opened his eyes and said to her with a smile, any solution. Zhou Kier opened her beautiful eyes wide and asked curiously, keep your body and face in good shape, and work on your techniques. Zhang Yi said humorously. Zhou Kier was so embarrassed that she stretched out her white and slender jade fingers and touched his chest. A hint of cunning flashed in her eyes, and she suddenly lowered her head and leaned close to Zhang Yi's ear. Gee, you know how to tease me. But how could anyone practice this kind of thing alone? Zhang Yi only felt itchy in his heart. But at this time, he was still in a weak stage, so he was inevitably a little weak. How hateful. You should be arrogant now. When I recover, I will let you know how powerful I am. Then I'll wait for you. While the two were flirting, there was a sudden knock on the door outside. Zhang Yi. Liang Yu is here. She said she wants to see you. It was Uncle Yu's voice. Among the 3 people, only Uncle Yu's body was not affected by the drugs. After all, his superpower is to strengthen his body, And he also has strong resistance to drugs. So the side effects were quickly eliminated. When Zhang Yi heard Liang Yu's arrival, a smile suddenly appeared on his lips. Everything was as he expected. It was not difficult for Liang Yu to bring the students out. But as a martial artist, how could she feed and drink the students? In the end, you don't have to beg him. Are you going to let me control you this time? Zhang Yijiji laughed strangely. Zhou Qier looked at him with a strange look on his face. Are you trying to make some crooked idea about that teacher Liang? Zhang Yi sat up lazily, reached out, and slapped her hard but snapped. The echo is crisp and elastic. What is crooked thinking? This is called equivalent exchange. Zhou Qier screamed in pain. Zhang Yi got up from the bed with a smile, and then lazily walked over to open the door for Uncle Yu. Opening the door, Uncle Yu told Zhang Yi that Liang Yu was waiting at the door. Should you let her in? Let her come in. I just have something I want to talk to her about. Liang Yu is a stubborn woman, and she also has a strong sense of ethics for the teaching profession. This kind of person is Zhang Yi's favorite, because he is a rogue enough. He likes good people who are kind, honest and trustworthy. He will never suffer when dealing with such people. Liang Yu had such good fighting ability, so of course, he had to keep it under his control. Zhang Yi came to the living room, and when Yang Mi saw this, she quickly came over to help him. It's not necessary. I'm not that weak yet. Zhang Yi waved his hand and told her to make some hot coffee. Yang Mi said, I don't know what teacher Liang likes to drink. Zhang Yi said, just make cappuccino. Now you just pour boiled water for her to drink and she likes it. Yang Mi immediately went to make coffee, while Zhang Yi let the intelligence system open the door and let Liang Yu in. This is the first time Liang Yu has entered the interior of the shelter. After arriving inside, she looked at everything around her in disbelief. This luxurious villa is like a palace in the apocalypse. She has also been to Chen Xinyan's first life warehouse. In terms of luxury, it is completely different from Zhang Yi's shelter. After all, the Xishan shelter is a temporary refuge. It was built a long time ago, and its main purpose is to avoid wars and natural disasters. Therefore, in terms of comfort level, it is definitely not as good as the shelter that Wang Ximing painstakingly built. Liang Yu finally understood why Zhang Yi disdained Chen Xinyan's solicitation and insisted on living here. From here to the Second Life warehouse at Xishan base, it is equivalent to going from the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel to a convenient hotel that costs 30 yuan a night. Teacher Liang is here. Come and sit. Zhang Yi was wearing white cotton pajamas, leaning lazily on the sofa. Reaching out to Liang Yu to say hello, Liang Yu took off her down jacket, revealing her beautiful figure underneath. Her bust is slightly smaller, and although it cannot be said to be perfect, it is still a bit pitiful for Zhang Yi, who is used to seeing the big world. But for a martial artist, this body type is actually beneficial to performance. Zhang Yi took a look at her down jacket. It didn't seem to fit very well. It was dirty, and the sleeves were a bit too long. It was obvious that the clothes were not hers. They must have been taken from someone's body. It was freezing, and there was no way to wash it, so it looked very shabby. Why don't you wear combat uniform? Zhang Yi asked curiously. Combat uniforms are standard equipment for the Xishan base special operations team, and captain-level combat uniforms are of better quality. In addition to its strong bulletproof capabilities, it also has a good temperature control function, and is not afraid of cold or heat. Liang Yu said helplessly that the temperature control system consumes electricity. Zhang Yi slapped his forehead, and then remembered. I have no shortage of electricity throughout the day, and the generator in the basement keeps working. Based on the fossil fuels in his hands, there will be no energy shortage. But in this world, not everyone has such superior conditions as him. In the outside world, officials still provide electricity intermittently every day to prevent people across the country from dying due to energy supply problems. This has indeed allowed many people to survive, and it can be regarded as preserving the fire for reconstruction after the end of the world. But that meager amount of electricity can probably only be used to heat some food or be used for the most important thing, heating. Many people are no longer even willing to use their mobile phones. Therefore, Liang Yu was forced to give up the high-energy consuming combat uniform and switch to traditional clothing. Chapter 331 Tutor. Zhang Yi sighed. Teacher Daoyang, with your ability, you could have lived a more comfortable life. I didn't expect it would be so difficult now. Well, he is truly a good gardener for the people. Zhang Yi praised with a smile. Liang Yu frowned slightly, feeling a little uncomfortable. Although Zhang Yi was praising her, she felt like she was being scolded, as if she was being called a fool. She didn't want to argue about this, so she just slowly sat down on the sofa. The warm room temperature and soft sofa greatly relieved her mood. Yang Mi came over with 2 cups of steaming coffee, smiled and put 1 cup in front of Liang Yu. Please use. Thanks. Liang Yu picked up the cup, and the rising heat moved her a little. Looking at the milk foam on it, she realized that it was a cappuccino that she didn't like to drink. In order to stay in shape, she drinks Italian coffee. But now she had no room to be picky, so she still took a long sip. So sweet. At least 2 pieces of sugar were added. Liang Yu thought so in his heart. For the first time, she didn't feel sick about adding so much sugar to her coffee. Instead, she was so moved that she wanted to cry. Zhang Yi took a sip of coffee leisurely, and then asked if there was anything you wanted to see me for this time. Liang Yu held the coffee in her hand, stared at Zhang Yi, and said seriously, "We had agreed before that I would help you counterattack the Shishan base, and you would provide shelter and food for me and the students. Now that the Shishan base has been destroyed, the residence is ready in Shujia town, so I hope you can provide us with more food." Speaking of this, she said a little helplessly, "You know, my students are very pampered. It will take a certain amount of time for them to search for food by themselves or go down the river to fish." Zhang Yi immediately asked, "So the suffering they suffered at Shishan base was still too little?" Liang Yu's tone was stagnant, and he shook his head, "And let's not mention this. In short, you give us food first so that they can spend a while. I will figure out what to do next." Zhang Yi nodded. Of course. He opened the dimensional door directly in front of Liang Yu. Then, crash. A large pile of food appeared on the floor like a hill, piling up to a height of more than 1 meter. Bread, bags of steamed buns, spicy strips, chicken feet. There were a lot of things in Zhang Yi's space, and he took them in all at once, without caring whether he could use them or not. The same goes for food, many of which he doesn't like much. He picked a few from it, and took it out to Liang Yu. Zhang Yi pointed to the food and said, "These things are enough for you and the dozen students to eat for half a month. Take it back. This is what we agreed upon." Liang Yu looked at the pile of food on the ground with a happy smile on his face. "Thank you, Zhang Yi. This is what you deserve." Zhang Yi took a sip of coffee and said with a gentlemanly smile. Liang Yu breathed a long sigh of relief. In fact, when she came, she was particularly afraid that Zhang Yi would go back on his word. After all, the Shishan base is gone now, and she has no conditions to negotiate with Zhang Yi. There was nothing she could do about Zhang Yi's regret. Therefore, Zhang Yi fulfilled the agreement readily, making Liang Yu feel good about him. Zhang Yi took out a few travel bags and asked Yang Mi to put them away for her. Liang Yu sat on the sofa. She originally wanted to sit a little longer and drink some warm and sweet coffee, but she was embarrassed to stay here all the time, worried that people would think she was here to use the heater. So she had to squat down and put the food into the bag. Zhang Yi looked at her and suddenly asked, "It must be difficult for a woman to lead so many half-year-old students, right?" Liang Yu suddenly stopped what he was doing. This sentence completely penetrated her heart. Since the end of the world, as a teacher, she has been working hard to protect her students. The students regard her as someone to rely on. But who cares whether she is working hard or not? In fact, she is just a woman in her 20s, who occasionally needs comfort from others. Liang Yu raised her head and showed a grateful smile to Zhang Yi. "Thank you. However, I couldn't leave those students behind. Once I let go, they will have no way to survive in this world." Liang Yu sighed lightly, "Which would make me unable to forgive myself." Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. He understood the subtext of Liang Yu's words. She works so hard to protect these students, not necessarily because she loves them so much. What she sticks to is her duty as a warrior and a teacher. People can die for their beliefs. Once you violate your beliefs and cannot convince yourself to fall, life may be more painful than death. An idea suddenly came to Zhang Yi's mind. If I can help Liang Yu get rid of these students reasonably, she might be very happy. That's right. It's the kind of happiness that appears to be in great pain, but actually lets out a long sigh of relief and allows you to live a new life with peace of mind. If there is a chance in the future, it would be a good idea to get rid of her troublemakers. Zhang Yi thought so in his heart. The reason why he didn't like Liang Yu's students was because of Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen. When they were at Tianqing Academy, those guys used violence against Yang and Lu. Therefore, Zhang Yi recognized that this was a group of bad people. Keeping it is also a waste of rice, and it might become a hidden danger someday. It would be better to find an opportunity to clean them out. Zhang Yi looked at Liang Yu and knew in his heart that now was not the time to touch those people. He couldn't let Liang Yu hate him. He really wanted this woman to be his. So Zhang Yi said that you are too doting on them. They are obviously quite old. Most of them are adults. Right? But he is still like an unweaned child. Relying on you for everything. Lian Yu. What are you going to do after you finish eating all this food? Does one person provide for them all? Lian Yu's head hurt from what Zhang Yi said. Those students are pampered. I thought that after experiencing hardship at the Xishan base, they had learned to live independently. But if you let them go to the Lujiang River to dig ice for fishing, they will break their hands. Let them tinker with the igloo. They can even make big holes in the house. In addition to these, they will also dislike the clothes and quilts left by the villagers because they are covered with dead people, are unlucky and dirty, and they are unwilling to wear them. You know, it has been 3 months since the end of the world. Who has the conditions to wash clothes and cover? Lian Yu frowned, not knowing what to do. She can only hope that they will mature one day so that she can lighten her burden. Zhang Yi looked at her and suddenly said softly, Lian Yu, it's too hard for you. Otherwise let me help you. Lian Yu raised her head in disbelief, staring at Zhang Yi with her big round eyes, unable to believe her ears. You? What did you say? She had to speak again to confirm. Zhang Yi smiled slightly and said, I can provide food for you. Now everyone knows that I have a lot of supplies in my hand. There is plenty of food. So even if there are more than a dozen of you, there will be no pressure at all. Zhang Yi sighed, seeing you working so hard. As a kind person, I really can't stand it. Lian Yu felt happy, but soon she became wary. She had some understanding of Zhang Yi's personality and style, so she would not give charity to others for no reason. Let me ask first. When you help us, do you want us to do something for you? A mysterious smile appeared on Zhang Yi's lips. You said it wrong. I'm not helping you. I'm helping you. And I need you to provide enough price in exchange for food. Lian Yu was relieved. This was the Zhang Yi she knew. Tell me what you need me to exchange with you. Zhang Yi laughed, then stretched out his index finger and pointed at Lian Yu with a playful expression. I want you. Lian Yu was stunned for a moment. And then soon, a blush appeared on her white face, and she stood up and took 5 or 6 steps back like a conditioned reflex. You? Don't go too far. Lian Yu was so angry that her whole body was shaking, and she pointed at Zhang Yi with a look of shame and anger. Yang Mi, who was not far away, heard the movement here and couldn't help but look over. Does Zhang Yi also have thoughts about teacher Liang? In Yang Mi's heart, the sense of crisis became even stronger. Lian Yu pointed at Zhang Yi, gritted her teeth and said word by word, I will never sell my body. There was a smirk on Zhang Yi's lips, seeing Lian Yu's jumping, ferocious cat-like behavior. His evil taste was greatly satisfied. He leaned back on the sofa unhurriedly and looked at Lian Yu with a confused expression. I want to ask you to be my tutor and teach me martial arts. Why is this obscene? Clam? Lian Yu was stunned again. Private teacher? Zhang Yi patted his head and suddenly realized the truth. So you thought I wanted you to do that? Oops. What are you thinking about? You are a people's teacher. Zhang Yi was speechless, but actually he was smiling in his heart. Sure enough, Lian Yu was dumbfounded by Zhang Yi's trick. She thought she had misunderstood Zhang Yi's meaning, and quickly apologized with a blushing face. I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. Zhang Yi's tone was a little angry. Do you think I, Zhang Yi, am that kind of person? Lian Yu, you underestimate me. Alas, if you want to do this as a tutor, you can do it. And if you don't, you will be kicked out. I won't force you either. You go. Zhang Yi waved his hand to see the guests off. Lian Yu was anxious. With such a good opportunity in front of her, she certainly didn't want to miss it. She must be very happy to just teach Zhang Yi martial arts in exchange for food. No. Me. I do. Zhang Yi looked at the flustered Lian Yu and laughed in his heart. He was sure to take advantage of this female teacher, who was both strong in combat and cute and upright. Chapter 332 Database. Zhang Yi and Lian Yu made an appointment to come to the shelter every day to teach him Kung Fu for more than 2 hours. In exchange, he can provide Lian Yu with food for 10 people. This is not entirely a routine, although Zhang Yi intends to win over Lian Yu and let her become the person around him. But he does have plans to learn martial arts and improve his melee strength. After all, nowadays, his biggest weakness is that he is not strong enough in close combat. Being able to learn from this former bodyguard of a certain sea for a period of time will definitely benefit you a lot. And it may save your life in the future. Food for 10? Lian Yu hesitated after hearing this, because there were 16 people in total including her and the students. And the food for 10 people was definitely not enough for everyone. Can you give me a few more copies? There are 16 of us. Liang Yu pleaded. Zhang Yi smiled lightly. Teacher Liang, I hope you can understand my difficulties. This is not a one-time supply, but food for 10 people every day. Besides, you don't want your students to be idle and just rely on my assistance, right? Zhang Yi naturally had his purpose in doing this. First of all, don't let those students eat too much. People who eat too much tend to think too much, especially unreasonable thoughts. Secondly, only by letting them see a little bit of hope, but never being satisfied, can Zhang Yi hold everyone including Liang Yu firmly in his grasp. After listening to Zhang Yi's words, Liang Yu suddenly had an embarrassed look on his face. Yes, she herself had said repeatedly that she would solve survival problems with the students. As a result, now I have to ask Zhang Yi for food. Isn't this a slap in the face? Well, it serves 10 people. Liang Yu also made up his mind. Take some of the food from Zhang Yi and let the students work hard to get some of it themselves. In this way, it will not be difficult to survive due to insufficient food. Liang Yu accepted Zhang Yi's suggestion. After she collected the food, she hurried back to Shujia town. Those students have been hungry all day, and now they are huddled in the igloo. Some of them may starve to death a little later. Zhang Yi pulled a blanket from behind the sofa, covered him, and then lay on the sofa boredly watching TV. At this moment, the sound of a wheelchair rolling came to my ears. Zhang Yi looked not far away, and Lu Karen pushed Yang Xinxin slowly towards this side. Zhang Yi smiled slightly. You guys came a little late. Your teacher Liang just left. Yang Xinxin smiled lightly and said no. I came here because she left. Oh, don't you want to chat with your teacher? Zhang Yi asked. Yang Xinxin shook her head. If we were present, it would affect the negotiation between you and her because of the two of us. Zhang Yi smiled and said nothing. If it is a major decision, he will never let anyone's presence affect his thoughts. Yang Xinxin approached Zhang Yi, and she suddenly asked her brother, Do you want to meet Teacher Liang? Zhang Yi was drinking coffee. When he heard these words, he almost choked on the coffee and sprayed it out of his nose. Cough, cough, cough. Why do you suddenly ask this question? Zhang Yi tried hard to keep his expression calm, but his actions have exposed his heart. To be honest, Liang Yu is quite beautiful, and is both silly and cute at the same time. Such a woman would be of great use if she could stay around. Turning her into your own shape is actually a very good option. Zhang Yi does have this idea, but he won't force it. Yang Xinxin pouted her lips slightly, and Lu Karen's eyes swayed a little strangely, but she quickly covered it up with a smile. Ha ha ha. Brother, you are too carefree. You already have 2 sisters, but you still want to take advantage of our teacher. However, Yang Xinxin carefully analyzed that judging from the development of human civilization to this day, this is indeed the most direct and effective way to establish an alliance. Teacher Liang is very powerful, and from a female perspective, he is also very attractive to the opposite sex. Plus her little pathetic brain. She looked at Zhang Yi playfully. Actually, brother, it's not surprising that you would have an idea for her. People with high IQs can stay rational when analyzing things. So Yang Xinxin thinks that Zhang Yi is right to want to make Liang Yu his own. After Zhang Yi listened, he felt like he had met a soulmate. He has no leisure time to play the game of love. This thing can be used as a spice of life, but it is not a necessity. If Liang Yu is just a beautiful teacher with a sense of justice, Zhang Yi wouldn't even look at her. Isn't Zhang Yi covetous of her strength? Zhang Yi calmly said to Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen that you two are very smart, and I won't beat around the bush with you. Liang Yu's fighting ability is very strong and very useful to me, so I plan to recruit her and make her a member of our team. As for the emotions between men and women, they don't exist. There is only pure use, value, and desire in my heart. Zhang Yi thought secretly. He doesn't mind what happens with Liang Yu, if it can help him get Liang Yu. But this kind of thing is optional, and not the most critical factor. After Yang Xinxin listened, she confirmed that Zhang Yi was still the man who was so sensible that he was almost indifferent. And then she smiled happily. I see. In this case, brother, just try your best. Xinxi will also help you. She smiled brightly. Help me? Zhang Yi asked with a smile. The smile on the corner of Yang Xinxin's mouth is a bit mysterious. We know better than you what kind of person Teacher Liang is. Xinxi knows very well how to convince her to become one of us. Zhang Yi couldn't help but cough. In fact, there is no need to make it so troublesome. With our conditions, it is not difficult to make her excited. Yang Xinxin nodded in agreement, but suddenly asked how to help her get rid of those troublesome troublemakers. On this issue, several people have the same idea. Those surviving students had done bad things to Yang Xinxin before. Yang Xinxin doesn't like them at all and thinks they are all a burden. Zhang Yi shrugged and didn't want to touch them for the time being. I don't want to make the relationship with Liang Yu too rigid. With her stubborn mind, if she found out that I had killed her student, she would risk her life with me regardless. There will be a chance. Yang Xinxin left such a sentence quietly. Her black eyes were shining, as sharp as knives and a bit cold. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "If you have an idea, just do it. As long as Liang Yu doesn't find out." "Yeah, I got it." Yang Xinxin nodded. "By the way, brother Zhang Yi, there is something else I want to tell you." Yang Xinxin was planning to leave. But before leaving, she suddenly turned back and said to Zhang Yi, "Well, what's the matter?" Zhang Yi looked at Yang Xinxin curiously. Yang Xinxin said, "These days, I have been checking the information database of Xishan Base. After all, the Xishan Base was nominally built by the government back then. They have complete equipment, and the amount of information they have is even greater. I want to see if there is any useful information. As a result, I really discovered a lot of interesting information. I believe you will be interested." Zhang Yi couldn't help but sit up straight after hearing this. What information? Qin Xinyan was once a high-ranking figure in Tianhai City, and he must know a lot more information than him. Zhang Yi's sources of information are relatively scarce. Therefore, he eagerly hopes to learn more about the end of the world, as well as the current information about Tianhai City and surrounding areas. The battle at Xishan Base has fully proved the importance of intelligence. Yang Xinxin's mysterious smile contains too much information, and I haven't finished sorting it out yet. I'm just telling you in advance so that you can be mentally prepared. However, based on what we have obtained so far, it is certain that there must be more than one powerful armed organization like Xishan Base in Tianhai City. Yang Xinxin's eyes were a little deep. Brother Zhang Yi, we made so much noise before. Do you think it will attract people from other forces? Chapter 333 Defense Plan. Yang Xinxin's words made Zhang Yi frown slightly. But I know this. He spread his hands and said calmly that in such a large Tianhai city, it is impossible for Xishan Base to have only one powerful armed force. After all, this is a huge city with 20 million people. Even if only 5% of people survive, there are millions of people. Yang Xinxin's smile became deeper. There are differences between forces. What if there are multiple forces as powerful as Xishan Base? Zhang Yi looked up at the ceiling. The chandelier above was an expensive luxury item worth tens of millions. You won't be unlucky enough to conflict with other forces again, right? However, Zhang Yi suddenly changed the subject, saying that we do not cause trouble and are not afraid of it. If we encounter other forces, we really won't be afraid with our current strength. Counting Liang Yu, they have a total of 5 strangers. Any force that wants to be their enemy must think carefully. I see. Yang Xinxin nodded. I will sort out all the information as soon as possible and give it to you. Brother. Well, good work. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he turned to look at Lu Karen. Karen, come here. Lu Karen pointed to his nose, with some surprise on his face. Brother, if you need me to do anything, just ask me. In this battle of Xishan, she felt that she had not helped much, and she still felt a little ashamed. Zhang Yi said to her, That's right. Our family is not the only one who lives in Yunk Manor now. Fatty Sue and Uncle Yu's family all moved here and are nearby. If one day I encounter another invasion from a foreign enemy, I don't want to be like before, and can only passively defend. Therefore I would like to ask your help to design a blueprint of a fortification. Then we built a line of defense around the 3 houses to defend against enemies. Lu Karen said with some confusion that the design drawings are simple. But if you want to build a large-scale fortification, it won't be enough for us alone. Right? Not to mention the lack of large-scale machinery and equipment. And transporting materials is also very troublesome. Zhang Yi smiled and said, What do you think we lack? He moved the material on his fingers, and I could do it. Someone needs help. And Uncle Yu is here. Fatty Sue can control ice and snow. And you can also use this. If you need to cut materials, call Liang Yu. Hua can also help with some hard work. Do you think it's still a problem? After Lu Karen thought about it for a while, he couldn't help but exclaimed, That's right. Although there are few of us, we all have unique skills. It seems that it is not impossible to build an impenetrable line of defense. Zhang Yi nodded. You design it first, and then tell me directly what materials are needed and how to work, and I will solve it. Yeah, I understand. Lu Karen and Yang Xinxin got new tasks, so they returned to their studios and started busy. In the next few days, Zhang Yi was still recuperating. With the caring care of the great Dr. Zhou Qier and the reasonable arrangement of nutritious meals, Zhang Yi recovered very quickly. Within a few days, the physical discomfort disappeared. So, he started to be busy in a new place. In the past month or so, because he had to face the threat from the Xishan base, he had somewhat neglected Yang Mi and Zhou Qier. Now that he has more time and energy, of course, he has to make up for the two of them. When they had dinner the next morning, Yang Mi and Zhou Qier were all smiling. Their faces were radiant, and their spirits were fuller than before. Zhang Yi was sitting on the sofa watching TV. After the two women were busy in the kitchen for a while, they brought breakfast to him. Zhang Yi, eat something to replenish your body. Zhou Qier looked at him with charming eyes, a look of satisfaction on her face when she thought about what happened last night. She came over with a bowl of soup. Zhang Yi took it and opened it. There were some good and nourishing things inside. Just kidding. Do I, Zhang Yi, need to use these things? Zhang Yi smiled disapprovingly, and then drank most of the bowl in one gulp. Don't tell me. I was quite tired last night. Lu Karen pushed Yang Xinxin over to have breakfast. When passing by the island kitchen, Yang Mi saw their faces, and was so scared that she covered her mouth and shouted, "Oops! What happened to you two last night? You two look so bad?" Lu Karen and Yang Xinxin turned away, not knowing how to explain. The two of them said in their hearts, "What's going on? Don't you have some idea in your mind?" Their rooms are not far apart. Although the sound insulation effect is relatively good, you can still hear the loudest noises. It was another pleasant day, and the family of 5 was eating breakfast in the living room. Now the sanctuary has returned to its former appearance. The gorgeous villa is peaceful and life is very comfortable. As for Uncle Yu and Fatty Su, Zhang Yi has provided them with a large amount of food, as well as generators, fuel, coal, and other supplies for their houses over there. They can clean up their own house, and only need to solve the problems of food and heating. In fact, other configurations in the villa are very high-end. After all, it is the leading luxury villa area in Tianhai City, and the house has everything you need for life. However, Zhang Yi still gave Fatty Su special care. This guy is still hurt in his relationship, and is a little afraid of women. So Zhang Yi gave him a neon limited edition high-end latex simulated girlfriend. It's the kind of high-end product with heat preservation function and intelligent voice. Use it with VR glasses for the best effect. As a friend, Zhang Yi can only help him to this extent. After breakfast, not long after, Uncle Yu and his wife and Fatty Su came over to visit. Humans are social animals and need social interaction. Otherwise, they will easily develop psychological problems over time. We are all neighbors now and teammates who have experienced life and death battles. So our relationship is naturally better than before. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhang Yi called Uncle Yu and Fatty Su over and talked with them about his idea of building a defense line. With the three of us as the center, we will create a strong line of defense around us. This is just in case someone comes in for a surprise attack and we don't have time to fight back. It doesn't need to be as strong as my shelter, but it will at least give you time to escape to the shelter. In this way, if we encounter a strong enemy one day, we will no longer be so passive. Even if the first line of defense is breached, we can still retreat to the shelter and continue to defend. Zhang Yi expressed his thoughts. After listening to this, Uncle Yu and Fatty Su nodded in agreement. They are the biggest beneficiaries of this plan. Fatty Su was even more happy and said on the spot, "Brother, we really want to go together. To be honest, I was really worried that someone would break in and put a gun to my head while I was sleeping one night." As a veteran, Uncle Yu put forward his own opinions. Since you want to build a defense line, you can't just focus on defense. You also need to have a certain ability to fight back. My suggestion is to place heavy firepower around the defense line. Fatty Su asked how to deal with weapons and ammunition. Zhang Yi said this question is simple. It is combustible and can be used to make bullets. As for firearms, I have a lot of them. However, considering that those who dare to attack us must be powerful armed forces, heavy firepower is needed. Zhang Yi rubbed his chin and said decisively that in a few days, when we are back to our best condition, we will go to the ruins of the Xishan base together. There are a lot of good things there, although the Xishan base was blown up by Zhang Yi's strategy. According to the analysis of the Xishan base's engineering data, an explosion of that magnitude could not completely destroy the Xishan base's fortifications. Therefore, Zhang Yi's original goal was to kill everyone inside through an explosion. But for such a large base, the underground space is too vast, and most of the area should be well preserved. There are a large number of weapons and equipment inside, including heavy firearms. Uncle Yu and Fatty Sue naturally had no objections and nodded in agreement. As for the problem of building materials, it can actually be solved through the Shishan base. Uncle Yu suggested that judging from the defensive capabilities of the Shishan base, it would not be much worse than your shelter. We can dismantle some materials and come over to strengthen our defense line. Zhang Yi frowned and questioned that their process was all one piece pouring. How could it be so easy to disassemble? Uncle Yu thought for a while and asked helplessly. But where else can we get so many building materials? To build fortifications, you must at least have reinforced cement concrete. Without these, would it be possible for us to use snow to build defense lines? Uncle Yu made a humorous joke. But this sentence gave Zhang Yi a wake-up call. He looked at Fatty Sue and said meaningfully that maybe using ice to build a defense line would be a good choice. Zhang Yi and the two expressed their thoughts. Opposite is the Lujiang River. We can intercept a large amount of ice from the Lujiang River to use as a city wall and build a defense line. Under the temperature outside, there is no need to worry about melting the ice cubes. And it is easy to repair. It's actually very good material. At that time, we can add some steel bars inside as a skeleton. And we can easily and conveniently construct an ice and snow city wall. Chapter 334 Private Lessons from Tutors. Zhang and Yi discussed the plan to build a defense line. The women in the family gathered together and were led by Zhou Haimei to play mahjong. When Zhou Kier came over to get the hot water, he heard the three people talking and couldn't help but laugh and said that now that the Shishan base has been wiped out, you are more cautious than before. She felt that there would at least be a longer period of peace in the future. After all, organizations as powerful as Shishan base have been wiped out. Even if there are other armed forces, they will definitely not dare to approach this place easily. Zhang Yi said, be careful and sail the 10,000-year ship. We can't place our hopes on how others will do it. But we can do our best to take our own safety measures. In the apocalypse, it is crucial to take safety measures. The three of them enjoyed it endlessly. Men are always passionate about topics like building cars and women. Even if nothing happened, the three of them wanted to build a city wall for fun. This is called the combination of hobby and reality. Which is perfect. Fatty Sue asked the boss. Do you think there will really be unsighted armed forces coming here in the future? There can't be any stronger force in Tianhai City than Shishan Base. Fatty Sue has a theoretical basis for saying this. Shishan Base controls the only garrison force in Tianhai City, and can be called the most powerful armed organization in Tianhai City. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. Fatty, you forgot to consider a situation. He stretched out his hand on the table and nodded, playfully saying that the Shishan base was indeed destroyed by us. But others may not know this. In the eyes of outsiders, we are just a group of ordinary people. Not even powerful. Fatty Sue suddenly realized that this did make sense. Then let's quickly build a line of defense. Speaking of which, I'm really a little scared. Zhang Yi nodded, and did not intend to delay further. If the defense line is built as soon as possible, their sense of security will increase. He asked Fatty. Uncle Yu, are you in the best physical condition now? Uncle Yu patted his chest. My body was fine a long time ago. And the side effects of the medicine had no effect on me. Zhang Yi smiled and said, doesn't that mean that stimulants don't have much effect on you? There is still some effect. Uncle Yu replied. At this time, Fatty Sue hurriedly said that I still have to recover. And I feel that my body is getting weaker and weaker recently. Zhang Yi glanced at him meaningfully. Have you overused the simulated girlfriend I gave you? Fatty Sue suddenly blushed as if he had been poked into something central. What is overuse? The thing about single dogs is to relieve loneliness. That is called relieving loneliness. Not overly indulgent. The living room was filled with happy laughter again. Only when Fatty Sue comes can everyone be so happy. But when he was away, everyone lived the same way. My physical fitness has almost recovered. Let's do this. In 3 days, we will go to Shishan Base together and search for everything that can be used in that place. No problem. Boss. Then give me a few boxes of Lue Rumania pills, and I will supplement them. Zhang Yi said very considerately. I will give you 2 more bags of wolfberry. You can go back and eat it. Boss. You should be nice to me. Fatty Sue is very grateful. The 3 people chatted casually together for a while. How to build a more perfect defense line to effectively defend against enemy attacks. However, after experiencing the siege by the special forces of the Shishan base, Zhang Yi's mentality also changed dramatically. Even if he faces such a large-scale battle in the future, he will not feel panic in his heart, especially after devouring Ling Feng and several special forces members. His personal strength has also been greatly improved. Confidence comes from strong strength. After a while, Liang Yu came over and rang the doorbell. Isn't this Teacher Liang? What is she here to do? Fatty Su touched his chin. And as if something suddenly occurred to him, he winked at Zhang Yi. Boss, could it be that you took her in too? Zhang Yi raised the corner of his mouth. Look what you said. Zhang Yi, am not that kind of person. We have a pure male-female relationship. She is my tutor. Understand? Uncle Yu smiled and said he was in a relationship. But he was still pure? You guys are really having fun. Fatty Su, on the other hand, was savoring the tutor Zhang Yi said. And images of many teachers appeared in his mind involuntarily. Boss, you really know how to play, Fatty Su said with admiration. Zhang Yi ignored the ambiguous glances of the two men and opened the door for Liang Yu to let her in. After Liang Yu entered, he found that the place was extremely lively, and everyone was there. The men gathered together, drinking tea and chatting. The women played mahjong together and gossiped. This warm atmosphere made her feel as if she had entered another world. You know, she was accompanying the group of students in Xijia town. But she had to worry about being both a father and a mother in the severe cold of 50 to 60 degrees below zero. Liang Yu couldn't help but envy Zhou Kier and the others. Lu Karen and Yang Xinxin came over to greet Liang Yu warmly. They still respect this teacher very much. Those who can maintain their inner kindness in the apocalypse are rarer than national treasures. She is the virgin, not the virgin bitch. The gap between the two is huge. Our Lady's approach is, if they need help, I'm going to help them. What the holy mother bitch does is, they need help. You have to help them. Liang Yu is a little overprotective of her students, but she relies on her own strength to do it, rather than hijacking the morals of others. Liang Yu saw that his two students were doing well, with a gentle smile on his face. I feel relieved to see that you are living so well now. Yang Xinxin smiled sweetly and said, Well, Brother Zhang Yi is so kind to us. We are very happy here. As she said that, she took Liang Yu's hand with a look of regret and looked at her sincerely. Teacher Liang, you must be working hard outside. Right? If you are willing, I can plead with my brother to let you live with us. Xinxin misses you so much. Liang Yu has always loved Yang Xinxin, especially because Yang Xinxin has disabled legs. When she heard Yang Xinxin's words, she felt a little shaken in her heart. But thinking of the students in Xijia town, she still shook her head helplessly and refused. I can't leave. With me gone, it will be difficult for other students to survive in such a harsh environment. As a teacher, at the very least, I have to teach them how to adapt to the environment and gain the ability to survive. Yang Xinxin nodded. Teacher Yang, you are still as gentle as before. However, these two things have no impact. She smiled and explained that you can help them by living in the shelter. After all, they are so old, so they can't live without you for a moment. Right? On the contrary, Teacher Liang, if you really want them to become independent, you have to let them learn how to survive in the apocalypse. Teacher Liang, do you think what Xinxin said makes sense? Liang Yu's eyes swayed. Obviously, she was very moved by what Yang Xinxin said. But Zhang Yi won't agree to let me live in. Right? She scratched her cheek in embarrassment. The relationship between me and him was not very familiar. Moreover, wouldn't it be bad if I live in a shelter by myself and leave Wu Qingyu and others outside? Yang Xinxin looked at Liang Yu with a smile, knowing that her teacher was already moved. Xinxin will go to Brother Zhang Yi to plead for mercy on this matter. As for other students, teacher, no matter where you live, their living environment will not change. Wouldn't it be selfish of them to prevent you from living in a shelter? The little devil is good at tempting. She is confident that as long as Liang Yu lives in the shelter, it will be impossible to leave. Liang Yu is just responsible, not stupid. Once you are used to living in such a comfortable environment, you will naturally not want to go back to the ice and snow outside. As long as Liang Yu is called over, the other students outside will lose their protection. Then once there is a chance in the future, we can deal with them all. Yang Xinxin made a plan in her heart, and the smile on her face became more and more harmless. I'll think about it again. Liang Yu said this, but something was already moving in her heart. Yang Xinxin knew that the heat was enough, and if she tried to persuade her again, it would be counterproductive. So she didn't say any more. She smiled faintly, nodded innocently, and said with a smile, Okay, Teacher Liang. If you decide, remember to tell Xinxin. Okay, all right. Liang Yu smiled. Not far away, Zhang Yi stood up from the sofa and walked towards Liang Yu. Although he didn't know what Liang Yu and Yang Xinxin said, Yang Xinxin was definitely helping him win over Liang Yu. Liang Yu, let's go downstairs. There are too many people here, and it is inconvenient, Zhang Yi said to Liang Yu with a smile. These words made the women playing cards next to him couldn't help but look sideways. Liang Yu's face turned red, feeling that Zhang Yi's words could easily cause others to misunderstand. But after thinking about it carefully, there seemed to be nothing wrong with his words. So I had no choice but to nod and follow Zhang Yi to the basement. The two came to the stadium on the third underground floor. Zhang Yi glanced at Liang Yu's shabby clothes, then took out a complete set of clothes from another space and handed them to her. Down jackets, woolen sweaters, thermal underwear, sneakers, even down to underwear and socks. Of course, a sweatshirt for indoor sports is indispensable. There is a bathroom here. Go take a shower first. Zhang Yi pointed to the bathroom not far away and said. Liang Yu blushed fiercely. Although she is a powerful martial arts master, she is also a woman. Although Zhang Yi didn't directly say that she felt unclean, she would think so in her mind. She could only lower her head and whisper, I don't have the conditions to change into new clothes or take a hot bath outside. Zhang Yi smiled. I didn't say anything. You think too much. Liang Yu's face turned red. She flicked her ponytail, picked up her clothes, and went to take a shower. After a while, she finished taking a shower and put on the sportswear Zhang Yi prepared for her. The upper body is wearing a gray sports vest, revealing healthy wheat-colored skin, and the waistcoat line on her abdomen can be clearly seen. The lower body is a pair of black slim-fitting sports pants. The strong, clean and soft lines would not have such perfect curves if it were not for years of exercise. A black sweatband was tied on her head, revealing her white and shiny forehead, which made her already resolute expression even more heroic. Zhang Yi looked at Liang Yu's appearance at this time and nodded with satisfaction. Teacher Liang, let's get started. Liang Yu stared at Zhang Yi, with an imperceptible smirk on her lips. Learning martial arts is very hard. You have to be mentally prepared. Chapter 335. Worry not about scarcity but about inequality. What Liang Yu teaches is true religion. Because Zhang Yi was quite nice to her, she wanted to repay Zhang Yi in this way. However, it is not easy to learn real kung fu. At the very least, you have to start practicing by being beaten to improve your body's defense. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had been exercising regularly before and had excellent physical fitness, so he was able to keep up with Liang Yu's pace. After 2.5 hours of practice, he was sweating profusely and sore all over. Your foundation is still good, but you can't succeed in kung fu overnight. You have to be mentally prepared. Liang Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to Zhang Yi, I don't really expect to become a martial arts master. I just want to have one more way to save my life. Zhang Yi sat on the sponge cushion, panting. Liang Yu couldn't help but said that even Ling Feng was killed by you. I'm afraid not many people can threaten your life. Zhang Yi curled his lips and said lightly that the world is full of accidents, and no one should joke with his own life. He knew why he was able to beat Ling Feng. It all depends on poor information and a lot of preparation in advance. If two people don't understand each other's abilities and encounter each other in an unfamiliar environment, Zhang Yi really has no confidence in defeating Ling Feng. Once his dimensional gate fails to reach Ling Feng, he will definitely die. Let's continue tomorrow. I can't stand it anymore today. Zhang Yi stood up. He took out a bag of food from another dimension, which was probably enough to barely feed 10 people. He always means what he says. Zhang Yi left the bathroom below to Liang Yu and went upstairs to take a bath. Liang Yu looked at Zhang Yi going upstairs, and couldn't help but think of Yang Xinxin's proposal. If those words came from Zhang Yi, she would definitely be worried about some conspiracy. However, she really couldn't doubt that the innocent girl with paralyzed legs had any bad intentions. Can I come and live in this place? Liang Yu felt a little unsure. She didn't really like living under someone else's roof. But it's so comfortable in this place. During the battle between heaven and man, her heart had actually begun to tilt. After Liang Yu left, Fatty Su came over and asked Boss Zhang Yidao if he wanted to call Liang Yu when he went to Xishan base the day after tomorrow. One more person means more security. To be honest, although we concluded that there are no living people in Xishan base, but no one has gone down to see it, so it's hard to say. Uncle Yu couldn't help laughing and teasing him. Xiao Su, you are really too timid. No bigger than a mouse. Fatty Su chuckled. Be careful with your 10,000-year ship. This is what my boss taught me. Zhang Yi smiled and said that there was nothing wrong with what Fatty Su said. But it's not appropriate to call Liang Yu now. She is not ours yet. The relationship between me and her is just a cooperative one. If you ask her to help, You will owe her a favor. This is not necessary. It was enough for a few of us to go there. It's just searching the ruins. There is no risk. Even captain-level aliens such as Ling Feng were eliminated, and leader Chen Xinyan was burned to ashes by Zhang Yi. It is unlikely that there is any man-made risk within the base. On the other side, Liang Yu left the shelter with complicated emotions. On the way back, she was also thinking about what Yang Xinxin said. Is it possible to live in a shelter? Thinking of the superior living conditions in the shelter, it would be a lie to say that I am not moved. But she needs to discuss this matter with the students. Liang Yu always feels that as a people's teacher, she needs to consider the feelings of students. In fact, what Yang Xinxin said makes sense. Whether she lives in a shelter or not, it will have no impact on the students' living environment. Anyway, Zhang Yi couldn't let them all live in the shelter. In this case, it is not impossible for me to move to live with Zhang Yi and the others. Alas, let's discuss it with them and ask them what they think. In fact, if we think about it carefully, we really need to get closer to Zhang Yi now, so that Zhang Yi can help everyone more. The more Liang Yu thought about it, the more reasonable he felt it was. To use Zhang Yi's words before, Liang Yu also longs to enjoy life. She just needs a reason to convince herself. Liang Yu returned to Xijia town. When she put the food she took from Zhang Yi in front of the students, the hungry students suddenly exclaimed, "Great! We have something to eat." Everyone rushed forward and started looting. Seeing them like this, Liang Yu sighed slightly in his heart. She looked at Yi Xiaotian and Wu Qingyu, the two people who were now responsible for helping her manage all the students. Yi Xiaotian was transformed by the Xishan base and became a force officer among the students. Wu Qingyu, on the other hand, has a better mind and was the squad leader before, so he is responsible for the intellectual responsibility. Yi Xiaotian and Wu Qingyu asked you to organize your classmates to dig ice and dig fish in Lujiang River this morning. How are you doing? Wu Qingyu's eyes were a little dodgeful, and he looked at him. Teacher Daoyang, as you know, it's hard enough for the students to ride bicycles at the Xishan base every day. Now that they can finally take a breath, if they are asked to brave the severe cold to work, they will not be able to do it. Yi Xiaotian frowned slightly and pointed at the table in the igloo. I tried to dig out a few strips, because the tools are relatively simple and only picks and hoes can be used. The efficiency is not high. Liang Yu felt quite disappointed when he saw the two poor crucian carp on the table. In fact, she herself didn't know much about breaking the ice and digging for fish. At the beginning, the villagers of Xijia town also relied on tools and the power of sled dogs to succeed. These students have no experience and are not comfortable with the tools. It is simply a fantasy to rely on this method to make a full meal. Liang Yu sighed lightly and said to the two of them that you should think of ways to improve fishing efficiency. These foods were given to us by Zhang Yi according to the previous agreement, but don't expect others to support us all the time. What to do when all this food is gone? We must rely on our own efforts to survive in this cold apocalypse. Although Zhang Yi promised that as long as she taught him Kung Fu, he would provide part of the food. But who is Zhang Yi? He never makes a loss. The food provided was limited and could not possibly satisfy more than a dozen people. Sure enough, after the students distributed the food, they all complained when they looked at the pitiful things in their hands. Why do you only have so much food? Teacher Liang, we don't have enough to eat at all. In such cold weather, it's easy to get sick if you don't have enough food. Yi Xiaotian quickly said. Let's get over it. Even these foods were taken care of by Teacher Liang with great difficulty. We can't always live off others. We have to use our own hands to get food. After everyone has finished eating, think carefully about what we can do to solve the food problem. Students, you look at me and I look at you, with expressions of reluctance on their faces. On such a cold day, it was too hard to brave the cold wind and snow and run to the ice to break the ice. What's more, they don't have enough to eat, and they have no strength. Wu Qingyu looked at Liang Yu and suddenly said, Teacher Liang, since you can go over and teach Zhang Yi martial arts every day, can you please intercede with Zhang Yi and let us live in his shelter? You see, both Lu Karen and Yang Xinxin can live in it. We are all in the same class. Considering this relationship, it shouldn't be too much to let us live in the dormitory. Hearing Wu Qingyu's words, other students' eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. His shelter is so big. There are only a dozen of us. We can definitely fit in it. At worst, we can eat less food and still help him work. Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen can live in it. Why can't we? These students used to be the children of prominent figures in Tianhai City, and they looked down upon Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen. Therefore, They naturally believed that they wanted to enjoy better living conditions than Yang and Lu. Liang Yu was a little speechless in her heart. She explained, "You are different from them. Yang Xinxin is the sister of Zhang Yi's girlfriend, and Lu Karen is Yang Xinxin's best friend. You can't compare to this relationship. And both of them have strong professional skills. Only then did Zhang Yi agree to let them live in the shelter. As for you, do you have these two aspects?" The students were very reluctant. It's not that they don't know this truth, but they are unwilling to do so. Seeing the paradise-like shelter just across the river, I could only live in the snow house and eat food donated by others. Teacher Liang, keep working hard. You are our teacher. You must have a way. Everyone pinned their hopes for a good life on Liang Yu. Those longing eyes stared at Liang Yu, which invisibly put tremendous pressure on Liang Yu. She originally planned to discuss Yang Xinxin's invitation to live in the shelter with the students. But now she can't talk about it. 3 days passed quickly. Zhang Yi and Uncle Su, Fatty Yu, have returned to their best physical condition. The three people packed up their equipment and planned to go to Xishan Base to see how many useful materials they could recover. Lu Karen also revised several versions of the design drawings for the defense line. After Zhang Yi's approval, the final version was decided. As long as Zhang Yi and the others can bring back building materials, they can start building the defense line. By the way, is there any way to repair our exterior walls? Zhang Yi did not forget the part of the outer wall that was destroyed by the special forces. Lu Karen said that it was poured in one piece during construction, so it would be more difficult to repair it. But it would take some time. However, the materials required are more complicated. Zhang Yi nodded. And there was no rush to repair the exterior wall. The degree of damage was about 20%, which would not affect life. You make a list of the materials you need, and we'll go look for them at a building materials company in the city later. Yes, brother. Lu Karen saluted playfully and cutely. And Zhang Yi couldn't help but smile and pinch her nose. Good job. Chapter 336 4 Major Organizations. Zhang Yi, Uncle Yu and Fatty Su, plus Zhang Yi's loyal battle pet Huahua. The four strangers set out for the Xishan base. Several people got on the snowmobile. Huahua sat on Zhang Yi's lap, and Zhang Yi directly turned on the automatic driving mode. This is not the first time we have gone to Xishan base, and several people are still in a relatively relaxed mood. Fatty Su looked at Huahua. He blinked and asked Boss Zhang Yidao, "Why do I feel that Huahua is different?" Zhang Yi lowered his head to look at the cat lying obediently on his lap, and reached out to stroke its soft fur. "Oh, what's different?" Fatty Su thought for a long time, shook his head, and couldn't explain. It was just a feeling that something subtle had changed. That's natural. Zhang Yi smiled profoundly. Although Zhang Yi doesn't know the principle at present, some of the mutated creatures have the ability to co-phagocytosis. For example, Ling Feng and Huahua both have the ability to devour the power of other aliens to evolve themselves. The last time Huahua swallowed several strangers. Now its ability is even more powerful. But what level it has reached can only be known through battle. After all, he couldn't communicate with the cat. After Zhang Yi, 3 people and 1 cat left. A while later, Yang Xinxin suddenly pushed a wheelchair out of her studio. She came to the living room and happened to see Zhou Qir watching TV. So she asked where her brother was. Zhou Qir blinked and said that a few of them went to Xishan base to collect materials. What do you want from him? Yang Xinxin frowned slightly. I compiled some information and wanted to let my brother take a look. Forget it. Let's wait until he comes back. Zhou Qir came over curiously and asked Yang Xinxin, with a smile, what interesting information he had. Let me take a look first. Yang Xinxin rolled her eyes and sneered, Cousin, you are not a combatant, so there is no use letting you know. Zhou Qir's little face bulged with anger. Humph. I'm an important logistical support staff member. Stop looking down on people. Slightly, Yang Xinxin made a face at Zhou Qir, then turned the wheelchair and walked away. She would not tell anyone else the important information. She could only tell Zhang Yi. She also has her own little thought here. That is, for Zhang Yi, the greatest value she can provide is intelligence and network security. What if I tell Zhou Qir, and she takes credit for it? Yang Xinxin thought for a while, and after returning to the studio, she used the console's supercomputer to contact Zhang Yi on the way. Hey, brother, are you at Xishan base now? Zhang Yi received the news from Yang Xinxin, glanced at the white snow outside, and said not yet. It was probably half the journey. Well, there is something I just found out, and I need to report it to my brother. Oh, it seems to be very important information. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Just tell me. I'm listening carefully." "Well, I found information about other large armed forces in Tianhai City. Because, brother, you are out. So I will tell you here to let you know something. Just in case you encounter someone outside, you won't be unprepared." Zhang Yi's eyes became more serious. "Okay. You say." Yang Xinxin said that according to the information from Xishan Base, there are 4 large-scale militarized shelters in Tianhai City. They are located in 4 areas: Xishan, Qingyang, Shenkou. They were all officially established many years ago and have been maintained. The purpose of its existence is to deal with sudden outbreaks of war and natural disasters. According to the information from the Xishan Base, the other 3 shelters also have powerful underground shelter spaces, huge weapons depots, and a large amount of war preparation materials. Zhang Yi nodded. "I know this. This information is not surprising. In fact, after living in Tianhai City for many years, there have been such rumors from the outside world." He even remembered that there was a news report on this matter many years ago, revealing some photos of an underground shelter. In other words, in addition to Xishan Base, there are 3 large armed forces in Tianhai City. Right? The sun is shining and the rain is green. These 3 areas are far away from our shelter. Zhang Yi touched his chin. But now, there is no guarantee that they have no plans to expand their power toward Xishan District and Lujiang District. There was really too much movement at the Xishan Base that night. It will definitely attract the attention of other forces. Once discovered by them, the Xishan Base that ruled Xishan District and Lujiang District was destroyed. They did not rule out the possibility of extending their tentacles here. No. In addition to the 3 of them, there is also a special force. Yang Xinxin replied that according to the information from the Xishan Base, a huge population has gathered in areas such as Tianfeng Shanlan and has become a force that cannot be underestimated. It's just that their records are not very detailed. Zhang Yi nodded, not surprised. With so many people in Tianhai City, it is normal for even dozens of separatist forces to appear. However, it seems that the understanding between the major forces is not very deep. Maybe it's because the time for the end of the world is too short, and they already have too much time to deal with their own survival and development issues. From what Zhang Yi learned, the Xishan Base did not even have all the information on the surrounding cities before its destruction, including the crusade against him. It should be regarded as an internal act to clean up their sphere of influence. Other forces should be similar. Very good, Xinxin. The information you provided is very useful. After Yang Xinxin was praised by Zhang Yi, she blushed happily and said with a smile, "Brother, I will continue to compile information about them. When you come back, can Xinxin give you a good report?" Zhang Yi smiled and nodded. Of course. After ending the call, Zhang Yi saw Fatty Su and Uncle Yu looking curious. Zhang Yi did not hide anything from them, and directly shared what Yang Xinxin told him to the 2 of them. The other armed forces in Tianhai City are actually the same size as the Xishan Base. It's a bit troublesome. It's best not to get involved, Fatty Su said worriedly. Zhang Yi calmly said that it was just expected. But Tianhai City is so big, so as long as we don't take the initiative to provoke them in the future, I believe there won't be any conflicts. At least 90% of the people in Tianhai City are dead now, and the remaining supplies are enough for the surviving forces to share. Everyone cherishes their lives, and there is no need to fight against each other. Uncle Yu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly sighed and said that he was afraid that things would not go as smoothly as he thought. I always feel that we will meet them soon. Chapter 337 Return to Xishan. In fact, not only Uncle Yu, but also Zhang Yi and Fatty Su had a feeling that they were about to come into contact with other large forces. Nothing in this world is accidental. Only necessity and deliberate actions. The battle at Xishan Base made too much noise. It will definitely attract the attention of other forces in Tianhai City. And when they find that there is a vacancy in the power in this area, they will slowly expand their power here. When the time comes, can Zhang Yi guarantee a harmonious relationship with them? No one knows how it will develop next. But I only know one thing. As long as we become strong enough, no one will dare to provoke us. Zhang Yi glanced at the 2 of them. Let's go! Let's go to Xishan Base and take away all the weapons there. Okay. The 2 of them also nodded very seriously. The car drove smoothly through the snow, heading towards the long-lost Xishan Base. Western Hills. Located in the southwest area of Tianhai City. It is a continuous mountain range with an altitude of less than 200 meters. It was once close to the Tianhai City military region. So after the end of the world, it directly became a refuge controlled by the Tianhai City military region. The 4 major shelters in Tianhai City are actually located near large official institutions. This is to facilitate the personnel of some important units to enter and take shelter in the event of war or disaster. Theoretically speaking, Xishan Base is actually the strongest armed force among the 4 major bases, because they have a fully equipped armed force. And most of the weapons in the Tianhai City military camp are also collected here. Outside the entrance of Xishan Base, 2 groups of people stood in the wind and snow. Their clothes are all snow white, specially dyed white in order to hide their appearance in the snowy weather. One of them is wearing combat uniforms that are almost the same as those at Xishan Base. The only difference is that the logo on their clothes is a blue wave, while the Xishan Base is a golden sword. Not far away from them, another group of people wore relatively simple clothes. Basically, they are all white thick down jackets, and they are not uniform, as if they were temporarily plundered from the mall. Both sides were wary of each other, holding weapons tightly in their hands, without looking away from each other. The entrance to this place has been completely blocked. It seems that it is difficult for us to get anything from below. Among the group of people wearing combat uniforms, the leader was a tall man with cold eyes. He spoke to the group of people next door. The group of people wearing inconsistent clothing was led by a lean little man. He smiled faintly, crossed his arms and said, "Who would have thought that this place was destroyed by a missile? I don't know what Shen Xinyan did to offend the Jiangnan region. He deserves it." The tall Wang Ruishuan smiled contemptuously. He has always been arrogant, and he brought this kind of consequences on himself. The little Han Chang did not take up the topic. There was not much interaction between their forces and Shen Xinyan. In other words, it can be said that their relationship with the 4 major shelter-based forces is not very good. The purpose of his coming here was just to find out what was going on at the Xishan Base. But looking at the scene in front of us, coupled with the terrifying cave left by the huge earth-penetrating missile halfway up the mountain, we can almost conclude that there are no living people down there. Han Chang sighed. After all, his trip was in vain. Wang Ruishuan also frowned deeply. The entrance has been completely blocked, with a large amount of rubble and dilapidated cars. It takes too much effort to clean it up. Their base camp is too far away from here, and it is impossible to mobilize manpower for the time being. However, the Xishan Base is still a big piece of fat. As long as you can open this passage and enter it, you can obtain the large amount of materials they left behind. Han Chang saw Wang Ruishuan's thoughts and couldn't help but sneered. He said playfully that you can use the power of aliens to clear this entrance. But how do you carry so much supplies back to Chaoyu's seaport base? He opened his arms and pointed from east to southwest. Your base is far away from here, but it spans the entire Tianhai City, a distance of nearly 200 kilometers. Wang Ruishuan snorted coldly. Can you do what our Chaoyu base can't do? Han Chang spread his hands. We didn't have much hope. I came here just to confirm whether the Xishan base exists. He smiled. Now that we know that all their people are finished, this is our greatest good news. If you look at the people in the other 2 bases, they are very smart and will not waste too much time here. However, they are the closest to this place, so they should have come to check it out a long time ago. Wang Ruishuan frowned. He had to admit that what Han Chang said made sense. Their Chaoyu base is too far away from Xishan. Even if they want to come over and pick up the leaks, they won't be able to compare with the distance advantage of Yansheng Base and Qipei Base. Now that the earth is covered with ice and snow, an extra kilometer of distance will cause a lot of troubles in transportation. Han Chang suddenly sighed and said, "What a pity. What a pity. Xishan Base was destroyed this time. But their territory and Chaoyu Base are not shared by fate." He looked at Wang Ruishuan with a playful expression. He would still have to take advantage of the people from the Yansheng and Qipei bases. If they get this site, they can slowly clean up the legacy of the Xishan Base. By then, wouldn't the strength soar into the sky? Among the 4 major bases, the Xishan Base has the most abundant weapons arsenal. This is also something that other bases are more jealous of. Of course, each of the 4 major bases has its own advantages. Are you sowing discord? Wang Ruishuan said coldly. Han Chang smiled disdainfully. The relationship between the 4 of you is already at odds. Do you need me to instigate it? Wang Ruishuan sneered and said, "I don't believe that you people who worship the snow cult will not be tempted by such a big piece of fat. Let Qipei Base and Yansheng Base be included in the pocket. Or, do you have any other plots?" Wang Ruishuan's eyes became sharp. He stared at Han Chang, trying to see some strange changes on his face. After the Xishan Base was destroyed, it was equivalent to the balance of the entire Tianhai City being broken. In such a large area, In addition to the huge material warehouse owned by the Shishan base itself, there are also various factories, supermarkets, and even living people in the area it controls. These are resources that all major forces covet. We are all sensible people. So when the time comes, everyone will just have to rely on their abilities. No one needs to pretend to be noble. Han Chan showed his big white teeth, resembling a short and lean guy with a flat head. Just as the two people were facing each other tit for tat, the sound of a car engine suddenly came from the distance, attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 338. This is the first time I see such an arrogant person. Zhang Yi drove to the entrance of Shishan base. It wasn't until he was about 100 meters away that he vaguely noticed that there seemed to be a few people in front of him. After all, it was freezing and snowy, and they were standing in white clothes, so it was really difficult to notice. But those people saw Zhang Yi's car first. Snowmobile. Wang Ruishuan recognized the car at a glance, and a fiery look flashed in his eyes. In the south, this kind of car is extremely rare. After the Ice Age came, it became the most convenient means of transportation. Chaoyu Base also has their transportation vehicles, which are modified snow vehicles. But the modified vehicles cannot be compared with the original ones. Not only the driving speed is not fast enough, but also the fuel consumption is even greater. Even so, the vehicles they have that can be used normally after modification are relatively limited. Han Chan whistled. It looked like someone was coming from another base. Zhang Yi noticed them at this time, and couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. Someone has already arrived ahead of time. Fatty Su and Uncle Yu also became cautious and prepared for battle. Uncle Yu said in a deep voice that he didn't know if it was the other forces Yang Xinxin mentioned. Fatty Su swallowed. It's hard to say. It might be a surviving resident nearby. Zhang Yi sneered. Now is the time. Don't have unrealistic ideas. How could there be any living people around Shishan base? If there is any, let them capture it and use it as a test product first, and then make it into high-quality protein. So, maybe he is our enemy? Fatty Su was a little nervous. Probably. But so what? We captured the Shishan base. Zhang Yi took out the Golden Sand Eagle and calmly loaded the armor-piercing bullet. Even if a fight breaks out now, we have nothing to fear. Although unknown enemies have appeared, these people cannot be the main force of other major forces. Zhang Yi and the four of them are already strong enough in combat. In the encounter in Tianhai City, they really weren't afraid of anyone. The car parked not far from Chaoyu Base and Snow Worship Sect. 3 car doors were opened at the same time, and Zhang Yi and 3 others stepped out. At this time, they were also dressed in combat uniforms, coupled with a strange black cat on Zhang Yi's shoulder. This lineup made the people in Chaoyu Base and the Snow Worship Sect look solemn, and did not dare to be careless at all. They saw the golden sword logo on the combat uniforms of Zhang Yi and others, and regarded Zhang Yi and others as special operations members of Shishan Base. From the perspective of soldiers and aliens, Shishan Base is the most powerful among the 4 bases. I thought everyone in Shishan Base was dead. I didn't expect anyone to be alive. Wang Ruishuan looked at Zhang Yi and the others and said coldly. Everyone was on standby at this time, and all 3 parties were ready for battle. The relationship between the several major camps is relatively complicated. Rather than being hostile, it is more like being afraid of each other, and they need to compete with each other for the territory of Tianhai City. Therefore, it is not strange for someone to suddenly join forces with someone, or to attack someone. Zhang Yi took a look at the outfits of both parties. On one side were people in combat uniforms, and on the other were people in ordinary clothes. He concluded that one of the 2 parties came from other shelters, and the other should be what Yang Xinxin said, a force formed spontaneously by ordinary people. These 2 groups of people appeared at the entrance of Shishan Base, which made Zhang Yi feel a little troubled. He doesn't want to conflict with any force, because now he has enough supplies and there is no need to compete with others. But he had conquered the Shishan Base, and it was impossible for him to hand over the contents to others. After hearing Wang Ruishuan's words, Zhang Yi had an idea and asked, "What are you doing here? Could it be that he wants to start a war with us in Shishan?" Hearing this, Han Chan raised his hands with a smile and stepped back step by step. Don't get me wrong. We are just here to watch the fun. The Snow Worship Sect has always advocated peace and does not want to conflict with any force. After saying that, Han Chan took his people and left step by step with a smile. He would never fight a fight without profit. It's not worth it to have a conflict with Chaoyu Base just for a snowmobile. Anyway, the entrance to Shishan Base has been blocked, and you won't get anything by staying. So it's better to go back. That's what he thought. But Wang Ruishuan didn't think so. Wang Ruishuan pondered for a moment, and then glanced at the Shishan base that had obviously been attacked. He suddenly sneered and said, "Isn't the Shishan base now destroyed? You remnants of Shishan still dare to talk nonsense here. They have been in the western mountains for a long time. If Shishan base still maintains a strong combat effectiveness, it is impossible to find them until now." Therefore, Wang Ruishuan directly made a judgment that the few people in front of him were just the defeated soldiers of Shishan base. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes. The entrance to Shishan base was originally blocked by him. Without the abilities of him and Uncle Yu, it would be impossible to clean up the garbage at the entrance and move away the large amount of materials inside. He looked at Wang Ruishuan and said, "Since you have seen that the Shishan base has been destroyed, there is no need to make sarcastic remarks here. Well, you can do whatever you like." After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he stepped back step by step and whispered to Uncle Yu and Fatty Su, "Let's retreat. Anyway, there is nothing the two groups of people in front of him can do here. He plans to pretend to leave now and come back after they leave. Try not to have conflicts if possible. But just because he has this idea doesn't mean others have it too." When they came over, Wang Ruishuan had actually set his sights on his snowmobile. Zhang Yi's snowmobile is a high-end product, which is extremely rare in this ice age. Anyone who sees it will want it. Wang Ruishuan concluded that Zhang Yi and others were defeated, and they had more people. How could they let go of this opportunity to add insult to injury? "Stop! Did I give you permission to leave?" Wang Ruishuan shouted with a sneer. Zhang Yi and the others had planned to leave, but after hearing Wang Ruishuan's arrogant words, they all narrowed their eyes. Even Huahua's eyes flashed with displeasure. Is this person talking to them? Zhang Yi looked at Wang Ruishuan with a puzzled expression. His eyes under the mask seemed to be looking at a mentally retarded person. Does this guy know that he is facing 3 strangers and a powerful mutant creature? We don't want to cause trouble. Just do whatever you want. But don't feel uncomfortable with us. Zhang Yi didn't want to fight with this person. After all, there is an organization behind him that is as good as the Shishan base. Killing him may bring a lot of trouble to his peaceful life. Wang Ruishuan burst into laughter. Don't you understand what's going on now? Your car stays, and people can leave. Wang Ruishuan raised his arm as he spoke. Remember one truth. In today's chaotic era, big fists are the truth. I can kill you all easily, so you must do whatever I ask you to do. As he spoke, he took off his gloves, revealing 2 slender palms. The next moment, his hands glowed with a dark blue light, and the temperature of the surrounding air seemed to become colder. But that should be the feeling brought about by the cold colors. Zhang Yi and the others wore temperature-controlling combat uniforms, and could not feel the changes in the outside temperature. Stranger? Fatty Su frowned. Wang Ruishuan sneered and said, "Yes, I am a stranger. I think you should have heard of the existence of aliens. Killing little people like you is as easy for me as squeezing an ant to death. Leave the car. I won't kill you. Otherwise, I don't mind leaving some bright red blood on the white snow." Even Uncle Yu, who usually has the best temper, was a little angry at this time. I have never seen such an arrogant person in my whole life. Wang Ruishuan sneered and said, "You have seen it now. Stop talking nonsense. Keep the car, and get out of here." The people around him sneered, but had no intention of taking action. They obviously thought that Wang Ruishuan could easily kill Zhang Yi and others in an instant. Zhang Yi shook his head helplessly. "I don't want to cause trouble. But there is nothing you can do if you are looking for death." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Ruishuan, who was still full of arrogance just now, suddenly felt that the scenery in front of him was changing rapidly. He didn't even look up, but he saw the sky covered with dark clouds. Why? Before he realized what was happening, his brain shut down. In the eyes of other people at Chaoyu Base, they saw Wang Ruishuan's head suddenly flying up from his neck, and then falling heavily to the ground, like a watermelon that fell to the ground. Blood flowed all over the ground. Everyone was stunned. They didn't know what was happening. But before they could recover, a bloody mouth enveloped them. Ugh! Hua opened her big mouth and bit down half of their bodies in one bite. After chewing it for a few times, I felt that the taste was not good enough, so I spit it out again. Is there only one alien among these people? Those who Hua doesn't eat must be muggles. Zhang Yi walked over, picked up Wang Ruishuan's head, and absorbed his powers. As a result, the amount of supernatural power in his body was pitifully small, and the benefit to Zhang Yi was minimal. He's just a stranger who has just awakened. I really don't know why you are so arrogant. Fatty Su also said arrogantly. That's right. The young man is arrogant and domineering. As if he really thinks he is invincible because of his superpowers. He deserves to die too. Zhang Yi said lightly that people who have never experienced social beatings are like this. It seems that Qiao Yu base has not experienced any large-scale battles. So foreigners of this level think they are very powerful. Zhang Yi didn't know what Wang Ruishuan's superpower was. But to show off like this within the range of his divine power is to seek death. Chapter 339 Shishan Weaponry. Zhang Yi put the bodies of Wang Ruishuan and others into a different space. They may have some things on them that they may need in the future. Anyway, put them away first, and then check them out slowly when they get back. As for the possible enmity with Qiao Yu base due to this matter, Zhang Yi is not afraid at all. He doesn't want to cause trouble. But he's not afraid of it either. If Wang Ruishuan hadn't kicked his nose in his face, Zhang Yi wouldn't have planned to take his life. But if you kill, you will kill. Let's go. Quickly enter the Shishan base, and clean up everything inside. Don't stay here too long. Although Zhang Yi was not sure how many people came to Qiao Yu base. It would be best if he could ignore this kind of thing. No one knew him. Even the Shui worshippers, who left early regarded them as the remnants of the Shishan base. Several people quickly came to the entrance of Shishan base. This place was originally blocked by Zhang Yi with a pile of used cars and rubble. Just to prevent people from coming to pick it up. He and Uncle Yu worked together to clean up all these things, and put them into a different space. A few people worked hard for less than half an hour, and cleared a road. Hua, take the lead. Zhang Yi smiled, and patted Hua's head. Animals' intuition is much stronger than that of humans. If there is any danger underneath, it can sense it in advance. Of course, Zhang Yi was mainly worried that the air below was too thin, and that after a few people went down, they would not be able to get up. There is nothing else to worry about. Even toxic gas leaks can be blocked by gas masks. Hua meows a sound. He raised his tail, and swaggered inside. Zhang Yi smiled reassuringly. It looked like there would be no danger. The three people followed Hua and walked inside. At this time, the Shishan base had been attacked by missiles, and exploded by explosives. There were obvious cracks in the internal walls. The thick cement wall cracked, revealing 3 finger-thick steel bars inside. It was very dark down there, and the 3 men turned on the miners' lamps for illumination. Zhang Yi followed the structural diagram of the base, and walked towards the 3rd life warehouse. The 4th life warehouse is worthless, and is only used for living and laboring at the bottom of Shishan base. This area, which accounts for 80% of the population of Shishan base, has a value of less than 0.1%. The social forms are always surprisingly similar. The air below is a bit dull. The ventilation system has been destroyed, and the entrance is blocked by Zhang Yi, so the air cannot circulate inside. So there is a rotten smell everywhere. The source of this smell is the 4th life warehouse, not far to their left. The huge dark green iron door was tightly closed, and there were 3 big locks on the outside. During the Battle of Shishan, the residents of the 4th life warehouse were suppressed immediately, and then imprisoned. There are thousands of people inside. Zhang Yi imagined what it was like inside now, and felt goosebumps on his arms. Even though his hands were stained with the blood of many people, he still felt his scalp numb from this way of death. In the dark underground, water and electricity were cut off, and then the air was cut off. In the end, everyone was suffocated to death together. I am not to blame for your death. Zhang Yi didn't feel any guilt. Even if these people didn't die now, they would not be able to escape the fate of tragic death in the future. Fatty Su shrank and hid behind the 2 of them. Boss, why do I feel that that direction is so spooky and cold? Will there be anything dirty? I'm not afraid of living people. If there is really something dirty, what do you think you can do to me? Zhang Yi sneered. Fatty Su's timidity is truly speechless. Let's go. Don't waste time here. Hurry over and find their warehouse arsenal. The 3 people turned around and walked towards the 3rd life warehouse. But not long after they left, the dark green door shook violently, as if something was about to rush out. But Zhang Yi and others did not see the scene. Inside the corridor, there were corpses everywhere. They were basically soldiers from Shishan base, and their deaths were very miserable. Some people were killed by Zhang Yi and others, but most of them died of suffocation. They fell against the wall, grabbing their throats so hard that some even scratched their throats. The temperature underground was not low, so the corpses were not well stored, and some of the corpses began to change. In an environment more than 100 meters underground, this feeling is very permeable. But Zhang Yi didn't feel afraid, probably because since the end of the world, he has seen all kinds of cruel HLS, and his heart has long been numb. The 3rd life warehouse is the area where soldiers live, and the weapons depot is also here. Zhang Yi quickly found the location of the weapons depot according to the drawings of the Shishan base. At this time, the door to the weapons depot had been opened. It seemed that in a panic, some soldiers wanted to take out weapons from inside and blast a way out. Obviously, they failed. Zhang Yi walked to the door of the weapons depot and saw the scene inside through the ajar door. In an instant, there was a bang in his head, like 100 thunders exploding at the same time. OMG! Uncle Yu and Fatty Su came over to take a look. Their expressions were exactly the same as Zhang Yi's. The three of them were frozen in place like ice sculptures. Although they had imagined that the weapons depot at Shishan base must be very luxurious, the scene in front of them was a bit too luxurious. At first glance, they saw an armed helicopter parked in the center of the warehouse. The huge warehouse has an area of several thousand square meters, and there are more than a dozen tanks, vehicles and artillery, not to mention the boxes of weapons and ammunition, as well as all kinds of modern combat equipment. Zhang Yi was dazzled by the sight. The weapons and equipment here can completely arm a modern reorganizer, Uncle Yu said excitedly. As a veteran, he knows this very well. This is not only the inventory of Shishan base, but also the weapons and equipment of the Tianhai city garrison, which were also transported here. Zhang Yi came back to his senses, his eyes filled with joy. As a man, how could he not love these war equipment? He opened the door to the armory and strode inside. Fatty Su followed behind and said that although these weapons are very good, the environment outside is now full of ice and snow, so they have no use. Zhang Yi came to the armed helicopter and reached out to stroke its cold arc. Nonsense. Of course I know. If they were useful, they would have been used when Ling Feng led his troops to attack the shelter. Zhang Yi's eyes were blazing. It was difficult for this thing to take off in an environment of minus 60 degrees, let alone perform its mission. But when Zhang Yi saw this for the first time, his affection was inevitable. Just because they can't use it doesn't mean we can't use it. Zhang Yi looked at the large number of weapons and equipment around him, and a cheerful smile appeared on his lips. The biggest problem with using them to perform tasks is transportation. But this is not a problem for me. Moreover, we can place these artillery tanks on the defense line. It must be very good as a defensive weapon. When Zhang Yi saw such a huge arsenal of weapons, he had already thought about how to use it. He is a very thrifty person and never wastes a grain of rice. He learned this from a general who loved his soldiers as much as his sons. In short, since he is here, he has to take away everything here. At this time, Uncle Yu came over. Zhang Yi, this thing is very useful to me. Give me 2 sticks. R. Zhang Yi and Fatty Su turned around and saw Uncle Yu holding a huge Gatling cannon, playing with its parts with joy on his face. Good guy. This thing is not used by a single soldier in combat. It is usually placed on a tank or an armed helicopter. In other words, a physically enhanced alien like Uncle Yu can use it. Although ordinary firearms are difficult to be effective against aliens, such terrifyingly powerful weapons are not among them. Except for Zhang Yi, a stranger who has almost physical immunity. No one dares to resist its power. Even Ling Feng, who was known for his physical strength, could only use high speed to dodge. Zhang Yi nodded. No problem. Uncle Yu, I'll give you 2 of them. Put it in my different space first, and give it to you when you need it. What Zhang Yi said is reasonable. After all, this thing is too big, and Uncle Yu can't carry it everywhere. He naturally had no objection to Zhang Yi's words, and nodded in agreement. Zhang Yi pointed at the huge number of weapons around him, which was like a military expo, and said to Uncle Yu, take a look and pick out anything you like. I will prepare it for you separately, so that it can be used by you during the battle. Uncle Yu nodded repeatedly. In addition to machine guns, there were some things he could use. For example, the rocket launcher is almost like a troll in his hands. Fatty Su didn't have much interest in weapons, but his eyes lit up when he looked at those chariots and tanks. Zhang Yi wondered, what is the use of your interest in these things? To put it bluntly, at most it can be used as artillery around the defense line. It was so icy and snowy that it was impossible to drive, although there are tracks underneath them. With this kind of tonnage, you basically can't expect to be able to drive on snow. Fatty Su lay on a tank and said with a silly smile, Boss, you don't know? This tank is my wife. Hee hee. It's my wife's model. Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment. But after thinking for a moment, he suddenly showed a look of disgust. In recent years, it's all the fault of those game companies that everything can be transformed into girls, causing planes, battleships, and even trains to be transformed into girls in the second dimension. Fatty Su was addicted to a 2-dimensional chariot-like game, And at this time, he also suffered from the onset of two-dimensional disease. Zhang Yi nodded. Since she is your wife, I suggest you have sex with her today. He glanced at the tank and said jokingly. But where should you start? There are a lot of entrances. Fatty Sue blushed. How could you say such a thing? You are so perverted. Zhang Yi. What the H.L. Being called a pervert by a pervert was quite shocking to Zhang Yi. Chapter 340 Weird Things. Zhang Yi and the others found a large number of weapons, which was a huge gain for Zhang Yi. All fear comes from insufficient firepower. With so many weapons, he will have enough confidence in his heart even when facing powerful enemies in the future. Take it. Take it. Zhang Yi opened his dimensional door, and then took in all the weapons warehouse in one go. Let's go on and see if there are any other good things, Zhang Yi said to the two of them with a smile. Since they had gained so much, they no longer felt depressed even though they were in a spooky underground with tunnels full of corpses. The third life warehouse contains nothing else of value except the weapons arsenal. So the three people followed the map and came to the second life warehouse. But when they came to the entrance, they saw a ruined wall. The second life warehouse was the center point of the original explosion. Even though the buildings here are made of reinforced concrete and are extremely strong, they cannot withstand such an explosion. Wall cracks and pillar collapses are very apparent. But the entire second life warehouse did not collapse. This is explained on the map. The entire underground shelter is supported by a stronger dome-shaped protective layer. Since the dome is more than 10 meters high, the impact it received was limited, and it was not broken. Uncle Yu immediately transformed into a strong man, walked over, and held up a huge pillar that was 2 meters thick with one hand. In this way, he slowly cleared the passage. Zhang Yi walked very slowly, with the dimensional door always ready above his head to prevent gravel from falling. After arriving in the second life warehouse, he couldn't help but sigh at the tragic situation in front of him. The big explosion destroyed most of the rooms, so that nothing in the laboratory was preserved. After all, they are precision instruments and are easily damaged. However, Zhang Yi has no plans to conduct human experiments to create an army of modified humans, so there is no necessary demand for them. But after getting them, Luke Karen and Joe Karen can study it to see the weaknesses and strengths of this technology. This is to prevent encountering modified people again in the future, so that you know how to deal with them. Shishan Base has only created a dozen or so cyborgs, but there may not be a more powerful force that can create a more powerful cyborg army. What to do? Boss, these machines are all broken, Fatty Sue said to Zhang Yi with a look of regret. It doesn't matter. Zhang Yi is very open-minded. If he takes these remaining zeros back, he might be able to find some useful information, especially computers, which may contain some important information that Shinshin has not discovered. Zhang Yi doesn't care if these things are useful or not. He just takes them away. Anyway, he has a lot of space and doesn't take up any space. So a few people wandered around the laboratories and put things they didn't understand into the different space. Even if it's all rags, it can be used to embarrass people in the future. Oh no, it's throwing people away. Suddenly, Fatty Sue screamed and fell to the ground. Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu focused their gazes, immediately prepared for battle, and looked at each other. What happened? Fatty Sue pointed forward with a pale face. Yes, there's something dirty. Zhang Yi pointed the miner's lamp on his head in that direction, and could only see a pile of broken stones and rubble on the ground. But nothing strange. What exactly did you see? Zhang Yi frowned, holding the gun in his right hand and getting ready to activate his divine power. Fatty Sue swallowed, then picked up a stone and threw it towards the pile of gravel. Snapped. The stone fell into the stone, and the next moment, a lot of dark things suddenly emerged from the cracks in the stone and quickly disappeared into the darkness behind. Zhang Yi's expression twisted. Although he was not scared when he saw those things, he also felt disgusted, because that's a bunch of really big cockroaches. This is probably the protein laboratory Liang you mentioned before. Zhang Yi coughed and suppressed the discomfort in his stomach. There have been scientific experiments many years ago using cockroaches and earthworms to make food. Although it sounds disgusting, this stuff is very high in protein. If Mr. Bei saw them, he would be ecstatic, Zhang Yi said humorously to Fatty Sue. Uncle Yu laughed out loud when he saw Fatty Sue being scared like this by the cockroach. Xiao Su, you are too courageous. Why does she look like a woman? Fatty Sue stood up angrily. I'm not afraid of cockroaches. It was just too sudden and scared me. Zhang Yi realized that below was a set of mechanical equipment for producing protein liquid, but it looked very damaged. He touched his chin and thought, if he took it back, would Luke Karen be able to fix it? But what's the use of keeping it after it's repaired? Zhang Yi soon figured out that there would be no harm anyway. Just take it away. What if it comes in handy later? Do it. Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu began to clean up the gravel on the ground. And soon the huge protein manufacturing equipment appeared in front of the three people. It was in tatters, broken into 3 pieces, and squashed in many places. Zhang Yi doesn't care about that. Just accept it first, and then talk about it. After Fatty Su left the environment with ice and snow, he was no different from ordinary people. So he couldn't do much to help. He could only talk to the side to ease the awkward atmosphere. These Xuqiang are really perverted. They can still survive in such a harsh environment. I really don't know how difficult it would be to kill this thing if it mutated. After hearing these words, Zhang Yi felt a little chilly in his heart for some reason. If cats can mutate, why not cockroaches? Although so far, the only mutant creature other than humans that has been discovered is Hua Hua. But considering that most of the creatures in Tianhai City are kept in captivity, whether they are food or pets, their ability to cope with natural disasters is very poor. And even if they mutate, they can easily freeze to death. But cockroaches, the vitality of this kind of thing is so tenacious. If it also has superpowers, it will definitely become a big trouble. Rub it. The more I think about it, the more my scalp feels numb. Luckily we don't have cockroaches in our house. After cleaning out the remnants of the instrument, Zhang Yi and others left here. Meow. Hua Hua suddenly turned her head and shouted into the darkness. Her voice was very shrill, and her amber eyes were filled with murderous intent. Zhang Yi frowned and looked there. In the darkness, it always feels like there is a pair of huge eyes staring here. But when Zhang Yi looked over, the feeling of being watched quickly disappeared. A subtle change occurred in Zhang Yi's heart. It seems that something strange has happened in this underground place where dead bodies are everywhere. Such an environment can easily breed powerful and dirty things. Loot this place as quickly as possible and leave. This place gives me a bad feeling. Zhang Yi said to Fatty Su and Uncle Yu. Chapter 341. Move everyone away. The West Mountain base has now become ominous, because there are thousands of dead bodies buried underneath. The corpse aura is strong and eerie. Zhang Yi wouldn't have dared to come down rashly if he wasn't wearing combat uniform and had a spirit creature like Hua Hua with a keen sense of smell. Several people continued to the next place without any delay. The Shishan base has its huge warehouse, which stores food and other important survival supplies. Zhang Yi followed the map's guidance and quickly arrived at the warehouse at the end of the Second Life warehouse. The road was full of gravel, and Uncle Yu activated his powers to easily clear away these obstacles. The door to the warehouse was locked tightly, and it seemed to be a very complicated combination lock. Let me try it. Without saying a word, Uncle Yu walked up and waved his huge iron fist. Boom! A punch struck, and the ear-piercing roar echoed throughout the underground space. However, the heavy metal door only squeaked and made a tooth-grinding sound. But it was not broken. Uncle Yu put away his fist, and a 3-centimeter deep fist mark immediately appeared on it. How can such a powerful warehouse be so easy to break into? Zhang Yi said with a smile. So what do? We don't have the key either. Even Uncle Yu can't force a breakthrough, let alone the two of us. Fatty Su looked at Zhang Yi helplessly, waiting for him to think of a solution. Don't worry. That's a good thing. It shows that the things in the warehouse are well preserved. I saw him slowly opening the alien space and taking out a lot of tools from it. First there was a huge tin can, then a bunch of rubber tubes and iron gun tips. High-temperature spray gun. Uncle Yu recognized this thing at a glance. This thing can emit flames with a temperature of thousands of degrees, which can be used to cut thick metals. Zhang Yi smiled lightly. There are a lot of things in the space. Buddy! This thing was originally obtained in the warehouse area. Although he didn't know its use at the time, he would put away everything he saw. Wouldn't it come in handy now? After Zhang Yi assembled the spray gun, he handed it to Uncle Yu, and then gave Uncle Yu a thumbs up with a smile. Uncle Yu, it's up to you. Fatty Su was speechless. Boss, I thought you were going to do it yourself. Zhang Yi said very bachelorly. I have never done this kind of work before. I don't have enough experience. What he said is also reasonable. As a security guard in the community for many years, Uncle Yu always encounters various daily problems. He is completely familiar with the use of tools. Basically, when residents in the community encounter any problems, they will immediately think of Uncle Yu for help. Uncle Yu chuckled, took the spray gun, and said with a smile, I know how to use this thing. We have also done electric welding before. He picked up the spray gun, and Zhang Yi and Fatty Su took 5 or 6 steps back. Only a slender blue flame burst out from the barrel, and then landed on the metal door. The high temperature of the flame caused the surrounding temperature to rise a lot. The metal door was very thick, and it took Uncle Yu a long time to cut out a hole that could allow an adult to get through. The three people entered the warehouse through the cave entrance. When the miner's lamp above their heads was illuminated, they saw a variety of items in front of them. Those who didn't know better thought they were entering the storage room of a large supermarket, with everything in it. But compared to the Walmart supermarket warehouse that Johnny emptied out, this place is much shabby. After all, many things were prepared for war and famine, and had been stored for some years. Uncle Yu glanced around the warehouse, and suddenly pointed to an area in surprise, and shouted to Johnny, "Look there! There is good stuff!" Johnny followed Uncle Yu to the corner of the warehouse. I saw a large piece of blue tarpaulin covering something there. When I looked carefully, I found that the edge of the steel bar was exposed in one corner. Building materials? I understand. This is the material used to repair the Shishan base. Zhang Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. They want to build a strong line of defense to protect Yonk Manor. So strong and durable materials are essential. Zhang Yi was still struggling at first as to where to get them. But now he is fine. And he found a bunch of them directly at the Shishan base. After all, for such a large base, it is easy for local damage to occur in the underground space on weekdays. So we are very concerned about repairs. Fatty Sue and Uncle Yu and Zhang Yi walked over and pulled off the oilcloth. They couldn't help but scream when they saw the amount of materials in front of them. So many? The reinforced concrete is piled up like a hill. This is not an exaggeration. If you consider the size of the shelter, the materials here can almost build a 2-story basement. They are all military-grade goods, and they are extremely sturdy when used for building houses and doing fortifications. Now we have the materials to build our defense line. Uncle Yu said happily. Move. 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 Zhang Yi took all these things into his own alien space without saying a word. As for the other things in the warehouse, there are too many types to mention in one sentence, so just put them all away. Inside the warehouse, they found several separate rooms for storing food. Most of the food inside is canned, but there are also a few high-end foods. For Zhang Yi, these things are unattractive, but they have come, and if you don't take them, it's all for nothing. Zhang Yi thought for a while, then smiled and said to Uncle Yu and Fatty Sue that I have enough food and drink at home. You two should divide the things in this warehouse. He won't eat these tasteless things himself, but they are still very good as a favor. These materials are of little value to Zhang Yi, but it is different for Uncle Yu and Fatty Sue. All of them are precious and good things. When Uncle Yu and Fatty Sue heard that Zhang Yi was so generous, they immediately showed embarrassed expressions on their faces. Zhang Yi was the one who took the greatest credit for attacking the Shishan base. Now that the supplies are being divided, how can they get the lion's share? Zhang Yi, you should take the bulk of these supplies. After all, you are the person who has contributed the most. Without you, we would never dare to think of winning the Shishan base. Uncle Yu said. Fatty Sue also nodded. How much can the two of us eat? There is so much food that one person cannot finish it in 20 years. Boss, you better keep it first. We'll need to get it from you later. Zhang Yi smiled faintly, and said to the two of them with an open-minded expression, I regard you as my own, so you don't need to be a stranger to me. With good things, I, Zhang Yi, will never forget you. However, it is indeed inconvenient for you to carry so many supplies. So I will store them for you first, and come to me anytime when you need them. The two nodded, feeling extremely moved. Zhang Yi took these foods into the different space. The inventory of the entire Shishan base for many years quickly disappeared. It's also somewhat ironic to say, Qin Xinyan had been deliberately planning to get the warehouse supplies from Zhang Yi. In the end, Qin Xinyan lost everything he owned, and his warehouse fell into Zhang Yi's hands. Sure enough, it is the cycle of cause and effect, and retribution is unpleasant. After cleaning up the warehouse, there was nothing in the entire Shishan base worth Zhang Yi's nostalgia. There is still a number 1 life warehouse that has not been searched. However, the defense level there is no less than that of the shelter, and Zhang Yi has no good way to force a breakthrough for the time being. According to the introduction of the shelter information, it is mainly a place where Qin Xinyan lives, and there are no valuable supplies. Even if he hides some of his secrets, it doesn't mean much to Zhang Yi. So Zhang Yi and the other three quickly left the Shishan base. Before leaving, Zhang Yi took out the rubble again and blocked the entrance to the Shishan base. Fatty, try your best. Zhang Yi winked at Fatty Sue. Fatty Sue nodded, and then activated his superpower, Fubuki. Light blue light condensed on his hands. And there was a loud sound of wind and snow around him. Boom! The ice and snow from the surrounding ground and hillsides came like an avalanche, all pouring into the entrance of the Shishan base, tightly blocking the passage that was hundreds of meters long. In the future, it will be extremely difficult for anyone other than Zhang Yi to go in and conduct a search. Even though Zhang Yi had already searched it, he still didn't want to leave the chance for others to miss it. If he missed something and someone picked it up, he would feel very slapped in the face. Okay, it's time for us to go back. Zhang Yi didn't stay here much. After all, he had just killed an alien and several soldiers at Chaoyu Base not long ago. If other people from Chaoyu Base come later, it will only bring big trouble to Zhang Yi. Run away now. And let this matter go by now. The three people got on the snowmobile and set off towards Yunk Manor in the wind and snow. At this time, outside the shelter, Liang Yu came here as usual to teach Zhang Yi martial arts and receive food for the day. Although Zhang Yi had given her half a month's worth of food, not long after she brought it back, she was eaten by the hungry students. After all, when they were at the Shishan base, the protein liquid they received could only sustain their survival, making it difficult to eat enough. So they suddenly got a lot of food. How could they care about the future? Eat first before talking. In this way, Liang Yu now has to bear the burden of their food every day. In addition to teaching Zhang Yi martial arts to obtain barely enough food for 10 people, she also took her students to dig fish in the Lujiang River. Carving out fish is not an easy job. After all, the fish are not on the surface of the ice. Many dive into deep water to resist the cold. So everyday fishing is very physically demanding. Their lives are hard enough. But today, Zhang Yi happened to leave. So she didn't see Zhang Yi when she came over. It was Zhou Qier who received her. Zhang Yi and others went out to do errands, and should not be back until very late today. Teacher Liang. Otherwise today's class will be cancelled. Okay? Zhou Qier said to Liang Yu with a smile. Her smile was kind and gentle, making it hard for people to find fault. But this smile made Liang Yu's eyes glazed over, and he became entangled. It doesn't matter if Zhang Yi misses one day of study. But if she takes one less day of food back, those students will have to starve for one day. Chapter 342 Collapse Caused by a Meal. Liang Yu's face was full of struggle. To Zhang Yi and Zhou Qier, a meal is just an ordinary thing. But for her and the students, it is an essential thing for survival. The amount of food was not enough in the first place. But now this situation is just making things worse. No wonder she feels uncomfortable. Zhou Qier seemed to have thought of something, and quickly smiled and said to her, Oh, I really am. I forgot about this. Teacher Liang, you must not have eaten yet. Right? Why don't you have something to eat with us? Zhou Qier stretched out her hand towards the house, and warmly invited Liang Yu to come in for dinner. Liang Yu's throat moved slightly, thinking of the hot and delicious meals at Zhang Yi's house. My index fingers moved. But after hesitating for a while, she still shook her head and rejected Liang Yu's kindness. No thanks. Then I'll come over tomorrow. The students were all hungry, and she would feel bad if she ate alone. Oops. I'm really sorry. I made your trip in vain today. Zhou Qier smiled apologetically. It doesn't matter. He also has his own things. I can understand. Besides, it is always the tutor who adapts to the student's time. How can a tutor set the time? Liang Yu turned around and left. Zhou Qier looked at her stubborn back and couldn't help laughing. Teacher Liang is such a lovely person. In the living room, Yang Xinxin appeared pushing a wheelchair. She said lightly that maybe this is the stubbornness of warriors. Zhou Qier sighed lightly. If she asked, I could actually pack a piece of food for her to take back. Liang Yu is a top-notch martial artist and a capable person. So Zhang Yi values her very much. Zhou Qier knew this in his heart. So he was very polite to Liang Yu. If Liang Yu really joins them one day, she will have to have a good relationship with Liang Yu. Yang Xinxin smiled lightly. It would be the worst if she only brought back one piece of food. Oh. Why? It's better than going back empty-handed. Right? Zhou Qier asked, tilting his head. Yang Xinxin put her hands on her legs and smiled a little mysteriously. My classmates are not kind and generous people. If Teacher Liang only took away one piece of food, she would definitely not eat it by herself according to her character. But if it is left to others, how will it be divided? It is impossible for more than a dozen people to eat a portion of food and everyone politely give in to each other. For that one bite, they would compete with each other and insult each other, and even develop into a fight. Teacher Liang is already struggling to take care of them, so he won't add extra trouble to himself. After listening to Yang Xinxin's explanation, Zhou Qian nodded, thinking it was very reasonable. But she could also understand Liang Yu's approach. Women are inherently creatures prone to overflowing maternal love. Liang Yu has been their teacher for many years, and treats them as children in his heart. Naturally, he cannot bear to see them helpless in the apocalypse. If it were in the past, Zhou Qian would have pitied these students. Of course, that was only in the past. Now she still retains a trace of her kindness, but will not be buried by reason. Even if Zhang Yi left, he should have known that Liang Yu would come. Do you think he did this on purpose? Zhou Qian looked through the window and saw Liang Yu's bleak back in the wind and snow, and couldn't help but ask. Yang Xinxin thought of Zhang Yi's sinister character. Her face turned slightly red, and she smiled a little bit like a nymphomaniac. This must be part of Brother Zhang Yi's plan. Zhou Qian's eyes lit up, and she turned around and said, "You mean Zhang Yi did this deliberately to intensify the conflicts between your classmates? Or should we put more pressure on Liang Yu and let her recognize the reality as soon as possible?" Yang Xinxin nodded. Of course, Brother Zhang Yi couldn't have thought of this. She said foolishly that she would take advantage of the opportunity that she had something to do and pretended to have forgotten the agreement with Teacher Liang. In fact, he was taking the opportunity to cause trouble for those guys and disturb Teacher Liang's heart. Brother Zhang Yi. He is too strong. Yes, this is indeed Zhang Yi's consistent style. Zhou Qian also sighed, admiring Zhang Yi more and more in her heart. He is so delicate. Every small movement actually has a deep meaning. On the way back, Zhang Yi drove a car with automatic driving assistance function. In fact, driving is quite easy nowadays. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and said, "Oh, I forgot to tell Liang Yu today. You don't have to look for me." Liang Yu returned to Xijia town. When passing by the Lujiang River, she saw women and children digging for fish through the ice on the river. All the adult men in Xijia town died at the Xishan base, and only a few women, elderly people and children were left in the village. But they still have to survive, so they have to do what men usually do. Liang Yu passed by them and saw numb faces. Nowadays, they are not much different from the walking dead. Living is just for the sake of living, without any other meaning. Liang Yu couldn't help but think of his students. They are young and strong, but not as willing as these women, children and old people, to work hard for survival. Zhang Yi is right. I am indeed overprotective of him. Liang Yu let out a long sigh in his heart. She touched her hungry belly and secretly made up her mind. This time when I go back, I will have a showdown with the students, and we must get them out of their comfort zone. After returning to Xijia town, Liang Yu came to the house where the students lived. Although there are many empty rooms in Xijia town, they all squeeze together because they can hug each other to keep warm. Even when sleeping at night, girls will take the initiative to get into boys' beds because their body temperature is higher. This situation continued, and gradually, the relationship between them became confusing. The students were surprised to see Liang Yu back so soon. It usually took her several hours to get food, but after noticing that her hands were empty, the students suddenly became anxious. "Teacher Liang, why did you come back empty-handed? Where's the food?" The students came up and asked about the food. In their eyes, that is something bigger than the sky. Liang Yu walked into the room, found a chair and sat down, and explained today's situation to them. Zhang Yi went out for something today, so the food was nowhere to be found. Let's go catch fish and eat them. Upon hearing what Liang Yu said, the students suddenly burst into an uproar. Why didn't he tell us in advance when he was going out? If he wasn't at home, wouldn't anyone else be there too? They have so much food, so it's okay to give us some. Zhang Yi is too unpromising. The students were hungry and began to complain when they heard there was no food. Liang Yu felt a little unhappy. Anyway, Zhang Yi also gave us a lot of help. Without him, many of us would be dead at Xishan base now. And he and I are just trading. And he doesn't owe us anything. We should not always think about blaming others, but rely on our own hands to get food. Liang Yu educated the students carefully, but they didn't buy it. As soon as they heard that they were required to work by themselves, the girls immediately burst into tears. "Teacher Liang, I broke my hand last time I went fishing. The wound is not healed yet, and it hurts me so much. We can't do this kind of thing. We are not fishermen." A girl suddenly complained in a low voice. Speaking of which, weren't Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen too heartless? Obviously we have been classmates for many years, but they only care about their own enjoyment and don't care about us at all. As long as they beg on me, we all will have a chance to live in that warm and comfortable shelter. This complaint was like turning on a switch. which suddenly caused the conflict between Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen. Envious, jealous, hate. These emotions slowly take root and sprout in my heart, and then grow stronger and stronger. The harsh living environment cultivated it into a big tree. Although Lu Karen and Yang Xinxin did not owe them anything, it was because they had bullied them together. But as the old saying goes, it's not about scarcity, but about inequality. It would be great if we all endured hardship together. Why can those two people live in a gorgeous villa while they starve and freeze every day? You can also enjoy heating and hot food every day, and sleep on a soft and warm bed. The girl's speech just released the emotions that had been held in her heart for a long time. She started, and other students seemed to have found a breakthrough, and they began to verbally abuse Lu Karen and Yang Xinxin. What two despicable and selfish guys. I even treated Lu Karen to drink milk tea 2 years ago. She doesn't even want to help me now. So shameless. A girl said angrily. See what you said? Our family and the Yang family are still distant relatives. Yang Xinxin is different and doesn't think of me. Haha. A selfish woman is a selfish woman. Let me tell you. At the beginning, I thought these two women were not good people. Looking at it now, my vision is indeed accurate. The students found the target of the attack and suddenly became excited. Like a group of sharks smelling blood, they lashed out at Lu Karen and Yang Xinxin, as if they owed them a debt. Liang Yu was stunned when she heard this. She could not accept that her students did not distinguish between black and white, and slandered her classmates without any bottom line. What kind of aristocratic academy? What kind of aristocratic children from the top society in Jiangnan? High-quality talents. Looking at such a scene in front of you, it will only make people feel that they are no different from the scoundrels in society. Liang Yu's heart sank completely, and she finally made up her mind not to coddle these arrogant and childish students. Be quiet, everyone. I have something to announce, Liang Yu said loudly, and the people around him immediately became quiet. Liang Yu glanced at them and said word by word, I will go to the shelter to live, together with Lu Karen, Yang Xinxin and the others. Chapter 343 Human Nature Entanglement. Liang Yu knew that he could no longer coddle these students. She had to make them independent. Only when they taste the hardship of life and live hard by relying on their own hands can they become upright people. Maybe at that time, they won't just complain when something happens. So she wanted to leave here and go to Zhang Yi's shelter. Apart from delivering food to them every day, she would no longer care about their other excessive demands. Liang Yu sighed softly in her heart. After these words were spoken, she felt relieved and felt like a huge stone had been put down. She admitted that she also longed for comfort in her heart. She had long wanted to be a member of Zhang Yi and others, and live in that comfortable big villa. The reason why I persisted in the past was to take care of this group of students. But if the result was that they would become more fragile and unable to take care of themselves, she would have no choice but to let go. After Liang Yu finished speaking, there was a brief silence in the room. Suddenly, a girl's face turned red with excitement. Teacher Liang, are you going to take us to Zhang Yi's shelter? Very good. Her brain circuit is really strange. Perhaps in her impression, Liang Yu is a woman who should give everything for them without selfishness. Before other students could join in the cheers, Liang Yu said loudly that this was not the case. I am the only person in the past. You must continue to stay in this place and learn to live by your own abilities. Zhang Yi promised me that he can provide food for 10 people every day, and I will deliver it to you every day. Of course, if a situation like today arises, there is nothing I can do. As for the insufficient food, you need to take care of it yourself. I won't spoil you anymore. The students looked at Liang Yu with a serious face and couldn't believe their ears. Teacher Liang was so good to them. Why did he suddenly change? Teacher Liang, you can't leave us alone. You were not like this before, a girl said with a cry. Yes, Teacher Liang. You are too selfish to do this. How can you only think about one person's comfort and let us suffer here? Listening to the students' complaints, Liang Yu completely gave up on them. The flowers growing in the greenhouse will not thank the gardeners who have worked hard to cultivate them, but will enjoy everything with peace of mind. It was time to let them bear the snow alone. I have decided on this matter. You don't need to say much. Liang Yu clenched the tang dao in her hand, gritted her teeth, turned around and walked out of the igloo. The students panicked and hurriedly chased after him, shouting desperately behind them. If Liang Yu really goes to the shelter, who will take care of them in the future? People always learn to cherish when they lose, and they desperately wanted to keep Liang Yu. Teacher Liang, we were wrong. Please don't leave us. Please. The worst thing is, we won't be lazy when catching fish in the future. Seeing that Liang Yu was indifferent, a boy gritted his teeth and shouted that it was you who took us to the Shishan base. And it was you who took us out. You just left us alone. Is this what a teacher should do? Liang Yu's body suddenly trembled. Her pupils were constricted, and her eyes were full of disbelief and heartache. The student she cared about the most hurt her the most. It turns out that everything she has done silently has not been understood by them. And they still think she has harmed them? Liang Yu took a deep breath, eyes firm, and quickened her pace to leave, no longer caring about how the students behind her were wailing and begging. Liang Yu came to the shelter again. Zhou Qian naturally invited her in enthusiastically, but there was still a bit of curiosity in his eyes, wondering why she left and returned. Liang Yu was too embarrassed to tell Zhou Qian about this matter. After all, it was Zhang Yi who decided whether she could move in, so it would be better to talk to Zhang Yi himself. Of course, Liang Yu still has relatively high confidence in his heart. First, she knows her own value. A powerful stranger. She is a hot presence no matter where she is. Second, she has a good relationship with Lu Karen and Yang Xinxin, and she can ask these two students to intercede for her. Zhou Qian saw Liang Yu hesitate to speak, knowing that it was not convenient for her to talk to him. So she smiled and called Lu Karen and Yang Xinxin over. You two, please accompany Teacher Liang. She seemed to be in a bad mood. Zhou Qian glanced at Liang Yu and said with a smile. Lu Karen nodded. Okay. Leave it to us. A strange look flashed across Yang Xinxin's dark pupils. Teacher Liang seems to have figured it out. Lu Karen and Yang Xinxin came to Liang Yu happily, after parting ways with Tianqing Academy. This was the first time they got together to chat. The three of them sat on the sofa, and Liang Yu took the lead in asking about their recent living conditions. Lu Karen smiled happily and said that our life has been great recently. Brother Zhang Yi is a very kind person. He doesn't even let us do housework. And he also gave me a separate studio so that I could develop my own hobbies. To be honest, I feel that I am happier during this time than at school. Liang Yu thought to himself that he was interested in your mechanical ability. Silly girl. Yang Xinxin smiled lightly and said that since we came here, our life has indeed been very comfortable. Teacher Liang, you also want to come over, right? Yang Xinxin had already seen through Liang Yu's thoughts. There was nothing he could do about it. The martial arts teacher's mind was focused on his face most of the time, especially in front of two students. She would not deliberately hide her emotions. Liang Yu's face turned slightly red, a little embarrassed. Xinxin, I really should leave. Zhang Yi is right. I always protect those children, which will only make them dependent. Yang Xinxin raised the corners of her mouth slightly and said straightforwardly, but, from the bottom of your heart, Teacher Liang, don't you want to move here? Liang Yu opened her mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. She felt a little flustered. Obviously, as a teacher, you should be upright. However, she does have her own selfish motives, and she really wants to enjoy life. This, Liang Yu didn't know how to explain it. Yang Xinxin's eyes were so penetrating that she felt like she had been seen through. But at this time, Yang Xinxin suddenly grabbed her hand and smiled gently and said it's okay. Teacher Liang, everyone has the right to pursue happiness. You are doing the right thing. Liang Yu was healed by Yang Xinxin's gentle and affirmative eyes. Yang Xinxin's support slowly made the guilt in her heart disappear. Yes, there is nothing wrong with her doing this. Chapter 344. Follow the guidance. Lu Karen poured a cup of hot coffee for Liang Yu. After Liang Yu thanked him, he held the coffee and felt very warm in his stomach and heart. She sincerely begged Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen to talk to him about this matter after Zhang Yi came back. Lu Karen said cheerfully, of course. Don't worry, Teacher Lu. With your great skills, Brother Zhang Yi will not refuse you to join us. After spending the past few days together, Lu Karen understood Zhang Yi's style of doing things. He has always treated talents favorably, and she and Yang Xinxin are the best examples. She thought she was just a giveaway at first, but after doing things for Zhang Yi treated her like his own sister. Yang Xinxin felt helpless after hearing Lu Karen's speech. Lu Karen's mind was simpler, but she was not. At least from the bottom of her heart, Yang Xinxin is closer to Zhang Yi and appreciates Zhang Yi's rules for survival in the apocalypse. She smiled and said to Lu Karen, don't talk nonsense here. What if you take care of everything now? But when Brother Zhang Yi comes back and has other ideas, wouldn't it make Teacher Liang very disappointed? The smile on Lu Karen's face suddenly froze in embarrassment. She scratched her cheek and said with some embarrassment, it seemed to make sense. Yang Xinxin turned to look at Liang Yu and said with concern, Teacher Liang, Brother Zhang Yi is a very good person, but he is very principled and has very strict requirements for every member who joins the shelter. If you want to join us, you must be mentally prepared. At least you have to accept one thing. That is, obey his orders. Yang Xinxin is very smart. She does not give Liang Yu expectations first like Lu Karen did, but chooses to suppress her. In this way, Liang Yu's psychological expectations can be suppressed by playing a red face, which will make it easier for Zhang Yi to talk to him in person later. As expected, the smile on Liang Yu's face faded a little, and she couldn't help but put on more strength while holding the coffee cup in her hand. What are the usual requests? Liang Yu subconsciously tightened her legs and bit her lips, her face a little shy. Although she didn't know Zhang Yi very well, she was not blind and could observe the relationship between Zhang Yi, Zhou Ke and Yang Mi. Except for him, the other four in this family are all women. Then after coming to the shelter, wouldn't it be necessary? Oops. She was too embarrassed to think about it later. Yang Xinxin rolled her eyes quietly, then smiled and said that was not the case. Since Karen and I came here, Brother Zhang Yi has never behaved inappropriately towards us. He is a very loyal man. Loyal. The corners of Liang Yu's mouth twitched, and she was speechless when she heard others commenting on Zhang Yi like this. Yang Xinxin winked at her. Anyway, don't worry about that aspect. Brother Zhang Yi is not a pervert. Otherwise, how could he survive until now in the apocalypse? What he needs is your strength. So if I guess correctly, the condition for you to join the sanctuary is that you must obey his orders during battle. Yang Xinxin made an accurate judgment. In fact, Zhang Yi's requirements for the people around him are reflected in the word value. In terms of life, there are no restrictions on them. Liang Yu nodded, waiting nervously and expectantly for Zhang Yi's return. A few hours later, the sound of an engine was heard outside. Lu Karen and Yang Xinxin looked out the window and smiled and said, Brother Zhang Yi is back. Liang Yu clenched her fists subconsciously and began to feel uneasy. Yang Xinxin controlled the wheelchair and headed towards the door. Zhang Yi and others got out of the car and walked all the way towards the shelter. Later, they would discuss how to build a defense line together. Zhang Yi opened the door and saw Yang Xinxin waiting at the door with a smile. Xinxin? It was the first time that Zhang Yi saw Yang Xinxin coming to greet him. She didn't like to move much on weekdays, and spent most of her time in the room studying the information obtained from the Xishan base. So today she came out to greet her, making Zhang Yi immediately realize that something might have happened. What's wrong? Do you have something to tell me? Zhang Yi walked over and asked with a smile. Yang Xinxin nodded, then looked in the direction of the living room, and quietly said to Zhang Yi that Teacher Liang is here, and she plans to join us. Zhang Yi's heart moved. Liang Yu is a powerful stranger, and he has been coveting her strength for a long time. It's just that Zhang Yi didn't directly invite her to join the shelter because she brought a bunch of oil bottles with her. Now that she took the initiative to come here, could she have figured it out? What's the situation? Zhang Yi asked with a smile. Yang Xinxin smiled proudly, with a smile on her face like a little devil, and whispered, Brother, your method of light fasting and my persuasion have worked. Teacher Liang's relationship with those students deteriorated, so she came over in anger. The light fasting plan means that Zhang Yi only provides Liang Yu with food for 10 people at a time. He had used this trick before in Yuelu district, and it was still effective against Liang Yu's students. Taking out a portion of the food every time would not only prevent Liang Yu from hating him, but also keep those students hungry. It's fine for a day or two, but if it goes for a little longer, there will definitely be conflicts over food. Liang Yu is a conscientious teacher, but he is not a saint either. How could he endure ignorant students all the time? So she came here today as Zhang Yi expected. Sooner or later, Zhang Yi's smile became even stronger. I know. Brother, I have already laid the groundwork for you. When chatting with her, you can make some excessive demands. Yang Xinxin blinked at Zhang Yi. Xinxin will help you convince her. Zhang Yi nodded with a smile, reached out and pinched her cute and cold face. You are such a sweetheart to me. Liang Yu's weakness is her students. The softer the person, the easier it is to be persuaded. With Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen working together, it would be easy to capture her. So Zhang Yi stood up and said to Fatty Su and Uncle Yu next to him that Liang Yu is here and I will go talk to her. You go next door and wait for me for a while. Fatty Su gave Zhang Yi a thumbs up and showed a lewd smile, which seemed to mean something. Uncle Yu also smiled ambiguously, and then went to the next door with Fatty Su. Zhang Yi calmed down the expression on his face, pretended to be casual, and pushed Yang Xinxin into the living room. He met Liang Yu's eyes, and a trace of nervousness could be seen in her eyes. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. Teacher Liang. You are here. Chapter 345. Welcome to Zhang Yi's team. Zhang Yi pushed Yang Xinxin to the living room and met Liang Yu, who was slightly nervous. Yang Xinxin winked at Liang Yu. Don't worry, Teacher Liang. I will speak for you. Liang Yu felt a little more relaxed. Lu Karen said. Boss. Welcome home. What would you like to drink? Beer or milk? Or a cup of hot milk tea? Zhang Yi said. Let's have milk tea. Put less sugar. Lu Karen happily went to pour milk tea for Zhang Yi. But her eyes were still quietly looking at Zhang Yi and Liang Yu. There is no way. As a student, Lu Karen likes the teacher Liang Yu very much. She also hopes that a good person like Liang Yu can move into a shelter and live well in the end of the world with him. Zhang Yi put on his daily clothes and sat on the sofa. He was not in a hurry to speak, but slowly and leisurely went about his own business. At this time, you have to keep your composure. The person who speaks first has already lost 3 points of his momentum. Liang Yu sat nervously on the sofa, hesitating to speak, not knowing how to speak. It was Yang Xinxin who broke the situation first. Brother Zhang Yi, Xinxin has something to ask of you. Zhang Yi turned to look at her. Oh, what's going on? Xinxin, we are not outsiders. If you have any questions, just tell us directly. Yang Xinxin glanced at Liang Yu, and then asked, Can Teacher Liang move here to live with us? Liang Yu felt relieved when he saw the student help him express his thoughts. And he was also somewhat grateful to Yang Xinxin. She looked at Zhang Yi, afraid that he would reject her. Oh, Teacher Liang is moving here? Zhang Yi smiled, with a playful look on his face. He pointed at Liang Yu and said, Stop joking. Didn't Teacher Liang always say before that she has students to take care of? But at this point, he changed the subject, and of course, I didn't say he wasn't welcome. Teacher Liang is a sharp swordsman and strong in combat. If he joins our shelter, he will also become a useful talent. It's just that I, Zhang Yi, don't like to force others to make things difficult for me. Liang Yu's expression was slightly embarrassed. Yes, Zhang Yi had implicitly expressed his appreciation for her at the beginning. But when he learned that she insisted on accompanying the students, she never expressed a similar attitude again. However, Zhang Yi's recognition of her strength made her feel a lot more comfortable. Lu Karen came over with milk tea, handed the steaming milk tea into Zhang Yi's hand, and begged, Brother, you don't know Teacher Liang's current situation. None of those students knew how to feel sorry for Teacher Liang. They refused to do any work every day and only wanted to suck Teacher Liang's blood. Humph. That is to say, Teacher Liang has a good temper. If it were anyone else, he would have left them alone. They still have the right to complain. These words touched Liang Yu's heart. She has made great sacrifices for her students, although she does not ask them for anything in return. At least, she should feel a little grateful in her heart. Isn't this too much? But what about them? Not only did he not feel sorry for her efforts, but he went even further. Even a good-tempered person like Liang Yu finally couldn't stand it anymore. She opened her mouth and said to Zhang Yi, Zhang Yi, I hope to come here just to give them an independent environment to grow up. Children need to be weaned when they are older. Not to mention most of them are adults. I have been guarding them. Instead of helping them, I have harmed them. Don't worry. I will abide by your rules after entering the shelter. If you come to my place usefully in the future, just give me my instructions. Seeing Liang Yu being so frank, Zhang Yi stopped putting on airs. This kind of thing is too much. Liang Yu is a proud person. If he loses his temper, the relationship between the two may become worse in the future. The aliens in the apocalypse are very precious, and all of them have promising fighting abilities. How could she be allowed to run away? So he held a cup of hot milk tea and smiled and said, If Teacher Liang is willing to come, I'm very welcome. But I still have some concerns about you. Liang Yu frowned slightly. Don't you believe me? Zhang Yi smiled lightly and said that was not the case. It's just that I'm worried about whether you can obey my orders, like you said in the future. Being stared at by Zhang Yi's fiery gaze, Liang Yu's heart trembled slightly, and she subconsciously closed her legs. If it's too much of a request, I really can't agree. After all, I am also a person with a bottom line. Zhang Yi didn't know what she was thinking. He said calmly that Teacher Liang was kind and frank. This is your strength, but it is also your weakness. If I keep you, all I need is your force. Teach me that Kung Fu is one aspect of ability, and the most important thing is to use your power when fighting. The smile on his lips slowly changed, and he looked at her deeply. But if one day, in order to protect the safety of our own people, you need to kill people you think are innocent, can you do it? What Zhang Yi needs is not a warrior with a conscience, but a warrior soldier who will carry out his orders without hesitation, from his true heart. People like Ling Feng are the subordinates he wants most. You can do whatever it takes to achieve your goal, but he is particularly stubborn in some aspects, such as the word loyalty. If the identities of the two were switched and Zhang Yi was in Ling Feng's position, he would definitely kill Chen Xinyan and take the position himself. It's true that Liang Yu is very strong, but she can't be ruthless, and Zhang Yi can't accept her. Unexpectedly, Liang Yu seemed to have guessed that Zhang Yi would ask this question. She just took a deep breath and said to Zhang Yi with a firm look, "If it's for my own safety and the safety of those around me, I can do this. But if it is just to satisfy selfish desires, I cannot accept it." Suddenly, her eyes softened and she gave Zhang Yi a bright smile. "And according to my observation, although Mr. Zhang Yi looks cold and ruthless, you are a peace-loving person. As long as someone else doesn't provoke you first, you won't kill innocent people indiscriminately." Yang Xinxin winked at her quietly, indicating that she said it beautifully. Apparently before Zhang Yi came, the two of them also discussed Zhang Yi's possible requests. Of course Zhang Yi noticed their little moves, but it didn't matter. What he needs is an attitude from Liang Yu. As long as her knife could be wielded for him at the critical moment, he didn't need to care about anything else. To be honest, he is looking for a tool person for himself, and the tool person only needs to be useful when being used. Zhang Yi and Liang Yu confirmed that means, as long as it is to protect our safety, you can kill anyone, right? Liang Yu thought for a while and replied cautiously, "I will not attack my own people." She was afraid that Zhang Yi would let her kill her students. Zhang Yi has no objections. Of course. After all, I'm not a demon. So how could I attack the people around me? If he really had to do something like that, he would do it himself. Zhang Yi picked up the coffee in his hand and drank it slowly under Liang Yu's slightly nervous eyes. To be honest, he doesn't like Liang Yu's character, and even hates her always carrying a bunch of oil bottles. And accepting Liang Yu means that he must help support those students in the future. Funny. What does Zhang Yi have to do with them? Why take care of them? If the person who came today was not Liang Yu, but someone else, Zhang Yi would have kicked him over. But it was Liang Yu who came. So Zhang Yi had to weigh in his heart whether it was worth it. By providing food for 10 people every day, you can get a beautiful stranger who has superior fighting power and is proficient in Chinese martial arts and can be his teacher. No matter how you look at it, this business is very profitable. In the apocalypse, Zhang Yi needs strong enough fighting power around him. Especially this kind of woman with some cerebellum problems. She is a bit stupid in some aspects, but it is difficult to control someone who is too smart. Zhang Yi waited in his mind for a long time and thought that he really wanted to get Liang Yu over and then get rid of all her students. Anyway, they have bullied Xinxin and Karen in the past, so they can get their support by doing so. This is a recipe for trouble. Let's get Liang Yu over first. Isn't the life and death of those miscellaneous students in Xijia town just a matter of my thoughts? The end of the world is so dangerous. Isn't it normal for them to die in accidents? I have plenty of time and methods to deal with them. All that is needed is a little bit of food that is insignificant to me. After Zhang Yi thought about it for a while, he thought that he would definitely make a profit from this business. So of course he had to do it. After Zhang Yi figured it out, he put down his coffee cup and extended his right hand towards Liang Yu with a smile. So, happy working together. Welcome to join Zhang Yi's big family. Chapter 346 Major Forces in Tianhai City. Zhang Yi and Liang Yu agreed that Liang Yu would live in the shelter. She could eat here like everyone else and enjoy daily services. But she was not allowed to bring others in unless Zhang Yi agreed. Of course, the implementation of this condition is very difficult. Zhang Yi will only select useful people to enter his shelter. The core purpose is to make him live a better life in the last days. Zhang Yi will, as usual, provide her with food for 10 people every day and let her deliver it to the students to maintain their lives. Hearing that Zhang Yi agreed to continue serving food, Liang Yu relaxed and patted her chest, so that her conscience could live with it. But she didn't know that it was precisely because of this condition that Zhang Yi felt disgusted with those students. Frankly speaking, he had murderous intentions. Yang Xinxin, who was familiar with Zhang Yi, knew that all her classmates would not live long just by seeing the slightly raised corners of Zhang Yi's mouth, because Zhang Yi never raises idle people. But Yang Xinxin also didn't like those classmates. So instead of exposing Zhang Yi, she would support Zhang Yi in doing so. Zhang Yi called Yang Mi and Zhou Qir over, and asked them to call Zhou Haimei too. Today at noon, everyone held a welcome party to celebrate Liang Yu joining their group. Zhou Qir said with a smile. Okay, I will be responsible for tidying up the room. Yangmi smiled and said, Sister Haine, and I will be responsible for preparing lunch. Miss Liang, is there anything you like to eat? Liang Yu was a little flattered and quickly replied, I don't have taboos. You can do whatever you want. Yangmi smiled and nodded. Okay. That's good. The smiles on the faces of the two women were very strong. But they gave Liang Yu a strange feeling. She always felt that they were a little jealous of her. And her looming hostility puzzled her. What happened? Is it my imagination? Liang Yu thought about it, and didn't know when she had offended them. So she could only think that she was overthinking it. After Zhou Qier and Yangmi left the living room, they looked at each other, and sighed in unison. There is one more person. And she is also a very capable woman. Not only can he fight, he also looks good. Yangmi held her chin in one hand, with a sad look on her face. I am the most useless person in this family. Seeing this, Zhou Qier consoled her for the first time and said that's not the case. At least you can still cook well. And in terms of body shape, we still have an advantage. As she spoke, she put her hands on her S-shaped waist and puffed out her proud breasts. Yangmi lowered her head, but couldn't see her shoes. Well, it's holding up pretty well. At least in terms of figure and beauty. They win, which gives them a little more confidence. However, with this sense of crisis, the two secretly made up their minds to work harder to prove their worth in the future. But you must not let others take Zhang Yi away. The house became lively. After Zhou Haime arrived at the shelter, she greeted Zhang Yi and the new Liang Yu with a smile, and then went to help Zhou Qier and Yangmi. Zhang Yi slapped his thigh and said to Liang Yu, We just have a meeting. You can join us too. Meeting? Liang Yu asked curiously what meeting? Zhang Yi's mysterious smile battle meeting. Liang Yu covered her mouth in surprise. Were they going to fight again? The Xishan base has been wiped out. Are there any enemies nearby? Zhang Yi smiled lightly. If the river in one place dries up, and there is water in other tributaries, it will naturally flow over. Liang Yu understood what Zhang Yi meant. You are saying that because the Xishan base was destroyed, there was a vacancy in the surrounding area. So someone wants to come over and take away the territory of Xishan base. Pretty much. I feel like this. At least people from other forces have appeared nearby. But no one can predict what will happen next. Zhang Yi spread his hands. But we must prepare for the worst. Life is not a child's play. As long as we are well prepared, we are not afraid of any danger. Liang Yu agreed with Zhang Yi's cautious attitude. She nodded and her eyes became much more serious. If you need me to do anything, just ask me. Of course, I won't be polite to you, Zhang Yi said. At this moment, Yang Xinxin next to her pulled Zhang Yi's sleeve and said to him with a smile, Brother Zhang Yi, I just happened to get some interesting information from the database of Xishan base. It's about other forces in Tianhai City. Do you want to listen? Zhang Yi smiled and said, Of course I have to listen. I called Fatty Su and Uncle Yu over. Let's all listen together. Yang Xinxin nodded. This information is very important. And it is up to Zhang Yi to decide whether to tell everyone publicly or not. So Zhang Yi called the other two people to the living room. The three of Zhou Qier were preparing for the welcome party. But they were also busy in the island kitchen in the living room. And their conversation could be heard. It's just that their attributes are biased towards logistics work. They only need to know this information, and do not need them to participate in discussions. After everyone arrived, Zhang Yi first gave a brief summary of what he encountered at the Xishan base today. We met two groups of people at the entrance of the base. And there were some conflicts. This may lead to retaliation from the other force. Or other forces may come to compete for territory and start a war with us. So, everyone, we cannot be too comfortable now, and must be prepared for danger in times of peace. Always be alert. Everyone nodded. Although they were a little surprised by the appearance of other forces, they were not too shocked. After all, in the end of the world, anything can happen. Zhang Yi looked at Yang Xinxin and said, Let Xinxin tell everyone the information about other forces first, so we have a clear idea of who our potential enemies are. Everyone turned their attention to Yang Xinxin and listened to her words carefully. Yang Xinxin has put her laptop on her lap, with the intelligence information she prepared on it. She started talking slowly. According to the information from Xishan base, there are still 4 forces in Tianhai City that can threaten Xishan base. Among them, there are 3 forces that are located in the refuge like the Xishan base. Let me start with these 3 shelter forces. The first is the base in Yansheng district, which controls the largest refinery in Tianhai City. Energy is their biggest advantage. The current leader of Yansheng base is called Xiao Honglian. He is a strange person, but his ability is unknown. He is suspected to be a flame. She also has a deputy named Zhuge Qingting, whose ability is wind, but the specific ability is unknown. The second is a base located in Chaoyu District, close to the East China Sea, which controls the ships of all shipping companies in Tianhai City. According to the intelligence from Shishan Base, they can even use large ships to go to sea. Hearing this, Zhang Yi couldn't help shouting a pause. Wait a minute. Xin, is it possible to go to sea at this time? It is now February, the coldest season, and the entire Lujiang River has been frozen into lumps of ice. Can ships leave port at this time? Others also had the same question and looked at Yang Xinxin in confusion. A proud smile appeared on Yang Xinxin's lips. At this time, her advantages as a top student became apparent. Yes, some areas offshore do freeze over, but the deep sea will not be frozen by this low temperature, especially the closer to the equator. The higher the temperature, ocean currents will bring warm currents around the equator, and there are volcanoes on the seafloor, so it is impossible to freeze the ocean. Even if the temperature drops another 100 degrees and the world's surface is frozen, there will still be water flow behind the thick ice layer. Lu Karen added that seawater is very salty and is not easily frozen. In addition, they have icebreakers. As long as the ship is parked in the deep sea, it can avoid being trapped in the ice and anchoring. Everyone finally understood it now. Zhang Yi touched his chin and thought for a while. And suddenly an idea came to him. If that's the case, wouldn't it be possible to go fishing in the sea? Or move to a warmer area near the equator? Yang Xinxin nodded. Calculated according to today's temperature, it is about 20 to 30 degrees below zero near the equator. Although it is a disaster for the local indigenous people, it is only equivalent to the winter in the northeast, and humans can still survive. She flipped through the computer. Huh? According to the intelligence records of the Shishan base, they have the most abundant food, and they indeed rely on the sea to eat. However, since ships require a large amount of energy, they have interests with Yangsheng base. These two families are also the closest among the major forces in Tianhai City. Zhang Yi leaned over and took a look at the computer. It was this look that made his pupils shrink slightly, because in the information introducing Chaoyu base, he saw a familiar symbol. Blue waves. Is this a symbol of their base? Zhang Yi and Yang Xinxin confirmed. Yang Xinxin nodded. Yes. The four major shelters have their own logos. After all, their predecessors were officially built shelters. No wonder. Zhang Yi thought that when he met Wang Ruishuan and others, the other party's combat uniform was the same as that of Shishan base. The only difference is that the logo on the chest is not a golden sword, but a blue wave. In other words, he killed people from Chaoyu base. Then look back. Yang Xinxin nodded and continued the introduction. The person in charge of Chaoyu base is now named Wei Dinghai. The information about him is completely unknown, and it is even impossible to confirm whether he is a stranger. The same goes for his deputy Qin Jinghuan, who has no information. It seems that their main battlefield is the sea, so they have less contact with other bases, because they can obtain the food they need from the ocean, and the ships themselves have good cold resistance. They have little conflict with other forces. Zhang Yi secretly said in his heart that there is a conflict with me now. The last of the four major shelters is located in Qipei District. It is near the steel plant of Tianhai Qingwei Iron and Steel Group. It is the workers' organizations in the steel mills that control them today. The leader's name is Xing Tian. This name is a bit too domineering, so I'm not sure if it's his real name or his code name. If a person's online name is Xingtian, it will be a good job. But if a person's real name is Xingtian, it will be a unique job. Yang Xinxin's tone was slightly teasing. By the way, there are some records about his abilities. It seems that he can influence the power of those around him and make those around him stronger. But there is also no specific record. Yang Xinxin spread her hands helplessly. The time for the end of the world is relatively short, and the major forces do not dare to clash rashly. And according to the laws of the Dark Jungle, they will not expose their abilities easily. Therefore, the information they have on each other is very limited. Zhang Yi nodded. He understood this very well. The abilities of aliens are very complex and vary. If you compare a superpower to a weapon, it's like a gun that you don't know where it is hidden in, how powerful it is, and when it will fire. Before you know the opponent's abilities, you must be careful and prepared. Otherwise, it is possible that the gun will be fired directly in your mouth at the next moment. Yang Xinxin continued to say one more thing. That is, just like the Shishan base, the controllers of the other three bases seized power by force and eliminated the initial high-level officials. However, they do not have an army in their hands. only armed organizations. So in terms of combat literacy, there is a certain gap between them and Shishan base. This is very reasonable. In the apocalypse, when order is broken, the last word is to have a big fist. However, among the 4 major bases, only Qin Xinyan is an exception because he has no special powers. The reason why he became the leader was because his alien Ling Feng was a loyal figure. The 3 major bases, if you include the Shishan base, basically each of them holds a very important strategic resource. Zhang Yi analyzed that Shishan base controls the army. Yansheng base controls energy. Chaoyu base controls shipping. And Qipei base controls the steel plant. After he figured this out, he suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. If you put it that way, among the 4 major bases, Shishan base actually has the strongest combat capabilities. After all, Shishan base has the most weapons and also controls elite troops. Everyone nodded in agreement. Fatty Su patted his chest and said, "My heart feels a lot more relaxed. No matter how strong the other 3 bases are, they cannot be stronger than the Shishan base that controls the army. And we can even capture the Shishan base. So why are we afraid of them?" Zhang Yi laughed and said that although they may also have some armed forces, compared with well-trained soldiers, there is definitely a gap in quality. The biggest suspense now is the alien. However, due to lack of intelligence, we may not know how many strangers they have and how strong they are before a head-on confrontation. In short, if you can avoid conflicts, try to avoid them. Zhang Yi could only hope that those people would not come. That would be the best outcome. Of course, if a fight breaks out, we won't be afraid of them. Even forces with strong armed forces like Shishan base have no shelter, let alone other forces. While happy, Liang Yu asked Xinxin, "Didn't you say that there are 4 large forces in total? Besides these 3 bases, what other forces exist?" Only then did everyone remember that Yang Xinxin had another power that he had not mentioned. Fatty Su's face suddenly looked frightened. "Isn't the last one the strongest? Miss Yang, is it possible that you still have a big one hidden?" Everyone's hearts tightened when they heard this, and they all looked at Yang Xinxin. Chapter 347 Snow Worship Cult. Yang Xinxin raised her eyes and looked at everyone, and said lightly that it was not because this force was stronger, but just because it was special. She hit enter and jumped to the next force's information. The Snow Worship Sect is a religious organization established after the end of the world. Its predecessor was the Divine Theory Sect, a minority religion in Tianhai City. The leader of the cult, Yuan Kongya, is a hybrid between China and Neon, and he awakened to supernatural powers after the end of the world. The preliminary judgment of its ability is called Bless. Can help other aliens awaken their abilities without paying any price. There was a bang in Zhang Yi's mind. Memories from the past suddenly began to resurface. Uncle Yu once mentioned to him the existence of the Snow Worship Cult. Uncle Yu's expression also became serious. He had personally come into contact with people from the Snow Worship Sect. Moreover, they all saw a living example of blessing and awakening. Li Jian, is there such a powerful superpower in this world? Liang Yu's face was full of surprise. She still remembered that she was on the verge of death when she gained the superpower, and she vaguely grasped that feeling. As for everyone else in the room, the way they gained their powers was near death. However, the person named Yuan Kongya can directly help people awaken their powers. With this ability alone, she can recruit countless powerful strangers as subordinates. Zhang Yi's eyes became serious. If you look at it this way, the strength of this snow worship cult is very terrifying. Moreover, it exists in the form of religion, and on the condition of helping others become enlightened and awaken their abilities. It will definitely be able to attract many strange people around. In other words, the snow worship sect has unlimited growth potential. Everyone realized the seriousness of the problem and looked solemn. Yang Xinxin continued to read. After the end of the world, the Divine Theory sect was renamed the Snow Worship Sect, with Yuan Kongya as the leader, and she claimed to be the human body of the snow god. He also claimed that this heavy snow was the snow god's cleansing of the human world, and only those who devoutly believed in the snow worship cult could be spared. The snow worship sect's sphere of influence is concentrated in Tianfeng and Chanlan districts. There are quite a lot of strangers under his command, but the exact number is unknown. The intelligence from Shishan base marked them as particularly troublesome opponents. Zhang Yi crossed his hands to support his chin and said with a very serious expression that Tianfeng district and Chanlan district are the most densely populated places in Tianhai City. By preaching there, the snow worship cult can rapidly develop in scale. After all, in the last days, religion is developing at the fastest speed. and people want to gain spiritual sustenance. However, apart from their large population, these two districts have no other core resources. Judging from this, the most people died there. Zhang Yi was a little confused about what they did for a living. Eating and keeping warm are the most important conditions for survival. The shelter has a base built many years ago, and a large amount of storage materials. And Zhang Yi has been prepared for it. Why do they? Yang Xinxin couldn't explain this. She shook her head. I only got so much information. Every force has their secrets. Maybe they eat meat. Zhang Yi nodded. Oh, that's right. Look at my brain. How could I forget such an important source of food? There is no way. His normal quality of life is too good. So he is somewhat ignorant of the sufferings of the world. This kind of cult introduced from abroad must have various methods to brainwash its believers, such as saying that the meat is the sacrament. Zhang Yi said with a wicked smile. This joke made everyone couldn't help but get goosebumps. Wow. Your joke is so cold. What AHL joke. However, the atmosphere at the scene became lively. Zhang Yi thought of the two groups of people he met outside Shishan base before. One group was from the Chaoyu base, and the other group of people who were not wearing uniforms were probably the snow worshippers. But they showed no ill will toward Zhang Yi at that time. So Zhang Yi didn't have any bad feelings towards them. If others do not offend me, I will not offend others. As long as others don't disturb his quiet life. He doesn't care no matter what they do. At this point, Yang Xinxin has introduced the largest forces in Tianhai City. Information is stumbling and pitiful. But it basically allows everyone to understand the situation in Tianhai City. Zhang Yi sat on the sofa, glanced at everyone who was thinking secretly, and said that this is the situation. Is there anything you want to say? Everyone looks at me and I look at you. Everyone has some opinions in their hearts that they want to express. Zhang Yi said to Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu, you are the oldest among them. You go ahead and say it. Uncle Yu didn't refuse. Crossed his arms and said seriously, I think no matter how many forces there are in Tianhai City, it is definitely right to be prepared to face the enemy. The most urgent task now is to build a defense line. We have obtained so many weapons from Shishan base. Wouldn't it be a waste if we don't use them? Zhang Yi nodded. The defense line must speed up. No one knows when these forces will conflict with them. After all, Zhang Yi has already killed the people in Chaoyu base. And there is also a strange person. If the other party discovers the truth, a conflict will inevitably break out. After Uncle Yu finished speaking, Fatty Su sitting next to him said worriedly, I think the situation is very bad. Fatty is a typical pessimist who spreads negative emotions whenever he opens his mouth. We saw people from both sides outside the Shishan base. When they find out that the Shishan base has been destroyed, they may come over to compete for territory. At that time, the surrounding area may become a battlefield. If we are affected, we will be in big trouble. Zhang Yi looked at him and said, Do you have any good suggestions? Fatty Su frowned, looking deep in thought. But when his fat face made this expression, it always gave people the feeling of being pretentious. I think it's best to keep the walls clear and the fields clear. Don't just leave. Zhang Yi nodded. Not to mention other aspects of the fat man. His life-saving ability was also outstanding. So he thought of going together. Lu Karen interrupted and said he was afraid that if we didn't cause trouble, they would come over too. Zhang Yi held his face. He still had to build a good line of defense and be fully prepared. We can't control what others do. Right? That's true. Lu Karen frowned slightly, as if he was embarrassed about what to say and didn't know how to speak. Seeing this, Zhang Yi smiled and said, Just say whatever you have to say. Everyone is discussing it. And if you talk about it, it might open up our minds. After getting encouragement from Zhang Yi, Lu Karen said, Actually, I was thinking, should we go out again and find some materials to repair the shelter? Chapter 348 Sweet Talk. Lu Karen's words reminded Zhang Yi. Although I got some building materials from the Shishan base this time, they could only be used to build the outer defense line. Ling Feng had previously blown up half of the walls of the shelter, and its defense had been drastically reduced. To repair this one-piece wall, special building materials must be used. If you want to get materials, you have to go out. Zhang Yi touched his chin and said to himself that it was best not to go out now. However, the four forces we talked about only exist, but they have not directly clashed with us on a large scale. They also dare not act rashly unless they confirm that there is no danger in the surrounding area. Therefore, we will go out in the next 2 days and come back as soon as we get the materials. It shouldn't be a problem. Lu Karen nodded. Okay, big brother. After Lu Karen finished speaking his opinion, Liang Yu also wanted to say something, but Yang Xinxin spoke before her. Tell me what you think. As soon as Yang Xinxin spoke, Liang Yu had to hold back his inner thoughts and wait for Yang Xinxin to finish. Yang Xinxin's speech attracted everyone's attention, because this girl has a very high IQ. She can often put forward some constructive opinions. If we talk about her shortcomings, it might be that she has a high IQ and is occasionally unreasonable. With a calm smile on her face, Yang Xinxin said to everyone, I think you are a little too nervous now. She pointed at her head so as not to lose her ability to judge due to panic. In fact, the situation we are facing right now is not that bad. The first is the influence of the other 4 families. Their tentacles have not yet extended to the surroundings of the Xishan base. Let's take Xishan base as an example. Xishan base controls the permanent army in Tianhai City and has the most powerful force. But they still do not completely control all the territory in Xishan and Lujiang district. This can be judged from the fact that they sent people out to patrol. Therefore, we can conclude that the other 4 forces are not even able to fully control their own territories now. Moreover, they also restrained each other and did not dare to expand rashly. Otherwise their base camp would be at risk of being attacked. It can be judged from this that we still have a long period of time to prepare for the future. Yang Xinxin's words made everyone feel a little more relaxed. Indeed, they now just know that there are many powerful forces in Tianhai City. So they are a little nervous. But in fact, from a rational analysis, the possibility of the opponent running over to attack the shelter is extremely low. In the Ice Age, means of transportation and communication were greatly restricted. There was no irreconcilable conflict between them and Zhang Yi. And it was even less likely that they would send out manpower to search in order to find the location of the shelter. Coupled with the destruction of the Xishan base, they will be wary and dare not act rashly. No matter how you think about it, it is unlikely that the 4 forces will quickly gather powerful forces to launch an attack on the sanctuary. Fatty Su cautiously said that we should build a good defense line earlier. This is always right. We should be prepared. Yang Xinxin nodded. What I mean is that the defense line can be built first. But there is no need to rush into alert state. Instead, we should take advantage of this time to collect more useful materials and come back. Speaking of this, Yang Xinxin looked at Zhang Yidao. Brother Zhang Yi, are you still looking for materials to repair the shelter? Zhang Yi and Yang Xinxin met their eyes. And Zhang Yi saw something strange in her eyes. She was hinting at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi turned his head slightly, and guessed what Yang Xinxin was thinking. He nodded. Yes. According to combustible, repairing the outer walls of the shelter requires finding a lot of rare building materials. This is indeed quite time-consuming. Yang Xinxin looked at Liang Yu again, who was looking thoughtful. Teacher Liang, Xujia town also needs to prepare more food for war and famine. Right? Liang Yu couldn't help but blurt out, this is what I'm worried about. If there is really an enemy attack, wouldn't they be in danger in Xujia town? Yang Xinxin tilted her head, looked directly at Liang Yu and said, you can't possibly protect them all your life. Right? My advice is to tell them the situation ahead of time, and then let them stock up on their own food and hide. Teacher Liang, don't worry. I told you that no enemies will appear near here in a short time. So far, Zhang Yi has confirmed Yang Xinxin's thoughts. He smiled and took a deep look at Yang Xinxin, then took a sip of the milk tea at hand, as if nothing had happened. From the beginning, Yang Xinxin's speech made him feel strange. Even if the enemy doesn't know when he will attack, there is no need for Yang Xinxin to let everyone relax their guard. It wasn't until she mentioned Xujia town that Zhang Yi understood what she had planned. First, she and Zhang Yi both hated those students, and hoped that these troublesome guys would disappear as soon as possible. Secondly, because of Liang Yu's existence, it was inconvenient for them to start from the bright side. So Yang Xinxin said that deliberately to make everyone think that the current situation is not so tense. This can prevent Liang Yu from asking Zhang Yi to bring those students to Yunk Manor for protection. And, on the other hand, there is another way to kill someone with a borrowed knife. If an enemy attacks, the first people to be dealt with must be the villagers of Xujia town near Yunk Manor. Because according to general logic, the villagers in Xujia town are most likely the outpost of Yunk Manor. If you want to attack Yunk Manor, you must first deal with the people in Xujia town. Liang Yu was also very confused after hearing Yang Xinxin's words. She tried to ask Zhang Yidao if he could let them come and help us build fortifications in exchange for our protection. Zhang Yi did not directly answer Liang Yu's question. He just smiled and asked, have your students learned how to catch fish? If you can't catch any more fish, such cold weather will kill you. Liang Yu's face suddenly looked a little embarrassed. What Zhang Yi means is, What can these useless people, who can't even catch fish from the frozen river, come over to help me? They can only be a burden. And I don't need a burden. Yang Xinxin comforted Liang Yudao and said, Don't worry, Teacher Liang. The above statement is just our speculation. After all, the enemy may not appear. Maybe no one will come. Liang Yu sighed. If that was really the case. Yang Xinxin had finished speaking. Liang Yu had planned to ask Zhang Yi for help. But now, it was difficult for her to do so. But at this moment, a voice helped Liang Yu out of trouble. Since Teacher Liang is so worried, let me help you find a way. The speaker was Zhang Yi. He looked at Liang Yu with a smile. If one day, there is really a danger around here, I will temporarily allow your students to move to live near the shelter. There are several empty villas around the shelter, which can fully accommodate those students. Liang Yu stared at Zhang Yi dumbfounded. She couldn't believe that these words could come out of Zhang Yi's vocal cords. Because in her impression, Zhang Yi is not such a kind person. Not only Liang Yu couldn't believe it, but even Fatty Su, Uncle Yu and Luke Karen looked shocked. As if they were meeting Zhang Yi for the first time. Only Yang Xinxin looked at Zhang Yi calmly, with a smile on her lips and a look of admiration in her eyes. Zhang Yi saw Liang Yu's shocked eyes, smiled and spread his hands. Why are you looking at me like this? Do you really think that I am a cold-blooded person? Liang Yu's face was slightly embarrassed. Although she didn't speak, her expression already acknowledged her inner thoughts. Zhang Yi shook his head. Maybe it was like this in the past, because we were not companions at that time. But now, Miss Liang Yu, you are already one of us. You are my companion in my family. So the people you want to protect, I will definitely help you protect them. Zhang Yi looked at Liang Yu with extremely sincere eyes, and spoke sincerely like a devout believer. Liang Yu was moved by Zhang Yi when she was in the most troubled and difficult time. It was Zhang Yi who helped her out. This caused ripples in the heart of this 27-year-old single female teacher. She didn't even care much about Zhang Yi taking away her sword. Zhang Yi, I really don't know how to thank you. Liang Yu's face turned red due to excessive excitement. Zhou Kier, who was cooking not far away, curled his lips and murmured a few words when he saw this scene. Just looking at the mouth shape, it seems to be a dirty word that is inappropriate for children. Zhang Yi smiled and shook his head. Don't say those nonsense words. From now on, everyone is in the same boat. And as long as you do your part for everyone's safety, that's okay. As long as you are obedient from now on, it will be okay if you chop whoever I ask you to. Liang Yu nodded firmly. I will definitely do it. At this time, Zhang Yi's image in her heart became majestic. She found that she had misunderstood Zhang Yi in the past. She actually regarded Zhang Yi as a selfish person. What kind of arrogance and prejudice is this? Liang Yu's problem was solved. And Zhang Yi made the final decision on other people's problems. In short, there are two top priorities. The first is to build a solid line of defense with Yonk Manor as the center to guard against possible enemies. Second, I will go out with Karen to find materials to repair the shelter. In addition, no one is allowed to act without authorization, let alone leave the area around the shelter, to avoid encountering spies from other forces and causing unnecessary conflicts. No one has any objections to Zhang Yi's arrangement. This is the best arrangement at the moment. But there was one thing that Zhang Yi did not say. That is, he had killed the aliens and ordinary soldiers at Chaoyu Base at the entrance of Shishan Base. So the current comfort will definitely end earlier than expected. He didn't mention it. And Fatty Su and Uncle Yu also had a tacit understanding and didn't mention it. The two people thought that Zhang Yi was trying to stabilize the mentality of everyone in the shelter. But in fact, Zhang Yi was laying a hidden clue for his next plan. Chapter 349 Waiting for Fate. The meeting ended successfully, and everyone had no objections to Zhang Yi's arrangements. At noon, everyone gathered together to welcome Liang Yu to their team. The dining table was steaming hot and filled with sumptuous food. Fragrant and fat roasted chicken, spicy and sour fried fish with garlic, fat but not greasy Zhuangyuan trotters, sweet and delicious mutton soup, stewed pig's feet with soybeans until soft. These delicious foods will be served to Zhang Yi's table even in ordinary times. But for Liang Yu, these foods undoubtedly made her salivate, and her hands trembled when she moved her chopsticks. Even when she was in the Second Life warehouse of Shishan Base, she had never enjoyed such a sumptuous meal. If this meal was seen by people outside in the ice and snow, they would definitely go crazy with jealousy. In the glacial apocalypse, others can risk their lives for a cold steamed bun. But Zhang Yi and the others live such a luxurious life. There is really no harm without comparison. Although he didn't want to admit it, Liang Yu was secretly glad that he had made the right choice. She was extremely happy eating this meal. And it had been a long time since her taste buds had experienced such a pleasant tingle. So much so that she accidentally ate too much and ended up with a big belly and gastrointestinal problems. Ouch. Liang Yu held her stomach and turned a little pale. Everyone was stunned for a moment and hurried over to care about her. Zhou Qian suddenly realized it and slapped his forehead. Oops. It must be because he ate so poorly before. And now his stomach can't stand the big fish and meat. They usually ate like this. So they subconsciously ignored Liang Yu's diet. Zhou Qian quickly helped Liang Yu to lie down in the room. And then got her some stomach medicine to take. It's okay. Just take a rest and you'll be fine. Zhou Qian smiled softly. And then helped Liang Yu cover herself with the quilt. This warm feeling made Liang Yu so moved that she wanted to cry. After the end of the world, this was the first time that she experienced what it was like to be taken care of by others. Her heart became more dependent on the shelter. And her mentality also changed drastically in just one day. Actually, it looks like this. It's actually very good. After lunch, Yang Mi, Zhou Qian and Zhou Haimei were responsible for cleaning. Zhang Yi saw Lu Karen's expression was a little strange and seemed a little depressed. So he called her over with a smile. Combustible. What's wrong? While we were eating, I noticed something was wrong in your eyes. When Lu Karen heard this, he waved his hands repeatedly. Brother, it's okay. I am fine. Zhang Yi smiled faintly, stretched out his hand, and flicked her forehead. Why are you pretending to be mysterious with me? If you have anything to say, just say it. Remember, we are family. You shouldn't have secrets from your family. Okay? When Lu Karen heard this, he looked around and felt relieved after making sure that no one else was around. She looked up at Zhang Yi and asked quietly, Brother, why did you agree to protect those students? They are very bad. It turned out to be because of this. Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh. Lu Karen's expression was a little depressed. She said that you should have seen what happened back then. Those guys are not good people. After the end of the world, Xin and I were bullied miserably. So I don't really want to see their ugly faces. Although Lu Karen is usually carefree, she is just an 18-year-old young girl who dares to love and hate. She felt very repelled by those classmates and could not forget everything that had happened. The smile on Zhang Yi's lips became even thicker. At this time, Yang Xin, who saw the two talking, passed by not far away. She and Zhang Yi looked at each other, smiled meaningfully and left. Many times, Zhang Yi and Yang Xin have the best understanding. Because Yang Xin is very smart. The higher the IQ, the more able people are to use reason to suppress their emotional side. Therefore, Yang Xin, like Zhang Yi, considers issues from the perspective that is most beneficial to themselves and the shelter. Zhang Yi put his arm around Lu Karen's shoulders affectionately, and then came to the corner of the room. He whispered, Karen, if I completely ignore your classmates, what do you think your teacher Liang will do? Lu Karen frowned slightly. Okay. According to teacher Liang's character, he would probably choose to leave the shelter, then protect them or take them to another safe place. Zhang Yi smiled and nodded. This is why. Although I am not interested in the life and death of your classmates, Liang Yu is of great use to us. So we have to keep her. Lu Karen suddenly realized. Ah, I understand. Brother, you did that to stabilize teacher Liang. But, do you have to support them for the rest of your life? Lu Karen pursed his lips, feeling a little unhappy. Why should you support those hateful guys? They don't deserve it. Don't worry. It won't be long. The environment outside is so bad. Novices like them will freeze to death sooner or later. Moreover, I will also have some preparations, Zhang Yi said with a smile. He thought of the stranger at Qiaoyu base, who was killed by him. The loss of an alien is a major event for any force. This will accelerate the sanctuary's contact with outside forces. He talked nicely to Liang Yu. If danger occurs, those students will be protected. But if there was a conflict, he would naturally have 10,000 reasons to explain it. After all, there is a long distance between Yonk Manor and Shijia Town. Just delaying it is enough for outside forces to kill them all. Lu Karen's eyes lit up. The eldest brother was indeed the eldest brother. He would never let her down. She wanted to ask more questions. But Zhang Yi made a silent gesture to her. Some things are better not to be discussed at home. Tomorrow we go out and look for materials to repair the shelter. I'll tell you the details when the time comes. Although Liang Yu was resting in the room at this time, it was better not to talk about the specific plans at home just in case. Lu Karen's heart opened, and a smile appeared on his face again. She nodded. Okay, big brother. But where are we going to find materials? Zhang Yi said that there is a materials factory not far from here. We can go and have a look. It's still within the Xishan base's sphere of influence, so there won't be any danger for the time being. Okay. Let me sort out the materials list. Lu Karen immediately returned to the studio to prepare. Zhang Yi looked at her leaving figure and began to think about it in his heart. His plan was very simple. He used foreign enemies to deal with the students Liang Yu left outside. He had no intention of supporting idle people. What's more, Zhang Yi felt that those students were white-eyed wolves. Not only will it not help, it may also cause trouble. For uncertain factors, erasing them is the best option. On the other hand, this can be regarded as revenge for Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen. However, people from other forces are not my followers, and cannot be so obedient. Now I can only wait for fate. Although he wanted to get rid of the students in Shujia town with the help of others, Zhang Yi would not take the initiative to provoke other forces. His own safety comes first. But when those students die is not important. Chapter 350. Are you surprised? In the afternoon, after everyone had rested, Zhang Yi began to arrange tasks. The first priority now is to build a good defense line. He called everyone over. Everyone must participate in this kind of thing. And no one can be lazy. Lu Karen's drawings have been designed. The concept of the defense line is to create a circular defense line with a radius of 500 meters, a height of 20 meters, and a thickness of 10 meters around the shelter and other residential villas. The main building materials are steel bars and ice, which are the easiest materials for them to obtain and have the best defensive properties. Ice has a self-healing function and will gradually thicken in such cold weather. The ice, which is 10 meters thick, is also effective in resisting powerful fire attacks. Zhang Yi arranged tasks for everyone. Lu Karen is a genius in the field of mechanical engineering. Although he has not studied architecture, he is still much better than others in mechanics. She will be responsible for directing the construction of the defense line. Fatty Su is responsible for collecting materials. The most commonly used material for the defense line is giant ice cubes, which can be cut directly from the Lujiang River. Then, Zhang Yi used his space ability to carry them back. Liang Yu then processed the ice cubes and turned them into ice bricks suitable for building barriers. Uncle Yu is responsible for putting up the steel bars and giant ice bricks. As time goes by, the ice blocks will fuse together, and the steel bars will be integrated into them as a skeleton, turning into an indestructible ice and snow barrier. In this way, the first line of defense on the outside of the shelter was successfully established. Although it is much weaker than the shelter's defense level, but its existence was originally to prevent the enemy from launching a sneak attack and buy time for everyone to hide in the shelter. Since Zhang Yi and the others obtained a large amount of weapons and ammunition at the Xishan base, including many heavy artillery and tanks, they temporarily modified the defense line. Many holes were dug into the defense line thousands of meters long, and then gun muzzles were mounted, and these weapons were connected to the control consoles of the shelter. 30 heavy machine guns, 5 large caliber machine guns, 6 artillery pieces, and even 2 tanks and 4 combat vehicles were put on board. Zhang Yi did not put all the heavy firepower into the defense line, but reserved part of it in a different space for future emergencies. As soon as this design was proposed, everyone at the scene was excited. Once such a powerful fire defense line is completed, they will have enough confidence to deal with an attack by thousands of troops. Okay, let's get started now. This is the line of defense that protects our safety. Everyone, please work hard and don't be lazy. Zhang Yi clapped his hands, smiled and asked everyone to start taking action. As for Zhou Qier, Yang Mi and Zhou Haimei, since they had no special powers to help, they were responsible for preparing hot drinks for everyone and helping Lu Karen nearby. After the division of labor was completed, everyone went to Lujiang and started busy. Although this seems to be a huge project, everyone here is a stranger. Who doesn't have unique skills? When working on projects, their abilities were brought into full play. The work that usually requires an engineering team can be divided among a few people. Fatty Su came to the river and pressed his hands on the ice. In an instant, the ice began to crack and huge cracks appeared. After a while, a huge rectangular ice cube rose from the ground and slowly floated into the air. Zhang Yi quickly opened the dimensional door and took it into the different space. Fatty Su used his strength one after another and dug out 10 huge pieces of ice in one breath. However, he soon became tired and out of breath after doing such high-intensity work. You should eat something and take a rest first. Do it later. Zhang Yi was not in a hurry and let Fatty Su recover his strength while he returned to the shelter with the collected ice cubes. Huge irregular blocks of ice were placed on the ground. each one as big as a room. Lu Karen was directing from the side. While looking at the drawings, she asked Liang Yu to cut the ice cubes into the required shape. Without saying a word, Liang Yu took out the tang dao and saw the sharp light of the knife flashing quickly in midair. A huge ice cube was cut into regular hexahedrons. Next is Uncle Yu's work. He lifted up a rectangular ice cube and then slammed it into the ground. A giant ice block dozens of meters long was inserted deeply into the ground like a wooden wedge. At this time, the ground near Yunk Manor was much softer due to repeated blasting, so the work was progressing without any trouble. Uncle Yu's first job was to lay the foundation, then build the steel bars into a skeleton and place them on the inside of the ice. After the skeleton is built, a circle of ice cubes will be placed in the closed beta to create a double layer of defense. In this case, even if it is attacked by fierce artillery fire, it will not cause the entire ice block to break. After that, it is a matter of compacting the surrounding soil to make the foundation stable. Everyone enjoys working together. Although they had to endure the ultra-low temperature of -50 to 60 degrees Celsius, everyone wore cold-proof clothing, and even if they exercised, their bodies would feel a little warm. This is extremely luxurious in the last days. In the past, that kind of professional cold-proof clothing could only be worn by professional-level special workers. Ordinary people who wanted to buy one couldn't afford its high price. Zhang Yi and his colleagues have a clear division of labor, and their work efficiency is very high. After a few hours, the prototype of a barrier of more than 100 meters was built. But while Zhang Yi and the others were busy, Zhang Yi accidentally saw a figure flashing across the river. He took a closer look and found a slightly familiar figure sneaking past. It seemed to be a student he had met before. Zhang Yi didn't recognize him, but he had a slight impression of his face. It may be that Zhang Yi and the others dug holes on the ice on a large scale. This movement attracted the attention of some people in Xuzhou town. Zhang Yi crossed his arms and smiled disdainfully, because he didn't bother to care what those people thought. If he wanted to, he could kill them all by himself. But thinking of that man's sneaky appearance, Zhang Yi was a little curious and didn't know what he was doing. Next to him, Fatty Su was panting and still struggling to dig out ice cubes. Such a huge ice cube consumes a lot of his superpowers. Zhang Yi couldn't help him much now, so he simply took out a high-powered telescope, stood on the embankment, and looked across the river. From this angle, the situation inside Xuzhou town can be seen at a glance. The weather was cold and freezing, and Xuzhou town was completely silent, since a large number of young and middle-aged people died in the Shishan base. There were not many aborigines left here. Basically, they are women, old people, and children. But when Zhang Yi looked at it, he suddenly discovered an interesting sight. The sneaky student just now was not alone. There was a young woman following behind him. The two people came to an igloo and got in one after the other. The corners of Zhang Yi's mouth slowly curved into a playful arc. These young men, even at this time, still can't change their ways. Fatty Su worked hard for a long time and finally got another piece of ice. He squatted on the ice, saw Zhang Yi's actions, and shouted out of curiosity, "Boss, what are you looking at?" Zhang Yi put down the telescope in his hand and said calmly that he didn't do anything. "You should take a rest first." He took the ice cubes back, and after Liang Yu finished processing them, Zhang Yi took out today's food from another dimension. "It's getting late. Go and deliver food to the students." Liang Yu took the bag from Zhang Yi and nodded. Zhang Yi suddenly said, "That's right. There is something I want to apologize to you for." When Liang Yu heard this, she looked at Zhang Yi with confusion. "What are you apologizing for?" Zhang Yi looked at her sincerely and said, "I always thought your students were selfish. But just now, I saw your students helping a poor girl. So I think I should say sorry to you." Liang Yu felt very strange in her heart. Zhang Yi seemed to have something in his words, but she didn't know what Zhang Yi wanted to express. Zhang Yi showed a meaningful smile on his lips and pointed his thumb back to Xuzhou town. In the house at the east end of the village. "Your students are helping others." Liang Yu's expression suddenly changed. She realized that her students might be doing bad things to the old, weak women and children in Xuzhou town. As a teacher, she couldn't possibly watch her students do such immoral things. "I'll go over and have a look." She flicked her long ponytail and ran towards the other side of the river. At this time, inside the snow house, Wu Qingyu pulled the wooden board and blocked the door tightly. This semi-underground igloo was very effective in resisting the cold, but the air temperature was too low after all, and it was difficult for his body to react. Looking at the pale-skinned woman in front of him with a haggard expression, Wu Qingyu sighed deeply. In the past, he only found top-notch girls in Tianhai City. If the conditions didn't allow it, How could he find such a woman? But now that I have endured it for too long, I can only make do with it. Wu Qingyu took out half of the lunch box from his arms and threw it on the table. When the woman saw the half of the box lunch, a light finally appeared in her eyes. Come on. I don't have time to waste here, Wu Qingyu said coldly. The woman swallowed, reluctantly looked away from the lunch box, and then slowly crawled to Wu Qingyu. By the time Liang Yu arrived, Wu Qingyu had already done obscene things in the house. Outside the igloo, Liang Yu heard the sound that made people blush and heartbeat. She had a look of astonishment on her face, and she didn't even want to believe that there were her students in the room. Now is the end of the world. The women in Xujia town have lost the backbone of their families, and it is difficult to survive. So the woman in the house couldn't have done this because of love and Wu Qingyu. Then she could only be coerced, or exchange her body for something. No matter what the reason was, Wu Qingyu's behavior made Liang Yu tremble with anger. As a woman, she could not allow the student she worked so hard to protect to bully another woman. Chapter 351 The Collapsed Liang Yu. In anger, Liang Yu kicked open the wooden board blocking the door. The two people in the room were startled. Wu Qingyu, who was doing ugly things on the bed, turned around and looked around. When he saw that the person coming was Liang Yu, his face suddenly turned pale. Teacher Liang, why did you come here? Liang Yu looked at the expressionless woman in front of him and saw the half-lunch box on the table, and suddenly understood everything. Her mind went blank, because she was so overwhelmed with anger and shock that she didn't know what to think about at this time. Her students, the students she worked so hard to protect in the apocalypse, actually used the food she finally delivered to do such a thing? Wu Qingyu was stunned on the spot. He didn't know why Liang Yu came here suddenly. He gritted his teeth and realized that it was like this anyway, so it would be better to just show off his cards. Anyway, Liang Yu has a soft heart, so he might be able to forgive himself. Teacher Liang, I am a young man, and I have my own needs. Hope you can understand. Besides, I didn't force her. It was her own choice. Right? Say something. He patted the woman's face. The woman looked at Liang Yu blankly, then nodded numbly. Even if she was caught doing such a thing, there was no trace of shame in her eyes. Now she just hopes to survive. Morality, propriety, integrity, etc. have long been forgotten. There was no expression on Liang Yu's face, and she was a little paralyzed by excessive shock and anger. She just looked at Wu Qingyu coldly and asked, Didn't you say there wasn't enough food? Then you still use it to do this kind of thing? Wu Qingyu's expression changed slightly. Of course, Liang Yu cannot know where this food came from. After Liang Yu left, the order among the students became simple, and the person with the big fist had the final say. Wu Qingyu relied on his strength, and gathered a few students who could fight to control the entire group. So not only can he be full, but he can also have extra food to exchange for the services of the women in Xujia town. Wu Qingyu gritted his teeth and shouted to Liang Yu, Teacher Liang, don't you just need to provide us with food? Why do you care so much? You can only give us insufficient food anyway. Why don't you ask us to find a way to survive on our own? In that case, what we do with the food is none of your business. Right? Liang Yu staggered back several steps as if struck by lightning. Her chest rose and fell violently, and she pointed at Wu Qingyu, unable to speak for a long time. Teacher Liang, can you go out first? Are you disturbing me here? Wu Qingyu was disturbed midway and felt very unhappy. Anyway, they have already been discovered, so just break the jar and throw it away. He was fed up with Liang Yu's soft-hearted character and knew that even if he did this, Liang Yu would not have the heart to care about his life or death. After all, he was Liang Yu's student. How could the kind-hearted teacher Liang be willing to watch his students die in the apocalypse? Liang Yu closed her eyes, turned around and rushed out. She took off the hat on her head and let the cold ice and snow blow on her face. But no matter how cold the ice and snow was, it was not as cold as her heart. Liang Yu left Xujia town, and Zhang Yi was eating with Fatty Su on the Lujiang River. Seeing the lost Liang Yu walking back, Zhang Yi curled his lips slightly and said with a hint of joking that reality is indeed very heavy. Teacher Liang. Liang Yu raised her head and glanced at Zhang Yi. She didn't refute Zhang Yi, but just smiled miserably. Have you always thought I was stupid? Then she asked herself and answered yes. I'm so stupid. Really? Zhang Yi put his hands in his pockets and said lightly, Don't blame me for letting you see the cruelty of reality. I just think you deserve to know the truth. But I won't interfere with what you do next. I respect your choice. Liang Yu just shook her head. She was in a very confused mood now, and her eyes had lost focus. Liang Yu passed Zhang Yi and Fatty Su and walked toward the shelter with a somewhat shaky body. Now she just wants to let herself have some peace and quiet. Fatty Sue came over curiously and asked the boss. What happened to Teacher Liang? What did she see? Zhang Yi glanced at him and said lightly that her student was Wang Yuan's woman in Shujia town. If it wasn't coercion, it was in exchange for the food she gave her. Fatty Sue opened his eyes wide. Holy shit. So exciting. Boss, you are too uninteresting. You won't let me see such a wonderful shot. Is this your focus? Zhang Yi smiled and patted his shoulder. Maybe Wang Yuan's sister is a sister or sister-in-law of yours. Fatty Sue snorted disapprovingly. My family is almost dead a long time ago. The rest are distant relatives. I don't care whether they live or die. Zhang Yi gave Fatty Sue a thumbs up in admiration. Liang Yu returned to the shelter and locked herself in the room. Feeling very confused, she suddenly began to feel that what she had been doing didn't seem to have much meaning. I don't know how long it took. But suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside. Liang Yu. Are you okay? Zhang Yi's concerned voice came from outside the door. Liang Yu calmed down, quickly sat up from the bed, put on her slippers, and walked over to open the door. After opening the door, Zhang Yi saw her eyes were slightly red. As if she had cried? It's no wonder that no teacher would not be sad to see the students he worked so hard to protect fall. Liang Yu said to Zhang Yi. Sorry. I feel a little uncomfortable today. I won't fall behind on work. She thought Zhang Yi came to urge her to build a defense line. Zhang Yi shook his head and wasn't in that much of a hurry. He could finish it in 2 or 3 days at most. He looked down at Liang Yu, and his voice suddenly became warm and gentle. I was worried about you, so I came here to take a look. Zhang Yi's sudden tenderness made Liang Yu a little uncomfortable. How do you sing that song? What I fear most is the sudden concern from my friends. I'm okay. I'll be okay after taking some rest, Liang Yu said. Zhang Yi looked into the room and said with a smile. Shall we chat here? Liang Yu came to his senses and quickly made way to sit down. Zhang Yi walked into the room and pulled a chair over. I know this incident today will hit you hard, but I hope you can look forward. There is still a long way to go. If you encounter any troubles in the future, you can talk to me. At least I can be a good listener. Women are most likely to take advantage when they are emotionally frustrated, both her mind and her body. Zhang Yi is not a person who believes in love, but he doesn't mind letting a woman be attracted to her, because most women are love brains. If they develop feelings for a man, they will easily give up. Zhang Yi didn't intend to slander Liang Yu, but he was quite good at seizing the opportunity to get closer to the two of them and make her more obedient in the future. Chapter 352 Liang Yu's Obsession. At this time, Liang Yu was very fragile inside and desperately needed someone to comfort her. Originally, this job belonged to Lu Karen and Yang Xinqin. After all, in the shelter, they were the only ones who had the closest relationship with Liang Yu. But Yang Xinqin stopped Lu Karen, who was about to go there, and left this opportunity to Zhang Yi. Only by allowing Liang Yu to completely become Zhang Yi's person can she completely stay in the shelter. Yang Xinqin did this out of consideration for Zhang Yi, but it was also for Liang Yu's good. Just as they thought. Zhang Yi's comfort at this time made Liang Yu feel better. Although she is a master of Chinese martial arts, she is only a 27-year-old single girl, and she longs for someone of the opposite sex to comfort her in her heart. Zhang Yi, have you long thought that I am a hopeless fool? Liang Yu sat on the bed and glanced at Zhang Yi with a wry smile. Zhang Yi looked at her for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled and said that was indeed the case. However, when he changed the topic, I believe you must have your own reasons. Sorry. I think you are just plain stupid. But I can't say that in my mouth. I'm not going to slap someone in the face. Liang Yu raised her head and looked at the ceiling, her eyes gradually becoming blurred. I started practicing martial arts when I was 3 years old. Even though I am a girl, I am no weaker than any man in martial arts. For warriors like us, there are usually 2 ways out for the future. Either go to film and television dramas and become a star, or open a restaurant and teach apprentices. But I don't want to be a vase in the entertainment industry, and I don't have the resources in this area. As for opening a school and teaching apprentices, being a woman has become a big obstacle. So later on, I chose a path that few warriors would take, which was to work as a bodyguard for others. Liang Yu slowly talked about his life. When a woman talks to you about her past, it means that she has trust in you. And it also means that you have the opportunity to take action. Zhang Yi became an admirer at the right time, and then you entered that place and became the most powerful bodyguard in China? Mentioning that time, a smile appeared on Liang Yu's lips. Yes, that was the most glorious time in my life. And it was also the hardest time. After working for a few years, Tianjin College recruited me to be a physical education teacher, teaching self-defense to the noble children of Tianjin College. They offered me a salary of 3 million a year. Do you have any idea about 3 million? Liang Yu looked at Zhang Yi with a somewhat proud look in his eyes. She was obviously very proud of being able to receive such a high salary. Zhang Yi smiled. He has an idea. My salary for over 20 years. The smile on Liang Yu's lips became even thicker. It's a pity. That's all in the past. After the memory ended, Liang Yu's eyes became more and more confused. She was silent for a long time, then slowly said, "Then the end will come, and we will all lose everything. Relatives, friends, identity, reputation, money. I had almost nothing left. All I have left is the responsibility to protect the students. What has supported me till now is this small sense of mission. I know that with the way you act. You must think I'm very stupid. It's not like I haven't thought about whether I should live a more selfish life. However, if I lose even my last belief, I don't know why I survive in this world." As Liang Yu spoke, 2 lines of clear tears slowly fell along the corners of her eyes, dripping on the white floor. After listening to Liang Yu's words, Zhang Yi suddenly understood her somewhat. Since the end of the world, he has seen many people unable to accept the cruel reality and choose to commit suicide. Perhaps in their eyes, the world has become AHL, and all that is left in life is pain. Mental torture is more painful than physical pain. Therefore, rather than saying that Liang Yu was protecting those students, it would be better to say that she was protecting the last trace of faith that supported her survival. Of course, this does not affect Zhang Yi's feeling that she is stupid and has nothing to do with her faith. Some people are just full of food and think about the meaning of life every day. Living itself is meaning. People live just to live. Do you put too much pressure on yourself sometimes? Zhang Yi said with a concerned look. You used to be a person, but you are different now. We are companions and family. You see, everyone in the shelter is an adult and can understand and tolerate you. Not like those unlucky kids who are ignorant. Zhang Yi said, slowly approaching Liang Yu, and suddenly grabbed her hand. Liang Yu's body trembled suddenly, feeling a little at a loss. If you need a faith, let us be your faith from now on. Liang Yu's little face suddenly turned red. Although she is 27 years old, due to work reasons, she has not been in love or even held hands with the opposite sex. What's more, Zhang Yi is quite handsome. At this time, he was looking at Liang Yu so affectionately and holding her hand, which made her brain overload. Let you be my faith? Zhang Yi said it was me to be precise. But in order to prevent you from being alert, I added the prefix, we. Anyway, come and be my dog. If you lose your faith, create a new one. If you have no social connections, we can all be your bond. Don't let yourself live so tiredly. I will be very distressed. All the blood in Liang Yu's body was rushing to his brain at this time. She was running out of brain cells. And it was the first time that a man said such disgusting words to her so shamelessly. But don't say it. Don't say it. These words are very effective. Liang Yu's face was so red that he looked like he was about to bleed. Although she didn't have that kind of affection for Zhang Yi yet. After this kind of confession-like exchange, her favorability towards Zhang Yi increased significantly. Thanks. I feel better. Liang Yu shyly pulled her hand back, lowered her head. Her eyes wandered, not daring to look directly at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi saw that the fire was almost done, so he stopped in moderation. Otherwise it might have the opposite effect. If you flirt with a girl too much, you'll turn into a guy. When the time comes, Liang Yu will find other women in the family and say Jime. Who knows? I'm speechless. There was a shrimp-headed man just now. When the time comes, it will make Zhang Yi depressed. Are you feeling better now? Liang Yu was silent for a moment and nodded slightly. It does feel much better to have someone to talk to. But I'm still very disappointed with him. Liang Yu thought of what Wu Qingyu had done, and her brows furrowed again. Maybe they need to grow and grow. Zhang Yi didn't comment much on those students. He knew that it was impossible for Liang Yu to give up on those people immediately. But what he had to do was slowly weaken the importance of those people in Liang Yu's heart. In this case, if they die one day in the future, Liang Yu's mood will not fluctuate too much. After a brief chat, Zhang Yi left Liang Yu's room. When passing by the corridor, he saw Yang Xinxin sitting in a wheelchair, looking at him with a smile on her face. Brother, have you captured Teacher Liang? Chapter 353 Going out to look for building materials. After hearing Yang Xinxin's words, Zhang Yi just shrugged and walked to the aisle with a smile. I'm not very interested in you, Teacher Liang. Yang Xinxin tilted her head and asked in confusion. Teacher Lian can be considered a beauty. Brother, you are not even interested. You have such high standards. Zhang Yi stretched out and said that she was beautiful. But she was a little troublesome. What I hate the most is trouble. But after dealing with those troublesome students of hers, Zhang Yi can consider taking the relationship between the two people further. But, still the same sentence. He maintains an indifferent attitude towards so-called love, and so on. He can use it as a spice in life. But life will be the same without it. Zhang Yi walked up to Yang Xinxin, smiled and told her what happened today. After hearing this, Yang Xinxin had a look of disgust on her face. Those guys can indeed do such disgusting things. Zhang Yi said lightly, I have already done the red face. Now you go and do the white face. It would be best if Lian Yu completely gives up on those guys, so that I can clean them up without any worries. Zhang Yi is not afraid of Yang Xinxin betraying her, because at Tianjin College, Yang Xinxin used Hua Hua to kill more students. Yang Xinxin raised the corners of her mouth. Okay. I have to help my brother. Right? Yang Xinxin controlled the wheelchair and headed towards Liang Yu's room. Zhang Yi didn't know what they talked about. But Liang Yu's attitude towards those students would definitely not be the same as before. No matter how deep the trust and protectiveness is, it will slowly disappear as disappointment accumulates. The next day, Zhang Yi was going to take Lu Karen out to find building materials to repair the shelter. Uncle, you asked if you want us to go with you? It would not be good if he encountered the enemy again. Zhang Yi shook his head. No need. It's enough for me to bring Hua Hua. If you stay here and continue to build the defense line, someone at home must be watching. He and Hua Hua go out together. And the abilities of one person and one cat complement each other perfectly. As long as he doesn't meet an opponent of Ling Feng's level, ordinary small forces, or even strangers will not pose a threat to him. Even if you encounter a strong opponent, at least there is no pressure to run away. Uncle Yu no longer insisted, saying that they would stay and build the defense line. Although Zhang Yi is not here, Uncle Yu can still undertake the transportation work with his own brute strength. It is appropriate to complete half of the defense line today. Lu Karen was very happy when he and Zhang Yi went out to do errands together for the first time, and his face flushed with excitement. Zhang Yi took out a set of captured Shishan-based combat uniforms and asked Lu Karen to put them on. This suit has excellent bulletproof and cold-proof effects. Originally, Zhang Yi planned to create an advanced version of combat uniforms for everyone in the shelter. However, the combat uniform he wore not only consumed a lot of materials, but also took a long time to make. Lu Karen couldn't do that much for a while. Therefore, Zhang Yi was not in a hurry and let her build it slowly, mainly giving priority to frontline combatants. Uncle Yu's own defense power is higher than that of the combat uniform, so the materials for a combat uniform are omitted. Let him wear the captured ordinary version of the combat uniform, so that he can have basic defense capabilities when not transforming. Lu Karen put on his white combat uniform and wiped the golden sword logo on his chest. He smiled at Zhang Yi and showed 8 white teeth. Suddenly, her face became solemn, and she gave a military salute to Zhang Yi. Low-ranking soldier Lu Karen is ready for battle. Please give instructions from your leader. Seeing her cute look, Zhang Yi couldn't help but reach out and pinch her nose. Naughty guy. Lu Karen stuck out his tongue. Does it look like that? After I put on this outfit, I felt so handsome. Zhang Yi nodded, and clothes always give people the wrong impression, especially for women. Lu Karen was stunned for a moment, and then immediately realized that Zhang Yi was teasing her, and angrily hit him on the shoulder. Okay. Let's go! The situation outside is not good now. Let's go early, and come back early without delay. Zhang Yi thought for a while, then took out a pistol, and handed it to Lu Karen. You must be able to play this thing. Right? Lu Karen can make firearms, so he should be able to use them. Sure enough, Lu Karen's eyes lit up, and he immediately took it, and inserted it into the gun bag at his side. The two people left the shelter. Zhang Yi took out the snowmobile, and drove her towards the famous Hongyuan Group factory in Lujiang District. Xishan District and Lujiang District are located in the southwest of Tianjin City, and are geographically far away from the city center, so they are home to many industrialized enterprises. Hongyuan Group is the largest and most famous building materials company in Tianjin City. It is very famous not only in Tianjin City, but also across the country. Their group has always maintained cooperation with foreign countries, and the building materials they sell are world-class mid to high-end products. Zhang Yi chose to go to this building materials company because it was relatively close to the Xishan base. Secondly, and most importantly, it is the designated supplier of Zhanlong Security Company. Therefore, Zhang Yi believes that it must also have the building materials for the shelter. The car moved away from the shelter. Lu Karen looked back at the distant building, bit his lip hesitantly, and waited for a while before asking the question he had been curious about for a long time. Brother, can you talk to me about the problem yesterday? Lu Karen was quite upright, so she always remembered that incident. So now that she found the opportunity, she quickly asked Zhang Yi what he thought. Zhang Yi glanced at her and asked with a smile, "You hate other classmates, right?" Lu Karen did not deny it, and nodded seriously. What those guys did to Xinshin was too much. She paused and then said it was not good for me either. To be honest, I don't want to see them, let alone live with them. Lu Karen is a top student who entered the school based on his academic performance and professional skills. Therefore, there is a big gap between her and other students in terms of status. When she was in school, she suffered a lot of bullying from her classmates. So now, she naturally doesn't want to see those guys living a good life. She is upright, not stupid. Zhang Yi kept a slight smile on his lips as he listened to Lu Karen's complaints. For a moment, he wanted to tell Lu Karen his plan. That is to keep those people in Shujia town. And when there is a conflict with other forces, deliberately lead others to sacrifice them. However, considering Lu Karen's carefree personality, he might have accidentally let the matter slip. If Liang Yu finds out, it may affect the relationship between the two people. He doesn't want to be alienated from the people around him. Therefore, Zhang Yi changed his statement. Chapter 354 Invasion. Don't worry. I hate those guys too. We will never let them disturb our peaceful life. Just let those bastards live across the river. Depending on their ability to take care of themselves, it is only a matter of time before they starve to death and freeze to death. And maybe one day, we will conflict with other forces again, and something will happen to them accidentally. Zhang Yi shrugged. Of course, I promised Liang Yu not to touch them. So it depends on their luck. Lu Karen knew Zhang Yi's attitude and was very happy. But she came over a little worried. Brother, Teacher Liang is a very soft-hearted woman. What if they are in danger and Teacher Liang takes them around the shelter? Zhang Yi smiled nonchalantly. Now is the end of the world. Human life is like a piece of grass. No matter who dies, it is a normal thing. Although I promised Liang Yu that I would try my best to help her protect those students. But, if I can't do it, she should be able to understand. Having said this, Zhang Yi suddenly stretched out his hand and pinched Lu Karen's nose. It depends on how you and Yang Xinshin behave then. You, Teacher Liang, love your students very much. I can't speak well, so you should try harder. Lu Karen's face is as big as a palm, and his nose is also small, which feels good when pinched. Lu Karen's face felt a little hot. I understand what you mean. Brother, just let Xinshin and I brainwash Teacher Liang. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with amusement. A stubborn woman like Liang Yu pursues spiritual sustenance in the apocalypse. She needs to gain the value of her existence by protecting others. And this kind of spiritual sustenance was placed on her students. Maybe she doesn't love her students that much. She just wanted to prove that her existence was meaningful and that she was needed. Compared to those unlucky kids in Shujia town, you and Xinshin are undoubtedly more popular with Liang Yu. So how to please the teacher and make her love you more? I don't need to say more. Right? How could Lu Karen not understand what Zhang Yi meant? Girls are always good at acting coquettishly and cutely, no matter how old they are. The wind and snow were still blowing outside the car. It was February, and the temperature had gradually risen a little. But it was still a temperature that could kill someone. Lu Karen looked at the dead white land outside the window, and couldn't help but sigh. The shelter is heaven, and everything outside is H.L. It would be better if no one comes to disturb us, she muttered. Zhang Yi blinked, and couldn't help but think of those four large forces, and felt a little worried. I hope there won't be any conflicts with them until the sanctuary completes its defense project. He has already killed people in Chaoyu base. There is a high probability that this matter cannot be concealed, because the people who worship the snow cult had seen this scene before. I just hope that the time when the conflict occurs will come slower. As long as I am fully prepared, I am not afraid even if two Chaoyu bases attack together. Zhang Yi thought confidently. After wiping out the Shishan base and obtaining all their weapons in stock, Zhang Yi's strength was no longer the same as before. But as the saying goes, whatever you fear will come to you. Zhang Yi is now trying his best to avoid contact with other forces. But when he drove his car to the Hongyuan Group factory, he saw 3 cars parked on the snow from a distance. Car? Zhang Yi's first reaction was to park the car far away. Then he took out his binoculars and looked in that direction. As a result, he discovered 3 weird-looking gadgets. Those 3 vehicles should not be regarded as snowmobiles, but 3 combat vehicles modified from off-road vehicles. In addition to the steel plates and machine guns installed on the body, tracks and skis were also installed below. It's just that the pretend steel plate doesn't look thick, as if to reduce the load. This kind of thing is quite weird. But it can also run? Zhang Yi expressed doubts. Luke Karen came over curiously. Brother, what did you see? Zhang Yi handed her the telescope and asked her to see it by herself. After Luke Karen took a look at it, he couldn't help but started to complain crazily. What has been changed? It's such a mess that it makes you want to claw your eyes out. Zhang Yi leaned on his seat, and the dimensional door had been opened in front of him to prevent someone from shooting and attacking in the dark. He sighed. I had misjudged their efficiency after all. These guys have invaded from the border towards the Shishan base. The destruction of the Shishan base has been discovered by other forces. They definitely want to carve up this big fat piece of meat. Within Lujiang district, the most valuable ones are some material factories and machinery equipment factories. Zhang Yi hesitated. Now, he doesn't want to conflict with any force, but he urgently needed to repair the shelter. So he had to go there and find the materials he needed to use. Kill them? Zhang Yi is struggling. It is still unclear which side they are from and what their strength is. Taking action rashly is not in line with his usual style. Luke Karen said enthusiastically. Brother, the garbage these people transformed is too low in cost performance. Although this modification can barely drive on snow, the top speed cannot exceed 20 kilometers per hour. Moreover, the modifications were too rough, and the fuel consumption was several times that of a snowmobile. Oops. If you think about it this way, they are really wealthy. 3 vehicles were dispatched at once. These were 3 gas tigers. An idea flashed in Zhang Yi's mind, and he suddenly thought of something. Wait a moment. You said this kind of car consumes a lot of fuel, right? Luke Karen put down the telescope in his hand, looking disgusted. Yes. These off-road vehicles weigh much more than snowmobiles. Moreover, the weight has been increased after modification, and the modification is very reluctant. The fuel consumption is at least 5 times that of our car. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with brilliance. At first, Shishan Base was reluctant to use snowmobiles because it was very difficult to obtain gasoline. But they used it so extravagantly. Only one force could do it. Among the 4 major forces, the one that controls Baofeng Refinery in Tianhai City is Yangsheng Base. It's them? Yangsheng Base is almost across the entire Tianhai City from here. More than 200 kilometers away. I didn't expect that they would all come over. I was really anxious. However, they control the refinery and have sufficient energy, so they can indeed be so extravagant and wasteful. Zhang Yi confirmed the identities of these people, and thought about what to do. You've come here. You can't just go back empty-handed. He planned to talk to these people, and it would be best if he could peacefully take the supplies he wanted. If you can't convince the other party, you can only use force. Combustible. Conflict may occur immediately. Be mentally prepared. Zhang Yi looked forward with cold eyes, and then drove the snowmobile forward. Luke Karen swallowed. His eyes filled with excitement. To be honest, she was delighted, because this may be the first time she sees Zhang Yi fighting. Chapter 355 Yangsheng Base. Outside the material factory of Hongyuan Group, Zhang Yi drove the car not far from several other modified snowmobiles. Their appearance has long attracted the attention of Yangsheng Base personnel. When they got closer, there were already 5 or 6 people leaning on the car, pointing their guns at them. Stop! This place has been taken over by our Yangsheng Base. Which faction are you from? Go somewhere else. A man with long hair and beard shouted. Zhang Yi was always vigilant, and had already activated the ability to quadruple speed. As long as the opponent pulls the trigger, he will kill all these people immediately. You stay in the car and don't move. Zhang Yi saw clearly that the weapons in their hands were basic firearms, and could not hurt his car, which was equipped with the same bulletproof glass as the shelter. So he stepped out of the car with confidence. And a black civet cat with its tail raised gracefully followed Zhang Yi's footsteps. Zhang Yi gently raised his hands, and said to the people in front of him, Don't get me wrong. I have no ill intentions. I don't have any objection to whether this factory is first come, first served. It's just that I need some materials. I hope you can make it convenient. But when the people at the Yangsheng base saw him wearing the same combat uniform as the Shishan base, their expressions couldn't help but become much more solemn. Didn't it mean that the Shishan base has been destroyed? It might be the remnants of the party. With so many people in Shishan base, it's impossible for them all to die. Fortunately, it wasn't the other few. Otherwise we would have been in a bit of trouble. In a Shishan base that has been wiped out, what powerful characters can survive? But that car of his is very nice. Someone has already set an eye on Zhang Yi's snowmobile. The cars they drive are knockoffs with poor performance, slow speed, and high fuel consumption. If Zhang Yi's car is a Rolls-Royce, their car can only be regarded as a Mercedes-Benz. Mercedes-Benz and Santana are very different. A prudent person whispered not to act rashly. Do you think that at this time, someone who can drive such a good car would be an ordinary character? His eyes were full of fear, especially when facing so many of us. But there was no fear at all. This person is definitely not easy to deal with. Inform the captain to come over. Someone immediately contacted the captain inside the factory through the communicator. At the same time, someone shouted to Zhang Yi that we will talk to you about this matter after our captain arrives. Zhang Yi had a relaxed smile on his face, but he was actually very wary inside. He looked at the factory building ahead. Someone used the same method as he did before, by hanging a sling from the skylight to enter the factory to check inside. Well, I can wait. Zhang Yi smiled and took 2 steps back, keeping his hands in the other person's sight. Of course, if he really wanted to kill someone, he wouldn't necessarily need a gun. It would be best to have a good discussion with these people. Zhang Yi did not want to become enemies with Chao Yu Yangsheng and other forces at the same time. After a while, several people crawled out of the factory. The leader was a dark-faced man with a beard. The combat uniform he wore was also white, but there was a red fire emblem on his shoulders. This means that he is the captain-level figure of Yangsheng base. Even if he's not an alien, he's definitely a powerful character. Zhang Yi made a judgment immediately. When Gao Yuan, the captain of Yangsheng base, saw Zhang Yi, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle. In the apocalypse, any stranger you meet may be an enemy, and no one dares to be careless. But Gao Yuan only saw 1 car, 2 people and a cat, while he was with a dozen of his men, and he felt a lot more at ease. Who are you from Shishan base? Gao Yuan asked coldly while looking at Zhang Yi. The corners of Zhang Yi's mouth curled up slightly. Zhang Beihai, captain of the Shishan base Special Forces team. Zhang Yi did not take off his mask, and the other party did not know what he looked like. Nowadays, it is better to use the name of Shishan base than to expose one's true identity. Moreover, the opponent only knew that the Shishan base was gone, but could not tell whether there were any remaining troops. As the base with the strongest armed force among the 4 major bases, it is impossible for other bases to not be afraid of Shishan. Sure enough, Gao Yuan's expression became more solemn when he heard Zhang Yi introduce himself. Sure enough, he is the captain of Shishan base. No wonder I dared to come here with only 1 person. What? Are you here to drive us away? Gao Yuan thought Zhang Yi was here to expel him, and his expression was a little unkind. Don't blame me for not warning you. The base camp at Shishan base was destroyed. Your remaining strength is not enough to compete with our Yangsheng base. So, don't have dangerous thoughts. Gao Yuan already believed what Zhang Yi said. After all, that kind of combat uniform was created by the official government and is only available in their 4 major bases. It would be too difficult for outsiders to imitate it. And I can't imagine anyone having such conditions in the apocalypse. When Zhang Yi saw that the other party believed the lie he had made up, he calmly said that it was just a material factory. If the friends at Yangsheng base like it, you can move as much as you can. But now, we also need to take away some materials. I hope you won't stop me. After listening to Zhang Yi's words, Gao Yuan had a gloomy expression on his face. They were ordered to come to Lujiang district to occupy some important material locations, but they never thought they would encounter the remnants of the Shishan base. However, Zhang Yi was right. It would be too difficult to monopolize such a large factory. They don't need so many building materials either. After Gao Yuan thought for a while, he said yes to Zhang Yi. But I only give you half an hour. Zhang Yi smiled. It's best to be able to make sense. And he doesn't want to conflict with the person on the other side. After all, he has no hobby of massacre. Zhang Yi waved to the car behind him, signaling Luke Karen to get down and go with him. Looking for materials requires Luke Karen to identify them, and Zhang Yi must take her with him to ensure safety. Gao Yuan made several gestures to the men around him, and they understood and made way for Zhang Yi. Luke Karen was nervous and excited and hurried to Zhang Yi. For safety reasons, Zhang Yi directly hugged her in his arms. This sudden warmth made Luke Karen's heart flutter, and he blushed even at 60 degrees below zero. Let's go, Zhang Yi said to Luke Karen calmly. But what about our car? Won't you put it away? Luke Karen was a little worried about the Rolls-Royce in the snow, for fear that it would be snatched away by people from Yangsheng base. It's okay. They can't take it away. Zhang Yi whispered without explaining too much. Because he will never use his abilities in front of others easily. An alien's ability is his strength. But it also contains his destiny from the time he killed Ling Feng. This has become an iron law in his heart. Lu Karen bit his lip and followed Zhang Yi to the factory. Hua followed Zhang Yi on cat steps. Her posture was quite elegant. Even when walking in the extreme cold, it seems to have no feeling. Just when Zhang Yi and Lu Karen were slowly walking towards the factory. Behind them, Gao Yuan's narrowed eyes suddenly opened. His right hand inserted into his pocket at a speed invisible to the naked eye. And then he pulled the trigger directly towards Zhang Yi's back. Chapter 356 The Unstoppable Chariot. The moment Gao Yuan took action, Zhang Yi and Hua's eyes lit up. Watch your back. Zhang Yi would never trust his back to a stranger. Although his back is to Gao Yuan and others. He has space powers, and is particularly sensitive to fluctuations in space. Since devouring the powers of Ling Feng and other Special Forces members, his intuition has become stronger. So while he was vigilant, the moment those people's murderous intentions appeared, Zhang Yi immediately opened the dimensional gate behind him. At the same time, Hua's body inflated like a balloon, blocking Zhang Yi and Lu Karen's back. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Bullets from a dozen people came like raindrops. And they all hit the black hair like flowery steel needles. After the last battle, Hua also devoured several aliens. And its combat power increased a lot. Nowadays, those facing close-range attacks from these firearms are like scratching an itch for them. What is this? Monster! Everyone in Yansheng base was frightened. This was the first time they saw a mutated creature. Gao Yuan was also stunned for a moment. But he quickly reacted, pulled out his gun, and pointed it at Hua's eyes. Boom! 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 Gao Yuan's gun-drawing posture was very professional. And all three shots were aimed directly at Hua's eyeballs. At first glance, he looks like a man who has received professional training and has extremely high combat literacy. Meow. Hua was a little angry. And with a flick of her head, the bullets were bounced away. Zhang Yi did not take action, but protected Lu Karen in front of him. He had to protect Lu Karen. Let Hua take the lead. And then observe the fighting ability of these people. Especially whether they were strangers. Hua transformed into a 5-meter-tall black beast and stood behind Zhang Yi and Lu Karen. It is like a living fortress. And all bullets hit its body without pain or itching. Even though the weapons used by those people were already very powerful models. Even loaded with armor-piercing bullets. But what they faced was not Hua in the early stage of mutation. But Hua after evolution. Meow. Although Hua didn't feel much pain, she became irritated. She rushed over and bit off half of a person's body. The others came to their senses and fled in all directions. Then, they actually performed the same action, which was to take out a disposable metal needle from their body, and then stab it into their body. Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed. The actions of these people reminded him of the stimulants he injected when he attacked the Shishan base. It seems that this is also some kind of drug that can improve combat effectiveness. Sure enough, after being injected with the drug, some strange red lines soon appeared on their bodies. Hua howled and rushed over, revealing her sharp claws and waving them like a sharp steel knife. Those people quickly dodge, and it can be clearly seen that their speed has increased several times. But unfortunately, they are not facing humans, but cats known for their speed and agility. At the same size, cats have almost no opponents, and probably only ferrets can fight. Mere humans, even if drugged, cannot beat it in terms of speed. With a few pulls of his big claws, he killed 3 people. But soon, Zhang Yi discovered the opponent's tactics. Several of them were responsible for attracting Hua, while Captain Gao Principal led 5 people to attack Zhang Yi. 5 people shot at Zhang Yi at the same time. But the silver pistol in Gao Yuan's hand suddenly burst into flames, and a blazing bullet shot towards Zhang Yi's head. Is this his power? This thought flashed through Zhang Yi's mind for a moment. Although he was far away, he noticed the power contained in the bullet the moment it came out of the chamber. It's just that for him. Unless the power exceeds the upper limit of the energy contained in his space, all ballistic weapons are meaningless to him. Call out! Call out! Call out! Call out! Call out! All the 5 people's bullets disappeared 3 meters in front of Zhang Yi, as if they had never been fired. What? You are indeed a stranger too. Gao Yuan immediately realized the situation. However, he had time to regret, but not time to escape. Let you also see my gun. Zhang Yi raised his hands, and 2 golden desert eagles appeared from the void. Zhang Yi said gently to Lu Karen and covered his ears. Luke Karen immediately covered his ears and raised his head to glance at Zhang Yi, who was calm and composed. Zhang Yi raised his pistol and fired both guns continuously, hitting the heads of the 5 people. Boom! 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 The moment the 5 people on the plateau saw Zhang Yi draw his gun, they immediately dodged subconsciously, and then instinctively fired back. However, even if they evaded flexibly with their combat experience, the 5 bullets seemed to have locked onto them. Their trajectory in the air turned into a strange arc and accurately hit their foreheads. 5 people, including Gao Yuan as the captain, collapsed to the ground one by one, until the moment of death. Several people's eyes were filled with confusion. They are all experienced gunmen, but they were shot in the head even though they were prepared. Is this reasonable? In a sense, precision shooting is a causal skill, as long as Zhang Yi is aiming at you. Unless your speed is faster than the bullet, no matter how you hide, it will be in vain. When Luke Karen saw Zhang Yi kill 5 gunmen cleanly, the admiration in his eyes almost overflowed. Not far away, Hua also quickly ended the battle, took a few mouthfuls of those people in his mouth, and then spit them out impatiently. This is what you forced me to do. Zhang Yi looked at the corpses on the ground and sighed helplessly. The tree wants to be still, but the wind doesn't stop. I'm obviously a pacifist. But why do people always force me to kill people? He is not afraid of Yangsheng Base. But having provoked Yangsheng Base and Chaoyu Base at the same time, Zhang Yi would still have a headache if they formed a group to attack. It's not that I'm afraid, but that I find it troublesome. But if he kills him, he will kill him. He can't get used to it if the other party kicks his nose in his face. Zhang Yi walked up to Gao Yuan, put his right hand on his head with blood holes, and began to devour his supernatural powers. Don't tell me. Gao Yuan's supernatural powers are not very strong. Not even as strong as the captain of the Shishan Special Forces team. In Zhang Yi's current state, the ability to devour him can no longer be satisfied, so it can only be regarded as a slap in the face. To Zhang Yi, strangers of this level seemed no different from ordinary people, and he could be killed with just a wave of his hand. Luke Karen followed Zhang Yi and said excitedly, "Brother, you are so awesome. So many people died without even touching your clothes." Zhang Yi squatted down and searched Gao Yuan's body. While searching, he said to Luke Karen that although I am not a martial artist, I have devoured the power of so many strangers. To be honest, I am quite strong now. Even Zhang Yi's offensive ability, which he thought was weak, was far better than that of a low-level alien like Gao Yuan. Luke Karen looked at Zhang Yi, who was groping carefully on Gao Yuan, and asked his elder brother curiously, "What are you doing?" "Looking for something." Zhang Yi fumbled for a long time, and finally found what he wanted from the pocket of his coat. A disposable metal needle with dark red medicine visible through the glass in the middle. Is this the stimulant used in Yangsheng Base? It feels more powerful than what Kerr gave me, judging from the efficacy alone. This drug is indeed very powerful. It can give ordinary people super strength, even close to the level of Shishan Base's ability to transform people. Moreover, judging from the use by those in Yangsheng Base, it seems that there are no physical requirements, and normal people can use it. Zhang Yi put the medicine away and planned to take it back for Zhou Qi to analyze. This kind of thing might be able to save your life at a critical moment. Then, Zhang Yi searched every corpse. But it's a pity that except for Gao Yuan, who has 2 bottles of medicine, everyone else only has 1 bottle, and it's gone after use. Fortunately, 2 people were bitten to death by Hua before they could use the medicine, allowing Zhang Yi to get 2 more bottles. Zhang Yi did not find anything else of particular value in them. However, he put away all the communication devices of these people. Different from the mobile phone used by Zhang Yi, they all bring satellite phones when they go out. This thing is much heavier than an ordinary mobile phone, like a brick, but it has all the functions of a mobile phone and can have better communication effects. Zhang Yi plans to copy the data inside when he returns, and then use it to analyze the intelligence of Yangsheng Base. After that, he put the body fragments on the ground into the alien space. Although the conflict has already broken out, it is impossible for the Yangsheng Base to ignore the death of a stranger and a dozen thugs. But it would be better to delay it and let them discover the truth later. At the very least, Zhang Yi had to buy time to build the outer walls of the shelter and the outer defense line of Yunk Manor. Zhang Yi finished cleaning up the corpses and cleaned the battlefield again, including the CC snowmobiles at Yangsheng Base. He also took them away. Not that he has any use for it, but taking it away can confuse others. He also cleaned up the blood stains on the ground to ensure that no one would find out that a deadly fight had taken place here. During this process, Zhang Yi's movements were neither hasty nor slow. Lu Karen murmured in his heart as he looked at it. Brother. They won't have anyone coming to reinforce them. Right? Zhang Yi patted the snow on his hands, and said lightly that the Yangsheng base is more than 200 kilometers away from here. Even though they are outnumbered, they still have abundant fuel resources. But to fight across such a long distance, a large force must be left behind to guard the home. This is just a materials factory, and will not concentrate too many troops. There are so many useful resources around. Of course, Zhang Yi refers to resources that are useful to others. He currently lacks nothing. Come on. Let's go find the materials you mentioned. After you go back and repair the shelter, you have to prepare for the war that may break out next. Zhang Yi said it calmly. When he had not collided with Yangsheng base before, he was always cautious and tried to avoid conflicts. But the two sides really started fighting. But Zhang Yi didn't care anymore. You can't take life and death lightly. But if you don't accept it, you can only do it. I've tolerated it. But if you don't leave yourself a chance and insist on seeking death, don't blame me. Lu Karen followed Zhang Yi closely. Zhang Yi didn't even bother to climb the wall. So he just let Hua rush over, knocking a big hole out of the wall. Then the two people entered the material factory through the hole. Zhang Yi didn't understand anything about the materials used to repair the shelter. After all, he had never studied materials or chemical engineering in college. So he followed Lu Karen. And Lu Karen directly stored whatever materials Lu Karen picked out into the different space. Zhang Yi took away everything that could be used and left nothing for others. If the factory wasn't too big and Zhang Yi didn't want to waste time, he could have vacated the entire material factory. Half an hour later, the two people had a full harvest and left the factory. Zhang Yi drove into the car, and the two of them drove away, heading towards Yonk Manor without looking back. The war game is about to begin again. Zhang Yi blinked and suddenly thought that since he had come to this point, he might as well make good use of the upcoming enemies to solve the trouble in Xijia town. He briefly glanced at Lu Karen next to him, but did not tell her his plan. But he had a plan in mind on how to attract the enemy's attention to Xijia town. Chapter 357 Fire Defense Line. Zhang Yi and Lu Karen embarked on the road back to Yonk Manor. At this time, Zhang Yi had realized that several other forces had begun to invade the original sphere of influence of the Xishan base. It was no accident that he saw Gao Yuan in the materials factory. If nothing unexpected happens, if he goes to other important material storage locations in Xishan district and Lujiang district now, he will also find that there are several powerful people in those places. And Zhang Yi killed people in Chaoyu and Yangsheng bases one after another, which means that the war is about to begin. The only difference is when they will find out that the person who did it is Zhang Yi, and come to attack. Within a limited time frame, we must be ready for everything. On the way back, Zhang Yi told Lu Karen that we met people from Yangsheng base today, and we should not tell everyone about this for the time being. Lu Karen was stunned for a moment, and then asked weirdly why. How could they be prepared if they didn't let everyone know that danger was approaching? This matter only needs to be known in my mind, and then it will be okay. Zhang Yi said seriously that I would restrict everyone to speed up the construction of the defense line, and not let them leave the area around the shelter casually. But we cannot let them know about this matter for the time being. I don't want to cause panic. Okay? Combustible. When I think I can let everyone know, I will naturally tell them. Zhang Yi stared into Lu Karen's eyes. His tone was calm, but there was an undoubted power in his eyes. Lu Karen was silent for less than a second and nodded vigorously. Although she didn't know what Zhang Yi's purpose was, her heart was towards Zhang Yi, and she fully supported what Zhang Yi decided to do. I understand. Anyway, brother Zhang Yi, you are doing this for everyone's consideration, right? Lu Karen smiled sweetly. Zhang Yi smiled and stretched out his hand to rub her short hair. Just understand. Brother is doing this for you and everyone else. These words that emphasized Lu Karen made Lu Karen's heart beat faster. Yes. When had Zhang Yi harmed her? As long as she strictly abides by the orders given by Zhang Yi. While Zhang Yi was driving the car, a strange color flashed in his eyes. The reason why he didn't tell everyone the news was to hide it from Liang Yu. Zhang Yi planned to use the help of the two major forces to deal with the students in Xijia town. Therefore, Liang Yu must be convinced that the danger will not come in a short time. For safety reasons, the best approach is to not let anyone know that a conflict has occurred. When Zhang Yi and Lu Karen returned to the shelter, they saw from a distance that more than half of the tall ice and snow great wall had been fortified. The 10-meter thick structure is made of 2 layers of giant ice blocks, coupled with a steel skeleton inside. It's hard to imagine anything that could destroy it quickly. This is just a defensive method. When building the ice and snow city wall, Liang Yu and Uncle Yu dug holes in the ice and made shooting holes with steel plates. After that, a large number of captured machine guns, heavy machine guns, combat vehicles, artillery tanks, etc. can be placed on top to form a dense firepower network. Zhang Yi and Lu Karen got out of the car, and Zhang Yi's face returned to its usual gentle smile and walked over. When Uncle Yu and Liang Yu saw this, they asked how it was going. Was the collection of materials going smoothly? Have you encountered any suspicious persons? Zhang Yi smiled faintly and said it went very smoothly, without encountering any obstacles along the way. As I said, it will take some time for other forces to stabilize the situation within their own spheres of influence. How can I come here to seize the resource points here? Lu Karen said nothing and followed Zhang Yi like a good baby. Zhang Yi saw a clearly relaxed expression on Liang Yu's face. That would be great. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. She was referring, of course, to the placement of those students. But this time, Zhang Yi said uncharacteristically that your worries are justified. Although I don't think there will be any danger at the moment. It is still something that should be done to prepare for a rainy day. As he spoke, he glanced at Lu Karen next to him, then suddenly moved closer to Liang Yu, and said in a low voice, Liang Yu, I don't mind letting your students move here when they are in danger. But Xin and Combustible here, there's really nothing I can do. After all, the conflicts that occurred between them in the past cannot be eliminated in a day or two. It's unfair to Xin and Karen to let them live under the same roof. Zhang Yi must change his tone, because he knew in his heart that the crisis in Xuzhou town was coming soon. If he continues to advocate the safety theory and says there will be no danger, then Liang Yu may blame him in the future. Therefore, it is better to focus the conflict on the students in Xuzhou town and Yang Xin and Lu Karen. You, Liang Yu, are all your own students on the left and right, and the palms and backs of your hands are all flesh. Which side can you, Liang Yu, take? Sure enough, Liang Yu couldn't help but hesitate after hearing Zhang Yi's analysis. From a heart point of view, she must be closer to Yang Xin and Lu Karen. After all, they are all good students, and the three of them have been getting along very harmoniously in recent days. Unlike those guys in Xuzhou town, they would only cause trouble for her. There's nothing wrong with saying that. And your idea makes sense, too. Liang Yu looked hesitant. At this time, Lu Karen, who was standing behind Zhang Yi, saw the gesture Zhang Yi quietly made to her. This cute and innocent science girl just remembered the plan Zhang Yi had mentioned to her. At this time, it's her turn to take action. Lu Karen walked forward and looked at Liang Yu eagerly, with a look of grievance on his face. Teacher Liang, why do you have to let them move nearby? As soon as Xin and I see them, we will remember our time at Tianqin College. During that time, do you know how cruel they were to us? Liang Yu couldn't help but feel a little guilty when she saw Lu Karen's aggrieved expression. She actually knew at the time that there were cliques and exclusion among students. But at that time, her energy was limited and she was too tired to deal with Huahua's threats. So she really couldn't care about those things. Thinking about it now, she did not take good care of Yang Xin and Lu Karen. Now that she was able to enter the shelter, it was Yang Xin and Lu Karen who helped intercede. Coupled with the fact that they get along every day, their relationship is definitely much better than with other students. So when she heard Lu Karen's cry, Liang Yu couldn't help but get entangled. I don't want to do that either. It would be best if they could be self-reliant and survive in the apocalypse. But now it is obvious that there are external factors affecting it. If they were hurt under my eyes, I would not be able to forgive myself. Chapter 358 Satellite Phone. Zhang Yi was listening to Liang Yu's words, and thought that what Liang Yu needed was a spiritual destination, so that he could give himself a reasonable explanation for giving up those students. This was Liang Yu. If it were anyone else, Zhang Yi wouldn't bother to waste time on her. However, he couldn't bear to part with this powerful martial arts master who could be his martial arts teacher. So Zhang Yi stood up and tried to smooth things over. Don't talk about this matter yet. Karen, we have to repair the outer wall of the shelter quickly. You go ahead and prepare the ingredients. Zhang Yi changed the topic and did not give Liang Yu a chance to continue the conversation. Because if we talk further, things may develop in ways he doesn't want to see. So Zhang Yi pulled Lu Karen away and gave Liang Yu a reassuring look. Liang Yu's heart suddenly felt warm. She was extremely grateful to Zhang Yi for understanding her difficulties. Zhang Yi and Lu Karen came to the studio and took out all the materials. How long does it take to process these materials and repair the shelter? Lu Karen said that the damaged area of the exterior wall was only a dozen square meters. If the appearance was not taken into consideration and just reinforcement was done, it would actually be done in 2 or 3 days. The most troublesome thing about exterior wall repair is actually making it invisible, ensuring that others cannot tell that it has been damaged. Johnny waved his hand. Now he didn't care whether the exterior wall was beautiful or not. I just want it to be strong. Nothing else matters. I see. Luke Karen nodded, then went to change his work clothes and prepare to start work. Is it too busy for one person? Johnny asked. With so much material, it would be troublesome even for an adult male to operate it. Luke Karen blinked and said with a smile, Brother, you all have things to be busy with. Don't worry. It will be a little slow for me to do it alone, but it will definitely not affect the quality. Zhang Yi and other strangers needed to build a peripheral defense line, so they naturally didn't have time to help her. Luke Karen understood this very well. Zhang Yi put his hands in his pockets, and several figures flashed in his mind. He smiled and said, I will call Yang Mi and the others over, and ask them to help you. The other women in the family can't help much outside, so they have to contribute at this time. Luke Karen couldn't help but laugh and said that their strength was too weak. It may not be possible to do this kind of work. Johnny sighed softly, stretched out his hand, and pinched her voluptuous little face. Sometimes don't forget that you are a girl too. Why can't they do what you can do? Luke Karen's face turned red. He nodded and said that. Let them help me and move the materials. Johnny nodded and turned around to look for Yang Mi and the others. They had nothing to do at home now. After hearing Zhang Yi's instructions, Zhou Jaime and Yang Mi went over to help Luke Karen. Everyone was busy inside and outside the house. Zhang Yi made a simple estimate and found that the ideal situation would be to repair the exterior wall within 3 days and create a solid fire defense line. By then, with a large number of weapons at his disposal, he would not be at a disadvantage even if he faced the forces of 2 bases at the same time. What's more, Yansheng and Chaoyu bases are more than 100 kilometers away from here. Traveling long distances will reduce their combat effectiveness. Even if it's 1-on-2, the advantage is still in my hands. Zhang Yi felt more relaxed. At least, he wouldn't feel anxious about the upcoming war. He walked to Yang Xinxin's room, reached out, and knocked on the door. Xinxin. It was me. Brother. Wait a minute. Yang Xinxin's sweet voice came from the room. Only when facing Zhang Yi would she behave like a well-behaved and good baby. The door was open from the inside. Yang Xinxin was wearing off-white cotton pajamas and looked up at Zhang Yi with an innocent face. Brother. Welcome back. Zhang Yi pushed her wheelchair through the door with a smile and closed the door behind her back. Xinxin. This time we went out and encountered something interesting again. Zhang Yi told Yang Xinxin about encountering the people in Yansheng base and killing them all. Yang Xinxin is smarter than Luke Karen and has deeper thoughts, so there is no need to worry about her accidentally spilling the beans. And to solve the problem of the group of students in Xijia town, Zhang Yi needs Yang Xinxin's help. Sure enough, after Yang Xinxin heard what Zhang Yi said, she immediately understood why he came to find her. Brother, you have killed people from Yansheng and Chaoyu bases in the past few days. Alas, all they lost were very important strangers. In today's tense situation, it's impossible for them to turn a blind eye. Right? In other words, they will be here soon. Zhang Yi smiled lightly and said, I'm not afraid of them. Those people are not my biggest trouble. At most, it would be like when facing the Xishan base, unable to go out and move around freely for a long time. However, with the strength of the 2 bases, it is impossible to break through the defense line and shelter arranged by Zhang Yi. Yang Xinxin nodded. Indeed, unlike Xinxian, they did not have high-level military backgrounds, and they were all rebels, so they could not acquire lethal weapons such as heavy ground-penetrating missiles. So they posed little threat to the sanctuary. So, can we take this opportunity to clean up the students in Xijia town? Yang Xinxin's tone was very calm. She couldn't say she hated those students. After all, she didn't suffer much at Tianqing College. On the surface, she is soft and weak. But in fact, everyone who has taken action against her has been killed by Huahua long ago. She just hates those selfish idiots and thinks that the existence of that group of people is meaningless. But now, they have become Zhang Yi's trouble again. And Yang Xinxin naturally wants them to die. Zhang Yi smiled and said that he had to borrow a knife to kill someone. And it was not easy for any of us to do it. After all, Liang Yu is of great use to me. Although it's a bit troublesome, it's still worth it for her. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he took out a signal jammer from the different space, placed it in the corner, and turned on the power. Then he took out the confiscated satellite phones of Yansheng base members and handed them to Yang Xinxin. These are the satellite phones of members of Yansheng base. Please help me analyze whether there is any important information in them. Give it to me after transferring the data. I can use it. Yang Xinxin laughed and said this is simple. For a top hacker like her, this kind of work is simply too easy. She transferred all the data from the satellite phone to the computer and said to Zhang Yi, "Brother, I will analyze the data and give it to you after sorting it out." Zhang Yi nodded, put away the satellite phones again, and left Yang Xinxin's room. Chapter 359 Baofeng Refinery. In the living room, Zhou Qier was sitting in front of the bar counter, holding his chin in one hand, looking bored and lost in thought. Zhang Yi just called Yang Ni and Zhou Haimei to help Lu Karen, but asked her to stay temporarily. She knew that she must have some special mission. Could it be that Zhang Yi thought? Zhou Qier's complexion gradually turned crimson. At this time, Zhang Yi came over. "Ker." Zhou Qier's fantasy was interrupted. She coughed awkwardly and quickly stood up. "Zhang Yi." Zhang Yi came over and handed her a shot of dark red potion from his body. "Do you know what this is?" Zhou Qier took it and looked at the light, and smiled helplessly, and said how could he recognize it at a glance. "Where did you get this thing?" Zhang Yi touched his nose. "Don't worry about this for now. This thing seems to be a stimulant that can stimulate the human body's potential. Can you help me analyze its ingredients and see how effective it is, and what side effects it has? This stimulant is much better than what Zhang Yi and the others used." Zhang Yi was a little jealous. If it is determined that the side effects are not serious, he can get it himself in the future and use it at critical times. It would be best if it could be mass-produced. Of course, this possibility is slim. Zhou Qier is a doctor and can identify drugs, but it is difficult to produce them. Zhou Qier was very curious about the medicine in her hand. She nodded and asked Zhang Yi to give her some time, then took it to her laboratory for research. Zhang Yi left the shelter and went outside to build a defense line with Uncle Yu and others. North of Tianhai City, Yansheng District. In the vast snow, a huge oil refinery has more than a dozen thick pipes spewing thick smoke into the sky. If the temperature in the surrounding area is more than 60 degrees below zero, the temperature near the refinery is significantly higher. This dark steel monster stands in the snowy field, like a monster that can swallow fire. And Yansheng Base, one of the 4 major refuges in Tianhai City, is located here. As the largest refinery in Tianhai City, Baofeng Refinery has an oil storage capacity of up to 1 million barrels. After all, Tianhai City was an important trading port before the end of the world, so it was more convenient to obtain crude oil. Their warehouses also serve as temporary storage of crude oil shipped from overseas for other regions. But after the end of the world, there is no reason to return these things. Refineries need to be working all the time. Crude oil cannot be directly used in machines and needs to be refined and converted into oils such as gasoline, diesel, asphalt lubricants. And these are the biggest capital of Yansheng Base. Anyway, they have a lot of energy and don't worry about consumption. You can even exchange these refined oil products with other forces. At this time, in a factory building in Yansheng Base, 2 men in tattered clothes were tied with ropes and pushed to their knees on the cold ground. Both of them have dark red marks on their faces, which are in the shape of a flame heraldry. The 2 of them knelt on the ground trembling, not because of the cold, but because of the 2 people looking down on them. One is a man wearing a white combat uniform, gold-rimmed glasses, and stern eyes, and a long-haired woman wearing a red combat uniform stood out among the many white combat uniforms. Xiao Honglian, the leader of Yansheng Base, and her deputy Zhu Qingting. The soldiers who escorted the people over reported to the leader that we shot 3 of the 5 people who escaped this time and captured 2 more. Please handle it. The 2 men kneeling on the ground were so frightened that they quickly kowtowed. I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I promise never to run away again. Don't kill me. Xiao Honglian looked down at them with cold eyes. She is a cold and beautiful woman, but her big eyes are cold and inhumane. Looking at the 2 people kneeling on the ground was like looking at 2 pigs. Oh no, not as good as 2 pigs. Because if there are 2 live pigs now, they must be more valuable than living people. Xiao Honglian walked slowly to them in red leather boots. She asked coldly, why did you run away? Although it requires work here, at least I will provide you with food and shelter. Leave here and seek death outside? The man on the ground trembled more violently as Xiao Honglian came closer, and could only kowtow and beg for mercy. Xiao Honglian's voice became a little colder. Now tell me, where do you want to go when you escape from here? The 2 men on the ground glanced at each other subconsciously. Neither of them dared to speak. Xiao Honglian's eyes were somewhat sarcastic. Do you want to go to the snow worship cult's territory and join that hypocritical bitch? The two of them did not dare to answer anything. They could only kowtow and beg Xiao Honglian to spare their lives. This is tantamount to admitting that what Xiao Honglian said is the truth. Xiao Honglian sneered and lost interest in continuing the torture. She asked Zhuge Qingting, the deputy next to her. Didn't you come up with a new thing recently? Zhuge Qingting nodded. The technical department developed a collar that can be filled with micro bombs. Just put this on the slave's neck, and the next time someone escapes, he can be executed directly. Xiao Honglian said lazily when he heard this. Let me see the effect. As soon as he finished speaking, someone came over carrying a tray with 2 silver collars on it. The slaves on the ground were terrified and struggled desperately to escape. However, they were quickly restrained by the surrounding soldiers and collars were forcibly put on their necks. Xiao Honglian took the remote control, and then said jokingly to the 2 slaves, Now I will give you a chance. You can escape. If this collar doesn't kill you, you will survive. You can pray. After all, it is a new product, so the effect may not be that good. After that, the soldier next to him cut the ropes on the hands of the 2 slaves. The 2 slaves looked at the remote control in Xiao Honglian's hand in horror. The explosive collars on their necks were like 2 demons, tightly locking their lifelines. The 2 of them didn't dare to delay, so they quickly turned around and ran towards the outside of the factory. As long as you run far enough, the signal will have no effect. The 2 of them held this belief in their hearts and ran out desperately. Xiao Honglian looked at their backs and was not in a hurry. He just asked Zhuge Qingting beside him, What is the effective distance? Zhuge Qingting respectfully replied, 5 kilometers. As soon as we find a slave disappearing, we will detonate it. No slave can escape. Xiao Honglian nodded slowly. Okay. We will wait and see. Let's see if this new gadget works. Chapter 360 The Chain Reaction of the Stranger's Disappearance. Xiao Honglian waited for more than 10 minutes before losing his patience and pressing the detonation button in his hand. Later, Zhuge Qingting took out his communicator and asked the soldiers who were following them what the outcome was. One successfully detonated, the other misfired. The soldier said truthfully. He looked at the escaped slave and raised the gun in his hand. Deputy Commander, do you want to execute him? Zhuge Qingting looked at Xiao Honglian. Leader? Xiao Honglian narrowed his eyes. How could the stuff produced by the technical department be so bad, when their technology can reach half of that of Shishan base? I will be satisfied. She waved her hand and said, Xiao Honglian, keep my word. Let that slave run away. I hope he has better luck and successfully escapes to the territory of the snow worship cult. However, the people in charge of this project in the technical department were all locked up in a dark room for 3 days. Zhuge Qingting nodded yes. He gave orders to the tracking soldiers and eventually released the surviving slave. Xiao Honglian's beautiful sword eyebrows were raised upside down, and she was obviously in a very unhappy mood. Zhuge Qingting comforted the leader, saying that our technical staff are not as good as those at the Shishan base. But there is nothing we can do about it. In terms of weapons research and development, the professionals are in the military. When the end of the world just came, the talents were snatched away by them. We could only select talents from universities and research institutes in nearby areas. Xiao Honglian glanced at him, his eyes still cold. We are also heartbroken for these damn slaves. If they weren't always trying to escape, why would I put so much effort into them? That hypocritical woman from Baishua cult was just using them as bait. Do they really think there will be a holy mother in the last days? The Snow Worship sect is currently the only organization among the 4 major forces that is not based on an official refuge. But it is the organization with the largest number of people, because compared to other forces that rely on force to rule, their method is inspired by religious beliefs. According to rumors, the leader of the Snow Worship cult has magical powers. It can heal all pain in people, whether it is body or soul. The most important thing is that everyone is equal there, and everyone can get food and shelter. There is no more discrimination and oppression. I don't know when such rumors began to spread among the major forces in Tianhai City. As a result, the number of civilians in Yangsheng base began to decrease. But in the end of the world, people are also an important resource. How can we work without a large population? How to form an army to compete with other forces for territory and resources? Therefore, Xiao Honglian could not just sit back and ignore this situation. And the method she used was to suppress it forcefully. Every civilian in Yangsheng base had her mark on their face. This way they can be identified even if they run away, making recovery easier. And if people who worship the snow cult dare to take in slaves with the mark of flame, They must risk war with the Yansheng base. But even so, the snow worship cult is still absorbing those escaped slaves. Covertly and covertly. This also led to the most tense relationship between the Yansheng base and the snow worship sect. And they are not like Shishan base. The Shishan base is completely underground. So there is no worry about civilians escaping. The slaves at the Yansheng base are required to produce the oil in the above-ground refinery. No matter how tight they block it, there will always be people who yearn for freedom and are willing to risk their lives to try it. Xiao Honglian turned around and walked outside the factory. Zhuge Qingting hurriedly followed her and said that as long as we can cut off a piece of fat on the site of Shishan base, we can relieve the current pressure. After all, in the end of the world, the source of all problems is the lack of materials. Xiao Honglian waved his hand. But if he wants to occupy Lujiang district and Shishan district, he must stabilize his rear. Let the people in the technical department speed up research and stabilize the function of this explosive collar. Safety can be put aside for now, but make sure it can explode. Zhuge Qingting nodded and took Xiao Honglian's instructions to heart. Suddenly, Xiao Honglian stopped. She asked how many of the vanguard troops sent out in the past few days had returned. Zhuge Qingting replied that basically everyone has come back. Even if they haven't come back yet, they have given us a report. He paused and said except for the plateau team. He has not returned yet. And there is no news back. Xiao Honglian couldn't help but frown when he heard it was plateau. Gao Yuan is her cousin, who was once the captain of the Tianhai City Armed Police Force. However, this cousin has a somewhat unruly temperament. Except for Xiao Honglian, no one in the Yansheng base is convinced. This guy is still rebellious at such an old age. Xiao Honglian didn't take Gao Yuan's loss of contact seriously at first. With Gao Yuan's character, it's not surprising that he did some ridiculous things. After the end of the world, countless people have become weird inside. And she herself is not much better. But suddenly, a strange feeling flashed through her heart. She felt that things were not that simple. Xiao Honglian looked at Zhuge Qingting. He shouldn't be in any danger, right? Upon hearing this, Zhuge Qingting adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. At present, the relationship between the 5 major forces in Tianhai City, including the Shishan base where it is unclear whether there are any remaining forces, is very delicate. No one dares to start a war lightly, even in the face of those bastards from the snow worship sect who want to recruit people everywhere. We don't want to have a big conflict. Therefore, even if Gao Yuan meets people from other forces, the other party should give him face. Unless, a cold light flashed under Zhuge Qingting's glasses. What they are competing for is a particularly precious resource. Only then can the other party break the tacit understanding and attack. Xiao Honglian's eyes condensed. And all the major resource points in Tianhai City were occupied by several of our major forces. The remaining resources are certainly important, but they are not enough to trigger a full-scale conflict. I feel more at ease with other forces. Chaoyu base will not take action against us. Qipei base's behavior is that others will not attack me. And I will not attack others. Then, only those from the snow worship sect are the most unstable. After Xiao Honglian thought about it for a while, he cautiously told Zhuge Qingting to continue contacting Gao Yuan. You must contact him. If he really couldn't be contacted, there was a high probability that something had happened to him. Zhuge Qingting's expression couldn't help but become serious. No force can bear the cost of another person's death in vain. So once something happens on the plateau, it means that one force will not hesitate to go to war with them. Then it will have a huge impact on the entire Yansheng base. And even the entire Tianhai City. Chapter 361 Taking the Blame. At Yansheng base, Gao Yuan's loss of contact alerted Xiao Honglian and Zhuge Qingting. They immediately sent people to contact Gao Yuan, and sent people to search near the Hongyuan materials factory in Lujiang district. After a day of investigation, they fed back the results of the investigation to Xiao Honglian and Zhuge Qingting. We found that the factory building of Hongyuan materials was severely damaged, and almost all the materials inside had been moved away. In addition, no trace of Captain Plateau and others was found. They even disappeared with people and cars. This information was a bit scary for Xiao Honglian and Zhuge Qingting. Completely disappeared? Xiao Honglian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. No matter how arrogant Gao Yuan is, he would not dare to disobey my orders and cut off the connection with the base to go elsewhere without authorization. So we can conclude that something must have happened to him. Xiao Honglian was very angry. Gao Yuan is her cousin. Although she has a normal relationship with this cousin, if something happens to Gao Yuan, it is equivalent to a slap in the face. In this era of strong predators, if you show tolerance or cowardice, You will be cannibalized by other wolves. So she must solve this problem with thunderous means. Xiao Honglian turned to look at Zhuge Qingting. Is there any way to find out their location? There is also a satellite phone in the car that should have a positioning device. Zhuge Qingting said that this is the most puzzling part. We couldn't find a positioning signal at all. And they seemed to disappear out of thin air. What? There was a hint of hesitation in Xiao Honglian's eyes. In this way, the other party came prepared. They are definitely not making a sudden move, but have long wanted to launch an attack on our Yangsheng base. Is the disappearance of Gao Yuan just a signal for war? Xiao Honglian was thinking crazy and suspected all the opponents he could suspect. Of course, she still doesn't know about Zhang Yi's existence. So she never thought that there is such a powerful force. Xiaoyu base, Qingwei base, or the snow worship cult? Who did it? All three companies have this strength. Or maybe the Xishan base was not completely wiped out, but moved its position? Due to the lack of information, it was difficult for Xiao Honglian to make accurate judgments. But the more people think about it, the easier it is to think about things in complicated directions. Because there are so many possibilities. Zhuge Qingting told her that under the current situation, Gao Yuan is missing, and we have no good way to check his movements. So we can't judge who the enemy is. Xiao Honglian sat on the chair, crossed her long, straight legs, and fell into deep thought. Qipei base is in the northwest. Even if they want to occupy the territory of Xishan base, they can only start from the northwest. It was impossible to travel long distances to find a plateau in the southeast corner. Qiaoyu base is closest to Gao Yuan and the others. Could it be them? The snow worship cult has always been submissive and does not dare to compete with several of our bases. But the cult leader looked like he was not a good guy at first glance. And he must have evil intentions. The possibility of it being her is very high. Zhuge Qingting, who was standing next to him, walked over, bowed and said, I think the place where the incident occurred is closest to Qiaoyu base. Why don't we contact them first and see what they say? The relationship between Qiaoyu base and Yangsheng base has always been relatively good. After all, if the ships at Qiaoyu base want to go to sea, Yangsheng base must provide them with fuel. In turn, Qiaoyu base provided various seafood as food for Yangsheng base. However, the main reason is that Qiaoyu base relies more on Yangsheng base. Xiao Honglian thought for a while and said lightly, Don't think that our relationship with Qiaoyu base is very close. We are just using each other. Those guys also covet our refinery. Zhuge Qingting smiled and said, But now, they still dare not conflict with us. Xiao Honglian nodded and then contact them. Xiao Honglian took out his satellite phone and called Wei Dinghai, the leader of Qiaoyu base. Wei Dinghai's call was answered. Xiao Honglian's temperament is relatively straightforward. After a few simple greetings, he went directly to the topic. Wei Dinghai, my cousin Gao Yuan disappeared from the Hongyuan Group factory in Lujiang district. Do you know about this? When Wei Dinghai across from him heard these words, he immediately realized that Xiao Honglian was doubting him. His tone became calm. You went very quickly. But I can tell you that this matter has nothing to do with our Qiaoyu base. And we have someone missing too. Wang Ruishuan and others he sent to Xishan base to investigate died in Zhang Yi's hands. Because of this incident, Wei Dinghai was also uncertain about who is responsible. Xiao Honglian was a little surprised. Your people are missing too? Where? At Xishan base. The people I sent to investigate are missing. There is also a powerful alien among them. Wei Dinghai said coldly that there are so few foreigners in Tianhai City. Even if there are foreigners living outside, it is difficult to compete with my well-trained warriors. So I also want to ask you guys if it was you who did it. There are also differences between different people. Foreigners who come from large organizations have very rich resources, and weapons and equipment. After ordinary people mutate, it is more difficult to become stronger. And it is even difficult to survive. For example, Li Jian's abilities are limited by his living conditions. So there is very little room for him to develop. Xiao Honglian understood what Wei Dinghai meant. And he also suspected that there were forces behind the scenes, including their Yangsheng base. In this way, we all lose. Xiao Honglian's eyes became much clearer. In the entire Tianhai city, there are not many people who have the strength to take action against both of us at the same time. The blacksmiths at Qipei base don't like fighting, and they have no reason to start a war with us. Therefore, it could only be someone from the snow worship cult who did it. Wei Dinghai smiled. Yes, you are right. It must have been done by someone from the snow worship cult. Elimination is easy to do. Nowadays, the snow worship cult is indeed the biggest suspect. But why is Wei Dinghai laughing? because he and Xiao Honglian both wanted to go to the same place. They have long disliked the snow worship cult. This religious organization has been absorbing survivors from the entire Tianhai City. The number of survivors in Tianhai City is probably around 1 million. And the specific number is unknown. Once the snow worship cult absorbs more people, it will affect their ability to obtain labor, and even cause their slaves to flee. The unhappy emotions have been building up for a long time. And now that they have a legitimate reason, of course they won't miss it. Anyway, the snow worshipping cult is the most suspect, so beating them would be a waste of money. Even if they didn't do it, they can still take the opportunity to vent their anger. Wouldn't it be the best of both worlds? Chapter 362 Borrowing a Knife. Xiao Honglian said to Wei Dinghai what to say. Can't you swallow this breath? Wei Dinghai smiled coldly. Wang Ruishuan is my confidant. If those guys from Baishu sect dare to kill him, I will make them pay 10 times the price. Xiao Honglian raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Okay, let's take this opportunity to teach them a lesson. After the two parties discussed it, they decided to take the opportunity to launch an attack on the Snow Worship Sect headquarters in Tianfeng District. As for whether the people who killed their subordinates were from the Snow Worship cult, it is not the most critical at the moment. After calling first, ask all the questions again. It's also a good idea. Therefore, for various purposes, the two bases decided to mobilize their forces to attack the Snow Worship cult. If people from the Snow Worship sect knew about this, they would definitely be very depressed. He obviously didn't do anything, but he suffered an unreasonable disaster. The real culprit of the incident, Zhang Yi, was building a defense line and shelter at home. Everyone went into battle together, and no one was lazy. Soon, the outer defense line was basically completed. The main structures are huge ice blocks intercepted from Lujiang River, and steel bars seized from the warehouse of Shishan Base. The construction conditions are relatively simple, and they are completely done by hand. However, in cold weather, the strength of these materials is not much worse than concrete. The key is that the materials are cheap and can be found everywhere. Anyway, Zhang Yi doesn't expect the first line of defense to be invincible. It only exists as a buffer zone. If you encounter a powerful enemy who can break through the first line of defense, there is no need to feel distressed or worried at all. Just buy time for everyone to retreat to the shelter, and that's it. After building the prototype of the defense line, Zhang Yi began to add various tanks, chariots, artillery, and other heavy weapons to it. Modern weapons can be controlled by computers. After installation, connect to Zhang Yi's mobile phone through the wireless network. In this way, when the enemy attacks, Zhang Yi only needs to press the shooting button on his mobile phone, and there will be a spectacular scene of thousands of guns firing. What pow may be an exaggeration. However, 70% of the firepower of Shishan Base has been deployed, and the power is also very terrifying. In addition to weapons, there are also many cameras installed high on the wall to monitor the situation outside at any time. However, this thing can only be used for reconnaissance before the war. Once a fight starts, it will be destroyed in a matter of minutes. After the defense line was deployed, it was time to repair the shelter. The materials were prepared by Liu Karen, and the decoration work was left to Uncle Yu, who had full life skills. He climbed up the scaffolding, picked up the tools, and did the masonry work fluently. Although it is not as beautiful as a professional construction worker, and the wall is not as beautiful, Zhang Yi only requires that it be strong and durable. After 3 busy days, the entire shelter and defense line were finally completed. Zhang Yi was still on guard against people from the two bases coming to attack, but everything was completed smoothly, and he felt much more relaxed. But this result may not be a good thing. In a sense, if they find that one of their strangers has been killed, and they rush to search and attack the shelter, it means that the leader of that force is a reckless man. People without brains are easy to deal with. I am afraid that I will encounter an opponent who is calm-minded and will think carefully and prepare countermeasures. So far they have not taken any action, and I have not even found any trace of the spies. It seems that the leaders of Chaoyu and Yansheng bases are not simple, Zhang Yi said to himself with serious eyes. But he didn't know that those two families had now integrated their troops and ran far away to Tianfeng district to fight with the snow worship cult. It wasn't that they were too cautious, but they simply didn't expect that a powerful force like Zhang Yi existed. While Zhang Yi was thinking, others cheered together to celebrate the completion of the project. Everyone is able to work together and complete a project, which gives them a great sense of accomplishment. In fact, many people are not very close to each other, and they are only together because of Zhang Yi's relationship. But through such activities, they got to know each other a lot better. At this time, Liang Yu came over and said to Zhang Yi, "Zhang Yi, I am going to deliver some food to the students." Zhang Yi came back to his senses. "Oh, okay." He took out food for 10 people from another space. These were all found in the warehouse of Shishan base. They were things that Zhang Yi did not eat himself and was specially used to give to others. Liang Yu took the bag of food, smiled and said thank you, and then walked towards Shijia town alone. Zhang Yi looked at her back with a playful look in his eyes. To be honest, he was really worried before. If one day Liang Yu knew that he was going to deal with these students, he might fall out with him. So Zhang Yi had already prepared. And Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen were responsible for the evildoers. Even in the recent period, he has also been a good old man in front of Liang Yu. Secretly, Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen were asked to brainwash Liang Yu. In this way, if that day really comes, Liang Yu has no reason to blame Zhang Yi, who has been helping her. What a genius I am. Zhang Yi took a deep breath. Killing someone with a borrowed knife without getting your hands dirty is the perfect way to commit a crime. After a while, Liang Yu came back. It can be seen from the expression on her face that she is not in a good mood. Apparently those students said something to her again. But if Liang Yu didn't take the initiative to mention it, Zhang Yi wouldn't even ask, someone would naturally do the job for him anyway. Sure enough, Yang Xinxin stepped forward very sensibly and asked Teacher Liang, "Why don't you look so good? Did they say nasty things to you again?" Liang Yu was already a little uncomfortable. But when Yang Xinxin exposed it, her emotions immediately surged up. Many people are like this. If they encounter any unpleasant things, they will actually forget them soon. But if someone starts chatting with her, she will become more and more excited. Liang Yu told the story again. It turned out that in recent days, because Liang Yu had not provided any help to them except sending food, they complained a lot. But they had to go fishing for food, one after another. They were forced to be self-reliant. The students were able to survive, but they were not grateful to Liang Yu. Instead, they would beg her to take everyone to the shelter every time. At first, it was pleading and moral kidnapping. But later it became more urgent, and some people even yelled. Even though Liang Yu helped them too much. After the end of the world, these once pampered students all had mental problems. And they even forgot their past kindness. How could Liang Yu not feel sad when she saw such a scene? They went too far. I even think, Teacher Liang, you should stop caring about them. Just let them die. Yang Xinxin took Liang Yu's hand and said slowly in a low voice that Teacher Liang had nothing wrong, and it was all them who were wrong. Even if you leave them alone, you have no responsibility. Liang Yu's mood is a little better. Yes. Is that so? No. No matter what. I am also their teacher. She sighed softly. After experiencing so many things since the end of the world, coupled with the unremitting brainwashing by Lu Karen and Yang Xinxin, her thoughts have quietly changed. In fact, in her heart, she no longer had much hope for those students. It was just the last remaining obsession that made her unable to bear to watch them die in front of her eyes. Chapter 363. People are in the arena, and they can't help themselves. The defense of the shelter has been prepared. Whether it is the repair results of the outermost great wall of ice and snow or the shelter, they have reached a level that satisfies Zhang Yi. He gave an order to everyone, and they were not allowed to leave the defense line for a while. No one had any objections to this. After all, they have collected enough supplies, and they will not be short even if they live in Yonk Manor for a lifetime. Only Liang Yu still needs to go out every day to deliver food to her students. Zhang Yi did not stop her. Instead, he had been asking questions about her and the students in recent days. If you really think there is a danger, we can discuss moving them closer to a shelter. Of course, since none of us are familiar with them, this matter has to be decided at a meeting. Zhang Yi showed enough sincerity. However, everyone who knows him knows that the so-called meeting is just a formality. As long as he decides something, no one will object. Uncle Yu believes that he owes Zhang Yi a great debt of gratitude and has always supported Zhang Yi's actions. Not to mention Fatty Su. He has always been Zhang Yi's loyal little brother. And he can't wait to hang on Zhang Yi's lap every day. Simply put, if Liang Yu really spoke up and wanted to take over the students, then only one person in the entire shelter would agree to her proposal, and that was Zhang Yi himself. As for others, they will firmly oppose Zhang Yi's suggestion. Liang Yu has always regarded himself as a just and kind warrior. Even though I feel disappointed when the time comes, I won't blame Zhang Yi. Sure enough, Liang Yu was quite moved when she heard Zhang Yi's proposal. But after some hesitation, she slowly shook her head. It's better not to do this for now. Xinxin Karen and I have been chatting a lot these days. The experiences they had in Tianqing Academy hurt them a lot. At that time, they were ostracized by their classmates. And I, as a teacher, had a responsibility that I couldn't shirk. Let others practice in Shijia town first. Liang Yu raised his head, his eyes full of beautiful fantasies about the future. After all, everyone is living peacefully now, and nothing dangerous has happened. There's really no need to be so nervous, Liang Yu said with a sunny smile. In fact, if you think about it carefully, if people who are still alive can live peacefully, they have no reason to invade others. I was so nervous before. Maybe I was a little overly anxious. She didn't know that Zhang Yi had already encountered people from Yangsheng base in a factory 25 kilometers away from the shelter and killed them. Otherwise, she would definitely not be able to say such relaxed words. Zhang Yi smiled and nodded, praising that it would be great if you could have this kind of mentality. Although we are living in the apocalypse, it is very important to maintain a good attitude. He stretched. I should learn from you too. Don't worry all day long. The world is still very beautiful. And tomorrow is full of hope. Right? When Liang Yu saw Zhang Yi's lazy look, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. He looked particularly good-looking. It's rare that these words can come out of your mouth. As she spoke, she flicked her ponytail, turned around and winked at Zhang Yi. So let's start today's martial arts lesson. Shall we? Zhang Yi followed with a smile. What are we practicing today? You learn martial arts to deal with sudden close combat. So grappling jiu-jitsu will work great for you. Today we'll start with Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Liang Yu and Zhang Yi went down to the third underground floor together and started their daily hard training. There is indeed some skill in jiu-jitsu, and the two of them became entangled as they practiced their bodies. Liang Yu is very skilled. She often uses scissor kicks and clamps his neck with her tight thighs, or tie his head under his armpits and force him to surrender through intense oppression. Zhang Yi looked like he was enjoying the beating. Zhang Yi could feel that this woman's mentality changed day by day as she entered the shelter. In the past, she was despairing about the end of the world. Because I can't see the future, let alone the meaning of life. I can only place my hope in life on protecting those students. But now, she has entered the shelter and enjoys a better and more leisurely life than when she was a teacher at Tianqing College. Born in sorrow, died in happiness. A comfortable environment can wear away the ice in people's hearts, allowing people to begin to appreciate the beauty of life. Although Liang Yu still insists on delivering food to students every day, she communicates more with other people in the shelter and has more smiles on her face. Zhang Yi thinks this is a good tendency. Only a person who wants something and has the desire to live can conquer her and make her completely a chess piece in his hands. That night, Zhang Yi lay on the bed and thought for a long time. Should we do this or not? He opened the dimensional door. His consciousness scanned the satellite phone confiscated inside, and he fell into deep thought. The relationship between Liang Yu and them is getting better and better, and they are now in the honeymoon period. It's time to clean up those troublesome students in Shijia town. The method is very simple. He thought of it the last time he killed the soldiers in Yangsheng base. As long as these satellite phones are placed in their houses, people at Yangsheng base will be able to find them. In the apocalypse, human lives are like nothing, and the angry Yangsheng base will definitely not let them go. Killing someone with a borrowed knife can form a perfect closed loop. However, there is also a risk in doing so, which is to attract people from Yangsheng base and even Chaoyu base in advance. However, Young Manor 101 is such an obvious target. Even if Zhang Yi doesn't take the initiative to expose it, it will only be a matter of time before he is discovered. How to choose? Is there a possibility that the people in the two bases have never discovered that I killed their people? From now on, we will live in peace. I will live my happy life, and they will be their emperor of Tianhai City? This is a beautiful fantasy in Zhang Yi's heart. If possible, he absolutely does not want to conflict with anyone or any force. But soon, Zhang Yi smiled and shook his head. What a beautiful thought. There is no such thing as such a good thing. The conflict between him and other major forces is inevitable. He had killed 4 heirs, the core members of Yansheng and Chaoyu bases, and it was impossible for the other party to give up the investigation. And even if they were not discovered by luck, after the destruction of the Shishan base, other companies will definitely come to divide the 2 areas at the foot of the Shishan mountains. By then, will they be able to tolerate the existence of Zhang Yi, a powerful elite group? And Zhang Yi can't tolerate having strong enemies on both sides of the bed, at least within the scope of his life. It is impossible for other forces to offend him. When people are in the arena, they can't help themselves. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes. Tolerance and retreat cannot bring peace. So I will create a bright future. as long as they are scared. Wouldn't it be fine? Chapter 364 Gift. Zhang Yi is a natural pessimist, and likes to plan for the worst. Therefore, it is clear that he already has strong enough combat power. But he is still prepared for danger in times of peace. In fact, in terms of pure armed strength, the combat effectiveness he now possesses can be compared with the Xishan base, the most powerful organization in Tianhai City. Although he doesn't have it as an ordinary soldier, he is far ahead in the application of weapons and equipment. There are no space aliens in the Xishan base, and the heavy firearms in the warehouse can only eat dust underground. Zhang Yi can transport them to the ground for use. Coupled with the fact that he controls a huge team of aliens, he will be able to fight head-on if he encounters the army from Xishan base at this time. Simply considering defense and not taking the initiative to attack, my chance of winning should be 95%. Right? Zhang Yi murmured to himself, frowning slightly. He was only 95% sure. Rounding off, it was only a 50-50 split at most. If you go out and fight them, what's the difference between that and dying? His eyes were firm, and he clenched his fists and said, I've decided. If you beat me to death, I won't leave even half a step outside the defense line. With that said, he took out the satellite phone from Plateau from the different space, then called Hua Hua and whispered a few words to it. That night, in the dead of night, the entire shelter fell into silence. The door to Zhang Yi's room suddenly opened slowly. Hua Hua quietly walked out of the room, holding a satellite phone in its mouth, and quietly walked down the stairs. The door of the shelter slowly opened. Hua Hua left the shelter and ran quickly towards Xujia town on the other side of the river. Tianhai City, Tianfeng District. Tall buildings are buried under the white snow. This used to be the most prosperous area in Tianhai City, with busy traffic every day and feasting every night. But after the end of the world, this place seemed to have turned into a forest of tombstones in the ice and snow. The gray and black cement buildings are lifeless, just like the world in front of them. But in a cathedral in Tianfeng District, the candles were brightly lit at this time, and thousands of believers were crowded together. They looked up to the front devoutly and murmured prayers. Where everyone looked, under the huge cross was a young woman wearing a white robe and a white headscarf. She crossed her fingers and closed her eyes piously, with a compassionate expression on her face. As she opened her lips, a deep and melodious prayer echoed in the church. There is white snow in the sky and everything on the ground. Our bodies are born on the earth. Our souls come from heaven. The sun and moon illuminate our bodies. The pure white snow washes our souls. Give this body to the cold wind blowing across the earth. Thank God for blessing the land where snow gods people live with miracles. May our souls stay healthy forever. I wish to share the joy with all my compatriots. I wish I could share my sorrow with them. Please always praise the people of Snow Worship Sect. Let us bear witness with our souls and bodies. When the leader of the Snow Worship cult, Yuan Kongye, chanted a prayer, a strange power spread throughout the church. Her voice has a certain magic that can soothe people's hearts and make them forget hunger, cold and pain. Everyone thought this was a miracle and hung their heads in even greater piety. Express your loyalty to Jesus Christ and the teacher of Sakyamuni, to the great snow god, and to the human body of the snow god Yuan Kongye, the leader of the Snow Worship Sect. Yuan Kongye finished reciting the prayer and slowly turned around to face everyone. It can be seen from her face full of collagen that she is not old. No more than 20 years old at most. But no one dared to question her authority. Even her powerful priests bowed respectfully when facing her, because everything they have now was given by Yuan Kongye. She is one of the most amazing extraordinary beings in the land, because she has a name. Bless. The superpowers can help others awaken their superpowers. It was with this ability that she was able to pull together such a large religious team in an almost desperate environment. The prayer session is over, and next comes the gift session. There was a brief commotion among the crowd, but it quickly subsided. Everyone looked at Yuan Kongye as if they were looking up to a god. There was a skinny lady holding her child, walking through the crowd step by step, and staggered to Yuan Kongye. Trembling, she knelt down and held her child high. Yuan Kongye lowered his head and took a look. The child's complexion was already a bit pale, and his breath was dying, as if he could not survive. Yuan Kongye's eyes showed a look of compassion, and he gently covered his forehead with his right hand. A warm current, a breeze, and a ray of white light passed through the church. After a moment, the baby slowly opened his eyes and let out a loud cry. Wow! Hearing this voice, the eyes of every believer in the church shone with excitement. Miracle! Miracle! Praise the great snow god! Praise His Majesty the Great Snow God's human body leader. This is another ability of hers. Gift. Can cure physical diseases. Being able to attract so many congregants owes a lot to the ability of the gifts. Gift sessions like this have been carried out many times. Yuan Kongye's face showed a little fatigue. Standing nearby was a man wearing white clothes with long hair. Seeing this, he stepped forward and said, "Leader, please take a rest first. The gift can wait until tomorrow." Hearing these words, there were still some believers below who were sick and had not been cured by the gift, and a flash of anxiety flashed in their eyes. In such an environment, any minor illness may lead to silent death in one's sleep if one waits for a day. Yuan Kongye shook his head slowly and said lightly, "Go on!" Yuan Kongye's deputy, the high priest of the snow worship cult, Zhang Yixian, reluctantly stepped aside. In the snow worship cult, Yuan Kongye represents the will of the snow god, and no one can violate her thoughts. However, while the blessing ceremony was in progress, a violent explosion suddenly came from outside. Then the harsh gunshots rang out continuously. The church suddenly became agitated. Many women were so frightened that they hugged their children and closed their eyes without daring to open them. Yuan Kongye looked at the source of the sound expressionlessly and sighed softly. A chill flashed in the eyes of the high priest Zhang Yixian next to her. Tong Zhan, Dai Mei, protect the leader. Han Chang, Li Qian, and Wu Huan, follow me out to meet the enemy. On both sides of the altar stood a group of priests from the snow worship sect. They were second only to the leader Yuan Kongye and the high priest Zhang Yixian in the snow worship sect. Yuan Kongye is a symbol of the snow worship cult and usually does not directly manage academic affairs. Therefore, the high priest Zhang Yixian took care of the affairs of the church on her behalf and fought against foreign enemies. As Zhang Yixian's order was issued, two powerful priests immediately stood vigilantly on both sides of Yuan Kongye, responsible for guarding. Zhang Yixian led the people past the congregation and walked out of the church. Yuan Kongye crossed his fingers and prayed silently. May the snow god protect his followers and take us away from war and suffering. In the church, the adult men seemed to be inspired by something, and they stood up one after another, with some kind of crazy passion and piety in their eyes. They went to the gate, followed by the priests. After they left, the church door was shut tightly, but Yuan Kongye just calmly said that the gifting ceremony should continue. Chapter 365 Battle. Tianfeng District. Outside the base camp of the snow worship sect, artillery fire was raging. The coalition forces from Yansheng Base and Chaoyu Base have already arrived here. The disappearance of their subordinates made them furious, and they pointed the finger at the snow worshippers, who were the most suspected. In the apocalypse, all laws are unlimited, and the big fist is the absolute truth. They don't need to find the truth. As long as they think it was the snow worship cult, they can launch an attack. By the way, we can also clean up the increasingly powerful religious forces that they have long disliked. Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai personally led the team. Dozens of modified snowmobiles carrying hundreds of fully armed soldiers arrived at the outskirts of the snow worship sect and began to attack the snow worship sect's guards. The gap between the two sides in weapons and equipment is too large. Both bases were officially built for war preparation, so there is no shortage of advanced weapons and sufficient ammunition. However, the snow worshippers were a mixed bag, and even if they had some guns in their hands, they were mostly ordinary items from the black market. Even if some people can shoot, their marksmanship is poor. For a time, the defending soldiers suffered heavy casualties. The bright red blood stained the white snow. Withstand? You must withstand it. I can't let them destroy my home. For the snow god. The chariot rolled through the streets, heading towards the huge church at the end of the street. On both sides of the road and upstairs, there were many soldiers of the snow worship sect lurking in ambush. Armed with simple weapons and even stones, they began to fight back. Some people were even brave enough to rush forward with explosives strapped all over their bodies and Molotov cocktails in hand. Although their weapons are crude and their tactics are extremely clumsy. However, relying on this fueling tactic, they launched charges again and again without fear of death, and actually stopped the coalition forces from the two bases. When Xiao Honglian saw this scene, there was a haze in his eyes. This damn cult has actually brainwashed its members into monsters who are not even afraid of death. It really should be eradicated. The snow worship sect has too many followers. People who are not afraid of death rushed from the streets one by one, jumped from the buildings, and blew themselves up directly from the sewer mouth to attack. The people at the two bases have been prepared for this kind of attack, because this is not the first time that they have fought a war with the snow worship cult. But when I see them again, they still feel a little creepy. Fight over there, and arrest that stinky bitch Yuan Kongya. I'm going to tear the skin of this bastard like her to pieces. Xiao Honglian waved his hand, pointed at the church in the distance and shouted, if anyone can catch her, I will reward him with 50 pounds of beef. Upon hearing such a generous reward, the soldiers under their command all roared and fired with their submachine guns, as if they had been given blood. People who worship the snow cult are not afraid of death. Are they afraid? Living in such an era, life has long been numb, and life and death are not that important. The exchange of fire continued, and the snow worship cult's tactics could only slow down the attack of the two bases. But it could not stop them. After all, the gap in weapons and equipment and combat literacy is too big. At this moment, several figures appeared at the end of the street. After seeing them, the soldiers of the snow worship cult had a light of hope in their eyes. It's the priests who are coming. Zhang Yixian and his 3 priests looked at the enemy opposite with cold eyes. Kill them! When the soldiers saw that they were just a few big shots, they immediately turned their guns and pointed them at them. And tongues of fire spewed out crazily. But in the face of such a hail of bullets, Zhang Yixian's face remained unmoved. He just slowly raised his right hand and blocked it in front of him. However, this simple action seemed to form an impenetrable wall. All the bullets suddenly stopped 1 meter in front of him, as if they were embedded in a soft rubber wall. As soon as Zhang Yixian let go, all the bullets in front of him clattered to the ground. His cold eyes looked calmly at the coalition forces opposite. You too. Are you going to tear up the peace agreement? Xiao Honglian stared at this stern man and said, Zhang Yixian, to tear up the peace agreement, you are the first to take action. Right? After she finished speaking, without giving Zhang Yixian a chance to refute, she took out a huge wine bottle from behind, pulled out the stopper, and poured a swig into her mouth. Then she gathered her strength and sprayed it out, and a huge fire dragon came out of her mouth. The red fire light illuminated the entire street at night, and the ice and snow on the dozens of meters long street instantly melted. The blazing temperature caused more than a dozen followers of the snow worship sect to be directly burned into charred corpses. The flames went straight towards Zhang Yixian and the others. Even though they were all powerful aliens, they couldn't help but look solemn in the face of Xiao Honglian's terrifying attack. Zhang Yixian stretched his hands to both sides, and with his mind power, he pulled 2 abandoned trucks out of the ice and snow and blocked them in front of him. Call. The flame wave was blocked by the truck, but the hot temperature still made Zhang Yixian and several priests feel their faces burning. Everyone hurriedly took a few steps back. Zhang Yixian shouted loudly, is there any misunderstanding? We, the snow-worshipping sect, have always remained neutral and are not enemies of any force. But Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai turned a blind eye. Since they are here, they want to give the snow worship sect a heavy blow. We don't care what the truth is. We will talk about it after the blow. Kill me! Xiao Honglian waved his right hand forward, and his soldiers immediately rushed down from the car with weapons in hand. Although they can't deal with strangers, they still have no problem dealing with ordinary believers. Wei Dinghai also waved to his men, and the soldiers from Chaoyu base also filed forward. Zhang Yixian's eyes became darker when he saw that they were not talking to him at all. He already understood that the other party was clearly coming to destroy their snow worship cult. If you want them to stop, you must show enough strength. Fight back. No matter what. Don't let them get close to the church. Zhang Yixian shouted. Soldiers from Yangsheng base and Chaoyu base began to massacre the followers of the snow worship cult. They have sophisticated weapons and superior armor. It can be said that they are armed to the teeth, especially when it comes to keeping out the cold. It is not comparable to snow worshippers who only wear down jackets. Fighting in the cold night of ice and snow, they were confident that they could easily break through the snow worship cult's defense line and kill them before they could escape. Facing the priests of the snow worship sect, the 2 leaders Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai took the lead, and their subordinates took action together to deal with them. Xiao Honglian raised the wine bottle in his hand and took a swig. Then he spat it out in one breath, and a raging fire dragon covered the long street. The ability user of the fire system was able to exert such a powerful combat effectiveness in the Ice Age, which was due to the huge amount of energy she controlled. Beside her, Wei Dinghai took action without hesitation. Life and death on the battlefield only lasted a moment. If he was even 1 minute slower, he might lose everything. Wei Dinghai took a deep breath and slowly exhaled white mist from his mouth. The temperature of the surrounding air immediately dropped a few points. Ice Lord. Wei Dinghai's body was quickly covered by a thick layer of ice and snow, forming a thick and strong armor. He lightly pressed his right hand on the ground, and the surrounding ice and snow instantly seemed to be detonated. It began to break and collapse, sweeping towards the people of the snow worship sect. And his figure slowly became blurred and difficult to detect in the snowstorm. Chapter 366 Fanatic Believer. Both Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai seized the control of the refuge through force. So they are the strongest combatants in their respective forces. The overall strength of the two is not inferior to Ling Feng. And in some aspects, it is even better. Their cooperation immediately caused huge trouble to the snow worship cult. However, the snow worship cult still has a huge advantage over other forces. That is, they have more people. Whether it is an ordinary believer or a stranger, it is higher than any base. Seeing that this battle had to be fought, Zheng Yixian's eyes flashed with cruelty, and he shouted loudly that in the name of the snow god, grant them heavenly punishment. All the priests no longer hesitated, activated their powers one after another, and launched a desperate fight with the aliens from the two major forces. At this moment, the members of the snow worship sect sprang out from every corner like ants. They were ragged and skinny, but everyone had a crazy light in their eyes. Without any fear, destroy all enemies of the snow worship cult. Kill! A dozen believers armed with kitchen knives and iron rods rushed towards the battle formations of the two bases. When the soldiers saw this scene, a cruel smile appeared on their lips. And then, they pulled the triggers in their hands. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Those believers were directly swept into a sieve. Are these people crazy? You actually want to use your own body to stop us from moving forward? One soldier sneered and mocked. But at this moment, several people around him suddenly heard a strong wind coming from above their heads. Several people subconsciously looked up and suddenly saw a black shadow falling quickly. A snow worshipper with crazy eyes jumped in front of them from a tall building with lit explosives strapped to his body. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. Broken limbs flew everywhere, and the snow worshipper led 6 soldiers to H.L. This scene made all the soldiers feel their scalps numb. A captain-level stranger shouted coldly that these people who worship the snow cult are madmen. They will attack at the risk of their lives. So be careful. This time, they only had a few hundred soldiers to attack. After all, some people still needed to stay at the base camp. However, from the buildings around the church, thousands of believers were rushing towards this direction. The size of this population was so large that everyone couldn't help but take a breath after seeing it. Xiao Honglian couldn't help but frown and curse the damn cult. He didn't know how many idiots he had coaxed into dying for them with those stupid teachings. Xiao Honglian didn't pity these believers. He just thought they were stupid and sacrificed their lives for irrelevant people. She looked at the strangers worshipping the snow sect in front of her. And finally her eyes fell on Zheng Yixian. Capture the thief first and capture the king. Xiao Honglian turned around and looked at Wei Dinghai. Let's cooperate and take down Zheng Yixian first. Wei Dinghai nodded, smiled and said his proposal. Xiao Honglian took a big gulp of high-purity alcohol, and the ability called the Purgatory Furnace was activated. As Xiao Hong's training ability was activated, fiery red streaks began to appear on her face and hands, like streaks of burning magma slowly flowing. The scorching heat caused white smoke to rise all around. After drinking alcohol, the markings on her body became brighter. The wind and snow around Wei Dinghai became more and more turbulent. In an instant, his figure disappeared from the place, and he did not know where he went. However, Xiao Honglian was like an arrow leaving the string, rushing directly towards Zheng Yixian at an incredible speed. Zheng Yixian frowned, feeling a dangerous aura. The next moment, his legs were grabbed tightly by someone. At some point, 2 snow-covered arms appeared from under the snow and controlled him. Wei Dinghai's face slowly emerged, and he looked at Zheng Yixian strangely. The cold air began to spread up Zheng Yixian's legs. And right in front, Xiao Honglian punched. The fiery red fist covered with a layer of expanding blazing flames, aimed at Zheng Yixian's head. Boom! A violent explosion sounded in the center of the battlefield. A snowstorm flew, and all the surrounding objects and people were thrown away. A moment later, Zheng Yixian gasped for breath and stood behind Wu Huan and Han Cheng. His right arm was charred black. The blood had solidified, and the fire poison had entered his body. If he did not receive timely and effective treatment, he would be extremely dangerous in the apocalypse. Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai stood not far away, with a bit of dissatisfaction on their faces. It's a pity that the two of them joined forces and didn't kill Zheng Yixian with one blow. At the critical moment, Zheng Yixian's men broke away from the entanglement of others and rushed over to save him. There is nothing else in Baishua's sect, except that there are many people. The strangers brought by the two bases this time were unable to entangle them. If they don't succeed once, The other party will have an understanding of their abilities and be prepared, fearing that it won't be so easy next time. At this time, not only the alien battlefield was in a state of anxiety, the war between ordinary soldiers and church members is even more brutal. Those snow worshippers only had madness in their eyes, and were not afraid of death. Some even rushed forward with a spatula. The heat in their eyes made people feel cold all over. Not only are they not afraid of death, they even deliberately seek death. It is hard to imagine how the snow worship cult brainwashed them. Even the soldiers, who had killed countless people, began to tremble when they saw such a scene. They killed too many members of the snow worship sect. But those people just kept going. And no one was afraid of death. They shouted the teachings of the snow worship sect and came to die. The soldiers fought until they were weak and panicked. When people panic, things can easily get into trouble. What's more, the soldiers in the two bases are still facing a group of lunatics. They would not hesitate to trade 10 or 20 people for the life of one of them. The battle only lasted for 30 minutes. And more than 500 people died in the snow worship cult. However, they also killed more than 30 base soldiers due to this life-changing method. The most terrifying thing is that the members of the snow worship sect are killing more and more people. And they are still emerging from the ruins of the building. After all, this was the most populous area in Tianhai City. It's hard to imagine how many followers the snow worship cult has attracted after the end of the world. Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai also felt that the situation was not good. The madness of the snow worship cult was beyond their expectations. If it were normal, when they reached a certain place, they would only need to shoot and kill a group of people. And the remaining people would kneel down and surrender. Or run away. And the people who worship the snow cult are all lunatics. If the fight continues, the two major forces will still have a good chance of winning. But this kind of loss is something they are unwilling to face. After all, there are many small underground forces in Tianhai City. And in the northwest area of Tianhai City, there is also a powerful Qingwei base. If they continue to fight, even if they can destroy the snow worship cult, they will not be able to bear the huge battle losses. Finally, Xiao Honglian made a decision in his heart. She took a deep breath, looked at Zhang Yixian not far away, and said coldly, "My cousin and a dozen of his men are dead. And you, the snow worship cult, are the most suspect in this matter. Now I need you to give me an explanation." Chapter 367 The Veil of Truth. If it was possible to directly destroy the snow worshipping cult, of course, it would be a direct fight without any nonsense. However, the risk is too high to continue fighting. Turning to negotiations and grabbing more benefits is the best way. After all, now, the two bases are still in a dominant position. Wei Dinghai had no objection to Xiao Honglian's approach. And he didn't want to continue fighting. My confidant and beloved General Wang Ruishuan also died on the territory of Shishan base. Nowadays, the one with such strength in Tianhai City, and the most suspicious one is your snow-worshipping sect. Zhang Yixian, you must give us an explanation today. Otherwise, our two families will definitely crush you. As the leaders of both sides negotiated, the fighting between the two sides temporarily stopped, and both sides called their men back. When the snow worshippers retreated, it was a spectacular sight. The terrifying number of people seemed to be thousands at first glance, and no one knew how many there were secretly, although they knew that they were basically ordinary people, and not as good as their elite soldiers. Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai couldn't help feeling fearful. It is not without reason that they hate the snow worship cult. If such an organization is allowed to continue to develop, no one knows whether they will ride on their head in the future. The priests of the snow worship cult glared at Xiao Hong and Wei Dinghai. They are not stupid. They know that the two families plan to fight to the end at the beginning. But now they choose to negotiate when they see that the situation is not right. Han Chang's teeth were almost broken. He threw the head of the Chaoyu base soldier in his hand on the ground, and his right hand took on the shape of a beast with sharp claws. What does the death of your two families have to do with our snow sect? What evidence is there to prove that we killed a person? When Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai heard these words, they couldn't help but smile contemptuously. Evidence? Do you think this is playing house? Xiao Honglian said mockingly. Then do you want to call the police? You? Han Chang blushed at this sentence. Indeed, nowadays there are no laws and regulations, and even murder can be done casually. What you do depends on strength, not bullshit evidence. Even if there is no evidence. What if someone wants to beat you? Zhang Yixian reached out and held Han Chang down. He probably understood why Yangsheng base and Chaoyu base suddenly tore up the peace agreement and came to attack. The snow worship cult has always abided by the agreement between us and has not killed any of you. Wei Dinghai laughed heartily. with snow in his eyes. But apart from you, I can't think of anyone in Tianhai City who has the strength and ambition to attack both of us at the same time. Moreover, the person who took action did his job so beautifully, eliminating 2 teams led by strangers without leaving a trace. The members of Qipei Base are basically employees of Qipei's steel plant. Those guys have fiery temperaments, but they are relatively peaceful and have no ambitions to expand. In addition, the Qipei steelmaking plant is geographically far away, so the chance of taking action in those 2 places at the same time is low. Apart from the snow worship cult, I really can't think of anyone else who is the most suspicious. Zhang Yixian took a deep breath. I see. But have you ever thought that in Tianhai City, in addition to a few of us, there are some forces that are not much weaker than us, even can rival our power? As soon as these words came out, Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai immediately frowned and retorted without hesitation that this was impossible. The 5 major areas of Tianhai City have long been divided up by them, except for the snow worship cult. This heresy was secretly developed at the beginning of the end of the world before other bases had time to expand. There is no soil for the development of a large power in other areas. After the 4 major bases stabilized the situation inside the base, the first thing they did was to clean up their respective territories, collect all materials, and subdue the population to become labor slaves. Any force with a slightly organized scale will be incorporated or destroyed as soon as it is formed. How can you allow others to snore on the side of the bed? Zhang Yixian said that this is entirely possible. Have you all forgotten what happened in Lujiang district over the past month or so? When Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai heard this, they looked at each other and fell into thinking. Among the 5 major forces in the past, Xishan Base had the strongest force, because Tianhai City's army was completely absorbed by Xishan Base. Their soldiers had the most weapons and equipment. However, in the past month or so, their spies have detected the sound of gunfire in the Lujiang district of the Xishan Base territory, and they also heard the sound of large-yield explosives exploding several times. Obviously, this is not the kind of movement that would occur when encountering an ordinary opponent. However, no one would think that the Xishan Base could be destroyed by that force. So later, missiles flying from the Jiangnan region destroyed the Xishan Base, which made everyone subconsciously ignore the previous war and rush to swallow up the territory of the Xishan Base. Zhang Yixian's words reminded the 2 of them of that weird time. Is there really any powerful force behind this? If they really still exist, doesn't it mean that even the Xishan Base can't do anything to them? Xiao Honglian felt a little heavy. If that were the case, their plan to expand into the original territory of Chaoxi Mountain Base would be greatly hindered. Wei Dinghai had the same thoughts as Xiao Honglian. No one wants another powerful opponent to appear on this land. Zhang Yixian, what you said is just to divert our hatred, just by touching your upper lip to your lower lip. Do you think we'll believe it? Xiao Honglian had some concerns in her heart, but now that the 2 sides were confronting each other, she had to overpower Zhang Yixian in terms of momentum. She pointed her right index finger at Zhang Yixian and said unceremoniously, "Now, you need to prove that Teacher Bai Shui is innocent before we can believe it." Han Chang gritted his teeth angrily and was about to curse, but Zhang Yixian stopped him. "Don't be impulsive. If we really fight now, we are no match for them." Zhang Yixian gave Han Chang a look, telling him to calm down. The foundation of the snow worship sect is still too weak. Even if it faces a base force, it will be very difficult to fight. Not to mention 1 versus 2. If it weren't for the fact that they had so many brainwashed believers who believed that fighting for the snow worship cult would lead them to the kingdom of God where food was abundant and warm all year round after death, they wouldn't have been able to endure it for so long. You tell them what you saw outside the Xishan Base that day, Zhang Yixian said, telling Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai that our people also went to Xishan Base that day and met Wang Ruishuan from Chaoyu Base. In addition to Wang Ruishuan and others, figures from other forces were also seen. Maybe they are the murderers you want to know. Wei Dinghai's eyes narrowed, and he said immediately, "Who did you see there? Who dares to attack the people in my Chaoyu Base?" Wang Ruishuan is his old comrade in arms for many years. The 2 worked together at sea more than 10 years ago. Moreover, Wang Ruishuan is still a stranger. The significance of any alien to the force is very important. Han Chang's eyes were unruly and fierce. He stared at Wei Dinghai and Xiao Honglian fiercely, and said while holding back his anger, "That day, I saw several people wearing Xishan Base combat uniforms." Chapter 368 Undercurrent Surges. Han Chang told Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai everything he saw that day. In fact, he had also told Zhang Yixian about these things. However, the 2 of them agreed at the time that these must be the remaining stragglers from the Shishan base. Later, Han Chang did not want to get involved in the disputes at other bases. So he left first, not knowing what would happen next. But it wasn't until the two major bases came together to tell them that Wang Ruishuan was dead. And in another place, Gao Yuan also died. Only then did Zheng Yixian realize that something was not right. After Wei Dinghai listened, he said solemnly, "Do you mean that the Shishan base has not been completely destroyed? Are they lurking in the dark and slowly regaining their strength? It would be even more impossible if that were the case." Xiao Honglian said directly. "Even the shelter in the Shishan base was blown up by missiles. The remaining team will not be very big. At least the supplies will become their biggest problem. If they really lurked, they would only slowly regain their strength. And they would never dare to attack our two families at the same time." Xiao Honglian sneered, folded his arms and said, "Let alone now. Even in the past, would Qin Xinyan have the courage?" Zheng Yixian said in a deep voice that people at Shishan base did not dare. But that does not mean that others did not dare either. Is there a possibility that the current territory of Shishan base is occupied by another force that originally fought against them? Not everyone understands our forces. Maybe they don't even know that there are several powerful refuge bases, like yours outside Shishan district and Lujiang district. If he knew, I don't think he would dare to take action against your people." Zheng Yixian's explanation made Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai murmur in their hearts. Although this statement sounds a bit unbelievable, it is indeed the most likely answer after analyzing the various current situations. Eliminate all impossible options, and the remaining possibilities, no matter how incredible, are the closest to the truth. After all, the five major forces initially checked and balanced each other, and no one dared to easily start a dispute. Who dares to take action rashly and kill strangers from both families? A layman is most likely to do this kind of thing. Lujiang district. Xiao Honglian read these three words in a voice that only she could hear. Their spies had found the battlefield at the beginning, which was at the junction of Lujiang district and Shishan district, near the edge of Lujiang River. As long as you check it, you will soon find clues. Wei Dinghai also frowned, touched his chin and thought about this matter. He always felt that he had some memory of this matter, but he couldn't remember it for a while. It seemed to be a piece of information that seemed important, but seemed like a rumor. The matter has reached this point, and it is impossible to continue the fight. No one among the three parties is willing to suffer huge losses, because there are many people waiting to be origins behind the scenes. So after Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai discussed it, they decided to retreat temporarily and investigate the area Zheng Yixian mentioned. "That's all for today. We'll investigate. But please remember it clearly." Xiao Hong's sword-raising eyebrows were raised, and she pointed at Zheng Yixian with a heroic look. "If I find out that the person who did it is one of yours, I will come back. Next time, I will completely destroy your nest." Han Chang couldn't hold back his bad temper. "Why are you so arrogant? If you have the ability, just go ahead and come over, and I will make sure you never come back." Xiao Honglian raised a contemptuous smile on his lips, turned around and left with the people. She didn't even bother to talk to Han Chang. A minion? Wei Dinghai had a cold smile on his face, and without saying a word, he led his men and retreated. But just like Xiao Honglian, he is likely to come back at any time. Anyway, this time, their actions have achieved outstanding and effective results. That is to greatly consume the vitality of the snow worship sect, while keeping your losses within an acceptable range. On the way back, Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai discussed the next plan. The snow worship sect has grown so fast, relying on the brainwashing of that magic stick. Many surviving people were absorbed. Wei Dinghai said with emotion. Xiao Honglian snorted coldly. That cult leader should have died long ago. Now not only the surviving civilians in other areas, but also the slaves under me want to escape there. How stupid they are. He actually believes that there will be a kingdom of heaven in the last days. But he doesn't understand that he is not powerful enough and will be used as consumables wherever he goes. Wei Dinghai looked at the hot-tempered girl next to him and smiled lightly. And sometimes, those people who pretend to be good for you are actually the ones who do the most harm to you. But why don't many people understand this? The convoys from the two bases were halfway through the journey and finally parted ways and returned to their respective bases. Before parting, Wei Dinghai asked Xiao Hong, "What are you going to do next?" Xiao Honglian raised a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. "Needless to say, none of us can sit idly by and ignore this. Right?" Wei Dinghai shrugged. "I mean, should we act together? After all, there might really be a powerful force in that place, and it would be dangerous to act alone. Qiaoyu base's power is mainly at sea, and the ship in his hand is his trump card. But on land, their strength is still inferior to Yangsheng base. Coupled with energy constraints, Qiaoyu base often has to act based on Yangsheng base's expression. Xiao Honglian neither refused nor agreed. She just said lightly that we should go back and investigate this matter first, then make plans. They can't believe everything the snow worshippers say. They need to make a judgment with their own eyes. There is no doubt that the people who worship the snow cult hate them extremely. Therefore, Xiao Honglian had to carefully consider the information they gave him. Wei Dinghai had no choice but to say, "Okay, if you think about it, I hope our two families can act together. After all, now that old Gai Chinchinian is dead, as long as we join forces, control of the entire Tianhai city will be just around the corner." Xiao Honglian didn't comment on Wei Dinghai's words, but just said lightly and left. After finishing speaking, she ordered her men to return to Yangsheng base. Wei Dinghai looked at the Yangsheng base convoy going away and exhaled a puff of white smoke. She is such a strong woman. If I can capture her, Tianhai city will belong to me. Wei Dinghai. A man with a soft and fair face came out from behind him. This was his deputy Qin Jingguan. "Chief, this woman seems to be hiding something from us." Wei Dinghai's eyes moved slightly, and then he smiled disapprovingly. "Isn't that natural? None of us completely trust the other." Having said this, a hint of pride appeared on his lips. "Moreover, I seem to recall something. Who was fighting against the Shishan base on the banks of the Lujiang River? It was probably that inconspicuous little character back then." Chapter 369 Sacrifice. Wei Dinghai took his people back to Qiaoyu base, and immediately began to investigate information about the mysterious force in Lujiang district. And all of this started from the text message Lu Fengda sent to the entire Tianhai city a few months ago. The name Zhang Yi once again entered Qiaoyu base's sight. Yuelu community. Zhang Yi. Walmart China South warehouse theft case. Various clues are connected together, and they gradually get closer to the truth of the matter. Qiaoyu base can check this, and Yangsheng base has probably guessed it. But that's not what Xiao Honglian really cares about. It comes from reports from her information department. They discovered a satellite phone signal from the plateau that had been missing for several days. After Xiao Honglian returned to the base, he immediately came to the information department without taking a rest. According to information provided by employees of the information department, the satellite phone signals of those people are at the junction of Shishan district and Lujiang district, near the edge of Lujiang River. Although precise positioning cannot be achieved due to signal problems, the area can be shortened to within 5 kilometers. Xujia Town. Yonk Manor. These are the two places where people live nearby. Shuga Qi-Ting adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and told Xiao Honglian that Yonk Manor is the leading wealthy area in Tianhai city, and there are thousands of villagers in Xujia Town. The force that is likely to confront the Shishan base is here. Xiao Honglian's eyes flickered with light as she thought about the pros and cons of this matter. Were her people killed by that mysterious force? Why did they want to kill her people? And why does the signal disappear for a while and then reappear? Everything seemed so suspicious, as if someone was doing something deliberately. "It seems that we can only send someone over to investigate first," Xiao Honglian said softly. Shuga Qi-Ting heard this and asked if he wanted to call Wei Dinghai. "Let them send someone to investigate together. It will be safer." Xiao Honglian waved his hand and rejected Shuga Qi-Ting's proposal. "No need to." There is a look of pride in her eyes. "Although we don't know how strong this mysterious force is, but if they fight against the Shishan base for a long time, their strength will definitely be greatly reduced. Therefore, I judge that their peak strength is similar to that of Shishan base. The Shishan base was destroyed, and they were no better off. If it is really disabled, we can just pick it up." Shuga Qi-Ting thought for a while and said, but he couldn't figure out the other party's strength, so there was still some danger in doing so. After all, they killed 2 of our teams with strangers one after another. Xiao Honglian thought of his cousin and couldn't help but shook his head. Although he is a stranger, his strength can only be said to be at the bottom of our base. This time Dong Hu was sent there. He was the safest. Don't worry about them at Qiaoyu base. Wei Dinghai is an old fox. If it weren't for the fact that they have requests from Yangsheng base, they wouldn't be so polite to me now. Seeing that the leader had made up his mind, Shuga Qi-Ting stopped saying anything and asked someone to call Dong Hu over. Tianfeng district. After the war, the snow worship cult's headquarters was in a mess, with broken corpses everywhere, and the ground stained red with black blood. The women and children were inside the church, well protected by the soldiers of the snow worship cult. Those who died in battle were all adult male believers. Zhang Yixian stroked his arm, which had been scorched by Xiao Honglian's punch, revealing ferocious flesh and cracked bones. but because it was too cold, he didn't feel much pain at this time. Just a little weak. High priest. Han Chong and others looked at him with worried faces, and were a little frightened when they saw the hideous wounds on his arms. At that time, Zheng Yixian was almost defeated by Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai. The peak combat power of the two bases is no joke. They can become the leaders of their respective bases, and they can kill many people to get to the top. It's okay. I'll just ask the leader for treatment. Zheng Yixian pulled the white fox fur cloak to cover the wound, then slowly turned around and walked towards the church. Here, you clean up. He slowly closed his eyes. The mysterious clarity in his eyes disappeared, but a look of exhaustion flashed through them. At this time, the believers who were still fearless of death and were fighting to defend the snow worship cult with sticks in hand felt a little confused. The next moment, they saw the mountain of corpses and sea of blood in front of them. And then, they felt the pain of the wounds on their bodies. Ah! Countless people covered their wounds and cried out in pain. Among the crowd, several women wearing white religious robes immediately came out, raised their hands and shouted, "Brave warriors! You have been blessed by the snow god, making you fearless. Your souls will go to the kingdom of God and find peace and happiness." Just shouting slogans like this is naturally useless for the wounded's injuries. There were some female believers wearing nun-like attire, carrying medicine boxes, and quickly looking for the less seriously injured in the crowd. Without the medicine, in fact, only simple bandaging can be done to stop the bleeding, and even disinfection cannot be done. Wait a minute. I can still save you. A wounded man with his arm cut off looked at the nun passing by and stretched out his hand to ask for help. The nun lowered her head and saw him seriously injured, and covered her mouth in surprise. Her eyes were full of pity, and she even shed a tear. May the snow god save all suffering in the world and grant you a happy and beautiful paradise to your devout believers. She came over, slowly knelt in front of the seriously injured man, and held his remaining hand, her eyes as gentle as a mother staring at her child. You can no longer serve God's human body in this world, so return to the kingdom of God to serve God himself. Before the cultist could speak, the nun took out a sharp scalpel from her body and stabbed it firmly into the aorta of his neck, forehead. Before he died, the believer was still looking at the nun in front of him with disbelief. The nun reached out compassionately and closed his eyes. I envy you so much. You can go see God so soon. Scenes like this are just the norm on the battlefield. Those who were seriously injured would not be able to survive because the snow worship sect had too many members, and it was impossible to have that much medicine to treat seriously injured people. But it would be a bit cruel to directly kill the seriously injured. But it seemed much gentler to send them to see the snow god in advance. Over time, this belief has even been planted in the hearts of many believers. Anyone who can die for the snow god and dedicate his life can go to the snow god's kingdom. Only the most devout believers can go there. The road to the kingdom of God is paved with gold and precious stones. In the kingdom of God, there is endless food, and the seasons are like spring. All your dreams that are difficult to realize in this world can be realized. God is omniscient and omnipotent. Zheng Yixian went to the leader Yuan Kongya alone to heal his injuries. The rest of the affairs were naturally left to other priests. Han Chang's eyes always had a stubborn and fierce look. He crossed his arms and gritted his teeth with hatred as he looked at the scene of heavy casualties. Those hateful guys came here deliberately to cause trouble. There is no basis for what he said to avenge his subordinates. And then he beats them without listening to an explanation. It is simply abominable. Several other priests saw this, and could only comfort him helplessly. They are afraid of us, Li Qian said leisurely. They are afraid that more people will gather under the light of the snow god. So they are eager to destroy us. But how could these stupid villains understand that God's will cannot be violated? Several people clasped their hands together and praised the great snow god and his human body. Yuan Kongya. Then, Han Chong set about arranging people to take the wounded back to recuperate. As for the corpses, they could not be wasted. They were all moved to an abandoned building behind the church. Han Chong and Wu Huan were responsible for commanding order and alerting enemies who might come back. The believers carried the body to the entrance of the abandoned building and then left the place. This place is the holy land of the snow worship cult, and no one is allowed to approach it except the leader and priests. Not long after they left, dense bloody vines suddenly stretched out from the depths of the building, dragging the corpses into the depths of the building. At this time, the inside of the building was shining with a strange red light. A huge blood-colored plant took root deep in the earth, and its vines covered every corner of the building. There are huge ellipsoid-shaped red cocoons hanging on the ceiling of every floor, and you can vaguely see humanoid things inside. Bloody vines wrapped the corpses that were delivered one after another. and then hung them on the walls and ceiling. As a burst of red mist erupted from the pores of the vines, the entire building was dazzled by light and shadow, as if it were lost in an illusion. Then, blood-colored apple-like fruits grew from the ends of the vines. Han Chong stood on a high place and saw the slight red light inside the building. He clasped his hands and prayed, and then murmured to himself, "May the pioneers be the hope of survival for the living. Their flesh and blood. My food?" Chapter 370 Purification Ceremony. Zheng Yixian came to the church. At this time, Yuan Kongye paid no attention to the commotion outside, and was still carrying out the gift ceremony for the believers in an orderly manner. This group is basically all Protestants who have recently defected. After seeing the miracles performed by Yuan Kongye, they all joined in and became members of the snow worship cult. At this time, the gifting ceremony was coming to an end, and only a few little boys were left, brought to the stage by their parents. They had only been in the snow worship cult for a week, but they had all become the most devout believers, the kind who could sacrifice their lives for the snow god. Yuan Kongye looked at them, but underneath his gentle expression, there was a twist of struggle. However, this struggle was quickly covered up by her and hidden deep in the dark pupils. "Come, my children." Yuan Kongye waved to the boys below. They looked confused, not knowing what their parents were doing by sending them here. But when I looked back, I saw the encouraging eyes of my parents. Believe in the leader. Everything she does is for your good. You need to be baptized to become qualified people of the snow worship cult. The boys were confused and didn't know what they were going to do, but they believed in their parents. So they stepped forward. Yuan Kongye asked a boy to come over and lie on the altar, and then gently pressed his right hand on his head. The boy suddenly felt that his whole body had lost strength, as if his hands and feet were no longer his. "Don't be afraid, kid. There is a demon living in your body. I will get rid of the demon for you right now." Yuan Kongye had a gentle smile on his face. Her hand took out a sharp dagger. The boy's pupils on the stage shrank suddenly, and everyone was frightened. However, at this time, he had no strength in his body, and he couldn't even make a sound with his vocal cords. Several boys in the audience also looked horrified, not understanding what the leader called an exorcism ritual. "Soon, it will be ready. Your filth will be purified by me with my own hands." Yuan Kongye smiled and cut it hard with a knife. Blood splattered, and the boy was no longer a boy. He suddenly fainted, and his eyes lost focus. Yuan Kongye placed his right hand on top of his wound. After the holy white light flashed, the blood in the wound was stopped. In this way, you will never become a filthy devil from now on. Purification completed. The boy's parents came over and expressed their gratitude to Yuan Kongye from the bottom of their hearts. "Thank you to the leader for purifying his body for us, so that he will not be tempted by demons. From now on, this child will be more well-behaved and obedient." "Right?" The child's mother looked at Yuan Kongye with hope. The mother felt relieved when she thought that her child had been very naughty since childhood and had poor academic performance. It turned out that it was not because of her education, but because the child was haunted by demons. Yuan Kongye nodded. From now on, he will be a kind and good boy. The parents cried with joy, looked at each other with relief, and then took the child back. But at this time, the other boys below who had not been purified were frightened, and two timid ones even collapsed on the ground. To purify. Does it mean cutting off that area? I don't want it. I don't want it. That will turn you into a eunuch. And I don't want to be a eunuch. Several children were so frightened that they turned around and wanted to run away. But at this time, a tall wall of people blocked in front of them. They were their favorite parents, and they were also the ones who personally sent them to the altar. Why are you so ignorant? Kid, we're doing this for your own good. You have always been so naughty. It must be because there is a devil in your heart. As long as the leader purifies the demons for you, you will become a good and obedient child. Be honest and don't be so ignorant. The parents scolded the children with a straight face, but their ferocious faces were as terrifying as demons in the eyes of the children. Behind him, Yuan Kongye's gentle yet creepy voice sounded. Who should be purified next? After the children were purified one by one, their parents thanked Yuan Kongye profusely and took their children back. Zheng Yixian stood in the distance and watched all this quietly. When everyone saw him coming back, they already knew that they had once again successfully protected everyone, and they couldn't help but sing praises loudly. The gift ceremony ended, and the crowd left the church one after another. Soon only Yuan Kongye and Zheng Yixian were left in the overcrowded church. Yuan Kongye saw Zheng Yixian's covered arms, walked over slowly, and opened his clothes. Why was it hurt so badly? As she spoke, She put her right hand on Zhang Yixian's arm and began to treat him. Zhang Yixian only allowed her to restrain her injuries a little before stopping her. You have used your abilities too many times today. Please treat me again tomorrow. Yuan Kongye smiled slightly. His smile as cold as ice and snow. Who's calling? Xiao Honglian from Yangsheng Base. Wei Dinghai from Chaoyu Base. Or the Xingtian Legion from Qipei Base? Zhang Yixian covered his arm and replied that Yangsheng Base and Chaoyu Base jointly attacked. A flash of surprise flashed in Yuan Kongye's eyes. Oh! They too came to attack us at the same time? Zhang Yixian told Yuan Kongye the whole story. After Yuan Kongye listened, his eyes showed surprise. In addition to our snow worship sect and the 4 major bases, there is such a mysterious and powerful force in Tianhai City? Could it be said that the destruction of Xishan Base has something to do with them? Zhang Yixian said that the mysterious force was related to a man named Zhang Yi. Once we received information from that place, this person was mentioned. Now it seems that all the connections have converged into a clear path. That Zhang Yi is an alien. And a very powerful alien. It can even be said that looking at the entire Tianhai City, it is at the top level. If not, what could he do to resist the Xishan Base for so long? And even lead to the destruction of the Xishan Base? Yuan Kongye lowered his head and pondered. However, various evidences showed that the destruction of the Xishan Base was related to the missile from the Jiangnan region. Zhang Yixian nodded. Indeed. But even so, it is inseparable from Zhang Yi. I think this person should not be underestimated. He certainly has a powerful force in his hands. And judging from the information we received before, the fact that he has a large amount of supplies in his hands may not be a prank, but real. A flash of light burst out from Yuan Kongye's dark pupils. If that's the case, this person really needs to pay attention. Zhang Yixian came over and asked if he wanted to send Dafa over to test him. Chapter 371 Drugs. Yuan Kongye looked at Zhang Yixian. Oh! Test? Do you mean to take a look at his potential? Zhang Yixian smiled and said that if he is really strong enough, maybe we can consider recruiting him to fight against those bases together. Yuan Kongye's brows widened, and he seemed to be a little moved. Zhang Yixian continued to persuade that in the entire Tianhai City, the areas with truly important resources were all occupied by 4 shelters. Although our snow-worshipping sect has many people, its resources are extremely scarce. Although the existence of Blood Vine allows us to obtain food through substitution. But after all, it is not a long-term solution. Just like today, the 2 major bases Chaoyu and Yangsheng joined forces to attack. And it was very difficult for us to resist. If they hadn't been scrupulous and refused to fight us to the death, it would have been difficult for the snow worship sect to survive today's crisis. So, I think we should develop a helper. Zhang Yixian's eyes are bright. Especially in need of a helper like us. After Yuan Kongye thought for a moment, he nodded slowly. She thinks what Zhang Yixian said makes sense. Relying on the current strength of their snow worship sect. If there was a life and death fight, any one of the 3 major bases might be able to defeat them. She still needed to delay. Wait long enough to become stronger. Well, let's let Dafa go over and verify his strength. If he really has the ability to fight against the base. Perhaps from now on, the pattern of Tianhai City will undergo earth-shaking changes. Shelter. Zhou Qir's infirmary. She was wearing a white coat and was carefully examining the slides under the microscope. Zhang Yi leaned on the table behind her and asked lazily, "How is it? Do you know this thing?" What Zhou Qir was studying at this time was the stimulant that Zhang Yi had obtained from Gao Yuan and others. At that time, it allowed ordinary people to instantly have a physique comparable to that of other people, which really shocked Zhang Yi. Therefore, he became very interested in this drug and wanted to study it. If the effect is really good, he can use it for people in the shelter later. Even if the side effects are severe, it can save lives at critical moments. Or just knowing its medicinal effect will make it easier to deal with people possessing this medicine in the future. Zhou Qir slowly raised his head, turned around and said to Zhang Yi that this drug was a military stimulant, usually only used by soldiers on the battlefield. Its medicinal effect is very powerful. It can greatly improve a person's physical function. And it can keep people awake for 3 days and 3 nights. She sighed and said that I had seen this kind of drug in the teacher's laboratory before. But this was the first time I saw someone using it. In terms of efficacy, it is more than 10 times stronger than the one I used for you before. Of course, the side effects are also very severe. Zhang Yi curiously asked how old he was. Zhou Qir smiled mysteriously. This drug can only improve the body's use of energy and speed up the body's metabolism. A crazy overdraft actually. The last time I used it, it was very common to lose more than 10 pounds. It will also make people feel sore all over. and it will take more than half a month for people with good physique to recover. For someone with poor health, she might die immediately if she spread her hands. Zhang Yi couldn't help but smile inside. Sure enough, there is no such thing as a free dinner in this world. Drugs that make people stronger without side effects really don't exist. But Zhou Qian frowned slightly after hearing this. After thinking about it for a while, he slowly said maybe, but not necessarily. Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed. Is there really such a thing? Zhou Qian nodded, then shook his head. I have heard in the past that the military has been studying this kind of drug that can improve soldiers' combat capabilities and try to avoid too many side effects that affect their continued combat. Although side effects may not be completely eliminated, they can be reduced to a very low level. Of course, the price of this medicine is also outrageously high. So far, it has not become a standard stimulant in the military, Zhang Yi said, which means that it is possible to encounter him in the future. But the probability is not that high. Right? Okay. Just, okay, if you have an idea in mind. He crossed his arms and murmured in a low voice that he must be cautious when meeting ordinary people in the future. The power of technology cannot be underestimated. Zhou Qian took off his white gloves and prepared to clean the experimental equipment. Zhang Yi casually chatted with her about other topics. Do you remember the rat poison I used before? Rat poison? Zhou Qian looked back at him curiously, wondering why he suddenly mentioned this. The last time you used it was when you were in Yuelu community. Do you still have that thing? The smile on Zhang Yi's mouth was slightly mysterious. It might be useful if you keep it. People, it's better to be cautious and be prepared. He touched his nose and asked. You said earlier that its lethal dose was 0.1 G. What would be the effect if you use a small amount? Zhou Qian didn't know what Zhang Yi wanted to do, but she still answered truthfully that if the amount was too trace, there would be no need to consider it, as the body's detoxification function could eliminate it. However, if the dosage is controlled well, the kidneys cannot completely eliminate it at about 5%, which will cause toxicity in the body. Will Zhang Yi die if he nods? Zhou Qian shook his head. Of course not. Otherwise, how could there be such a thing as a lethal dose? But she added that if it was taken continuously, the effect would be completely different. It causes the body's organs to slowly fail, leading to death if not treated. Having said this, Zhou Qian couldn't help but smile. However, in today's harsh environment, the human body itself is very fragile. If you take this kind of drug again, you may have to wait for death slowly. Zhang Yi nodded. So that's it. What you said makes perfect sense. Zhou Qian glanced at him and asked with a smile. Could there be a mouse in the house? Zhang Yi's smile became more and more mysterious. Not at home. But there are outside. Zhou Qian looked puzzled. How could there be rats outside in this ice and snow? I'm afraid you are crazy. But this is not absolute. Maybe there are still rats hiding in the sewers alive. Rats, animals that are accustomed to living in dirty environments, have better survival abilities than humans when faced with disasters. Zhang Yi shrugged. Maybe. Even cats can mutate now. Why not mice? Maybe one day the mouse will become the master of Blue Star. Who knows? Chapter 372 Evil Thoughts. Zhang Yi and Zhou Qian left the infirmary after chatting. Over in the living room, the sound of playing cards could be heard clearly. Zhou Haie comes here basically every day and invites several women from Zhang Yi's family to play mahjong together. Facts have proven that playing cards is always the simplest and easiest way to get happiness no matter what time of day. The entire sanctuary is still bright and majestic, full of the atmosphere of an apocalyptic paradise. As if it can continue to exist in such a stable and peaceful way. No, not as if. Zhang Yi secretly said in his heart that I will definitely be able to live in such a comfortable environment until the end of the world. At this moment, a pleasant and steady voice sounded in my ears. Zhang Yi, you are here. I'm looking for you everywhere. Zhang Yi came back to his senses and took a closer look to see Liang Yu walking over. He smiled slightly and looked at me, almost forgetting about you. Without Liang Yu saying anything, he took out food for 10 people from another dimension and packed it in packaging bags. Liang Yu's face turned slightly red. Thanks. She thanked him and took the food from Zhang Yi's hand. She accidentally touched Zhang Yi's finger, which made her body tremble slightly. Zhang Yi smiled and said, Why are you so polite to me? I've said it before. We're family now that you're here. Family members support each other in the last days. And your affairs are my affairs. Since Liang Yu came to the shelter, Zhang Yi and everyone around her have been instilling a philosophy in her. That is, we are the family that can help together and go on in the apocalypse together. This also draws a clear line between those students who only know how to eat and wait to die. If a person is always in such an environment and is influenced by the people around him, his mentality will easily change. Judging from Liang Yu's changing attitude, she is slowly accepting this idea. I understand. Thank you, Zhang Yi. Willing to accept my little willfulness. Liang Yu looked up at Zhang Yi with an indescribable emotion in his eyes. As long as they can be self-reliant like the villagers in Xujia town, I won't bother you anymore. I promise you that. They won't bother me anytime soon. Zhang Yi glanced at the food in her hand and thought to himself, well, it's also good to let them be self-reliant. I can wait slowly. You don't have to put too much pressure on yourself. Liang Yu bit her lip, but suddenly felt that her status was not suitable for such a little daughter's behavior, and she quickly made a serious face. Then I'll go there first. Okay. Alright. Go early and come back early. Zhang Yi waved his hand and watched Liang Yu leave the house. At this time, Yang Xinxin drove a wheelchair to his side, following his gaze towards Liang Yu's back. She raised her head and said to Zhang Yi, brother, I think Teacher Liang has fallen in love with you. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows, but just smiled lightly. He has been in contact with Liang Yu more recently, and they have to practice martial arts together every day. People who practice martial arts will inevitably bump into each other and stick to each other. Liang Yu's eyes did change when he went back and forth. How did Zhou Batong and Yinggu get together in the first place? Isn't it just for martial arts training? What love is? It's just human hormones causing trouble. Everyone has instinctive needs. In the apocalypse, when the sense of crisis is heavy, this instinct for reproduction is also increasing. Zhang Yi touched his face. What's more, there were only 3 men in the shelter. No matter how I look at it, the conditions are much better than Uncle Yu and Fatty Sue. It's weird that she doesn't have feelings for me. Yang Xinxin tilted her head, and a deep cunning flashed in her eyes. She said with a smile, otherwise, you can turn Teacher Liang into your girlfriend. Right? With her rigid character. As long as she knows you are her man, she will be devoted to you. Her eyes flickered. Then she covered it with her hands, and quietly told Zhang Yi a little secret, Teacher Liang. She hasn't had a boyfriend yet. This kind of woman, who has been single for many years, is actually very easy to fall in love with. To put it simply, it is easy to deceive. After Zhang Yi heard this, he couldn't help but glance at Yang Xinxin. Good guy. You know so much. Are you even cheating your teacher? Yang Xinxin smiled faintly and crossed her slender white fingers on her knees. I just don't want to see her die in vain. With her personality, if you don't take care of her brother, she will die in this apocalypse sooner or later. Zhang Yi looked into the distance and could see her stubborn back through the one-way glass. Let's wait until that matter is dealt with. If I really have an intimate relationship with such a stubborn woman, I will have a headache in the future. Zhang Yi really likes beautiful women, but he was more afraid of trouble. If he had to choose one thing, he would rather choose the free one. This side of Xujia town, after a period of independent living, they slowly learned how to fish. Although this process is extremely difficult, once people get used to it, letting them lift a finger is even more uncomfortable than killing them. But when they are so hungry that they can't bear it anymore, they have no choice but to take a step forward to make a living. Fortunately, among the dozen or so students, there are still boys with outstanding physical strength. Among them, Yi Xiaotian, the transformed artificial alien, became the main force. Correspondingly, he has also become the person with the most say in this organization. However, his temperament has always been relatively light, and he does not like things like intrigue. So he only follows Liang Yu's instructions to find food for everyone, and will not use his power to ask for anything excessively. At this time, Wu Qingyu, who is good at maneuvering, appeared. He used to be quite influential in the class, and his relationship with Yi Xiaotian was only average. But now, he is deliberately trying to get closer to Yi Xiaotian, and he often calls him brother and sister. Although Yi Xiaotian knew Wu Qingyu's inner thoughts, he was still a 19-year-old young man after all, and Wu Qingyu's sweet words and compliments made him very happy. Over and over again, he tolerated Wu Qingyu borrowing his name to pretend to be powerful. On this day, a group of people gathered around the igloo to warm themselves by the fire. The fire was not burning brightly because it was getting harder and harder to get fuel. All around Xujia town, almost all the dead trees were cut down, and the furniture was burned to pieces. The remaining old, weak, women and children in Xujia town had already begun to burn people's clothes, but they only burned a little while cooking. As for keeping warm by the fire, they couldn't even think about it. Damn it. Why do we have to live so miserable? Wu Qingyu gritted his teeth. His eyes filled with resentment. His body was wrapped in a thick quilt, and he wanted to curl up into a ball. Although the igloo has the function of keeping out the cold, the temperature inside the house is still below freezing. As time passed, people became numb from the cold. This is extremely unbearable for Wu Qingyu, who has been pampered since childhood. But is it really the ultra-low temperature that he can't stand the most? Maybe not. Back at Tianqing Academy, they also lived under the ice for a long time. At that time, he was not as resentful as he is now. The reason why he struggled in pain every day was because he knew clearly that there was a magnificent, warm, and well-fed luxurious villa across the river. There, his teacher and 2 classmates lived very happily. People don't worry about scarcity, but about inequality. If everyone is having a miserable life, his psychology will be balanced. But when he sees others enjoying happiness while he himself is suffering, resentment will arise from his heart. The students nearby heard Wu Qingyu's complaints and joined in the conversation. Anyway, they have nothing to do now. They are just living a humble life. The class committee member Shen Miao said in a low voice that the only person to blame was teacher Liang for being so irresponsible. Since she, Yang Xinxin, and Lu Karen can enter that shelter, why not try to let us in too? To put it bluntly, she still only cares about whether she is living well or not. Didn't take us to heart. The boy next to him, He Wenqing, sneered. If we had known this, we might as well have stayed at Shishan base. I was a little tired there, but at least there was food provided, and it was relatively warm. Even if he dies one day, at least he will die in a comfortable environment. He tightened his thick cotton coat. People always learn to cherish something after losing it. If I had known that life would be like this after leaving Shishan base, I might as well have died there. Yi Xiaotian was sleeping beside him. But when he heard their conversation becoming increasingly perverse, he couldn't help but frown. You're almost there. Do you really think death is better than life? He glanced at these students, sneered and said, if I let you experience the experiment process, I believe you will never say such things again. Yi Xiaotian is grateful to Liang Yu, because the pain he has endured cannot be understood by others. He will cherish the happiness of living freely now. Yi Xiaotian spoke, but others did not dare to refute. But everyone still complained quietly. We are just talking casually. But teacher Liang can also fight for us. How can she bear to watch us suffer? The topic continues. Yi Xiaotian didn't want to listen anymore. Turned around and continued to sleep. Seeing this, the others became bold again. If you ask me, we should have a good talk with teacher Liang and let her take us into the shelter. Yes. The place is so big that even one house is enough for us. We are not greedy. We just want a warm house and food to eat every day. Forget it. Teacher Liang doesn't dare. She has become Zhang Yi's person now. Hee hee. Maybe she can enter the shelter in exchange for her own body. Wow. Real or fake? That's probably the case. Although teacher Liang is always serious on weekdays, I think she is the sultry type, with a slutty nature. Ha ha ha. Let's talk about this carefully. Chapter 373 Investigating Shijia Town. The students vented their dissatisfaction with Liang Yu unscrupulously through words. But soon they stopped in unison. Because according to the time, Liang Yu will be coming to deliver food to them soon. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Liang Yu to bring food to the snow house where they lived. Teacher Liang, you are here. We miss you so much. The students looked at Liang Yu with aggrieved expressions, tears shining in their eyes. Liang Yu just put the food on the ground and told them to be careful lately, as the surrounding area was not peaceful. Apart from going out to look for food, it is best to stay in the igloo at other times. By the way, there are many cellars for storing food in Shijia Town. It is best for you to hide in the cellars at ordinary times. Do you understand? When the students heard this, they all became a little panicked. Wu Qingyu stood up quickly and said to Liang Yu with a scared look on his face, Teacher Liang, since it is so dangerous, why don't you take us back? Aren't shelters the safest places? Other students came to their senses and hurried over to do their bidding, begging Liang Yu to take them back. Liang Yu saw their pale faces and couldn't help but think of Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen. Most of these people had used cold violence against the two of them. During this period of time, the relationship between Liang Yu and Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen has been developing by leaps and bounds. Firstly, it's because in the apocalyptic environment, it's easy for people to hunt together for warmth. Secondly, Liang Yu made up for his disappointment from Wu Qingyu and others with them. There is no harm without contrast. As a teacher, she would definitely prefer good children who are honest and obedient. She also couldn't bear the thought that Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen would be sad if she proposed to take these people to the shelter. And she's not a fool either. Zhang Yi is gentle and considerate and willing to help her. But what about the others? They have nothing to do with her. She brought back so many burdens. What did Zhou Qi and others think? Anyway, there have been no recent incursions by other forces around the sanctuary. So Liang Yu naturally doesn't want to cause trouble. You cannot rely on the teacher for everything. You have all grown up and must learn to deal with all problems on your own. Hide in the cellar. Even if a dangerous enemy attacks, the main target will not be you. As long as you hide well, there will be no danger. Liang Yu was thinking very well. The battle between Zhang Yi and Xishan base was so fierce. If there are other small-scale forces around, they will never dare to come and cause trouble. If a major force from outside Xishan district and Lujiang district comes, the target of the attack will also be directed at Zhang Yi's sanctuary. Who would attack a group of students without resources? Wu Qingyu and others still refuse to give up. Teacher, if danger occurs, it will be too late. It would be safest to take us to a shelter. Zhang Yi and others are so powerful. And you are also good at fighting. Isn't it easy to protect people like us? The disappointment in Liang Yu's eyes became more intense. She no longer explained anything. Just sighed and said, "Take care of yourself. Listen to me and hide." After saying that, she turned around and left the igloo, ignoring the students shouting behind her. Teacher Liang. Teacher Liang. Liang. Grass. Why is this damn woman so cruel? Wu Qingyu punched the wall angrily, his eyes filled with hatred. Why do you give us hope, but then bring us despair? Yi Xiaoyan came over and took a piece of food by himself. Upon seeing this, Wu Qingyu hurried over and pretended to distribute it to everyone. The food Zhang Yi gave them tasted good. After all, they were all insurance products. They ate so voraciously that not even a grain of rice was left. Yansheng Base and Chaoyu Base. These two forces have begun operations against the so-called mysterious force since the snow worship sect returned. They first conducted a large number of investigations, and were almost certain that the force was located in the area of Yonk Manor and Shijia Town. However, Yansheng Base is one step ahead. Because Zhang Yi deliberately placed the plateau satellite phone where Liang Yu's students live, they could use radar to find the location directly through the signal. On the Yansheng Base side, the person sent was Dong Hu, known as the Flame Fist. He is in his 40s, and was a professional bodyguard before the end of the world. He is proficient in various fighting techniques, and has superb marksmanship. Later, when he awakened his superpower, he naturally became one of Xiao Honglian's generals. He was sent here for this operation, because he was mature and steady, and would not act rashly. Xiao Honglian was not sure how strong Zhang Yi was, so the purpose of sending Dong Hu here this time was mainly for investigation rather than attack. When Dong Hu and his men came to the edge of Lujiang district, he asked his men to hide the car and then move forward on foot. The snowmobiles they modified had too many problems. They were basically equivalent to vehicles that relied on large amounts of fuel and were noisy. It is too easy to expose the target if you drive over for reconnaissance. However, they were well equipped and carried plenty of food, so they were not worried about problems in conducting reconnaissance on foot. They carefully moved forward in the ice and snow, following the instructions on the equipment, and arrived near Shijia town. From a long distance away, they saw the large house made of ice and snow through the telescope. Looking across the river, I also saw the staggering ice barrier. Dong Hu couldn't help but exhale inside. Could this thing really be built by manpower? The thick barrier is like a small great wall of ice and snow. It is 20 meters high and an astonishing 10 meters thick. Although the main material is ice, and a steel frame is installed inside. It is thick enough, and its defense is amazing. Unless this thing is bombarded with large caliber artillery, ordinary individual combat weapons cannot be destroyed at all. I seem to understand why they have been able to compete with the Xishan base with the strongest armed forces for so long. Dong Hu's eyes showed solemnity. He ordered everyone to be careful. This is not an easy opponent to deal with. If we are not careful, our lives will remain here. The soldiers who came out to investigate were all cautious people, so they naturally understood what Dong Hu meant. Dong Hu took out his equipment and confirmed that the plateau's satellite phone signal was within the large igloo ahead. Dong Hu thought for a while and called a clever subordinate over. "You go and investigate the situation there first." The subordinate's eyes were alert, and he left the large army like a snow ape and headed toward Shijia town. It was already very dark at this time. When he moved, he was dressed in white clothes and wore a white cloak. It was difficult to spot him even 10 meters away with the naked eye. The spies cautiously arrived at the edge of Shijia town. but did not see any guards. He felt a little relieved, and then continued to use the snow house as a cover and headed inside. But along the way, he discovered that this was not a lively village. The hemispherical snow houses stand like lifeless tombs in the snow field. 9 out of 10 rooms are empty, and only a few igloos are blocked by curtains or wooden boards. The weather was freezing and no one could be seen anywhere, as if everyone here was dead. Not a soul in sight. No guards yet. It seems that there is no large-scale organization here. The spy made a judgment in his mind. If there is indeed an armed force, there will definitely be people taking turns on guard to prevent enemies from invading. The fact that no one was on guard could only mean that they did not have such ability at all. Just staying alive is already trying your best. The spies were relieved. Since there were no powerful enemies nearby, their actions were safe. After all, their main purpose is reconnaissance, not combat. Slowly, he approached the location of the plateau satellite phone and found that it was an ordinary snow house. The spy confirmed the location from a distance and did not dare to get close. Instead, he chose to retreat quietly. After all, the people living in this snow house might be the ruthless people who killed both teams Gao Yuan and Wang Ruishuan. On the other side, Dong Hu looked in the direction of Shujia town with stern eyes. He reminded his subordinates that extremely dangerous masters could be hidden here. We will retreat immediately if we find anything unusual. The men behind him all nodded with serious expressions. People who can easily kill the 2 teams of Plateau Wang Ruishuan will not take much effort to kill them. Soon after, the spy returned. He reported to Dong Hu with a face of joy. And there was a deserted village in front of him. There were no guards around, and no living people could be seen inside. I found the location of the signal source without alerting the enemy. There was clearly some surprise on Dong Hu's face. What? How so? He repeatedly confirmed the situation in Shujia town with the spies, and the doubts in his heart became deeper and deeper. It can make the leaders of the 2 major bases feel fearful, and it is impossible for the powerful enemy who has been unable to attack the Shishan base for a long time to defend against such a common force. At this moment, his eyes caught sight of the ice and snow barrier across the river. Dong Hu suddenly realized something. Could it be that the truly powerful force is behind that line of defense? But why is the signal source located here? Could it be said to be a trap? Dong Hu was extremely confused. But since he was here, he at least had to get some useful information before going back. So he led his men and began to slowly move towards Shujia town. It was just dark at this time, and everyone went to bed early. After all, the quilt is their best means of keeping warm, and they try not to come out unless they can. Dong Hu himself didn't expect that after being cautious for so long. They finally found a bunch of young people sleeping soundly in the snow house. I can't say that I was defenseless. I can only say that I slept like a pig. Dong Hu glanced at the device in his hand and confirmed that the signal source was here. For a moment, he was a little confused. Chapter 374 Captive. Although Dong Hu suspected that there was something fishy here. But now that we are here, we must first find the plateau satellite phone, and then arrest these people and question them. Do it. He gave the order, and the investigation team members moved quickly to control the sleeping students. Yi Xiaotian's intuition was relatively sharp, and he was the first to notice that someone was coming. He opened his eyes suddenly, and saw that he didn't recognize anyone who appeared in the igloo. And he immediately became vigilant. Who are you? Get out of here. Without saying a word, one of the investigators bit his neck with his huge palm like an iron pincer, and slammed him against the wall. If you dare to say another word, I will wring your neck, he said coldly. Yi Xiaotian was dumbfounded. Although he is a reformed person and is physically stronger than ordinary people, the person in front of him is obviously a veteran who has experienced many battles. Yi Xiaotian gritted his teeth and roared angrily. He exerted so much force that he actually opened his hand and kicked him 3 or 4 meters away. Stranger? Dong Hu's eyes flashed coldly. Yi Xiaotian knew that he was no match for so many people, so he planned to escape. But Dong Hu's tall figure blocked him. Get out of here! Yi Xiaotian gathered all his strength and punched Dong Hu in the face. But the next moment, a blazing red light flashed in front of his eyes, and he felt his vision blurred for a moment. And he felt a severe pain in his abdomen. Dong Hu's fist was burning with flames and hit his abdomen. And then the clothes on his body burst into flames. Cough. Yi Xiaotian spit out a mouthful of blood and fell to his knees on the snow. Unconscious. The cotton-padded clothes on his body were burned, revealing the combat uniform of Shishan base underneath. Dong Hu's expression was a little solemn. Are these people the remnants of the Shishan base? Act quickly. Don't delay. It will be difficult to deal with it when they wake up. Wu Qingyu and others were still asleep when they were controlled by the people brought by Donghu. Don't move. If you dare to move, I will kill you. If you dare to make a sound, I will kill you. The people of the investigation team were very cautious. Since they found the satellite phone signal of the plateau here, they believed that these young people must not be simple. Therefore, he didn't hold back his strength when he took action. He pinned them to the ground and pressed their heads deeply into the quilt. These students were still sleeping when they were suddenly held down with their arms behind their backs. The severe pain made them scream and struggle. But after being threatened by the people from the investigation team in a fierce tone, everyone was immediately frightened and trembling like chaff. Only then did Donghu and the others realize that this group of people were basically muggles. Only Yi Xiaoyan has some extraordinary power. But he doesn't look very strong. The students were all frightened. They were tied tightly and knelt on the cold snow, their bodies shaking like sieves. Facing these people they have never seen before, they are afraid that their lives will be taken away. The investigation team dug out the satellite phone from under a bed board and handed it to Donghu. Donghu confirmed that it was indeed Plateau's satellite phone. He raised the satellite phone in his hand and glanced at the arrested students with his cold eyes. Where did you get this thing? But where have these students seen this thing before? They were all stunned, and no one could explain why. Donghu had a cold face. This thing is in your house. You say you don't know? He walked up to a student, grabbed his neck, and picked him up. That student looked like a chicken. His face flushed. Don't kill me! Please! I really don't know anything. You are really not afraid of death. Donghu glanced at the other students, and suddenly exerted force on his right hand. There was only a click sound, and the student's neck was broken. Others turned even pale with fright, and a few girls even fainted due to excessive fear. If you don't say anything, he will be your fate. After Donghu finished speaking, he scanned the crowd, trying to find any clues from them. Wu Qingyu, who looked shrewd at first glance, was immediately noticed by him. This kind of smart person often reveals himself unconsciously. For example, at this time, everyone else was frightened and looked desperate. Only Wu Qingyu's eyes were wandering, still thinking about how to survive. How could an experienced person like Donghu fail to discover him? He walked up to Wu Qingyu and picked him up. It's your turn next. Say it. Or don't say it. Under Donghu's death threat, Wu Qingyu's brain was running rapidly. And he finally thought of a way to survive. He yelled, I know who got this. It's Zhang Yi. It must be Zhang Yi. Hearing the name Zhang Yi, Donghu's eyes suddenly became serious. Because when he came, Xiao Honglian and Zhu Qingting reminded him that if he met a man named Zhang Yi, he must be careful to avoid it. It is very likely that the Xishan base will perish in his hands. Donghu asked in a low voice, what is your relationship with Zhang Yi? Wu Qingyu knew that he was insignificant and worthless, and he had to prove his worth if he wanted to survive. Therefore, I deliberately said that there is a woman named Liang Yu next to Zhang Yi, and we are Liang Yu's students. She takes special care of us. Don't kill me. Keeping me is of great use. If you are Zhang Yi's enemies, you can use us as bargaining chips. Liang Yu loves us very much and will not just watch us die. Donghu frowned slightly. Wu Qingyu's words made him very suspicious. If your teacher cares about you so much, why would he leave you here instead of taking you to Zhang Yi's house? Wu Qingyu explained nervously that we don't want to cause trouble to teacher Liang. We are all adults, and we have to rely on our own abilities to survive. But don't look at this. Teacher Liang still brings us food every day. If you don't believe me, take a look at the lunch box over there. He pointed to the lunch box on the table. Donghu took a look and trusted Wu Qingyu's words in his heart. After hesitating for a moment, he made his decision. The purpose of this trip is to find the satellite phone left by Gao Yuan, and then find out information about Zhang Yi. Now that we have captured the people around Zhang Yi, we can take them back and torture them slowly. Donghu immediately ordered people to tie up all the students and take them back to the leader Xiao Honglian for disposal. As for what was behind the tall ice and snow city wall, he did not dare to go and investigate. Perhaps with his caution, he had smelled a hint of danger. Chapter 375 Let's Fight. In the shelter, in Zhang Yi's room, there was a reminder sound coming from the mobile phone, and he asked Hua to place the satellite phone in Xuzhou town as long as the signal was far away. He would receive the reminder. Zhang Yi turned on his phone, watched the signal slowly fade away, and slowly narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, what was supposed to come came. He asked Hua to put satellite phones in the students' houses, which was a plan to kill two birds with one stone. First, we can use external forces to clean up those troublesome students. Second, he asked Yang Xinxin to help tamper with the satellite phone so that its location could be monitored in real time. In this way, as long as someone comes to take it away, Zhang Yi can determine the location of the opponent's base camp. He walked to the window and looked in the direction of Xuzhou town in the wind and snow. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. How will things go? Now I'm a little more looking forward to it. He took action to kill the strangers from Chaoyu and Yangsheng bases. The other party could not treat this grudge as nothing happened. There will definitely be contact between him and the two major bases. Either negotiate or fight. Everything is based on strength. Zhang Yi has full confidence in the shelter's defense power, and will not be afraid of a joint attack from the two families. But it's also good for him to value peace. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi walked out of the room and went to the console to find Yang Xinxin. Yang Xinxin spends most of her time at the console. She needs to protect the shelter's network security from outside intrusions and stealing their important information. In the apocalypse, everyone is a hunter with a gun, hunting each other in the dark. And each other is a hunter and prey. And intelligence is the most critical factor that determines the strength gap between the two sides. Bar none. Most of the time, it is even more important than armed force. Zhang Yi used the weak to defeat the strong and counterattack the Xishan base. This is the best example. Zhang Yi came to the console, and Yang Xinxin was sitting in a wheelchair wearing a black Lolita costume, eating potato chips and looking at the screen attentively. What is shown above is not some complicated data, but a classic film and television drama. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Yang Xinxin quickly turned off the video. She knew that the person coming must be Zhang Yi, because only Zhang Yi and she had the authority to enter the console, and Zhang Yi's authority was higher than hers. Brother Zhang Yi, you are here. Yang Xinxin smiled sweetly. Zhang Yi smiled and nodded, walked over and touched her silky hair. Wouldn't it be boring to watch a movie here alone? Not bad. They were just passing the time. Not lazy, Yang Xinxin said like a good baby. If he hadn't understood her character, Zhang Yi might have thought she was a silly and sweet little girl. Zhang Yi sat next to Yang Xinxin and asked with a smile, how is the research on the data on the satellite phone that I gave you a few days ago? Is there any important information? Analyzing data is a time-consuming project, because artificial intelligence cannot yet distinguish what kind of information is useful to Zhang Yi. For example, from a simple photo of eating, humans can use it to judge the living standards of Yangsheng base, and thus infer their living conditions. Because of this, Yang Xinxin screens them one by one manually. Even the massive data obtained from the Xishan base has not yet been sorted out. Yang Xinxin told Zhang Yi that these people are very cautious, and the satellite phone has not been used for a long time, so the information is relatively scarce. But through the chat history, you can confirm the identity of the person you killed. His name is Gao Yuan. He is the cousin of Xiao Honglian, the leader of Yangsheng base, and the captain of a team. Zhang Yi couldn't help but put his hand on his forehead when he heard this. How could it be such a coincidence? He accidentally killed the relatives of the leader of Yangsheng base. It seems that it is difficult to resolve this matter. Yang Xinxin smiled faintly. He was just a cousin, not a real brother. It's hard to tell what the relationship between them will be like. Anyway, her feelings for her cousin are very ordinary. Zhang Yi shrugged, and we can't tell clearly about the relationship between his family. Anyway, just be prepared. Yang Xinxin continued and said that according to his chat records, the Yangsheng base and Chaoyu base are relatively close. This was all information obtained through chats between him and some people in Yangsheng base. There is no accurate source of information on the specific situation. She looked at Zhang Yi and said with some vigilance, brother, if this is the case, we may need to face the joint attack of two Al-Qaeda organizations at the same time. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and then slowly lay down on the chair. He said with a very calm expression, I have thought about this, and it is nothing more than the worst scenario that can happen. However, since experiencing the protracted battle with the Xishan base, my fear of these large organizations has disappeared. They all came to power as rebels, and did not have access to big kill weapons such as high-yield missiles, so they would not pose much of a threat to us. Having said this, he slowly narrowed his eyes. From the bottom of my heart, I also hope to have a fight with them. Only in this way can they understand that the territory of Xishan base now belongs to me. Zhang Yi, don't allow them to cross boundaries and disturb my life. Fight once and let them understand our strength, so that everyone can live peacefully in the future. Zhang Yi is different now than he was then. He has strong soldiers and horses, and all of them are top talents. And after obtaining all the weapons from the Xishan base, an integrated offensive and defensive line of defense was created. as long as he doesn't take the initiative to attack a certain force. Judging from his ability to defend and counterattack, he is not afraid of anyone in Tianhai City. Yang Qinqin looked at Zhang Yi, who was full of confidence but cautious, with a smile full of admiration on her lips. By the way, brother Zhang Yi, their chat history also mentioned some things about the snow worship sect. Although it has little to do with us, I still want to tell you. Oh! Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. He didn't have a good impression of the snow worship sect. Strictly speaking, he only admires the Taoist practice of going down the mountain to save people from fire and water in troubled times. In his opinion, other religions are just a means for some people to escape reality. As for the snow worship cult, a new sect that was developed from an inexplicable religion abroad and transformed into a new sect that takes advantage of human despair and ignorance to expand its own power. It is definitely not a good thing. Tell me, what happened to them?